Chen Changsheng unexpectedly traversed into a world of cultivation, yet found himself of mediocre talent, lacking any extraordinary abilities. After over 40 years of arduous training, his progress remained painfully slow. Approaching his 60s, he was compelled to consider relinquishing his aspirations. However, at the moment he was to wed, everything changed, and he found newfound strength. In the city of Linen, within the Chun residence, joy permeated the atmosphere. Since yesterday, the estate had been alive with celebration, drums beating, firecrackers exploding, and vibrant red lanterns adorning the surroundings, while splendid banners stretched across the streets. A throng of onlookers gathered, chattering in clusters. What is the background of this Master Chun to marry the daughter of the Gu family? Miss Gu is the most beautiful woman in Linen, unparalleled in grace and beauty. Yet, this Master Chen appears to be at least 50 years old. Such a beauty paired with such a man seems like a flower blooming from dung. Hush, keep your voice down. Do you dare speak such words? Do you know who Master Chen is? A celestial being. A collective gasp echoed through the crowd. If he were indeed a celestial, it made perfect sense. Miss Gu is truly fortunate to marry a celestial. Upon realizing Master Chen's true identity, the murmurs quickly shifted. At that moment, a grand bridal procession approached, spanning hundreds of meters, laden with an impressive array of gifts, gold, silver, jade, antiques, and exquisite paintings, dazzling all who beheld it. In the grand hall of the Chun residence, Chen Changsheng sat in a position of honor, a serene smile gracing his face as he accepted congratulations from representatives of the city's various factions, his heart swelling with joy. After more than 50 years, he, Chen Changsheng, had finally found a wife. Once a mere boy of 15 or 16, he had crossed over into this realm as a lowly servant disciple of a cultivation sect. Despite possessing a spiritual root, it was the weakest of the 5-element mixed roots. Fortunately, he had stumbled upon a second-tier spiritual herb, which allowed him to enter the sect as a servant disciple. Years passed, and he barely advanced to the 5th layer of chi refinement, his talent a source of embarrassment for a transmigrator. While others wielded extraordinary powers to ascend to greatness, he struggled to make any headway. Faced with the bleak prospect of an unfulfilled cultivation journey, he reflected on his 2 lifetimes without marriage and returned to Linen, intending to find a spouse and embrace the latter half of his life, thus justifying his transmigration. Upon returning to Linen, a slight display of his identity as a cultivator attracted the attention of various factions, leading him to marry the renowned beauty of the Gu family. After the wedding, as the guests reveled in merriment, Chen Changsheng eagerly entered the bridal chamber. Lifting the veil, he beheld an enchanting face before him. Though not his first encounter with such beauty, he was nonetheless captivated by her ethereal charm, surpassing even the stars of his previous life. She was a natural masterpiece, and soon to be his wife. "My dear, you are truly beautiful." Chen Changsheng gently embraced Guingxia. Startled, she replied softly, "Husband, please show kindness to me." As the red candles extinguished and the curtains fell, a tempest swept through the chamber. That night, Chen Changsheng bid farewell to his innocence, experiencing the intimacy of 2 lifetimes. As dawn broke, Chen Changsheng awoke, gazing at his wife nestled in his arms, a sense of fulfillment washing over him as he tenderly kissed her cheek. Acquired alchemy experience, 10 wife's affection, 50 dual cultivation bonus, 0 alchemist, 1st level beginner, experience, 18 out of 10, can break through. In that moment, Chen Changsheng was taken aback. A virtual panel suddenly materialized before him, inscribed with golden text. Could this be my extraordinary ability? At that instant, tears of joy filled his eyes. After 40 years, his long-awaited gift had finally manifested. In his early days of transmigration, he had attempted numerous times to summon this ability, but had failed each time. Just as he was ready to abandon cultivation, it had unexpectedly appeared. Was it perhaps due to her? As he rolled over, Guingxia was startled awake, her cheeks flushed. "Husband, the sun has already risen." Chen Changsheng replied, "The early morning is the best time for exercise, is it not? Don't worry, my dear, I will cherish you." Ignoring that it was her first time, he resumed his studies. Upon completion, the virtual panel appeared once more. Acquired alchemy experience, 5 wife's affection, 65 bonus, 1 alchemist, 1st level beginner, experience, 23 tenths, can upgrade. It was indeed real. This was the extraordinary ability, and it was acquired through dual cultivation. After 4 long decades, when he had thought he would never cultivate again and had resolved to settle down, his gift had emerged. Realizing that he had simply approached unlocking it incorrectly, he understood that it required dual cultivation. The notion of having no thoughts of women, one naturally cultivates the spirit, had led him astray, wasting over 40 years of his life. Fortunately, the extraordinary ability had finally appeared. With dual cultivation, he could gain alchemical experience. As the saying goes, if one's talent is lacking, let the elixirs make up for it. As a cultivator with 5-element mixed roots, he could only perform menial tasks, earning insufficient spiritual stones throughout the year. The basic elixirs suitable for early chi refinement required a minimum of 5 spiritual stones, and even 1 stone was inadequate to support a breakthrough in any realm. He had attempted to learn alchemy, but lacked resources, mentors, and talent, spending decades researching only to achieve the rank of a beginner alchemist, with less than a 30% success rate for even the simplest elixirs. Then he recalled the words can be upgraded on the simulation panel. With determination, he silently intoned, "Upgrade." Suddenly, a vast array of knowledge flooded his mind. Various alchemical techniques and mastery of fire appeared as if he had endured countless trials to refine his craft. The simulation panel changed. Alchemist, first level intermediate 13/50ths. Gazing at the panel, Chen Changsheng embraced Gu Yingxia tightly, his heart brimming with excitement at having ascended to the rank of an intermediate alchemist. This advancement meant that his success rate for crafting first-level beginner elixirs had risen to 60%, while he now possessed a 30% success rate for first-level intermediate elixirs. First-level beginner elixirs could assist in enhancing early chi refinement levels, while first-level intermediate elixirs could aid those in mid-chi refinement. Chi refinement consists of 10 layers. The first to third layers are early chi refinement. The fourth to sixth are mid-chi refinement. The seventh to ninth are late chi refinement. And the 10th layer marks the pinnacle of chi refinement. Upon reaching the 10th layer, one may attempt foundation establishment, and if successful, could become a core disciple of the celestial sect, potentially living for up to 200 years. Chapter 2. The Alchemist's Breakthrough. My lord, please show mercy to your humble servant. I am unwell and unable to attend to you. Gu Yingxia gasped, taken aback by Chen Changsheng's transformation. With a look of pitiable longing, she implored him. Chen Changsheng trembled lightly, filled with remorse as he replied, "It is entirely my fault for forgetting that this is your first experience. Allow me to treat you." With a wave of his hand, he cast a simple initial healing spell. Instantly, the weary Gu Yingxia felt rejuvenated, and the pain beneath her vanished. Blushing, she shyly remarked, "My lord, I feel I can serve you once more." "Not so fast," Chen Changsheng quickly interjected. "I understand your intentions, my dear, and there will be plenty of opportunities in the days to come. You are still inexperienced. Although I have used magic to heal you, you must rest well. I shall have someone bring you breakfast shortly. After you eat, take another nap." "My lord, you are truly wonderful," Gu Yingxia exclaimed, nestling into Chen Changsheng's embrace. Wife's affection level, 80. Bonus, 3. The virtual panel shifted once more. However, what did this bonus signify? It appeared further exploration was necessary. After reassuring Gu Yingxia, Chen Changsheng hastily rose. With his enhanced alchemical skills, he could now concoct intermediate-grade pills, invigorating his spirit. Most importantly, the success rate for basic-grade pills was a remarkable 60. This meant he could exchange them for spiritual herbs and refine them into potions, selling any surplus for resources to further his cultivation. His decision to return to Linen City stemmed not only from a desire to return to his roots, but also from a lingering dissatisfaction. A hidden alchemical market lay merely a few dozen miles from the city. Upon entering the alchemical chamber, he retrieved the spiritual herbs he had prepared for his concoctions and began the process. The first step in alchemy was extraction, drawing out the efficacy of all the herbs. The second step involved formulation, followed by the actual alchemical process. This time, he was crafting an intermediate-grade chi blood pill, which would assist mid-stage cultivators. Each pill was valued at 15 spirit stones, perfectly suited for his cultivation at the 5th level of chi training. As time passed slowly, Chen Changsheng methodically engaged in the alchemical process. Over 4 decades of cultivation had imparted to him not merely skill, but patience. Alchemy allowed no room for carelessness. One misstep could lead to a cascade of errors. Should a mistake occur, an entire batch of pills could be rendered useless. Despite the success rate for intermediate-grade pills being only 30, if he could consistently capture that 30, could he not ultimately achieve 100? Finally, after half a day had elapsed, a fragrant aroma wafted from the alchemical furnace. Chen Changsheng felt a surge of excitement. He knew the pills had been successfully created. Yet, the moment called for caution. With a swift motion, he summoned the furnace, opened its lid, and 5 pills soared into the air. Quickly, he produced a jade vial he had prepared earlier and stored the 5 pills within. At that moment, he was filled with uncontainable joy. With 5 elixirs in his possession, he resolved to consume 3 himself, reserving the remaining 2 for a future visit to the market to exchange for some spirit stones and medicinal herbs. Thus, he would perpetually replenish his resources. Although he lacked the herbs necessary for crafting mid-grade blood vitality elixirs, he still possessed a considerable quantity of herbs suitable for concocting low-grade elixirs. As time passed swiftly, a week elapsed. Through his diligent efforts, his relationship with Gu Yingxia flourished remarkably. Host, Chen Changsheng, realm, mid-stage qi refinement, 5th layer, alchemist, high grade, 1st rank, experience points, 73. 100. Affection level with wife Gu Yingxia, 100. Bonus, 5. At this point, he comprehended the significance of the bonus of 5. Aside from the initial 10 experience points gained from his first alchemical endeavor and the subsequent 5 from the second, each subsequent attempt yielded merely 1 point. The bonus of 5 multiplied this, transforming the original point into 5. Throughout this week, they engaged in fervent encounters daily, their nights filled with revelry, scarcely leaving the bed. Chen Changsheng successfully elevated his wife's affection towards him to its maximum level. The most notable achievement for him during this week was the elixirs he crafted. Regrettably, he lacked the herbs for mid to high-grade elixirs, forcing him to settle for low-grade concoctions. Fortunately, as a celestial being, the affluent families in Linen City were eager to curry favor with him, granting him the opportunity to refine another batch of blood vitality elixirs. This was a principal factor that enabled him to progress from the early to the mid-stage of qi refinement, 5th layer. After a week of alchemical practice, his stock of spirit stones and herbs had been entirely depleted, prompting Chen Changsheng to consider a trip to the market. He approached Gu Yingxia to inform her of his intentions. Understanding that her husband was going to the market to procure resources, Gu Yingxia wholeheartedly supported him. Be cautious while you are out, my dear husband. I shall await your return. Though it was her first awareness of the market, an inexplicable sense of foreboding lingered in her heart. Reflecting on the dangers Chen Changsheng had recounted from the world of cultivation over the past week, she felt a wave of anxiety wash over her. Chen Changsheng reassured her, "Do not worry, my dear. My visit to the market is solely for trade. I shall encounter no peril. Besides, I have cultivated for decades and possess some skills to manage myself." Upon departing Linen City, Chen Changsheng retrieved his flying artifact and set a course for the Feishing market. This market lay over 40 kilometers outside the city. The artifact, a superior grade tool, had cost him 80 spirit stones, and it was one of the 2 artifacts he possessed, specifically intended for swift travel. In less than half an hour, he arrived at the outskirts of the market. Feishing market was of moderate size, reputedly overseen by a foundation establishment cultivator, attracting scattered cultivators and families from thousands of miles around, as well as disciples from various celestial sects who frequented the area. At the entrance of the marketplace stood 2 cultivators at the mid-stage of qi refinement, guarding the entrance. To enter the marketplace, one needed to pay a spirit stone. Chen Changsheng hastily paid 1 spirit stone and rushed inside. The marketplace was held for 3 days every month, and by this time it was already bustling with activity. Filled with an array of cultivation resources, including elixirs, magical artifacts, talismans, and techniques. Chen Changsheng's purpose this time was to sell the elixirs he possessed in exchange for spirit stones and the medicinal herbs needed for refining more elixirs. He found a vacant spot, laid out a burlap cloth, and placed the elixirs he intended to sell upon it, along with the prices and exchange conditions clearly written. Oh, someone is selling elixirs. Among them were the 1st grade early stage Yang Dan, Lingming Dan, Lingqi Dan, and the 2nd grade mid-stage Qishua Dan. As soon as the elixirs were displayed, they immediately attracted a considerable number of cultivators, predominantly those at the early to mid stages of qi refinement. This bottle of Yang Dan is mine for 30 spirit stones. I have a Huangke fruit and a Tianhua grass. Can I exchange them for 2 Lingqi Dan? I'll take this Qishua Dan. Within 10 minutes, all the elixirs on Chen Changsheng's stall were sold out, resulting in a gain of over 100 spirit stones and more than 20 medicinal herbs, a significant harvest indeed. Following this, he visited a pharmacy to purchase the necessary herbs and a Kaixing Dan. The Kaixing Dan was also a 1st grade low-level elixir, which Chen Changsheng knew how to refine himself. However, he lacked the required materials. Afterward, he casually strolled around the marketplace, observing as the sky gradually darkened, before finally leaving and returning to the Chun residence in Linen City. Darling. At the entrance, Gu Yingxia awaited anxiously with her maid. Upon seeing Chen Changsheng return, she immediately rushed over. "My husband." Chen Changsheng comforted her. "Fear not, dear, I have returned. Let us go inside." "Dear husband, I have instructed the servants to prepare a meal. You must be hungry." Chen Changsheng smiled. "As a cultivator, I can go without food or drink for 10 days or even half a month. But in light of the sumptuous dinner you have prepared, I must indulge." "You are truly wonderful," Gu Yingxia said joyfully. After dining, they returned to their chamber. Chen Changsheng produced an elixir and a tome, placing them before Gu Yingxia. "What is this, my husband?" she inquired, puzzled. Chen Changsheng smiled. "Do you know why I chose to marry you, my dear?" Gu Yingxia shook her head. "Is it not because I am the most beautiful woman in Linen City?" Chen Changsheng chuckled. "That is but one aspect. The primary reason is that you possess a spiritual root, albeit a pseudo-spiritual root of 4 elements. Only those with spiritual roots have the opportunity to embark on the path of cultivation. Spiritual roots are categorized into the 5 elements of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. The more roots one possesses, the poorer the aptitude. Conversely, fewer roots indicate higher potential. The best aptitude is held by those with a single element heavenly spiritual root, while the worst is associated with those possessing all 5 elements, which are known as mixed spiritual roots. I, too, have a 4-element mixed spiritual root and, after over 40 years of cultivation, have only just reached the 5th layer of chi refinement. Below the 5-element mixed roots lies the realm of pseudo-spiritual roots. The pseudo-spiritual root, also known as the false spiritual root, offers a slender hope for those with mixed elemental roots to step into the realm of immortals and become a servant disciple, capable of advancing to the mid-stage of chi refinement. However, for one with a pseudo-spiritual root, merely entering the early stage of chi refinement is an extraordinary stroke of fortune. Yet, my dear, there is no need for concern. I have specifically procured a spirit awakening pill from the market to aid you in unlocking your spiritual potential. With my assistance, you shall undoubtedly enter the realm of chi refinement. Even if cultivation proves unsuccessful, we can still bear a multitude of children. Perhaps even a few who possess the coveted 4 or 3 elemental roots. As for this tome, it is the current method of cultivation I am practicing. The greenwood technique. My husband, you are truly wonderful, Guingxia said, deeply touched, tears streaming down her cheeks. Initially, when she learned she was to marry Chen Changsheng, she was overwhelmingly reluctant. Yet, what could she do? He was an immortal. Despite the Gu family being a prestigious clan in Linen, they were mere mortals before the power of an immortal, who could easily obliterate them with a mere flick of the finger. For the sake of her family, she had no choice but to wed. She had anticipated a dark future ahead, but who could have foreseen that it marked the beginning of her happiness? She, too, could cultivate and become an immortal in her parents' eyes. Chen Changsheng smiled warmly, saying, "If you truly wish to thank me, then serve me well. I have thought of a few new techniques for us to practice together." "My husband, you are so mischievous," Guingxiao replied shyly. In the crimson drapery of their chamber, the two soon became entwined. After their intimate session, Chen Changsheng noted the increase of 5 experience points with satisfaction. He was merely 22 points away from the experience needed for his next level up. With just 5 more sessions, he could elevate his alchemist rank to the pinnacle of the 1st grade. At that point, both the success rate and the quality of the elixirs he crafted would ascend to new heights, and his cultivation would accelerate significantly. In the days that followed, Chen Changsheng once again immersed himself in a fulfilling and bustling routine. With the hope of cultivation igniting his enthusiasm, he engaged in dual cultivation, alchemy, and training, while also taking on the task of guiding Guingxia in her own cultivation journey. Days turned into months, and soon a year had passed. Almost every month, Chen Changsheng made a trip to the market for transactions. This past year was immensely rewarding for him. He had accumulated substantial wealth and had officially reached the 6th level of chi refinement. Host, Chen Changsheng. Realm, late stage of chi refinement level 6. Alchemist, pinnacle of 1st grade, experience points, 607500. Wife, Guingxia. Affection level, 100, bonus, 5. Realm, early stage of chi refinement level 1. In the span of a year, with the aid of countless elixirs, Guingxia finally entered the 1st level of chi refinement. However, at this level, one could only attain a light and agile physique, with their inner spiritual energy barely the size of a hair. In combat, they would be outmatched by even a moderately skilled martial artist. The prospect of casting spells remained a distant dream. Even the simplest low-tier spells required one to be at least at the 2nd level of chi refinement to practice and wield effectively. The only source of Chen Changsheng's frustration lay in his alchemical skills. Despite having reached the pinnacle of the 1st rank, with experience surpassing the threshold for advancement, he remained unable to ascend to the status of a 2nd-rank alchemist. A 2nd-rank alchemist possesses the ability to concoct the elixirs essential for foundational cultivators, enjoying a status far superior to that of ordinary foundational practitioners in the realm of cultivation. Even within the celestial sects, they are regarded as key figures worthy of significant cultivation. In the esteemed families of the cultivation world, they are revered akin to ancestral spirits. Upon diligent research, Chen Changsheng discerned that his own cultivation level constrained his alchemical proficiency. His 5-element mixed spiritual roots, dubbed as inferior, indeed proved to be a hindrance. Merely achieving mid-stage chi refinement was a stroke of extraordinary fortune. Had he possessed a 4 or 3-element spiritual root, the elixirs he had crafted over the past year would have propelled him into the late stage of chi refinement. Yet, He found himself merely at the 6th layer of qi refinement after over 40 years of cultivation. Throughout his journey, Chen Changsheng had encountered various hardships. Attaining the 6th layer from the 5th was a source of satisfaction for him. Breakthroughs herald a promising future. Moreover, the transition from the 5th to the 6th layer typically requires 2 to 3 years, even for those with 3-element spiritual roots. He, however, had accomplished this in just a year. This past year had yielded considerable gains, including a substantial sum of spirit stones, over 2,000 in total. When he initially departed from the celestial sect, he had utilized all his savings to procure 2 magical artifacts, one a high-grade defensive tool and the other a flying apparatus. As he visited the market each month over the past year, he had subtly sensed a pair of watchful eyes trailing him. With his current abundance of spirit stones, he began to contemplate the acquisition of a superior magical artifact. Chapter 4. My dear husband, do you desire a concubine? As Chen Changsheng prepared for another trip to the marketplace, he intended to inform Gu Yingxiao of his plans. To his surprise, Gu Yingxiao abruptly addressed him. Ahem. Chen Changsheng was taken aback, puzzled. My dear, what do you mean by that? With a somber expression, Gu Yingxiao replied, Husband, I have been wed to you for a year, yet have not borne you any children. I feel I have failed you. Chen Changsheng responded. I do not see it as a concern. Matters of pregnancy are left to fate. Gu Yingxiao, biting her lip, retorted. Did you not marry me to expand the lineage of the Chen family and ensure its continuation? At this juncture, she hesitated slightly, as if steeling herself for a significant declaration, and resolutely stated, Husband, should you wish it, I shall bring someone to you. Chen Changsheng was at a loss for words. He had not anticipated his wife would proactively propose the idea of taking a concubine. He had indeed contemplated this matter through his research on his unique ability. He realized that engaging in dual cultivation with women possessing spiritual roots would grant him valuable cultivation experience. However, this was a secular land, and encountering Gu Yingxiao, who possessed a pseudo-spiritual root, was already a remarkable stroke of luck. Unless he could elevate his own cultivation further, ideally reaching the late stage of qi refinement. Perhaps he could, through his own means, wed women of inferior qualifications who possessed genuine spiritual roots. Yet, given his current level of cultivation, he feared he might be lacking in capability. Chen Changsheng shook his head and said, Let us not speak of taking a concubine any further. Gu Yingxiao inquired, My lord, do you intend to take only those with spiritual roots as your wives? Chen Changsheng, filled with remorse, responded, My dear wife, Gu Yingxiao continued, I understand your thoughts. It is commonplace for men to take multiple wives. My father has 5. As long as you hold me dear in your heart, I shall be content. Chen Changsheng reassured her, Rest assured, you will always be my first wife, my first woman. No matter how many others I may take in the future, I will always cherish you. With that, he embraced Gu Yingxiao, who was deeply moved and nodded vigorously. I trust you, my lord. Do you still remember the method you taught me to test for spiritual roots? Yes, what is it? Chen Changsheng casually asked. Gu Yingxiao replied. I returned home and tested my family. I discovered that my younger sister also possesses a spiritual root. Moreover, her root is even superior to mine. Likely a mixed root of 5 elements. Having been married to you for over a year without bearing a son or daughter, my father's desire is to marry my sister to you as well. When did you acquire a younger sister? Chen Changsheng inquired. Gu Yingxiao explained. My younger sister went away to learn martial arts a few years ago. She has just returned, and she is even more beautiful than I am. If you agree, I shall inform my father. Chen Changsheng felt a stirring in his heart. With such beauty as his elder sister, reputed to be the most beautiful woman in linen, her sister would surely be no less enchanting. However, today marked the monthly opening of the Feishing market, a time not to be missed. He said, Let us discuss your sister's matter upon my return. I must step out for now. Gu Yingxiao had long grown accustomed to her husband's monthly outings and nodded. You may go. The matter of taking a concubine shall be left to me. At the Feishing market, upon Chen Changsheng's arrival, he immediately attracted the attention of numerous cultivators. Over the past year, he had frequented the market each month, selling a substantial quantity of elixirs, including many high-grade ones. Last month, he even produced 3 pinnacle-grade elixirs. Friend Chen, you have finally arrived. Do you have Xianhuang Dan for sale? I want as many as you have. Xianhuang Dan is an exquisite pinnacle elixir that aids in the late stages of qi cultivation and is exceptionally rare, valued at hundreds of spirit stones each. However, Chen Changsheng sought not only spirit stones, but also valuable spiritual herbs. The inquirer, named Qin Chuan, was a generous man with a mixed spiritual root. In the later stages of qi cultivation, appearing to be in his 40s, and had become one of Chen Changsheng's most significant patrons over the past year. Chen Changsheng nodded and said, I have 3 in total, but you are aware of my conditions. Xianhuang Dan is not easy to refine. Even a pinnacle-grade alchemist has only a 30% success rate. but with the aid of his golden finger, Chen Changsheng's success rate soared to 100%. He had refined 6 elixirs, keeping 3 for himself to use upon reaching the later stages of qi cultivation, and brought the remaining 3 for trade. Qin Chuan remarked, "Isn't it just Xianhuang root and earth dragon blood? I've prepared them, along with 200 spirit stones. Xianhuang root and earth dragon blood are the 2 primary ingredients for refining Xianhuang Dan, both being pinnacle-grade spiritual herbs." Upon receiving the medicinal pills, Qin Chuan inquired, "Friend Chen, do you possess any detoxification pills or healing elixirs? I am willing to purchase as many as you have." Chen Changsheng shook his head, responding, "I do not have detoxification pills, but I do have a few healing elixirs. Healing elixirs are classified as high-grade first-tier pills, priced at 50 to 60 spirit stones each. Are you perhaps planning to venture into the Flowing Cloud's secret realm, my friend?" Chen Changsheng's heart stirred. The Flowing Cloud's secret realm is one of the numerous small secret realms controlled by the Tai immortal sect, and it is the only one that is open to the public. It opens once every decade, allowing only qi refinement stage cultivators to enter. Those above this stage would be immediately expelled by the realm. Though small, the secret realm is rich in treasures, teeming with fierce beasts, rare artifacts, spirit herbs, and mineral resources. Most treasures are of the first tier, with a scant few of the second tier. The primary objective for many entering the secret realm is treasure hunting. For loose cultivators, life is arduous, and only by entering an immortal sect can one harbor hope. There are 2 pathways to gain entry into a sect. One must possess extraordinary talent, such as having a tri-elemental spirit root, or one must offer treasures, which must be of at least second-tier quality, to be accepted as a servant disciple. Chen Changsheng himself was able to join the sect by presenting a second-tier treasure. The secret realm is rife with treasures, yet equally fraught with peril. Each time cultivators enter, those who return safely are but a rare 1 in 10. However, this remains the sole avenue to procure second-tier treasures. Who would not wish to take a chance? After over 40 years of cultivation, Chen Changsheng had contemplated daring the secret realm, hoping to encounter a second-tier treasure that might enable a foundation-building cultivator to assist him in refining his essence and enhancing his innate qualities. He had prepared to purchase 2 high-grade magical artifacts. Regrettably, the high mortality rate of the Flowing Cloud's secret realm had instilled fear within him, leading him to abandon the idea, leave the sect, marry, and lead the remainder of his life in peace. Nevertheless, Qin Chuan's desire to acquire detoxification and healing pills served as a wake-up call, with just over 2 months until the opening of the Flowing Cloud's secret realm. The prices of such pills would undoubtedly rise significantly during this period. Furthermore, magical artifacts and talismans would likely see price increases as well. It was imperative that he hastened to procure his artifacts. Chapter 5. The Shadowless Needle. Wanbao Zhai, the largest trading venue within the Feishing market, offers a vast array of wares, including magical treasures, talismans, elixirs, cultivation techniques, and formation plates. However, its downside is its exorbitant prices. It is said that the proprietor is none other than the owner of the Feishing market himself. For illicit dealings, Wanbao Zhai is undoubtedly the prime choice. Previously, Chen Changsheng had visited several times to gather spirit herbs for alchemy, and the proprietor, having recognized him, approached immediately upon his entrance, inquiring, "What spirit herbs do you require today, friend Chen?" Chen Changsheng remarked, "Xianyuan root, iron grass, rainbow fruit, and summer mushroom grass. Let us adhere to the old customs and procure 2 portions of each." He requested a veritable assortment of over a dozen spiritual herbs, all intended for alchemical refinement. The shopkeeper chuckled and replied, "Dear Chen, your current purchase exceeds your previous acquisitions by a factor of 2. As you are requesting double portions this time, the price has likewise doubled. Additionally, due to a recent 10% increase in the prices of spiritual herbs, the total comes to 260 spirit stones." Without hesitation, Chen Changsheng paid the required amount of spirit stones, his resolve strengthened. It appeared he would need to engage in extensive alchemical production. With the opening of the Luyan secret realm, he aimed to profit handsomely. Possessing spirit stones would enable him to acquire further resources. Previously, Chen Changsheng had forsaken his cultivation due to a bleak future, opting to return to Linen City. However, with the awakening of his unique abilities, he now had hope for strength through marriage and a renewed path in cultivation. His thoughts became more vibrant. Although Linen City was pleasant, it no longer served as a suitable environment for a cultivator. He contemplated his future in cultivation and recognized 2 paths before him, one leading back to the immortal sect and the other towards establishing a cultivation family. The first step to founding such a family would be amassing abundant resources, followed by securing a location conducive to family cultivation. The marketplace emerged as the optimal choice. Firstly, it was guarded by foundational cultivators, ensuring enhanced safety. Secondly, The spiritual energy here far surpassed that of Linen City, making it far more suitable for cultivation and alchemical endeavors. Moreover, he might encounter female wandering cultivators, potentially allowing for the formation of dual cultivation partnerships. After collecting the spiritual herbs, Chen Changsheng inquired, "Shopkeeper, do you have any exquisite magical artifacts to recommend, preferably those adept in offense?" "Indeed, we have plenty," the shopkeeper beamed, recognizing the lucrative opportunity. Exquisite magical artifacts are valued at over 1,000 spirit stones, with the finest reaching 2,000 or 3,000. Soon, the shopkeeper presented 3 exquisite magical artifacts before Chen Changsheng, stating, "The flame sword, an exquisite magical artifact forged from flame crystal, unleashes fiery blasts that incinerate adversaries, valued at 1,800 spirit stones. The shadow needle, crafted from the essence of the 5 elements, strikes unseen and kills without a trace, excelling in stealthy assaults, valued at 2,000 spirit stones. The yin-yang ring, interlinked with 1 yin and 1 yang, serves both offensive and defensive purposes, valued at 2,500 spirit stones. Each of these artifacts is exceptional in its own right. It merely depends on which one you prefer, dear Chun. I presume your acquisition of these artifacts is in preparation for entering the Luyan secret realm. Any single artifact could significantly enhance your strength. However, if your spirit stones permit, I would recommend the yin-yang ring for its balanced offense and defense, greatly increasing your safety." Chen Changsheng gazed longingly at the 3 magical artifacts, desiring each. Yet, he understood that he could purchase only one. After a year of consistently selling elixirs, and considering his recent expenditure, he possessed precisely 2,600 spirit stones. The yin-yang ring was indeed the most advantageous, with its dual capabilities of offense and defense. Nevertheless, he held a particular interest in the shadow needle, a weapon of stealth. With a determined expression, he declared, "I desire the shadowless needle." The shopkeeper momentarily hesitated, then responded with a smile, "The shadowless needle, indeed a fine choice. Fellow cultivator Chun, your discernment is commendable. This treasure excels in stealth attacks and is a rare magical artifact. Moreover, its compact size makes it easily refined and mastered. Merely a drop of blood is required for initial refinement. Would you like to store it away, or shall we refine it now?" Chen Changsheng produced 2,000 spirit stones and handed them over, saying, "Let us refine it now." The shadowless needle, measuring only the length of a finger and as slender as a silver pin, was received by Chen Changsheng. He gently pricked his finger, allowing a drop of blood to fall upon the needle. In an instant, a crimson glow flashed and was absorbed into the shadowless needle, which immediately soared into the air. Hovering before Chen Changsheng, his heart brimmed with joy. With a wave of his hand, he stowed the needle away. The acquisition of the shadowless needle brought him a sense of security, complementing his previous high-grade defensive and flying magical artifacts, effectively arming him to the teeth. His combat prowess saw a significant increase. Although he was only at the late stage of the 6th layer of Qi refinement, he felt confident in his ability to contend with advanced Qi refinement cultivators of the 7th layer. Upon exiting the treasure pavilion, Chen Changsheng did not rush away, but instead strolled through various stalls. Soon, one particular stall captured his attention. To his surprise, it displayed a first-grade high-quality talisman, and it was not priced at a single spirit stone. Talismans serve to store spells, allowing users to shatter them or throw them to unleash their magic with minimal effort. In battle, they could be the deciding factor, potentially saving one's life. Casting spells requires a significant amount of magical energy, whereas talismans consume less than 1/5 of that energy and take a third less time to deploy than casting spells. The sole drawback is that talismans are one-time use items. Achieving the status of a talisman master is esteemed, rivaling that of alchemists and weapon refiners. After more than 40 years of cultivation, Chen Changsheng had attempted to become a talisman master, but, regrettably, lacked the talent and did not even make it through the threshold. He inquired, "Fellow cultivator, how much for the talismans?" The stall owner, a young man appearing to be in his 20s, responded in a cold tone, "These talismans are not for sale. I only exchanged them for healing pills and detoxification pills." Chen Changsheng was taken aback. Here was a first-grade high-quality talisman, yet it was not available for purchase. It turned out that only healing and detoxification pills were acceptable. Under ordinary circumstances, these pills would not be as valuable as the talisman. However, with the imminent opening of the Flowing Cloud secret realm, the detoxification and healing pills were far more precious than the first-grade talisman. Although Chen Changsheng possessed pills, he hesitated to part with them. After weighing the pros and cons, he said, "I do not have detoxification pills, but I can offer you 2 first-grade healing pills for those 2 talismans." "Agreed," the stall owner exclaimed, his eyes lighting up as he hurriedly handed over the 2 talismans to Chen Changsheng, wary of any change of heart. Satisfied with his acquisition of the 2 talismans, Chen Changsheng prepared to leave the market, unaware that two cultivators were stealthily following him from a distance. Chapter 6. Ambushed by assailants, one stout and one slender. With a fierce countenance and an aura emanating with a hint of bloodlust, two notorious brothers, Zhao Long and Zhao Hu, were infamous in these parts for their predatory pursuits of solitary cultivators. It was evident that they had set their sights on Chen Changsheng. Zhao Hu remarked, "Brother, this old fellow has caught my attention for quite some time. He frequents the market every month, trading numerous elixirs. I estimate he possesses at least 2,000 spirit stones. And he seems quite adept at alchemy, with plenty of potions on him. Capturing him would be equivalent to years of our endeavors in this market." Zhao Long's eyes gleamed with excitement. "What are we waiting for? Let us follow him and seize what is ours." "Right away, elder brother," Zhao Hu replied with a grin. As Chen Changsheng departed from the market, he, as was his custom, did not head directly to Linen City. Instead, he deliberately circumnavigated the market, ensuring no one was tailing him before making his way back. Having navigated the world of cultivation for over 40 years, Chen Changsheng understood a crucial principle: caution must be paramount. The realm of cultivation was fraught with deception, robbery, and bloodshed. A moment's carelessness could lead to irrevocable demise. Chen Changsheng's meticulous maneuvers left the Zhao brothers feeling frustrated. Zhao Hu fumed. "Damn it, this old fellow is indeed astute. Do you think he has sensed us and is leading us in circles? Brother, why not just strike here?" Zhao Long frowned. "Do not be hasty. There are often cultivators passing through here. It is unwise to act. Look, he has indeed circled back. If memory serves me, there is a deep valley ahead. An ideal place to make our move." The brothers hastened after him. Upon reaching the valley, they were dismayed to find that Chen Changsheng was nowhere to be seen. A sense of foreboding gripped them. "This is bad. We've been discovered. We must leave at once," they exclaimed, swiftly turning to exit the valley. Suddenly, a figure emerged from behind. Upon closer inspection, it was none other than Chen Changsheng himself. "Why are you two planning to leave without claiming the treasures I possess?" he inquired, his words barely leaving his lips before he launched an attack, deftly sending forth a talisman. Having traversed the world of cultivation for over 4 decades, Chen Changsheng had also learned a vital lesson: when action is warranted, one must not hesitate. His caution did not preclude him from striking. When he did, he would unleash his full strength, for even a lion exerts itself when hunting a mere rabbit, let alone when faced with adversaries. The brothers believed they had followed him stealthily, yet Chen Changsheng was already aware. He unleashed one of the 2 first-grade superior talismans he had just obtained from the market, the Wind Blade Talisman. Once activated, it would conjure a tempest of blades, ready to ensnare his foes. Zhao Long, at the late stage of Qi refinement 6th level, and Zhao Hu, at the mid-stage of the same level, were a well-coordinated duo. Chen Changsheng could not afford to underestimate them. As he made his move, the brothers dropped their pretense and shouted, "Since you know we are here to rob you, hand over your treasures, or prepare to meet your end in this desolate wilderness." In that instant, the brothers launched their counterattack. One individual wielding a round shield actively defended against the onslaught of wind blades, while another ascended into the sky, evading the attack from the wind blade array. Suddenly, he plummeted rapidly, thrusting his flying sword toward Chen Changsheng. Chen Tian, wary of the impending danger, understood that in a duel between cultivators, a moment's carelessness could lead to death. With a flick of his wrist, a pagoda-like treasure manifested in his grasp. He swiftly executed the incantation, causing the pagoda to levitate above him, emanating a protective glow. The recently acquired Shadowless Needle was silently unleashed. The Shadowless Needle, a supreme artifact, was adept at stealth and deception. Indeed, Zhao Long was immediately captivated by Chen Changsheng's pagoda, oblivious to the impending threat of the Shadowless Needle. By the time he realized the peril, it was too late. The needle surged toward his face. Panic-stricken, he attempted to evade, but it was futile. The Shadowless Needle pierced through his heart. His body stiffened, a bitter expression etched upon his face. "This is the exquisite Shadowless Needle from Wanbao Zhai. You actually managed to obtain it. It seems we have chosen our target wisely," he remarked. Chen Changsheng retorted, "Indeed, you chose well, but alas, while you came to rob, you shall not live to enjoy it." Zhao Long replied, "You speak the truth. I do not regret robbing you, only lament that I did not do so sooner." With a thud, Zhao Long fell like a kite severed from its string. Brother, Zhao Hu, who had just withstood the wind blade array, wore a face of despair. He glared at Chen Changsheng, shouting, "You dare to kill my brother. I will avenge him." Chen Changsheng coldly responded, "The killer must be killed. If you seek to take my life, be prepared to lose yours. Since your brother has perished, you shall join him in death. A family must remain united." In a fit of rage, Zhao Hu brandished a flying sword and charged at Chen Changsheng. At that moment, Chen Changsheng's murderous intent solidified. and he prepared to unleash the shadowless needle against Zhao Hu. However, just as Zhao Hu surged forward, he suddenly halted, turned abruptly, and fled. Chen Changsheng was left speechless. Wasn't he supposed to avenge his brother? And yet, he chose to flee. Thinking he could escape was a grave miscalculation. In the perilous world of cultivation, one misstep could lead to annihilation. Such acts of violence and treasure-seeking were commonplace, and he had no desire to leave a potential threat or enemy behind. Chen Changsheng immediately pursued him. At this moment, his superior flying artifact proved invaluable. With a few swift movements, he closed the distance to Zhao Hu. The shadowless needle shot forth with a whoosh. Zhao Hu, terrified, hastily raised his round shield in defense. Clang. The shield, indeed a defensive treasure, appeared to be on par with Chen Changsheng's pagoda. The attack of the shadowless needle was effectively thwarted. Chen Changsheng furrowed his brow slightly, and, gritting his teeth, activated another first-tier superior talisman, a bursting fireball spell. This low-level supreme spell would explode upon contact with its target. The distance was not far, and a swift resolution was essential to avoid attracting the attention of other cultivators. The talismans were mere disposable treasures, and the sight of two first-tier superior talismans caused Chen Changsheng a pang of sorrow. As the talismans soared through the air, Zhao Hu once again raised his round shield. Yet in an instant, the sword in his hand darted forth, aiming directly at Chen Changsheng. The talismans arrived in the blink of an eye, colliding violently with the round shield. A thunderous explosion erupted, sending Zhao Hu's shield flying from his grasp, and even the sword he had unleashed was sent reeling. The opportunity had arrived. Chen Changsheng let out a cold snort, and the shadowless needle shot forth once more. This needle, elusive and untraceable, returned automatically after each attack. Without the shield to obstruct its path, the shadowless needle pierced through Zhao Hu's brow, eliminating both Zhao Long and Zhao Hu. A sigh of relief escaped Chen Changsheng as he swiftly gathered the brothers' corpses and the fallen treasures, hastily departing from the scene. The earlier explosion of the talismans would undoubtedly alert nearby cultivators. No sooner had he made his exit than several figures rushed onto the scene. Observing the chaos, the group of cultivators quickly deduced that a fierce battle had just transpired. They had arrived too late and missed the spectacle. It appeared that a certain cultivator had been targeted by those nefarious practitioners and had suffered a robbery, but the identity of the cultivator remained a mystery. Who could it be? Have they come to harm? One cultivator exclaimed in indignation. This was a fate he had encountered before, the lament of wandering cultivators. In his own encounter, he had been compelled to part with his wealth to avoid disaster, and he felt a twinge of sympathy for the robbed cultivator. Look, isn't this shattered identity token belonging to the Zhao brothers? Suddenly, one cultivator unearthed half of a token from the dirt. Indeed, it was theirs. Once again, they had resorted to robbing fellow cultivators. They were the bane of the Flying Star market. How many times had it been? It was imperative to report this to Lord Flying Star and track down the Zhao brothers. If they continued their rampage, who would dare to visit the Flying Star market? As the cultivators spoke, they returned to the Flying Star market to lodge their complaint, unaware that the Zhao brothers, who had been robbing others, had met their demise this time around. Chen Changsheng had carried the bodies of Zhao Long and Zhao Hu over 10 kilometers before finally finding a concealed location to set down the corpses and commence his looting. Delighted by the treasures before him, Chen Changsheng reveled in the spoils of his endeavor. Indeed, robbing was a swift means of acquiring wealth. Before him lay 3 pieces of superior-grade magical artifacts, over 50 elixirs, among them more than 10 first-tier superior elixirs, over 20 first-tier medium elixirs, and 20 or more first-tier inferior elixirs, with more than half seemingly of his own concoction. There were also several talismans, predominantly first-tier medium and low-grade. Most abundant were the spirit stones, exceeding 3,000 in number. To think that after toiling for more than a year, he had amassed a mere 2,000 spirit stones. These two brothers possessed over 3,000. Fortunately, they had not procured a single top-tier magical artifact. Otherwise, the outcome of this encounter might have been far less certain. Chen Changsheng had no idea that the price of an exquisite magical artifact hovered around 2,000 spirit stones. The two brothers intended to gather over 5,000 spirit stones, with each of them acquiring 1 piece. In addition to this, there were numerous spiritual materials valued at no less than 1,000 spirit stones. After storing the treasures away, he cast a fireball, and within a minute, the two brothers were reduced to ashes, dissipating into the air with a mere breeze. Upon returning to the Chun residence in Linen, he found Gu Yingxia waiting at the entrance with her maid. Elated at his return, she rushed to him. "Husband." With a smile, Chen Changsheng embraced the rushing Gu Yingxia, gently inquiring, "Why haven't you gone to rest yet, my dear?" She playfully pouted. "I was waiting for you to return, my husband. Why have you come back so late?" "I was so worried." Chen Changsheng reassured her, "But I am back now. Aren't I? I know you've been longing for me. and I've missed you dearly. You are so naughty. Gu Yingxia blushed, playfully scolding him. He laughed heartily. I have even more mischievous plans in store. With that, he scooped her up and strode toward their chambers. After a tempestuous night, Gu Yingxia lay exhausted in Chen Changsheng's embrace, asking, Husband, regarding what I mentioned about my sister marrying you when you visited the market, have you given it any thought? He nodded. Bring her here. Yes, she replied. Husband, you are too strong. I can hardly keep up. Having Ling Er assist me in serving you will make things much easier. I will have Ling Er come tomorrow, she added. Very well. The thought of marrying again stirred excitement within Chen Changsheng. He said, My dear, it's getting late. You should rest soon. Only then did Gu Yingxia close her eyes. Chen Changsheng opened his status panel. A dual cultivation session had granted him 5 experience points. He pondered what benefits his wife's sister could provide him. Host, Chen Changsheng. Realm, late stage Qi refining 6th layer. Alchemist, pinnacle 1st rank, experience points, 612500. Wife, Gu Yingxia. Affinity, 100, bonus, 5. Realm, early stage Qi refining 1st layer, regrettably. Alchemical experience could not be converted into alchemist rank. Chen Changsheng had an inkling of the underlying reasons. 3 essential elements were required for alchemy: a soul, inner spiritual fire, and alchemical experience. While he possessed ample experience, he lacked both a soul and inner spiritual fire. Ultimately, his cultivation method was inadequate. The Qingmu Ju, being the most fundamental technique of the immortal sect, was of modest power yet extraordinarily easy to cultivate, primarily allowing advancement only to the peak of Qi refining. Previously, Chen Changsheng had chosen this method due to its simplicity, but now it seemed prudent to seek a more advanced technique. The night passed without incident. Early the following morning, Chen Changsheng awoke to find Gu Yingxia absent from his side. After dressing, he inquired with the servants and soon learned that she had returned to her family home, undoubtedly to fetch her sister. As Chen Changsheng rose from his slumber and meticulously organized the medicinal herbs he had procured from the market within the alchemy room, Gu Yingxia returned, accompanied by an extraordinary beauty who could rival her in appearance. Remarkably, the two shared a striking resemblance, though their demeanors diverged. Gu Yingxia embodied the grace of a delicate flower, while this new woman exuded a spirited vitality, likely a result of her fervent dedication to martial arts. My husband. This is my sister, Gu Ling. Little sister, meet my husband, who will also be your husband in the future, Gu Yingxia introduced them. Gu Linker scrutinized Chen Changsheng from head to toe, inquiring, You truly intend to marry me? You do not wish to marry me? Chen Changsheng refrained from providing a direct answer, instead retorting with a question. Gu Linger shook her head and explained, I am aware of your status as a cultivator, and I possess a spirit root, albeit a feeble one. Only by marrying you can I embark upon my cultivation journey. However, if those malevolent cultivators discover that I possess a mixed element spirit root, they will abduct me to use as a furnace, leaving me in a state of despair. Chen Changsheng was left speechless, realizing that his wife had essentially lured her sister into this predicament. Noticing his gaze, Gu Yingxia quickly defended herself, My husband. I merely wish to provide my sister with a secure future. Chapter 8. Elevating the cultivation method. Nevertheless, what Gu Linger spoke of was not without merit. The world of cultivation was fraught with peril. Very well, Chen Changsheng declared, From this moment forth, you shall be my wife. As night fell, Chen Changsheng did not celebrate their union with a grand feast, as he had when marrying Gu Yingxia, but instead conducted a modest ceremony with the members of the Chen household before ushering them into the bridal chamber. Inside the chamber, as he lifted the red veil, an enchanting beauty with an aura of both vigor and shyness appeared before him. Chen Changsheng's heart raced with exhilaration. In 2 lifetimes, he had transitioned from an ordinary man to one who not only took a wife, but 2. My beloved, I have arrived, he exclaimed eagerly. Gu Linger nodded earnestly, saying, Husband, I am ready. Soon, the room was engulfed in a tempest of passion. Hours later, as Chen Changsheng held the peacefully slumbering Gu Linger in his arms, a wave of guilt washed over him. Despite their newfound union, he had failed to temper his primal instincts. With his cultivation level rising and his expertise in crafting specific elixirs enhancing his abilities, he found that one woman was truly insufficient to contain his desires. Casting a healing spell upon Gu Linger, he finally felt at ease to access the virtual panel. The moment he did, he was utterly astonished. Acquired cultivation method experience, 10. Wife Gu Linger's affection level, 65. Bonus, 1. Detected that host's primary cultivation method is the Greenwood Arts, experience automatically allocated to it. Primary cultivation method, Greenwood Arts, first tier low-grade method, experience level, 2910, is eligible for enhancement. The prospect of elevating his cultivation method was simply astounding. What else could be improved? It was essential to understand that the level of a cultivation method determined the upper limits of one's cultivation potential. For instance, the Qingmu technique, a first-tier martial art, has the potential to cultivate one to the pinnacle of qi refinement. However, when comparing first-tier inferior techniques to first-tier intermediate ones, the disparity in speed and enhancement is considerable. In the early stages of qi refinement, the difference may be negligible, but as one progresses into the mid-stages, the superiority of the first-tier intermediate technique becomes evident, offering significantly greater benefits to both body and soul. The sole advantage of the inferior technique lies in its lower requirements for comprehension and aptitude. Yet, a first-tier technique remains just that, a first-tier technique. Once one enters the foundation establishment stage, further cultivation of a first-tier technique becomes impossible. This was particularly evident when encountering Zhao Long and Zhao Hu. Had it not been for his unexpected tactics and formidable artifacts, he would have truly struggled against them. The same principle applies to alchemy. This realization served as a wake-up call for Chen Changsheng. Initially, he had contemplated dedicating himself to mastering a powerful technique, but now he understood that continuous dual cultivation sufficed to elevate the level of his techniques. It is important to note that specializing in a technique is no trivial endeavor. The first step requires abandoning the original technique, dispersing its energy throughout the body, and then gradually refining oneself in the new technique, a process that could take months or even years. In higher realms, this could extend to decades. Regardless of one's innate talent, those with lesser aptitude would inevitably spend even more time. Chen Changsheng was eager to enhance his skills. In the next moment, a surge of profound information flooded his mind. As the golden finger modified the Qingmu technique he had been practicing, it became more profound and powerful. Having cultivated the Qingmu technique for over 40 years, he had long since mastered it. Previously, he feared that the speed of his cultivation would be inadequate for more advanced techniques. Now, having reached the pinnacle of a first-tier alchemist, he found that insufficient aptitude could be compensated for by the elixirs themselves. This enhancement not only deepened the technique, but also elevated his realm to the peak of the 6th level of qi refinement. A month swiftly passed. During this time, Gulinger gradually integrated into their lives. After a month of dual cultivation, Chen Changsheng experienced daily happiness and joy. Alchemy and cultivation progressed smoothly, with Gulinger, under Chen Changsheng's guidance and aided by ample elixirs, successfully embarking on the path of cultivation. Similarly, Gu Yingxiao also achieved a minor breakthrough, and even the Qingmu technique reached the level of a first-tier superior technique. Host, Chen Changsheng. Realm, peak of the 6th level of qi refinement. Alchemist, first-tier elite alchemist, experience, 822500. Primary technique, Qingmu technique, first-tier superior technique, experience, 180200. Wife Gu Yingxiao. Affinity, 100, bonus, 5. Realm, mid-stage of the 1st level of qi refinement, wife Gu Linger. Affinity, 90, bonus, 4. Realm, early stage of the 1st level of qi refinement. The Qingmu technique is merely 20 experience points away from being upgraded to a first-tier elite technique. Chen Changsheng has a feeling that before his own cultivation reaches a higher level, the technique's elevation to a second-tier technique might also lead to an upgrade in his alchemist status. However, the requisite experience is quite substantial. Presently, Gu Ling's favorability towards me stands at a mere 90, with an additional enhancement of only 4. Having entered the initial stage of qi training, each advancement yields an increase of 2 points, resulting in a total of 8 points post-enhancement. I am confident that it will not be long before I can progress further. A month has passed, marking the day of the reopening of the Feishing market. Yet, Chen Changsheng hesitated. The opening of the Luyun secret realm was imminent. Countless wandering cultivators and those from less capable families were all stirred with anticipation, hoping to seize this opportunity to acquire second-tier treasures and gain entry into the celestial gates. In their pursuit of admission to the celestial realm, they would not hesitate to commit heinous acts, including murder and arson, or even to submit themselves to others as mere subservience. After spending over 40 years within the celestial gates, Chen Changsheng understood all too well the ruthless nature of these sanctuaries. Those with exceptional talents and boundless potential could secure a promising future within, but for those lacking, entering the celestial gates might render one's existence less fulfilling than that of a wandering cultivator. He himself was a prime example of this truth. Although he had been within the celestial gates for over 40 years, he found himself perpetually occupied, inundated with trivial matters, and often bowing his head in humility. Ultimately, after careful consideration, Chen Changsheng resolved to venture out once more. This time, he had 3 objectives. First, to seek a dual cultivation technique. Second, to sell off surplus elixirs and procure some herbs in return. And third, to explore the possibility of acquiring a residence within the market. Despite the dangers inherent in visiting the market, it also brims with opportunities, particularly with the skyrocketing prices of elixirs, marking the ideal moment for lucrative gains. Moreover, with utmost caution, safety should still be attainable. Most importantly, with the elevation of the Qingmu technique to a first-tier superior level, his combat prowess had enhanced by at least 20%. Even if he encountered a cultivator at the 7th level of Qi training, he could still evade capture, if not emerge victorious. After confiding with his 2 wives, Chen Changsheng quietly departed from Linen City. Within half a day, he arrived at the Fashing market. Upon paying his spirit stone, he entered the bustling market, which instantly astonished him. This time, the number of people within the market had evidently more than doubled compared to before. Chapter 9. The plan to acquire a residence in the market. Fellow Taoist Chen, you have finally arrived. I wonder if you possess any healing elixirs or detoxification pills this time. Over the past year, Chen Changsheng had become somewhat of a celebrity within the market, renowned for his prowess as an alchemist. Even within the celestial gates, alchemists held a notably high status. Not to mention among wandering cultivators, alchemists are exceedingly rare. Even when present, they are often of low rank, capable of producing only mid to low tier first-tier elixirs. Whereas Chen Changsheng could offer first-tier superior elixirs. With a smile, Chen Changsheng addressed the gathering. Everyone, please remain calm, one at a time, and the rules remain unchanged. However, I must add one stipulation. I am seeking a commendable dual cultivation technique. Instantly, a curious cultivator inquired, could it be that fellow Taoist Chen has taken a wife? Chen Changsheng did not conceal the truth, responding affirmatively, indeed, I have taken 2. Laughter erupted among the assembly of cultivators, who joyfully exclaimed, congratulations, fellow Taoist Chen. You are indeed fortunate to enjoy such blessings. With the alchemical skills of Chen Daoyu, he is poised to establish a family of cultivators. The realm of cultivation can be categorized into scattered practitioners, cultivation families, and sections. Typically, the markets are dominated by foundation establishment practitioners, cultivation families, and sections. Behind the Fashing market stands a formidable foundation establishment practitioner. As the conversation unfolded, Chen Changsheng presented the elixirs he wished to exchange, laying them before the gathered crowd. Among them was a first-tier superior healing elixir and a first-tier superior detoxification elixir. I will take these, he declared, and do not compete with me. Instantly, a frenzy of competition ensued. Sensing the soaring prices, Chen Changsheng was unreserved, selling them at a price twice that of before. He amassed a considerable fortune of over 1,000 spirit stones, along with some rare medicinal herbs, though they were primarily of lower to mid-tier quality. Unfortunately, he did not acquire items such as the Xianhuang root or earth dragon blood this time, suggesting that someone was hoarding valuable herbs. As for the dual cultivation techniques, he was unable to procure any. After all, dual cultivation methods are merely auxiliary techniques, requiring a partner for effective training. Women, in particular, tend to impede the cultivation speed. Unless one possesses an exceptionally powerful technique, dual cultivation often pales in comparison to systematic practice. Only Chen Changsheng, due to marrying Gu Linger, could elevate his cultivation level. Fortunately, he had the means and thus decided to visit the Wanbao Studio. As one of the enterprises under the control of Fashing Market, Wanbao Studio offers a vast array of medicinal herbs and cultivation techniques. Upon his return, the proprietor had long recognized Chen Changsheng as a valued customer and promptly attended to him, ensuring all medicinal herbs were ready. After settling the payment, Chen Changsheng inquired, Master Shopkeeper, might you have any dual cultivation techniques available? The shopkeeper replied, indeed, we have one that has been here for over a decade. Soon, the joyful technique was placed before Chen Changsheng, a first-tier superior technique. Since you are a loyal customer, how about 200 spirit stones? I will take it for 100 spirit stones, Chen Changsheng countered, having the price. The shopkeeper, caught in a dilemma, relented, very well, as you are an esteemed customer. 100 it is. Chen Changsheng, feeling bemused, smacked his forehead. The price had indeed been set too high. Having initiated the negotiation, he could only concede and pay. Chen Changsheng then continued, Master Shopkeeper, I wish to inquire about the availability of houses for sale within the market. You're inquiring with the right person, the shopkeeper replied. With the imminent opening of the Luoyun secret realm, many practitioners are selling their homes to amass spirit stones for strengthening their abilities. Currently, house prices are about 10% lower than usual. Moreover, our market is safeguarded by foundation establishment practitioners, ensuring greater safety than that offered by many cultivation families. Chen Changsheng was elated and eagerly asked, Pray tell, what are the prices? The shopkeeper remarked, the price depends on the type of residence you wish to acquire. For a solitary dwelling, it typically ranges from 3,000 to 5,000 spirit stones. However, I perceive that you, esteemed Chen, are adept at alchemy and will undoubtedly wish to establish a shop. Furthermore, since you are purchasing a dual cultivation manual, it implies you must have a partner, necessitating a larger abode. Therefore, the cost will be no less than 8,000 spirit stones. 8,000, Chen Changsheng mused wryly. It appeared that purchasing a home would need to be postponed. One should not underestimate these wandering cultivators. They possess considerable wealth, readily parting with several thousand spirit stones. Presently, his own funds barely totaled over 4,000. A solitary residence would suffice, but when considering Gu Yingxia and Gu Ling'er and the necessity of a shop, it was evidently insufficient. Clearly, he needed to continue earning. Little did Chen Changsheng realize that while housing was indeed expensive, many individuals were purchasing properties from immortal cultivation families. Moreover, despite the prevalence of wandering cultivators, there were still ample affluent individuals within the cultivation realm. Fortunately, the Flowing Cloud secret realm was about to open, presenting a splendid opportunity for profit. Gritting his teeth, he addressed the shopkeeper. Please, could you procure another batch of medicinal herbs for me? Very well, the shopkeeper replied joyously. It seems you are intent on acquiring a residence in the market, Chen. Perhaps, soon, we shall be neighbors. If I come across a suitable property, I shall keep an eye out for you. Chen Changsheng nodded appreciatively. Thank you, shopkeeper. Upon departing from the Wanbao studio, he continued to wander the market. Unfortunately, luck was not in his favor this time, and he could not procure any high-grade talismans, settling instead for a few mid-quality ones and a formation plate, which was a spirit-gathering array to aid in cultivation. Regrettably, it was merely a first-tier mid-quality formation, yet better than none. By the time he returned to his residence in Linen City, it was already midnight. The mansion remained brightly lit, and both Gu Yingxia and Gu Ling'er had not yet retired for the night. Sensing his return, the two women rushed to greet him. My dear husband, they exclaimed. Chen Changsheng chuckled. You haven't slept? Fear not. I have been cultivating for over 40 years and am well equipped to handle danger. Gu Yingxia shook her head. We still worry about you, my husband. With a playful grin, Chen Changsheng replied. It seems you both have been waiting for me to traverse mountains and rivers to return. Why not spend the night together? My husband, you are incorrigible. The two women's faces flushed crimson as they exchanged glances. The trio had broached the subject several times, but the women, being modest, had yet to relent. However, one-on-one encounters with the formidable Chen Changsheng had repeatedly led them to yield, resulting in him seeking out Gu Yingxia during the first half of the night and Gu Ling'er during the latter half, or vice versa. This time, he intended to seize the opportunity for a collective gathering. Since you are both silent, I shall take it as your consent, he declared with a smile. Come, let us return to the room. With one arm around each of them, he led the way inside. By the way, I have recently acquired a joyous technique. Let us study it thoroughly together. Soon enough, a tempest erupted within the confines of the room. With the aid of the joyous technique, Chen Changsheng's combat prowess surged tremendously, the experience proving to be beyond compare. Alas, the cultivation method's grade was too low, in addition to the more comfortable and varied postures. With reduced energy expenditure and faster recovery, the enhancement in martial prowess remains negligible. However, this is of little concern, for we must not forget the advantage presented by Gu Ling'er. Chapter 10. The secret realm is about to open. Host, Chen Changsheng. Realm, Peak of Qi Refinement. 6th layer, Alchemist. First tier Supreme Alchemist. Experience, 832500. Main cultivation method, Qingmu Technique. First tier Upper Grade Method. Experience, 180200. Auxiliary Cultivation Method, Huanshe Technique. First tier Upper Grade Method. Experience, 158200. Wife, Gu Yingxia. Affection, 100. Bonus, 5. Realm, Mid-stage of Qi Refinement. First layer. Wife, Gu Ling'er. Affection, 95. Bonus, 4. Realm, Early stage of Qi Refinement. First layer. Chen Changsheng decided to allocate his cultivation experience to the Huanshe Technique, intending to temporarily set aside the Qingmu Technique to enhance the former's level. The primary motivation for this decision was that he discovered operating the Huanshe Technique brought him significantly more satisfaction than traversing mountains and rivers without it. As for the levels of the Qingmu Technique and his alchemist rank, they were sufficient for the present stage. What surprised Chen Changsheng most was that, under the same blanket, Gu Ling'er's affection for him unexpectedly increased by 5 points. Although there was no bonus, he believed that the threshold of 100 was not far off. While Chen Changsheng embraced his beautiful wife, diligently refining pills and cultivating, a significant event quickly spread throughout Linen City. The very next night after his indulgent return, a sudden explosion erupted. Initially, Chen Changsheng paid little heed to it, but news soon circulated. Just a kilometer outside Linen City, 2 corpses were discovered. Gu Ling'er, with her lively disposition, eagerly ventured out to witness the scene, returning with a somber demeanor. Her expression serious, she remarked, "Husband, Shall we refrain from visiting the marketplace in the future? What has caused my dear wife such distress? Chen Changsheng inquired with a smile. Gu Linger replied, Husband, do you know the identities of the two corpses outside the city gate? I suspect they were cultivators, their faces unrecognizable and their deaths tragically gruesome. Chen Changsheng comforted her. Are you worried for my safety? Rest assured, I will exercise caution. In fact, I have been contemplating a plan to have us reside in the Feishing marketplace. The spiritual energy there is abundant, making it far more suitable for cultivation than Linen City, and most importantly, it is secure, being overseen by a foundation establishment cultivator. Gu Linger's eyes sparkled as she asked, Husband, are all the inhabitants of the marketplace cultivators? Indeed, Chen Changsheng affirmed. However, to dwell in the Feishing marketplace, we will require a substantial amount of spirit stones, so we must wait a while longer. Besides, after decades of cultivation, I have learned one thing above all, to be cautious. Since you have chosen to follow me, I will ensure you both lead prosperous lives. Stepping onto the path of cultivation is merely the first step. Husband, you are so wonderful, Gu Xia and Gu Linger exclaimed, deeply moved. Gu Linger's affection for the host has reached 100. Bonus, 5. Chen Changsheng was overjoyed. At last, the affinity reached 100. He immediately embraced both women. Thus, another 10 days passed, and yet another corpse of a cultivator was discovered. This body was found directly outside the city of Linen, with the gates of the city shattered. This only intensified Chen Changsheng's sense of crisis. The Luyun secret realm was about to open, and many sought to seize their fortunes, hoping to join an immortal sect. The Luyun secret realm was fraught with peril. Each time it opened, nearly half of the participants perished. And those who truly managed to stand out and join an immortal sect were scarce, barely 1 in 10. To enhance the chances of joining an immortal sect, it was imperative to elevate one's strength, which was urgently pressing. Only by increasing one's power could one hope to survive and acquire abundant resources. Consequently, the entire realm of wandering cultivators was engulfed in chaos, even spilling over into the mundane world. Linen was only a few dozen kilometers from Feishing Market, and thus, it was the first to bear the brunt of the turmoil. Especially for cultivators like them, there were specialized detection spells, should they be discovered while hiding among the mundanes. Especially if 3 were found at once, it would undoubtedly provoke malicious intent from others. Robbery and murder could ensue. It seemed that with the opening of the market, it was crucial to gather the necessary spirit stones and relocate to the market for residents. The market was not only overseen by a foundational cultivator, but also held an unwritten rule within the realm of cultivation. No cultivator was permitted to attack the market. Those who violated this decree would be pursued relentlessly by all immortal sections. Therefore, the market was generally controlled by foundational cultivators or prominent cultivation families. It served not only as a trading hub for wandering cultivators, but also as a sanctuary for them. Otherwise, one might wonder why the housing prices were so exorbitant. 1 spirit stone was equivalent to 10,000 taels of silver. 8,000 stones equated to 80 million taels, more than an entire nation's annual tax revenue. Contemplating this, Chen Changsheng hastened his alchemical endeavors, even reducing his dual cultivation practices. The most pressing matter now was to amass spirit stones. Before long, the time for the market's opening arrived once again after a month. Chen Changsheng bid farewell to the 2 women and discreetly made his way to Feishing Market. Upon arriving at the market, he was captivated by a flying vessel hovering above. This vessel was already classified as a magical artifact, unattainable for ordinary foundational cultivators of typical cultivation families, unless one belonged to an immortal sect. The vessel was remarkably swift and spacious, ideal for travel and transport. The area where Chen Changsheng resided belonged to the Zhao Kingdom, vast and boundless, the extent of which he did not fully comprehend. Within the Zhao Kingdom, there were 3 major immortal sects, each presided over by a nascent soul elder. This region fell under the jurisdiction of the Tai immortal sect. The Luyun secret realm was one of the many smaller secret realms of the Tai immortal sect, opening every decade primarily to gather resources. With the recruitment of disciples being a secondary concern, the appearance of the flying vessel in the market soon revealed its purpose. It was here for the Luyun secret realm. Anyone willing to venture into the Luyun secret realm could register on board the flying vessel and await its departure to the secret realm. Within the realm of the Tai immortal gate, there exist more than 20 bustling markets, illustrating the grand efforts expended by the gate for the opening of the flowing cloud secret realm. From a distance, one can easily observe a large crowd gathered around a flying vessel, eagerly registering for participation. In front of the vessel stands a cultivator at the late stage of chi refinement, his attire and aura unmistakably indicating his affiliation with the immortal gate. Appearing to be in his 20s, he emanates an imposing presence as he proclaims, "Please, do not push. Take your time." However, those wishing to enter the flowing cloud secret realm must act swiftly. The exact timing of its opening is uncertain, but it will occur within this period. Once it opens, our vessel will promptly transport those who have registered. Should you miss this opportunity, you shall have to wait another decade. I wish to register. I desire to enter the flowing cloud's secret realm, called out several cultivators from the market. Witnessing this scene, Chen Tian could not help but shake his head. These individuals were frantically vying for a chance to enter the secret realm, yet how many would ultimately return alive, and how many would be accepted into the immortal gate? Chapter 11. Gathering Spirit Stones. Chun Daoyu, do you not intend to register for the flowing cloud secret realm? At that moment, a familiar voice emerged behind Chen Changsheng. Turning around, he recognized Qin Chuan, with whom he had conducted several transactions. Appearing to be in his 40s, Qin Chuan shook his head and replied, I think not. I possess enough self-awareness. The flowing cloud secret realm is fraught with peril. One false step could cost one their life. While it may sound appealing to seek opportunities and gain entry into the immortal gate, in truth, it is merely the cunning of the gate, treating us loose cultivators as fools. With a mortality rate exceeding 50%, even among those who survive, a mere fraction will manage to join the immortal gate. I am fully aware of my limitations. If I can achieve foundation establishment in this lifetime, I would consider it a success. Chen Changsheng was taken aback, surprised that Qin Chuan displayed such clarity of mind. After a brief pause, Qin Chuan spoke mysteriously. Do you know why the Tai Immortal Gate values the flowing cloud secret realm so highly? Chen Daoyu? Do you happen to know, Qin Daoyu? Chen Changsheng inquired. As for the reason, Chen Changsheng was well aware. After all, he had spent over 40 years within the Tai Immortal Gate. It was indeed astonishing that Qin Chuan possessed such knowledge. Many disciples of the Tai Immortal Gate were oblivious to the secrets of the flowing cloud secret realm. Qin Chuan smiled and said, naturally, I am aware. I wonder if you have heard of the bone refining grass, Chen Daoyu? Chen Changsheng nodded. The bone refining grass, a top-grade second-tier spirit herb, is one of the 3 primary ingredients for concocting the foundation establishment pill. Qin Chuan's expression brightened as he replied. You truly are a master alchemist, Chen Daoyu. The flowing cloud secret realm is home to the bone refining grass, which matures every decade, every 10 years. The Tai Immortal Gate organizes expeditions to the flowing cloud secret realm specifically for the bone refining grass. The grass is surrounded by a protective formation that requires blood as a catalyst to activate. Thus, they recruit numerous loose cultivators, essentially pitting them against one another to generate the blood essence necessary to unlock the formation safeguarding the bone refining grass. The foundation establishment pill, needless to say, is exclusively intended for those at the peak of qi refinement seeking to break through to the foundation establishment realm, classified as a second-tier pill and immensely precious. The methods of refining and the materials for concocting foundational elixirs have long been guarded by the immortal sections. While there are a few in the cultivation world, they are exceedingly rare. Even when available, skilled alchemists are hard to come by. Chen Changsheng inquired, why does Taoist Qin choose to share this with me? Qin Chuan replied, since you have asked, I have no reason to conceal my intentions. I have recognized your alchemical proficiency, Taoist Chen. Why not collaborate? Together, we can gather the herbs necessary for the foundational elixir, and I would be content with a 30% share. Chen Changsheng shook his head, saying, Taoist Qin, you overestimate me. Though I am adept in alchemy, I am but a first-tier alchemist, and the foundational elixir is a second-tier concoction that I cannot produce. Having navigated the cultivation world for over 40 years, Chen Changsheng understood a fundamental truth. There is no reward without effort, and there is no such thing as a free lunch. Moreover, Qin Chuan was not even a friend, merely an acquaintance from previous transactions. Thus, he could not acquiesce to such a proposition. In response to Chen Changsheng's refusal, Qin Chuan did not appear disheartened. Instead, he smiled and said, Taoist Chen, do not be hasty in your rejection. Consider it carefully upon your return. You may yet change your mind. Chen Changsheng nodded. I shall ponder this matter. Taoist Qin, you are busy. I will take my leave. As he observed Chen Changsheng depart, Qin Chuan furrowed his brow, murmuring to himself, he actually declined. Alchemists are indeed scarce. I am now at the 9th level of qi refinement and will soon reach the pinnacle of this stage. I must acquire the foundational elixir to ascend to the foundational realm. Yet, it is said that he is already married to 2 wives. In the next moment, Qin Chuan touched his face, and in his hand appeared a delicate, translucent human mask. His visage, once that of a man in his 40s, transformed instantly into that of a breathtaking beauty in her 20s. Unbeknownst to Chen Changsheng, his primary objective in visiting the market was to profit handsomely before the upcoming opening of the flowing cloud secret realm. This time, the quantity of elixirs he possessed far exceeded any previous venture, tripling his stock. To amass sufficient spirit stones, he even parted with some of his treasured possessions. Elixirs, Magical artifacts and talismans were now highly coveted treasures. Indeed, within half an hour, all the elixirs were sold, netting him nearly 4,000 spirit stones. Consequently, his total spirit stones reached an impressive 8,000. With thoughts of purchasing a residence, Chen Changsheng's mind raced with possibilities. With trembling hands filled with anticipation, he made his way to Wanbaozhai, seeking the shopkeeper to inquire about real estate transactions. The shopkeeper greeted him warmly. "It appears that Taoist Chen wishes to settle in our market. Congratulations, Taoist Chen. I have noted the properties you might need. There are courtyards and shops available. There are 3 sets of houses. One set costs 8,000 spirit stones, featuring 3 rooms, a small courtyard, and a shop. Another set costs 10,000 spirit stones, offering 4 rooms, a larger courtyard, and a shop, all more spacious than the 8,000 spirit stone option. The final property, comprising 5 rooms, a shop, and a courtyard of comparable size to 8,000 spirit stones, is one I sincerely recommend to you, Chen Daoyu. Moreover, this particular residence is adorned with a small-scale first-tier superior spirit gathering formation, priced at 14,000 spirit stones." As he spoke, the shopkeeper waved his hand, and 3 models of the houses materialized before Chen Changsheng. At that moment, Chen Changsheng noticed that the shopkeeper possessed a cultivation level at the late stage of qi refinement, a fact not to be underestimated. Indeed, Chen Changsheng's gaze was immediately drawn to the 3rd property. The environment, the layout, and most importantly, the presence of a spirit gathering formation, which alone is worth several thousand spirit stones, made it exceedingly appealing. However, he lamented his lack of spirit stones, shaking his head. The shopkeeper, with a smile, remarked, "Are you concerned about insufficient spirit stones, Chen Daoyu? You may be unaware that Lord Feishing established an unwritten rule. Alchemists, blacksmiths, talismans masters, and array masters are entitled to discounts when purchasing properties in our Feishing market. First-tier inferior properties receive a 10% discount. First-tier medium properties receive a 20% discount. First-tier superior properties receive a 30% discount, and first-tier exquisite properties receive a 40% discount. Furthermore, this is a rare opportunity, as many are preparing to venture into the Luyan secret realm, prompting them to sell their homes. Thus, the current prices are over 10% lower than usual. I see that you sell numerous first-tier superior elixirs, and you would only need to pay 70% of the price, which makes it a mere." Chen Changsheng interjected. "If it were to be at 60%, the shopkeeper, astounded, exclaimed, 'You are indeed a first-tier exquisite alchemist, at a 60% discount. That amounts to only 8,400 spirit stones.'" Chapter 12. Purchasing a property in the market. Chen Changsheng said, "Shopkeeper, I would like to discuss something with you. I wish to acquire the 3rd property, but I currently possess only 8,000 spirit stones, needing to reserve 500 for purchasing medicinal materials. Therefore, I find myself temporarily short on spirit stones and would like to ask you to hold the property for me while I gather the necessary funds." The shopkeeper chuckled. "What difficulty is there in that, Chen Daoyu? It is merely 900 spirit stones. I can lend them to you. Others may doubt you, but I have faith in you. As for the purchase certificate, your status as an alchemist is sufficient, and I will vouch for you. When the time comes, you only need to refine a first-tier exquisite elixir to settle the debt." Chen Changsheng expressed his gratitude. "Thank you very much, shopkeeper." The shopkeeper smiled. "Why do you still call me shopkeeper? My name is Yang Zhuan. I have been cultivating for over 50 years. Brother Yang," Chen Changsheng replied, understandingly. With Yang Zhuan, the owner of the Wanbao studio, assisting him, the process of purchasing the property became significantly simpler. He paid the spirit stones, signed the contract, and received the property token. From that moment forth, the property belonged to Chen Changsheng. Upon arriving at the small courtyard, Chen Changsheng felt immense satisfaction. The courtyard spans over 300 square meters, featuring 5 bedrooms, a bathroom, a kitchen, and a small courtyard of more than 100 square meters, along with a shop of over 50 square meters at the front. Most notably, the spiritual energy within the courtyard was abundant, rivaling that of the outer sect of the Tai Immortal Gate, and was even 1 to 2 times stronger than that of the market, not to mention superior to that of Linen City. In a quaint countryside, amidst the bustling city, one finds solace in the marketplace. Foremost among concerns is safety, followed closely by the pursuit of cultivation. Although the marketplace holds gatherings for 3 days every month, it remains bustling with people in between, allowing the 2 women to interact more with cultivators. Upon departing the marketplace, Chen Changsheng, as before, circled several times to ensure there was no danger before returning to Linen City. Within the Chen residence, the 2 women were still awake. Upon seeing Chen Changsheng return, their joy was palpable, and they immediately rushed to embrace him. With one arm around each, he led them into the bedroom, where a tempest of passion swept through. 2 hours later, he had gained 2 experience points in alchemy from practicing with Guing Xia. and his affinity with her had reached its zenith. The same was true with Gulinger, from whom he acquired 2 experience points in martial arts. As the level of the joyful technique rose, Chen Changsheng felt increasingly adept in the company of the 2 women. Remarkably, after a night of traversing mountains and rivers, he awoke the next day invigorated. The dual cultivation method proved to be far superior to mere absorption techniques, which require a furnace partner to siphon their essence for one's own advancement. Such methods were often employed by those on the darker path, frequently resorting to seeking out women with spiritual roots. This was precisely why Chen Changsheng harbored concerns for Linen City. Gazing at his peacefully slumbering wife, a profound sense of satisfaction enveloped him. The following day, an itch roused Chen Changsheng from his slumber. Upon opening his eyes, he discovered that the 2 women had awakened long before him, playfully tousling their hair and giggling as they poked at their noses. As soon as they noticed him awake, they rolled over to evade him. With a chuckle, Chen Changsheng exclaimed, "How dare you tickle your husband? Let us see how I shall deal with the 2 of you." He promptly pinned them down, and upon beholding their beauty, his heart raced once more, leading to another tempestuous encounter. 2 hours later, Chen Changsheng finally ceased his activities, satisfaction washing over him. Gulinger inquired, "Husband, how did your affairs at the marketplace fare?" With a smile, Chen Changsheng produced a housing token and proclaimed, "My endeavors have indeed borne fruit. Behold this." He displayed the token, which signified their ownership of a residence in the marketplace. With a flourish of his hand, an image of the house materialized in the air, delighting the 2 women greatly. "When shall we move to the marketplace, dear husband?" they eagerly asked. Chen Changsheng replied, "The house has been secured, yet your identity information has yet to be registered. According to marketplace regulations, those not registered as residents cannot linger there. In a few days, I shall attend to your registration and procure some furnishings, and then we shall relocate." "Indeed," they exclaimed, brimming with joy. "My lord, could you possibly bring along Xiaohuan and the others?" Gu Yingxiao inquired. Xiaohuan, her maidservant, had been by her side for over a decade, and the thought of parting was indeed heart-wrenching. Chen Changsheng hesitated. "I am uncertain, but I shall inquire. If feasible, I will take them with me." After all, it was merely a matter of bringing along a few individuals. He had observed a number of ordinary folk in the market, so it seemed plausible. Yet, it was still prudent to ask. Even if they could not accompany him to the market, Chen Changsheng intended to retain them at the Chen residence. In the mundane realm, while rare spiritual materials were scarce, there were still some low-grade first-tier materials available. During his year and more in Linen City, he had acquired over 30 pieces of low-grade materials and 2 mid-grade pieces. This was accomplished with a degree of discretion, as he sought to avoid attracting the attention of other cultivators. Had he been more ostentatious in his collection, the numbers would surely have been greater. The 2 women, upon hearing Chen Changsheng's response, were deeply moved, their gazes towards him transformed, eyes shimmering with admiration. "My lord," they exclaimed in unison, their joy palpable. Chen Changsheng laughed heartily. "Oh, you 2 little enchantresses, let us see how I shall deal with you." The room was once again filled with a symphony of laughter. 3 days swiftly passed. Chen Changsheng ventured out once more, dedicating half a day to revisit the market. After paying the entrance fee, the attendant at the gate reminded him, "Remember, aside from the market days, unless you are a resident, lingering is prohibited." Chen Changsheng nodded in agreement. This was his first visit to the market outside of the designated gathering days. He was unsure if it was always this lively, or if it was due to the impending journey to the Luyun secret realm, but the market was bustling with activity, rivaling even the gathering days. He proceeded directly to the personnel registration center of the market, only to find it quite crowded. Many were selling their homes and departing the market, while others seized the opportunity presented by falling housing prices to purchase properties. Chen Changsheng had acquired his residence through manager Yang of Wanba. He resigned himself to waiting in line, standing behind a young woman in her 20s, surprisingly possessing late-stage qi refinement cultivation. This prompted Chen Changsheng to reflect deeply on his own progress and when he might advance to the late stage of qi refinement. In the realm of cultivation, there were myriad methods to maintain eternal youth. For instance, he, being over 60 years of age, appeared no older than 40. Chapter 13. Qin Chuan is female. As Chen Changsheng pondered, the young woman before him suddenly turned, smiling. "Dao friend Chen, are you planning to reside in the market?" Chen Changsheng was momentarily taken aback, gazing at her in astonishment. "Do you know me?" The woman chuckled. "What is this? Have you forgotten me, Dao friend?" He shook his head. "Forgive me, I truly do not recall." The woman smiled. "Allow me to jog your memory." With a swift motion of her hand, a familiar visage emerged before Chen Changsheng. What had once been a stunningly beautiful young woman instantly transformed into the visage of a middle-aged person. "You are Qin Chuan. Dao friend, you are a woman?" Chen Changsheng recognized her at once. "You are actually disguised as a man." Qin Chuan smiled and said, "What is the matter?" Are you surprised, Taoist Chen? Indeed, Chen Changsheng nodded in agreement. Qin Chuan continued. Also, my name is not Qin Chuan. I am called Qin Huayu. If you don't mind, you may call me Yu'er. The name Yu'er stirred a tumult of emotions within Chen Changsheng. What did it mean to call her Yu'er? Moreover, she no longer referred to him as Taoist, but rather as Brother Chen. This reminded him of their earlier encounter. Could it be that she intended to seduce him because he declined the alliance to concoct the foundation-building pill? The thought flashed through his mind, but he swiftly dismissed it. Qin Huayu inquired, Brother Chen, which house number did you purchase? Number 9, replied Chen Changsheng. Qin Huayu's eyes sparkled as she exclaimed, Brother Chen, did you know I bought house number 8? It seems we are neighbors now. She continued, as neighbors, if I wish to purchase pills in the future, shouldn't you offer me a discount? Certainly, no problem. From now on, any pills you acquire, will be at a 10% discount, Chen Changsheng assured her. Wonderful. Qin Huayu exclaimed joyfully. Brother Chen, you are so kind to me. I suddenly feel like marrying you. How about we become Dao partners? Dao partners? Chen Changsheng coughed in surprise. Despite the extraordinary circumstances that would lead him to marry many wives in the future, he remained self-aware. After all, he was a man over 60, and marrying an ordinary woman or a low-tier female cultivator would be one thing, but someone like Qin Huayu, a stunning and youthful cultivator at the peak of qi refinement, was another matter entirely. She appeared to be in her 30s and was a 9th-tier qi refinement practitioner, a remarkable figure even in the Tai immortal sect. The thought of marrying her was beyond his imagination. Moreover, why would she even consider him? He shook his head and replied, do not jest. Besides, I am already married to 2 wives. I could never abandon them. With a soft chuckle, Qin Huayu covered her lips and laughed. Look at how scared you are. All right, enough of that. It's my turn to register now. With that, she walked into the registration office. As Chen Changsheng watched her departing figure, he let out a sigh of relief. He truly feared that Qin Huayu might take matters into her own hands. Should he agree or refuse? His low cultivation level left him pondering. If he were at the pinnacle of qi refinement or a foundation-building practitioner, what would it matter if he took her as his 3rd wife? Unbeknownst to him, their earlier conversation had left Qin Huayu deep in thought. She indeed valued Chen Changsheng's alchemical skills. He was a 1st-tier exceptional alchemist. Yet, she also feared his potential. The foundation-building pill could only be crafted by a 2nd-tier alchemist. Just moments ago, she had felt a genuine impulse to marry Chen Changsheng. Soon, Chen Changsheng heard his number called and hurried inside. In the market, one either purchased a house to acquire residency rights or became a market staff member. With house prices soaring into the thousands of spirit stones, few could afford them. Thus, becoming a staff member was undoubtedly the best option. When Chen Changsheng noticed that the staff was comprised of mid-stage qi refinement practitioners, he found it hardly surprising. What truly astonished Chen Changsheng was the sight of an ordinary person. He presented his house token, saying, "This is my house token. My name is Chen Changsheng, and I have 2 wives. I kindly request your assistance in processing my identity tokens." The staff worked swiftly, and soon, 3 identity tokens were prepared. Chen Changsheng continued, "Might I inquire if we are permitted to bring mortals into the market for residence? As you know, we cultivators have demanding daily training tasks and require someone to tend to our needs." "That is indeed permissible," replied the staff member. "However, a cultivator may only bring 1 mortal into the market, and the mortal cannot be issued an identity token. This means that once a mortal enters the market, they are not allowed to leave without permission." Chen Changsheng was elated and said, "Then please assist me with the registration." The staff member promptly completed the task. Upon exiting the house registration center, Qin Huayu surprisingly awaited him at the entrance. The 2 immediately decided to visit their new residence. However, they were soon approached by Yang Zhuan. "Brother Yang, are you no longer conducting business?" Yang, the shopkeeper, replied, "Dear Changsheng, I come bearing an apology." Chen Changsheng was perplexed and asked, "What prompts such words, Brother Yang?" Yang, with a wry smile, explained, "It was my oversight. You were purchasing a house, but an issue has arisen." Chen Changsheng grew anxious, asking, "Does this mean it is no longer for sale?" Yang clarified, "Not at all. The other party has made a request to remain in the small courtyard for a while longer. He will vacate when the flying boat departs, at which point the courtyard will be entirely yours. Of course, he is not staying for free. He is willing to reduce the price by 500 spirit stones." Chen Changsheng remarked, "If I recall correctly, the house token is currently in my possession." Yang confirmed, "Indeed, it is with you, but to activate the house formation, one requires not only the token but also a handprint, which binds to the house token. You have not yet modified the handprint, have you? However, if you are unwilling, I shall refuse him. Yet, I must ask a favor of you. This individual is a friend of mine. As a gesture of goodwill, please allow him to stay until the flying boat leaves, and I shall forego the 900 spirit stones you owe me." Though reluctant, Chen Changsheng considered Yang's personal visit and the substantial sum of 900 spirit stones, ultimately conceding, "Very well, let us proceed as Brother Yang suggests." Yang Zhuan smiled, saying, "Thank you, dear brother. Consider this a favor I owe you." As Yang departed, Qin Huayu remarked, "Indeed, Brother Chen, your connections are quite impressive. Having acquainted yourself with the shopkeeper of Wanba Tai, one of Master Feisheng's enterprises." Chen Changsheng responded, "In fact, I acquired the number 9 courtyard through this very shopkeeper." Qin Huayu suggested, "Since you cannot reside in number 9 for the time being, my number 8 courtyard is adjacent to yours. Why not stay at my place temporarily?" Chapter 14. The potential of Chen Changsheng. Chen Changsheng shook his head. "That will not do. I have 2 wives at home, and I cannot rest easy. I shall wait until the flying boat departs before I settle in. You err. I have completed my affairs in the Fengshi and have nothing more to attend to. So I shall take my leave. Farewell." With that, Chen Changsheng turned and departed. Qin Huayu, incensed, stamped her foot in frustration. "What a blockhead. Do you truly believe that I am eager for you to reside in my home?" At that moment, Yang Zhuan, who had just taken his leave, reappeared with a mischievous grin. He exclaimed, "Who has dared to upset my dear Yuer?" Qin Huayu retorted angrily, "Uncle, look at the sort of person you've found. He lacks any appreciation whatsoever. But tell me, grandfather, do you genuinely believe that Chen Changsheng possesses boundless potential? If he truly did, after over 40 years of cultivation, he would merely have reached the 6th level of qi refinement. Had Chen Changsheng still been present, he would have been taken aback to discover that Qin Huayu was indeed Yang Zhuan's niece. Moreover, the so-called No. 9 courtyard being unavailable for occupation was a ruse devised by the two of them, aimed at fostering a bond between Chen Changsheng and Qin Huayu. Yang Zhuan continued, "That is indeed accurate. I conducted an investigation. Over 40 years ago, he entered the Tai immortal sect as a menial disciple, and at that time, he had only just begun at the initial stage of the 6th level of qi refinement, with his alchemical skills being rather mediocre. However, not long ago, he departed the Tai immortal sect for Linen City, where he took 2 wives, and, remarkably, in just over a year, his cultivation has progressed rapidly, culminating in a breakthrough to the peak of the 6th level of qi refinement. His alchemical skills have similarly advanced from that of an ordinary alchemist to a first-tier exceptional alchemist. This indicates he may have acquired some extraordinary treasure. In any case, you should not be deceived. You have cultivated for 20 years and, with my assistance, reached the 9th level of qi refinement. Yet, seeking further advancement may be beyond my means. Conversely, this Chen Changsheng may indeed be the lucky star that guides you into the foundation-building realm." Qin Huayu replied, "Uncle, I understand. Yet, despite my clear intentions, he still refused me." Yang Zhuan explained, "From my understanding of my esteemed brother Changsheng, he is of a steady disposition and remarkable intellect. As a practitioner at the 9th level of qi refinement, seeking to form a partnership with someone at the 6th level would give anyone pause, especially considering he might possess some hidden treasure." At this point, Yang Zhuan's expression shifted, revealing a hint of sorrow. "You err. I fear that my protection may not last much longer." Qin Huayu's face turned pale. "Uncle, has your injury flared up? How could this happen?" Yang Zhuan shook his head. "In my youth, I was reckless, seeking to carve out a future in the flowing cloud secret realm, which resulted in grave injuries. Although I received assistance from Lord Feisheng, who managed to suppress my condition for over 20 years, I have recently noticed a troubling trend. My injuries are becoming increasingly difficult to contain." Qin Huayu clenched her teeth. "Uncle, I will not allow you to perish. I will find the 7-star pill for you." Yang Zhuan smiled bitterly. "The 7-star pill is a 2nd-tier elixir. Unless you enter the immortal sect and become a foundation-building practitioner, it remains out of reach. To achieve that, one typically needs a tri-element spiritual root. For you, possessing a 4-element mixed spiritual root, the resources and opportunities available in the immortal sect would not surpass what you could obtain here in Feisheng Fengshi. This is precisely why I have dissuaded you from entering the flowing cloud secret realm." Qin Huayu inquired, "Uncle, is there truly no way to acquire the 7-star pill?" Regarding Yang Zhuan's words, how could Qin Huayu not recognize their truth? Entering the celestial gate undoubtedly offers boundless prospects, yet it is equally fraught with incessant strife. With superior spiritual roots, one may soar to great heights, while those with inferior roots may squander their lives in obscurity. Chen Changsheng is perhaps the finest illustration of this. Even if one were to procure 2nd-tier spiritual materials to join the celestial sect, they would merely become a menial disciple, burdened with trivial tasks and bereft of time for cultivation. In fact, anyone could bully them. They exist akin to slaves. And should they fall victim to the hands of a senior disciple, no one would intervene. Countless menial disciples meet untimely ends each year. Yang Zun remarked, "Perhaps this Chen Changsheng is our beacon of hope." For the time being, residing in the market was not an option. Chen Changsheng remained oblivious to the schemes of Qin Huayu, whose ulterior motive was to forge a partnership with him. Yet, even if he were to learn of this, he would undoubtedly refuse, for he could never forsake the two women. Upon returning to Linen City, Chen Changsheng once again embarked on a period of seclusion, cultivating alongside the two women, refining elixirs, and then continuing their training together. When he returned home, he informed the two women that they could bring 3 mortals into the market, which delighted them immensely. That very night, he was treated to the experience of taming wild horses, as they enacted every gesture from the joyous technique. Time passed swiftly, and soon the gathering at the market was upon them once more. Chen Changsheng, unable to contain his excitement, hurried toward the market. It is worth noting that during his previous visit, he had depleted all his savings on a home. Now, he found himself devoid of even a single spiritual stone. Were it not for the several treasures and talismans he possessed, he might have doubted whether he had returned to the beginnings of his cultivation journey. After over 40 years of cultivation, he had never experienced such destitution. It was imperative to prepare some spiritual stones for protection. This time, he also had the task of procuring magical artifacts for the two women. Now that they had both reached the first layer of Qi training, they possessed no magical artifacts. Fortunately, their cultivation levels were not high, so procuring 2 first-tier inferior artifacts would suffice. Upon his arrival at the market, his mood soured almost immediately. The flying boats had departed, and the cultivators heading to the lain secret realm had followed suit. The most significant change was the reduced number of attendees at the market, which had diminished by at least half compared to before. Moreover, the prices of elixirs, magical artifacts, talismans, and formations had reverted to their original rates. What a pity it was to miss the opportunity for profit. This time, Chen Changsheng had prepared an even greater quantity of elixirs than before, which had left him with little time for excursions with the two women over the past month. However, there remained a chance to earn some income. Finding a suitable spot, he set up his stall. It took him 3 times longer than before, but he finally managed to sell all his elixirs. While he accumulated a fair number of spiritual stones, his spiritual materials had dwindled by half. The essence of the market lies in trade. And setting up a stall not only increased the likelihood of acquiring quality spiritual materials, but also offered more favorable prices compared to shops. After selling the elixirs, Chen Changsheng returned to the Wanshou Pavilion, where he received delightful news. The owner of the small courtyard number 9 had finally vacated, and he could move in at last. The opportunity to reside in the market has bestowed upon us an abundance of spiritual energy, which I believe will enhance our alchemical endeavors by at least 30%. Moreover, I no longer need to tread cautiously whenever I visit the market, fearing potential robberies. The infamous Zhao Long and Zhao who have provided a timely warning to Chen Changsheng. Fortunately, despite their notoriety, their strength leaves much to be desired. As the saying goes, those who venture into the night may encounter spirits. Should I encounter a late-stage Qi refining practitioner intent on robbery, escape would be a futile endeavor. Naturally, Chen Changsheng is also compelled to procure a few magical artifacts for the two ladies. Chapter 15. The notion of remarrying. He acquired 2 celestial garments and 2 jade bracelets, one for offense and one for defense. These are all low-grade first-tier magical treasures, costing him a total of 1,200 spiritual stones, coupled with the purchase of various spiritual herbs for alchemy. The once substantial sum he had just earned dwindled to a mere handful of stones. Spiritual stones truly do not last long. What? We can now reside in the market. Upon returning to Linen City, Chen Changsheng shared this delightful news with the two ladies, who were utterly overjoyed. Stepping into the realm of cultivation, one feels akin to a celestial being in the eyes of mortals. In the mundane world, there exists a sense of standing apart from the crowd, yet within the market, surrounded by fellow cultivators, all concerns dissipate. Guing Xiao inquired, "Husband, what shall become of the Chun residence in Linen City?" Chen Changsheng replied with a smile, "Naturally, we shall retain it. For this journey, we can only bring 3 individuals. The rest shall remain at the Chun residence. Whenever they yearn for home or grow weary of the life of a cultivator, they may return for a time. Besides, your parents are still around. Time spent in cultivation is timeless. This holds true even after decades of practice. Without family, one feels unanchored. However, the two ladies are different. Their parents, siblings, and relatives are still connected to them. Thank you, dear husband," the two ladies expressed, touched by his words. Chen Changsheng chuckled, "If you truly wish to show gratitude, then perhaps you should adopt a few more poses." With that, he lunged toward the two ladies in playful jest. Host, Chen Changsheng. Realm, Peak of Qi refining 6th layer. Alchemist, 1st tier exceptional alchemist, experience points, 922500. Primary cultivation technique, Qingwu technique, 1st tier exceptional technique. Experience points, 0500. Auxiliary technique, joyful technique, First tier exceptional technique, experience points, 358500, wife, Guingxia. Affinity, 100, bonus, 5, realm, mid-stage chi refining first layer, wife, Gulinger. Affinity, 100, bonus, 5, realm, early stage chi refining first layer. During this period, Chen Changsheng adeptly elevated the Qingmu technique to the first tier exceptional level. And the same for the joyful technique. He harbors a sense of anticipation that should he elevate his realm to the late stage of chi refining, he may very well shatter the barriers of alchemy and ascend to the rank of a second-tier alchemist, capable of concocting second-tier elixirs. With the issue of cultivation techniques resolved, he remains troubled by his lack of inspiration. His five-element spiritual roots are deficient. After consuming numerous elixirs, had his roots been even slightly better, he would have already made a breakthrough. He wonders if marrying could perhaps rectify his spiritual root predicament. Early the next morning, the two ladies rose with the dawn, preparing the items they would carry. Originally, the storage bag was intended for holding elixirs and magical artifacts. Yet the two ladies filled it with an array of clothing and cosmetics. Chen Changsheng did not intervene, carrying these mundane items. They would soon realize that their excitement was merely a fleeting whim. This time, they ventured to the market accompanied by three mortals, Xiao Huan, Xiao Yun, and Old Chui. Xiao Huan served as Gu Ingxia's maid, while Xiao Yun was Gu Linger's attendant, and Old Chui was the steward of the Chen residence. After a while, the group arrived at the market. Upon entering, the two ladies were immediately captivated by the sights around them, gazing east and west. However, as it was not a market gathering, and with half the cultivators having gone to the Luyan secret realm, the market appeared relatively desolate. Soon, disappointment washed over them. Chen Changsheng, observing their reaction, smiled and said, "What is this? Are you disillusioned by the market?" "Yes, a little," the two ladies nodded in unison. Chen Changsheng chuckled. "Feeling disappointed now? When you truly step into the world of cultivation, you will come to understand the fortune of such an environment. All right, let us return home." Upon reaching the small courtyard numbered 9, the group gazed around in exhilaration. This would be their home for the foreseeable future. Fortunately, the courtyard was fully equipped, and with some effort, they soon transformed it into a semblance of a home. Just as they were tidying up and preparing a meal, a knock echoed through the courtyard's array. Upon opening the door, they were greeted by Qin Huayu standing at the entrance. "Brother Chen, you have finally come to the market. It turned out to be you are. Please, come in," Chen Changsheng said with a warm smile. "Darling, who has arrived?" At that moment, Gu Ingxia and Gu Linger emerged from within upon hearing the commotion. Chen Changsheng introduced, "You are. Allow me to present to you my wives, Gu Ingxia and Gu Linger. Ladies, this celestial maiden is named Qin Huayu, and she resides in the adjoining courtyard. Greetings, Qin Xianzi." The two ladies promptly bowed in respect. However, Qin Huayu's initial joy quickly dissipated, her complexion paling as waves of turmoil surged within her. The realization struck her that he truly had two wives, and more importantly, they were both cultivators. Initially, Qin Huayu had thought that Chen Changsheng's wife would merely be immortal, and marrying him would be a step down. After all, how could a mere mortal even enter the market, let alone stay for long? She considered herself a practitioner in the late stage of chi refinement. Surely, if she proposed becoming his partner, he would make the right decision. But with his wives being cultivators, the situation was entirely different. Even if they were of a lower tier. "Are you unwell? Your complexion seems rather poor," Chen Changsheng inquired, noticing her pallor. Qin Huayu shook her head. "I am fine. Congratulations on your new residence, Chen Daoyu. Since you have just moved in, I am sure there are many matters to attend to. I shall not intrude any longer. Let us gather again at a later time." With that, she swiftly turned and departed. Chen Changsheng, bewildered, wondered, "What has come over you? Why does it seem you have suddenly grown angry? Just a moment ago, you called me Brother Chen, and now you refer to me as Taoist friend. How amusing." Gu Ingxia chuckled and said, "Husband, are you truly oblivious or merely pretending? Can you not discern the truth?" Chen Changsheng, puzzled, replied, "My dear wife, please do not keep me in suspense. What is the matter?" Gu Ingxia continued, "Have you not noticed that this Miss Qin has taken a liking to you? Impossible." Chen Changsheng thought. Yet, he could not shake the feeling. After all, she was at the late stage of chi refining while he was merely at the mid-stage. And their age difference was considerable. Surely, it could not be because of his superior alchemical skills that she harbored any affection for him. Gu Ingxia then inquired, "Husband, if this Miss Qin truly has feelings for you, would you consider marrying her?" Chen Changsheng replied, "Would you be willing to allow me to take her as a wife?" "Why not?" Gu Ingxia blushed and said, "Husband, you are too formidable. Neither I nor my sister could ever hope to compete with you. Besides, if such a celestial being were to marry you, it would only serve to highlight your prowess." Chen Changsheng smiled and said, "Since you do not oppose it, if she is willing, I too would gladly take her as my wife. He. Gu Yingxiao laughed. So, husband, you have long desired to marry this Miss Chen. Chen Changsheng immediately realized her teasing and responded, Oh, how dare you mock me, my dear wife. Quick, take your punishment. Chapter 16. Purchasing alchemical formulas. Having settled into the marketplace, the next step was to establish the shop. In this marketplace, one cannot do without spirit stones. It would be unwise to live off past glories. Chen Changsheng had already formulated a plan to sell elixirs, and the shop was ready to be opened with just a bit of tidying up. Now that he resided in the marketplace, it was only natural to explore his surroundings. The marketplace was not very large. It consisted of a single street lined with various establishments, most of which were already filled. Among them, Wanbaozhai occupied the most space and offered the most comprehensive selection. In his previous visits to the marketplace, Chen Changsheng had been hurried, constrained by time, and unable to linger after nightfall due to the presence of robbing cultivators, preventing him from truly exploring the area. Now, however, he finally had the opportunity to wander about. To his surprise, he discovered that his shop was less than 10 meters away from Wanbaozhai. The marketplace was well equipped with restaurants, tailoring shops, alchemical stores, and crafting establishments. Yet, Wanbaozhai remained the most complete. The other shops appeared to be rather modest enterprises, likely established by those who had moved into the marketplace to showcase their talents. There was also a shop selling elixirs, but it only offered low to mid-grade products, with the alchemist's skills barely reaching the first-tier mid-grade, far inferior to his own. With this realization, Chen Changsheng felt even more confident. After that day, when Qin Huayu had stormed off in anger, Chen Changsheng understood the reason and was eager to mend things. After all, who would not rejoice at the prospect of marrying a beautiful cultivator at the late stage of qi refinement? However, to his dismay, he had not seen Qin Huayu for several days, and even after visiting her, he received no response. A month had slipped by, and today marked the day of the marketplace gathering. At the break of dawn, Chen Changsheng busied himself with preparations, intending to open his elixir shop during the assembly. After conducting a simple inauguration ceremony, he set about the task of opening for business. The sign was promptly hung, instantly attracting a number of cultivators. It had been over a month since the opening of the Luoyuan secret realm, and the market's vitality had somewhat returned, albeit still far from its former glory. Chen Changsheng was acutely aware that this resurgence would not last long, as the Luoyuan secret realm typically remained accessible for only a month. He pondered the fate of those who had entered. How many would join the immortal sects? How many would be eliminated without success? And how many might even lose their lives within the depths of the Luoyuan secret realm? He had a first-tier supreme-grade elixir for sale, the value of which was immeasurable. If the difference in worth between a mid-tier and a high-tier elixir was roughly a factor of 2, then the disparity between a first-tier supreme-grade elixir and a high-tier elixir was 2 to 3-fold. A first-tier supreme-grade essence elixir was priced at 1,200 spirit stones. Boss, I'll take this bottle of elixir, exclaimed a cultivator in his 40s, hastily producing spirit stones, eager to acquire the essence elixir. Those who were a moment too late were filled with regret, wishing to bang their heads against the wall. First-tier high-grade elixirs were rarely seen in the marketplace, except at the Wanbao Pavilion, which charged a premium, 10% more than other vendors. Furthermore, first-tier supreme-grade elixirs were virtually unattainable even at Wanbao Pavilion, unless one happened upon a disciple of an immortal sect. Never mind, since I couldn't obtain the supreme-grade elixir, I'll settle for a few first-tier high-grade elixirs, he decided. In terms of price, supreme-grade magical artifacts commanded higher costs, but in terms of intrinsic value, first-tier supreme-grade elixirs were unrivaled. Elixirs were consumables, they vanished upon use, whereas magical artifacts, with proper care, could endure indefinitely. Remarkably, the elixirs that Chen Changsheng had prepared were sold out in less than an hour, bringing immense joy to the two women accompanying him. Husband, we have a total of 2,800 spirit stones, they exclaimed. You truly are remarkable, my dear. Chen Changsheng replied with a smile. Now, as a first-tier supreme-grade alchemist, I enjoy the same treatment as a core disciple in the immortal sects, not inferior to those in the foundation establishment stage. As he spoke, he produced 1,000 spirit stones and handed them over. This is for you both. Take advantage of these 3 days of the market assembly to see if there's anything you wish to purchase. The two women had not yet explored the marketplace and had grown weary from being cooped up indoors for the past month. Strolling through Linen City, visiting family, was far more relaxing than the marketplace bustle. Chen Changsheng easily discerned their restlessness. However, when he offered them the spirit stones, Gu Yingxiao shook her head and said, Husband, we do not wish for spirit stones, we simply wish to stroll around. Gu Linger nodded in agreement, adding, Husband, you earn spirit stones with great difficulty. It is best for you to keep them. Chen Changsheng chuckled, Be good, just accept them. You are so kind, husband, they replied, deeply touched. The two women set off to shop, while Chen Changsheng made his way to Wanbao Pavilion to purchase medicinal materials. Soon, the materials were delivered. After settling the payment, Chen Changsheng inquired, "Brother Yang, do you happen to have any alchemical formulas for sale?" Yang Zhuan smiled and said, "You have indeed come to the right person. Our Wanbao chamber naturally possesses what you seek. Please hold on for a moment." Shortly thereafter, Yang Zhuan presented several alchemical recipes before Chen Changsheng, one for a second-tier pill and two exquisite first-tier recipes, alongside three superior first-tier recipes. Notably, the second-tier recipe was for the Foundation Establishment pill. Chen Changsheng, filled with excitement, picked up the Foundation Establishment recipe and exclaimed, "I cannot believe that Wanbao Chamber actually has this recipe for sale." Yang Zhuan chuckled. The Foundation Establishment recipe is hardly a secret. Many prominent cultivation families and markets offer it. The true rarity lies in the spiritual herbs needed to concoct the Foundation Establishment pill. With this recipe in hand, I believe that, given your alchemical prowess, you could produce it in no time. Chen Changsheng wryly smiled. "Brother Yang, you truly overestimate me. The Foundation Establishment pill is a superior second-tier elixir. Nonetheless, it is indeed something I will need in the future. I wish to purchase it, but what is the price?" Yang Zhuan replied with a smile, "For the Foundation Establishment recipe, just 1,000 spirit stones will suffice." Chen Changsheng nodded. "Very well, I will take the Foundation Establishment recipe." As for the remaining recipes, he considered the two exquisite first-tier ones. One was the blood condensation pill, which enhances vitality and cultivates one's realm, perfectly suited for him. The other was a healing pill, which he decided against purchasing for the time being. Among the three superior first-tier recipes, one was the minor rebirth pill, capable of regrowing severed limbs. Another was the youth pill, which delays aging, and the last was the spirit dragon pill, primarily crafted from Bodhi snake gallbladder to enhance one's cultivation. Without hesitation, Chen Changsheng made his selections, purchasing the Foundation Establishment recipe, the blood condensation recipe, the youth pill, and the spirit dragon recipe. The 1,800 spirit stones he had just acquired vanished without a trace, but with these recipes, everything seemed to fall into place. Yang Zhuan remarked, "If Brother Changsheng can successfully concoct the Foundation Establishment pill, I can assure you, I will offer you 500 mid-grade spirit stones for each one." He held up 5 fingers, indicating the price. Chapter 17. Qi Training Level 7 spirit stones are categorized into 4 grades: low grade, mid-grade, high grade, and supreme grade. One mid-grade spirit stone is equivalent to 100 low-grade spirit stones. The spirit stones circulated in the markets are typically low-grade. The disparity between low-grade and high-grade spirit stones is not merely in price. The spirit energy they contain varies, as does the concentration of that energy. Utilizing mid-grade spirit stones for cultivation is at least 2 to 3 times more efficient than using low-grade stones. This is why Yang Zhuan confidently mentioned mid-grade spirit stones. Chen Changsheng felt a stir of excitement, recalling Qin Huaiyu's previous words. The Foundation Establishment pill is essential for entering the Foundation Establishment realm. Unless one possesses a heavenly spiritual root, they may not require the Foundation Establishment pill. Otherwise, even a dual spiritual root or a mutated spiritual root necessitates the assistance of the pill. Yang Zhuan added, "Of course, if the price does not meet your satisfaction, we can negotiate further." Chen Changsheng confidently asserted, producing the Foundation Establishment pill should not pose a problem. The key lies in the required spiritual materials. Yang Zhuan's eyes sparkled with anticipation. It seemed his previous speculation was correct. This Chen Changsheng was indeed exceptional. He promptly patted his chest and declared, "If Brother Changsheng can truly concoct the Foundation Establishment pill, I will gather the spiritual herbs for you." Chen Changsheng said, "Brother Yang, I must trouble you with one more matter. Could you assist me in acquiring a tome on flame-based secret arts?" Yang Zhuan furrowed his brow and replied, "Regrettably, we at Wanbao Zhai do not possess such a volume, but I shall keep an eye out for you." "Thank you, Brother Yang," Chen Changsheng expressed gratefully. After a brief pause, he inquired, "Brother Yang, I wish to seek your counsel on one final matter. Do you happen to know where Taoist Qin Huaiyu has been of late?" Yang Zhuan chuckled. "It seems that Brother Changsheng has a special connection with Taoist Qin. Should you desire, I could speak to her on your behalf, and you two might consider becoming partners in the Tao." Chen Changsheng responded with a wry smile, "Brother Yang, you are unaware that on the day I moved to the market, Taoist Qin came to congratulate me, and upon seeing my 2 wives, she turned and left. Alas, I am well aware of her sentiments. Frankly, Taoist Qin is indeed beautiful and accomplished, and I cannot deny my attraction. However, I am already married, and not just to one wife." Yang Zhuan laughed heartily. "If Brother Changsheng truly harbors feelings for Taoist Qin, I would be happy to convey your interest." Chen Changsheng replied, "I appreciate it, Brother Yang." Upon departing from Wanbao Zhai and returning to his courtyard, he found that the 2 women had already returned. They were delighted to see him, and their first excursion to the market had filled them with joy as they eagerly recounted their experiences to him. "Husband, I purchased a piece of beast meat from the market, something we have yet to try. I will prepare it shortly for us to savor," one of them exclaimed. "Very well," Chen Changsheng replied. "I am well aware of my wife's culinary skills. It will surely be exquisite." Before long, the enticing aroma of the beast meat wafted from the kitchen, igniting Chen Changsheng's appetite. As a practitioner of qi circulation, one cannot escape the pleasures of the palate. Unless one reaches the foundation establishment stage, the need for food and drink remains. Even many formidable cultivators, who have attained the golden core and nascent soul stages, occasionally indulge in the delights of fine cuisine, particularly exquisite wine. For the two women, the piece of beast meat was a delicacy. However, for Xiao Huan, Xiao Yun, and Old Shui, it was a different story. The three of them, being mere mortals, nearly succumbed to the overwhelming energy of the meat. Lacking spiritual roots, cultivation was beyond their reach, yet martial arts practice remained an option. Chen Changsheng had also gathered various martial arts manuals and decided to impart a powerful technique to the three of them, elevating them from ordinary individuals to the ranks of second-rate masters with just a piece of beast meat. Sated and content, Chen Changsheng turned his attention to the two women. Xiao Huan and the others, understanding the situation, discreetly withdrew, granting the couple their privacy. 7 days swiftly passed. Chen Changsheng finally succeeded in refining a batch of blood condensation pills, a first-tier exquisite elixir. Previously, he had only possessed the formula for one such elixir, the essence pill. However, with each subsequent consumption of the essence pill, he found its efficacy diminishing. This gradual decline had hindered his breakthrough from the peak of the 6th layer of qi circulation. Ultimately, it was due to his subpar spiritual roots. Possessing all 5 elements deemed him a waste of potential. Merely entering the qi circulation realm was a monumental stroke of luck. Aspiring to reach its higher echelons was a distant dream. Certainly, Chen Changsheng is unique. How many possess the ability to consume an endless supply of elixirs? At this juncture, the only recourse lies in the cultivation techniques. Advanced techniques can refine one's spiritual roots to a certain extent. He crafted a blood condensation pill, not for sale, but rather resolved to enter seclusion for cultivation. After informing the two women, Chen Changsheng retreated into isolation. The small courtyard housed a dedicated cultivation chamber, the heart of the spirit-gathering formation, brimming with spiritual energy, rivaling that of any celestial sect. This, of course, pertains to the area designated for the disciples of lesser status. In total, 9 pills were refined during this endeavor. 3 days later, an immense aura emanated from the cultivation room. Chen Changsheng successfully ascended to the 7th layer of qi refinement, finally achieving a breakthrough. He had become a late-stage qi refinement practitioner, elated beyond measure. After over 40 years of cultivation, he had even contemplated abandoning the path, believing that marrying would grant him strength and invincibility. He had squandered more than 4 decades. What truly astonished Chen Changsheng was not merely the advancement in his cultivation level, but the breakthrough in his alchemical skills. Host, Chen Changsheng. Realm, 7th layer of qi refinement. Alchemist, junior grade 2 alchemist, experience points, 5, 261. 000. Primary cultivation technique. Qingmu formula, grade 1 supreme technique, experience points, 500. Auxiliary technique. Joyous formula, grade 1 supreme technique, experience points, 458. 500. This advancement signifies that he could concoct first-grade pills with minimal risk of failure, and even produce inferior second-grade pills, potions capable of aiding foundation establishment practitioners, and even more effective for qi refinement cultivators. Chen Changsheng had managed to acquire a second-grade recipe during his time in the celestial sect. He promptly retrieved the recipe to study and prepare for its concoction. A day later, he returned once more to the Wanbao Pavilion. Upon entering, he encountered a familiar figure. "You are none other than Qin Huayu." Clearly still irked, Qin Huayu hastily remarked, "Ah, it is Chen Daoyu. I seem to recall that I am not particularly acquainted with you. So let us cease this unnecessary interaction." Chen Changsheng, looking somewhat disheartened, replied, "Qin Daoyu, I was merely inquiring about your absence from the marketplace of late." Qin Huayu snorted in response. "I cannot compare to some whose alchemical prowess is extraordinary. They venture forth in search of resources lest they face starvation." Yang Zhuan, his expression darkened, interjected, "Enough, Qin Daoyu. Brother Changsheng is concerned for you. Is this how one speaks?" He then explained to Chen Changsheng. "Qin Daoyu has recently ventured to the Ziyun mountain range." "What?" Chen Changsheng's countenance shifted. "The Ziyun mountain range is the largest, deepest, and most perilous mountain range within the entire Zhao kingdom. It is rumored to be rich in resources, yet fraught with danger, particularly in its depths where Yuan and demon kings reign. Nevertheless, Danger aside, it remains a paradise for adventurers. Most high-level resources are controlled by celestial sects and cultivation families, leaving wandering cultivators with the Ziyun mountain range as their sole option for procuring quality resources. Chen Changsheng advised, "Friend Qin, the Ziyun mountain range is fraught with peril. It would be wise for you to refrain from venturing there in the future." Qin Huayu scoffed, "If I do not go to the Ziyun mountain range, will you support me then?" "Very well. I shall cultivate elixirs to sustain you," Chen Changsheng replied resolutely. Qin Huayu dismissed him with disdain, as a mere first-tier alchemist. "What could you possibly offer to sustain me? What if I were to become a second-tier alchemist?" Chen Changsheng countered. "Let us speak of it when you achieve the rank of second tier," Qin Huayu retorted, adding, "I have just returned. I must take my leave now." With that, she turned and exited the Wanbao studio, leaving Chen Changsheng with a wry smile. Beside him, Yang Zhuan was anxious and urged, "Brother Changsheng, do not take offense. Did not friend Qin say that as soon as you become a second-tier alchemist, she would marry you?" Chen Changsheng scrutinized Yang Zhuan from head to toe. "Brother Yang, I cannot help but feel that you are quite familiar with friend Qin." Yang Zhuan's heart skipped a beat, but he quickly regained his composure, responding, "Brother Changsheng, have you forgotten that I am the owner of Wanbao Studio?" Chen Changsheng nodded in agreement. "Indeed. Brother Yang, please assist me by preparing some spiritual herbs according to this list." He handed over a list he had prepared earlier. Upon receiving the list, Yang Zhuan gasped softly, his expression turning serious. "Brother Changsheng, this prescription pertains to the second-tier elixir, the Sanyang pill." Chen Changsheng remarked, "Brother Yang, you have a keen eye? I am indeed preparing to refine a batch of Sanyang pills." Yang Zhuan, incredulous, replied, "Brother Changsheng, are you suggesting that you are now a second-tier alchemist?" Chen Changsheng smiled. "I can barely be considered a second-tier alchemist." Regrettably, despite his advancement, he lacked the requisite formulas, yet he realized the benefits of his new tier. He distinctly felt an enhancement in his soul and an increase in the spiritual fire within him. "Excellent, excellent. Congratulations, Brother Changsheng. Who would have thought a second-tier alchemist would emerge in our market? Master Feishing will undoubtedly be thrilled to hear this." Being a second-tier alchemist commands high esteem even within the immortal sects, akin to that of a foundational cultivator. For a market, such an individual represents a stabilizing force. This development would surely attract late-stage qi refinement and pinnacle cultivators, even foundational practitioners. Consequently, the Feishing market would flourish, resources becoming more abundant, and Master Feishing, as the proprietor of the market, would undoubtedly reap significant rewards. "Brother Changsheng, you may not be aware, but Master Feishing has decreed that if our market produces a foundational cultivator, second-tier alchemists, artifact masters, talisman masters, and other second-tier practitioners will enjoy a monthly subsidy of 1,000 spirit stones. All expenditures in the market will receive a 50% discount, and rewards will include a second-tier spiritual instrument, a vial of second-tier elixir, and a second-tier cultivation technique. I shall report this immediately. These rewards should arrive promptly." It was unfortunate that Master Feishing was currently absent from the market. Chen Changsheng was astonished by the generosity of Master Feishing. However, considering the benefits a second-tier alchemist could bring to the market, it was hardly surprising. Yang Zhuan sighed, "Longsheng brother, I have long recognized you as a rare talent among men, brimming with potential. I initially believed it would take you at least 5 to 10 years to become a second-tier alchemist, yet here we are, and the time has flown by. I shall immediately arrange for the spiritual herbs you require, without charge, as a token of my congratulations for you, my brother." Chen Changsheng did not decline Yang Zhuan's flattering gesture. Mutual benefit was the essence of their bond. To refuse would indeed be a display of insensitivity. Yang Zhuan prepared 10 sets of spiritual herbs, and upon witnessing Chen Changsheng receive them, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. Yang Zhuan continued, "Brother Longsheng, there is one more matter I nearly overlooked. In half a month's time, the marketplace gathering will commence at our Feishing Fong, featuring a grand auction. I sincerely hope you will attend. At the auction, one may acquire some precious items, even second-tier treasures suitable for foundational cultivators. Of course, they do not come at a modest price." Upon returning to his modest courtyard, Chen Changsheng naturally indulged in tender moments with the two women. Holding them close, he joyfully activated his virtual panel. Successfully cultivated with Guing Xia, gaining 2 points of alchemical experience. Cultivation affinity 100, bonus 5. Alchemist, junior second-tier alchemist, experience 4, 981. 000. Successfully cultivated with Gulinger, gaining 2 points of technique level-up experience. Cultivation affinity 100, bonus 5. Auxiliary technique, joyous art, top-tier first-tier technique, experience, 465. 500. The breakthrough of the joyous art is imminent. I wonder what transformations await once I achieve that milestone. Previously, my advancement in cultivation realms had propelled my alchemist level forward. The breakthrough as an alchemist enhanced both my soul and physique, and I even sensed a faint purification of my spiritual roots. Though minimal, it marks a promising beginning. The only concern weighing on my mind is my advancing age. Over 60 and still at the 7th layer of chi refinement. Should I fail to establish my foundation by the age of 80, the hope of ever doing so would be lost. In the next decade or so, will I be able to reach the foundational realm? My greatest advantage lies in marriage. However, securing a spouse is no trivial matter. It may be easy to wed a mortal, but will that truly activate my advantages? Although I have yet to experiment. It appears that the rewards gained from Gu Linger and Gu Ingxia's cultivation advancements suggest that an ordinary person might not be able to unlock my potential. To marry a cultivator now seems as daunting as a person from the 21st century seeking a wife among the elite. The crux of the matter is whether one would come willingly or merely as a concubine. Who would be inclined? The so-called 3 no's, advanced age, low cultivation, and already having a wife, only complicate matters. Just look at Chen Huayu. Upon learning of my marital status, he turned and left. The only notable asset I possess is my identity as a second-tier alchemist. I must act swiftly and seek to marry multiple wives. Darling, what occupies your thoughts? Gu Ingxia inquired at that moment. Chen Changsheng shook his head and replied, Nothing, my dear, I was merely lost in thought. Gu Linger smiled and said, My dear husband, are you perhaps thinking of the enchanting Chen? In my opinion, you might as well marry her. Chen Changsheng forced a smile and replied, I encountered Chen today, and I am still rather upset. Chapter 19. The joyous technique, my husband. I perceive that you are rather perplexed, Gu Ingxia remarked with a smile. Chen Changsheng, puzzled, inquired, What do you mean by that? Gu Ingxia continued, Have you forgotten how you came to marry me in the first place? Do not forget, my husband, that you are a formidable alchemist. Indeed, Chen Changsheng's eyes brightened as he recalled that Chen Huayu had mentioned that he could only become a second-tier alchemist. It seemed that he had indeed reached that level now. My dear wife, you are truly remarkable. What reward do you wish for your husband in you? Gu Ingxia and Gu Linger blushed and replied, Husband, we still desire more. Very well, I'm coming, he responded. As the storm subsided, the system surprisingly flickered. Chen Changsheng felt a surge of excitement and immediately accessed the virtual panel. Indeed, it showed successful cultivation with Gu Ingxia, triggering the achievement of Wings of Love, gaining 20 points of alchemical experience, cultivation favorability, 100, bonus, 5, alchemist, junior second-tier alchemist, experience, 5, 981, 000. The alchemical experience had instantly increased by 100 points, equivalent to 10 sessions of cultivation. Moreover, not only had the cultivation with Gu Ingxia triggered rewards, but with Gu Linger as well, and even more so. Successful cultivation with Gu Linger, triggering deep affection, gaining 30 points of technique level experience, cultivation favorability, 100, bonus, 5, auxiliary technique, joyous technique, top-tier first-tier technique, experience, 615, 500, can be upgraded. The joyous technique could finally be enhanced. What was he waiting for? Upgrade. In the next moment, auxiliary technique, minor joyous technique, junior second-tier technique, experience, 151, 000. The joyous technique had transformed into the minor joyous technique, and a vast reservoir of memories flooded Chen Changsheng's mind. What delighted him most was that with the enhancement of the joyous technique, his cultivation realm was also quantified. Realm, initial stage of chi refining, level 7, 110, 000. Each session of cultivating the joyous technique would yield 1 point of experience. How meager. At this rate, 1 point per session would require 10,000 points. Golden finger. Show yourself. I shall not spare you, he thought, analyzing the situation. He surmised that the reason for the meager experience was ultimately due to his inferior spiritual roots. Calculating it this way, twice a day would yield 2 points, meaning to reach 10,000 experience points, he would have to engage in 10,000 battles, spanning 5,000 days, equating to over a decade's time to step into the mid-stage of chi refining, level 7. As he pondered whether the efficacy of pills would enhance his cultivation, all traces of drowsiness vanished. He quickly rose and set off to practice. After consuming a Sanyang pill, he gradually refined it. Checking his panel, he found that he had indeed made progress. Realm, initial stage of chi refining, level 7, 70. 110, 000. Well then, one Sanyang pill had increased his points by 700. Perhaps he would need 2. Chen Changsheng consumed a Sanyang Dan once more. As the elixir refined itself, his expression darkened upon scrutinizing the panel. His prior conjectures had indeed been accurate. Drug resistance. The first pill possessed optimal potency, while subsequent doses would gradually diminish in effectiveness. In his pursuit of transcending to the 7th level of chi refinement, he had ingested 3 Sanyang Dan. Thus, The fourth yielded a mere 700 experience points, and the fifth offered only 600. Realm, early stage of Qi refinement level 7, 1301100000. It appeared that purchasing the formula for the elixir remained a primary objective. Furthermore, acquiring methods to enhance his soul and cultivate spiritual fire would be advantageous. However, a significant dilemma arose. He seemed to have depleted his supply of spirit stones. It was time to generate some income. Fortunately, he had successfully refined a batch of Sanyang Dawn, a second-tier elementary elixir, valued at 2,000 to 3,000 spirit stones each, a luxurious expense indeed. Each Sanyang Dan provided a mere 1,000 experience points, only a tenth of a minor realm increase, attributable to his inferior 5-element spiritual root. Had he possessed a triad or dual elemental affinity, a single elixir could have elevated him a minor realm. He had refined a total of 9 pills, consumed 5, leaving him with 4, still insufficient. Calculating the time remaining, he realized he had a week to expedite another batch. The days swiftly passed, and Chen Changsheng successfully refined 8 more this time. In total, he possessed 12, barely adequate. An auction invitation could accommodate 2 attendees, and Yang Zun had delivered the invitation over 2 weeks prior. Chen Changsheng had no intention of attending alone and planned to bring Gu Yingxia and Gu Linger along. Early in the morning, the 2 women donned their celestial garments and equipped their magical artifacts, accompanying Chen Changsheng as they departed. The auction was situated at the heart of the market, adjacent to the Wanbao Pavilion, a part of Lord Feixing's enterprises. All treasures acquired by Lord Feixing were destined for auction here. It remained uncertain whether they would encounter Lord Feixing during this visit. According to Yang Zun, Lord Feixing was currently away and not present in the market. As for his whereabouts, he was unaware. Upon arriving at the auction, Chen Changsheng presented his invitation. The face of the attendant changed dramatically. He suddenly adopted a respectful demeanor. "My lord, you are the newly ascended second-tier alchemist of our Feixing market. Please, enter at once." "What? He is a second-tier alchemist? Let me see what a second-tier alchemist looks like," they exclaimed. "Why is he wearing a mask?" At that moment, Chen Changsheng felt a wave of relief. Fortunately, he had spontaneously decided to wear a mask, which had been prepared by Yang Zun. The mask concealed both his aura and appearance, rendering him indistinct. Only a foundational cultivator could penetrate the disguise. Yet, he understood that his identity as a second-tier alchemist could not remain hidden for long. He had no intention of concealing it permanently. But given the necessity of discretion in the forthcoming auction, it was prudent to maintain a low profile. With determination, Chen Changsheng strode into the auction hall. Flanked by the 2 women, the crowd outside expressed their regret, lamenting their inability to meet the esteemed alchemist. The emergence of a second-tier alchemist in Feixing market promised to elevate its status. "I must find a way to remain in Feixing market," one pondered, uncertain if there were any accommodations available for rent. The auction venue was modest in size. The venue appeared to accommodate over 100 individuals. According to the auction's regulations, only practitioners of the late Qi refinement stage and those of the first rank with superior qualifications were eligible to participate in this auction, which was precisely why Chen Changsheng had not received an invitation previously. He found a seat near the corner, patiently awaiting the commencement of the auction. After a while, the event officially began. A charming young woman, despite being at the initial stage of Qi refinement, stepped onto the stage and announced with great enthusiasm, "The auction is now officially underway, featuring a total of 82 treasures for bidding. Among them are 8 second-rank treasures, 30 first-rank supreme treasures, while the remainder consists of first-rank superior treasures. Let us now present the first item for auction. The second-rank inferior pill, the 3-sun pill, is available in 12 pieces, divided into 4 sets, with a starting price of 5,000 spirit stones, and each subsequent bid must exceed 500 spirit stones." Chen Changsheng was taken aback, for the first item to be auctioned was none other than his own creation. The 3-sun pills had been sent to the auction by Yang Zun on his behalf. The beautiful host continued, "As many of you may have heard, our Feixing market has welcomed a second-rank alchemist, and these 12 3-sun pills were crafted by this esteemed alchemist." The audience erupted in astonishment. Previously, the emergence of a second-rank alchemist in Feixing market had been mere rumor, but now it was confirmed, leaving everyone exhilarated. It is well known that second-rank alchemists are typically associated with celestial sects, and even among the cultivation families, finding one is no small feat. To attain the rank of second-rank alchemist, one must be a foundation-building practitioner. However, Feixing market, being a small marketplace within the realm of the Tai celestial sect, made it improbable for a foundation-building cultivator to reside there, unless this second-rank alchemist was not yet a foundation-building practitioner. This implied that the alchemist would not be departing from Feixing market anytime soon, a blessing for all those cultivators visiting the area. The only uncertainty remained whether they could concoct foundation-building pills. In any case, given that these pills were presented by a second-rank alchemist, the price was destined to soar. The bids poured in fervently. I bid 6,000 spirit stones. I bid 7,000. I bid 8,000. Before long, the price for the first set of pills skyrocketed beyond 15,000 spirit stones, ultimately selling for an astonishing 18,000 spirit stones. In total, Chen Changsheng garnered 90,000 spirit stones. It was utterly insane, and it dawned on him just how impoverished he had been before this moment. With these 90,000 spirit stones, he transformed into a figure of newfound affluence. Having lived in destitution for so long, the sudden wealth felt exhilarating, akin to the thrill of a nouveau riche. He found himself wanting to purchase everything of value. The auction continued for 5 hours, and Chen Changsheng soon found that half of his recently acquired 90,000 spirit stones had vanished. Nevertheless, he had indeed reaped considerable rewards. Little did he know, his extravagant bidding had caught the attention of some keen observers. One might wonder, who exactly were the three masked individuals lurking in the corner? An auction requires a minimum expenditure of 40,000 spirit stones. Could it possibly belong to a member of a certain immortal cultivation family? I find this unlikely. Instead, I wonder if he might be a newly ascended second-tier alchemist. Yet, that seems improbable, considering he is merely a Qi refinement stage 7 cultivator. Indeed, if he were truly an esteemed alchemist, he would at least be at the pinnacle of the Qi refinement stage. The mask, though exquisite, conceals one's aura and appearance, creating an illusion that obscures clarity. However, it possesses a fatal flaw. One's cultivation cannot be so lowly. The Qi refinement stage 7 cultivation is easily discernible to the discerning eye. As the auction concluded, Chen Changsheng hurriedly departed with the two women. The auction space was limited, and amidst the crowd's discussions, Chen Changsheng overheard remarks that genuinely startled him. It is prudent to exercise caution at all times. The last encounter with Zhao Long and Zhao Hu was unavoidable, and one must ponder if it is not better to bide one's time in cultivation, perhaps even to marry several wives. Upon returning to his modest courtyard, Chen Changsheng eagerly immersed himself in cultivation. This time, fortune favored him, allowing him to acquire a fragmentary soul technique. Although it was a deficient method, it was of a considerable tier, specifically a third-tier technique, albeit only applicable to the Qi refinement realm. Soul technique, great transformation of the spirit, third-tier technique, incomplete, applicable only to Qi refinement. Experience value 110,000. Could it be that the experience gained from the technique obtained after training with Guling could restore this great transformation of the spirit? The third-tier techniques correspond to the golden core realm. Although he now possessed a soul technique, he regrettably lacked the method for refining spiritual fire. His pursuits would henceforth involve dual cultivation, alchemy, and companionship with his beloved wives. Time swiftly passed, and a month elapsed. On this day, after completing his dual cultivation with the two women, particularly after the experience gained from the newly acquired technique was applied to the cultivation of the Qingmu, Chen Changsheng was elated to discover that his technique had finally ascended to the second tier. What does this imply? The significance is self-evident. As long as he continues with dual cultivation, even the most rudimentary technique can perpetually enhance its level. Not only the second tier now, but future possibilities of the third, fourth, and even fifth and sixth tiers loom on the horizon. In the realm of immortal cultivation, heritage is paramount. A powerful technique is of utmost importance. Without a subsequent second-tier technique upon reaching the foundation establishment realm, even the best aptitude and spirit root would not yield progress in cultivation. Furthermore, lacking a complete inheritance signifies that one must frequently switch techniques. Though it appears that one cultivates Qi for 120 years and establishes a foundation in 200 years, the reality is fraught with challenges. Time is exceedingly precious, leaving no room to squander several years, or even decades, on switching techniques. Chen Changsheng had, after all, departed from the immortal sect. During his time there, he was merely a servant disciple, practicing the most suitable low-tier technique, the Qingmu. Now, with the Qingmu evolving into the greater Qingmu, he has transformed a first-tier technique into a second-tier one. Moreover, the greater Qingmu is accompanied by a second-tier spell, the accelerated growth technique, which significantly enhances plant growth, tenfold in a day, equating to 10 years of growth in a single year. This transcends mere sorcery. It is akin to celestial magic. This remains at the second tier. It is uncertain whether an elevation in the level of one's cultivation technique will also enhance the rank of one's spells. At that point, a day may not merely be comparable to 10 days, but perhaps even to 10 years. There is an uncanny resemblance to the feeling of possessing a celestial vessel. Yet, this is not the most astonishing revelation for Chen Changsheng. The most remarkable aspect is that as the Qingmu technique ascends to the Grand Qingmu technique, the attributes of his spiritual roots manifest, and remarkably, the wood attribute has been enhanced. Host, Chen Changsheng. Realm, initial stage of Qi training, level 7, experience points, 133210000. Alchemist, second tier junior alchemist, experience points, 5961000. Primary cultivation technique, Grand Qingmu technique, second tier low-level technique, experience points, 11,000. Auxiliary technique, minor joy technique, second tier low-level technique, experience points, 1121000. Soul technique, great transformation of the spirit method, third tier technique, incomplete, only suitable for Qi training realm cultivation, experience points, 110,000. Spiritual roots, 5-element waste spiritual roots, metal, 30, wood, 65, water, 36, fire, 29, earth, 30. The enhancement of the wood spiritual root is a benefit derived from the elevation of the primary cultivation technique, Qingmu technique. The refinement of the wood's spiritual root has at least augmented its strength by 30. The subsequent percentage may indicate that upon reaching 100, a waste spiritual root could metamorphose into a mixed spiritual root, a primordial spiritual root, an earthly spiritual root, or even a heavenly spiritual root, who decreed that only single-element spiritual roots could be considered heavenly. In ancient times, spiritual roots were merely categorized by rank, not by element. It is only in the present era, with the quality and concentration of spiritual energy diminished and the multitude of spiritual roots leading to chaos, that cultivation has become increasingly arduous. For others, possessing a complete set of 5-element spiritual roots necessitates divided attention in cultivation, with each effort being fractioned into 5. However, Chen Changsheng is different. He possesses a unique advantage. Marrying enhances his strength. To wed is to become invincible. This is indeed a shortcut to elevating his cultivation. Naturally, at this stage, enhancing the cultivation of his companions is equally crucial. The assistance of the two women has become increasingly evident. Chapter 21. Emotional elevation Guingxia. With her mid-stage Qi training at the first level and a 5-element pseudo-spiritual root, possesses a root even more inferior than a waste root. With all 5 elemental attributes below 10, Gulinger fares slightly better, sharing the same 5-element waste spiritual root as him, at the initial stage of Qi training. During this period, the unlimited supply of medicinal pills from Chen Changsheng has enabled the two women to attain their current levels of cultivation. Ultimately, their cultivation time has been brief, and they lack the advantage he possesses. Yet, with the practice of the minor joy technique, Chen Changsheng has distinctly felt that after each arduous journey with the two women, their cultivation experiences subtle enhancements. This is undoubtedly a pleasant surprise. Regrettably, akin to the previous occasion, emotional rewards have only been triggered twice over the past month, each yielding over 100 experience points. 3 months have swiftly passed. Chen Changsheng has made significant strides in his cultivation, and the two women have likewise progressed. The efforts of diligent individuals bear fruit, as both women have achieved breakthroughs. Embracing them, Chen Changsheng is overwhelmed with joy. With the breakthrough of the two women, what truly astonished him was that a goodwill rating of 100 was not the ultimate destination. As the goodwill rating increased, the rewards gained after each training session also doubled. Host, Chen Changsheng. Realm, early stage of Qi refinement, 7th layer, experience points, 353, 510, 000. Alchemist, second tier junior alchemist, experience points, 9, 861, 000. Main cultivation method, Great Greenwood technique, second tier low-level method, experience points, 11, 000. Auxiliary method, Little Joy technique, second tier low-level method, experience points, 1, 121, 000. Soul method, Great Transformation of Spirit technique, third tier method, incomplete, remaining cultivation method for Qi refinement realm, experience points, 66, 510, 000. Spiritual root, 5-element waste spiritual root. Metal, 30, wood, 65, water, 36, fire, 29, earth, 30. Guingxia. Goodwill rating, 110, sincere affection. Bonus, 5. Realm, late stage of Qi refinement. First layer. Each training session yields 12 points of alchemy experience. Gulinger. Goodwill rating, 110, sincere affection. Bonus, 5. Realm, mid-stage of Qi refinement. First layer. Each training session yields 12 points of experience. With an extended bonus of 5 points, every session could enhance his experience by 60 points. However, Chen Changsheng kept the news of his promotion to second-tier alchemist under wraps. The Sanyang pill he refined was directly sold to Manager Yang. as his shop exclusively dealt in first-tier elixirs. Despite this, many speculated that he was indeed a second-tier alchemist, and visitors continued to come and go. Everyone was tacitly aware of the situation. Residing in the same marketplace, Chen Changsheng quickly became well acquainted with the others. It is worth mentioning that the marketplace regained its former prosperity 2 months ago, following the conclusion of the Flowing Cloud secret realm. Nearly 800 loose cultivators had signed up to enter, along with over 50 disciples from various sections. However, only about 40 to 50 individuals registered from the Feixing marketplace. And regrettably, only 30 returned, the rest perished within. The returnees caused the prices of healing potions and detoxifying pills to soar, doubling their market value. Although the prices did not skyrocket as dramatically as before entering the Flowing Cloud secret realm, Chen Changsheng still reaped a considerable profit. Consequently, he became quite a notable figure in the marketplace. Unfortunately, Master Feixing had yet to return. Instead, Chen Changsheng encountered another Foundation establishment cultivator, Master Feiyun, the younger brother of Master Feixing, who was at the mid-stage of Foundation establishment. He brought with him a recipe for the Baoling pill, a second-tier medium-grade elixir that could enhance cultivation. However, he could only refine the Baoling pill once his alchemy level reached second-tier medium grade, and it was imperative that half of the production be supplied to Master Feiyun. With the emergence of Chen Changsheng as a second-tier alchemist in Feixing marketplace, along with the considerable production of Sanyang pills over the past 3 months, he indeed attracted several Foundation establishment cultivators. Transactions flourished. Recently, Manager Yang had a rather triumphant demeanor, reveling in his newfound status as a second-tier alchemist. The rewards previously mentioned by Manager Yang have now been delivered. Upon becoming a second-tier alchemist, one is entitled to a monthly stipend of 1,000 spirit stones, alongside the privilege to acquire treasures exclusively for martial artists, specifically a second-tier magical artifact and a flying spirit tool, namely the second-tier inferior flying shoes. This new mode of flight nearly doubles the speed of the previous flying artifact. Clad in these shoes, even at the pinnacle of the Qi refinement stage, one cannot hope to catch up unless wielding a superior grade flying artifact. As for the elixirs, 3 youth preservation pills have been bestowed upon him, bringing immense joy to Chen Changsheng. At this juncture, he appears to be in his 40s. The youth restoration pills he previously obtained can rejuvenate an individual by 5 years. During this period, he has successfully concocted 2 batches, which have sold remarkably well. Having consumed over 10 pills, his appearance has reverted to that of a 25 or 26-year-old. With the youth preservation pills at hand, he can maintain his youthful visage, preserving it even as he approaches the end of his lifespan. Lastly, he has acquired second-tier techniques, the Spirit Fire secret method and the Leaf Fire formula, enabling him to cultivate Leaf Fire, which significantly enhances both his alchemical speed and success rate. It is noteworthy that his relationship with Qin Huayu has improved considerably. Although the affectionate title brother Chen has not been restored, their encounters are no longer marred by coldness. They exchange words on occasion. Moreover, Chen Changsheng has observed that Qin Huayu gazes at him with a newfound depth of emotion. It is evident that she harbors feelings for him, yet struggles to overcome her inner obstacles. This realization fills Chen Changsheng with inexplicable joy. The hurdles she faces do not deter him. He intends to employ the methods from his past life to pursue her, confident that he can win her affection. Women, after all, often ponder and hesitate before coming together. Yet once united, they can be fiercely passionate. As Chen Changsheng prepares to take action, Lord Feiyun arrives at his doorstep. Chen Changsheng hastily steps forward to greet him. Lord Feiyun. Lord Feiyun laughs heartily. Ha ha ha. Master Chen, there is no need for such formality. I have already stated that we should regard each other as brothers. Henceforth, let us drop the titles. Call me Brother Feiyun, and I shall call you Brother Chen. Brother Feiyun, Chen Changsheng responds. Excellent. Lord Feiyun beams with satisfaction. Brother Chen, since I am now your elder brother, allow me to inquire. Do you desire a concubine? Speak the word, and I shall procure one for you without delay. Chen Changsheng appears bewildered, shaking his head. Elder brother, you jest. I already have a wife. Lord Feiyun, patting Chen Changsheng on the shoulder, insists, Brother Chen, do not feign modesty. I am well aware that you have 2 wives and are currently pursuing Fairy Qin. Besides, as a second-tier alchemist, what is there to fear in taking a few concubines? I happen to know several female cultivators seeking support. Given your standing, it would be an elevation for them to become your concubines. Just say the word, and I will make the arrangements. Chen Changsheng is acutely aware of Lord Pang Feiyun's ulterior motives. This proposition serves as a pretext to bind him to the Feixing commercial district, regardless of any ties he may have with Gu Yingxia and Gu Linger. Even if in the future Chen Changsheng embarks on a brighter path, this inclination towards taking a concubine is sufficient for him to care for Feixing Fang market. Indeed, The concept of taking a concubine is not foreign to Chen Changsheng himself. Marrying brings strength. Marrying renders one invincible. This notion transcends mere shortcuts. Previously, due to his advanced age and limited cultivation, he had to marry a woman with spiritual roots. Yet, if he were to possess such roots, how many would truly be willing to marry him? Unless he were to reveal his identity as a second-tier alchemist. His low cultivation level brought forth endless troubles should he expose that identity. Now, with Lord Feiyun taking the initiative to mediate, it undoubtedly presents an admirable option. Pang Feiyun, having perceived Chen Changsheng's interest, continued, "Rest assured, my brother, the concubines I find for you will be paragons of virtue, and their true ages will not exceed 30. Chen Changsheng, clenching his teeth, responded, "I must be candid, elder brother. Matters of marriage require careful consideration, and I must consult with my 2 wives. Harmonious conjugal relations hinge upon mutual respect." Although Chen Changsheng felt tempted, he refrained from giving an immediate response. Pang Feiyun feigned understanding, saying, "You, my brother, are indeed a paragon of a good man. Since you wish to consult your wives, it is simple, just summon them forth, and I believe they will acquiesce. However, I must advise you that such matters should be decided by yourself, without needing to consult women." Chen Changsheng smiled faintly, and at that moment, Gu Yingxia and Gu Ling'er emerged. Before Chen Changsheng could speak, Pang Feiyun interjected, "Sisters-in-law, you have arrived at the perfect time. I was just discussing with Chen brother the prospect of him taking a few wives, and he insists on consulting you. I now pose the question to you. Are you willing to allow Chen brother to take concubines?" The notion of a woman sharing her husband with others is indeed profound. Fortunately, both women understood a fundamental truth. Their husband was exceptionally talented and powerful, and it was inevitable that he would not be limited to just the 2 of them. Furthermore, with Lord Feiyun as the mediator, it was wiser to be accommodating than obstructive. Gu Yingxia nodded, "I am willing." "Ha." Pang Feiyun laughed heartily. "Now I understand why you dote on your 2 wives so dearly, Chen brother." With both sisters-in-law agreeing, "You surely have no objections?" Chen Changsheng nodded. "Then I must trouble you, elder brother. This is straightforward," Pang Feiyun stated. "I will have someone bring them here immediately." As he spoke, Pang Feiyun sent out a message. "There will be 2 in total. You may choose whomever you prefer, Chen brother. Of course, if you fancy both, you may select them both. One of them possesses triple spiritual roots." Chen Changsheng, taken aback, exclaimed, "Elder brother, you must be jesting." Pang Feiyun chuckled, "What? Do you not believe me?" Chen Changsheng shook his head. "How could I doubt what you say? It is just that the triple spiritual roots promise a hopeful foundation, and entering the immortal gates would pose no issue." Pang Feiyun affirmed, "Indeed, as you stated, possessing triple spiritual roots qualifies her for entering the immortal gates. But who can say that marrying you, a second-tier alchemist, will not hold promise for future foundational cultivation?" Just then, a knock resounded at the courtyard door. 2 elegant ladies stood at the entrance, their beauty unparalleled, equal to none who had arrived before them. "You have all come," Pang Feiyun nodded, and said, "Brother Chen, this is the prospective concubine I have introduced for you. Tell me, which one do you prefer?" "This is Brother Chen, a second-tier alchemist from my Feishing workshop. By the way, ladies, do introduce yourselves." The 2 ladies instantly brightened, eager to present themselves. "I am Ruan Ling, having cultivated for 9 years. At the 3rd level of Qi refinement, possessing a mixed spiritual root of 4 attributes. I am Lu Ling Long, with 4 years of cultivation. At the 2nd level of Qi refinement, and a 3-attribute elemental root." Pang Feiyun asked, "What does Brother Chen think?" Chen Changsheng hesitated. Indeed, both ladies were of the type he favored. However, did he truly wish to marry both? Before Chen could respond, Pang Feiyun waved his hand decisively, declaring, "It's settled then. You shall marry both. Forget the formalities. Tonight, you shall consummate your union." Chen Changsheng inquired, "Do the 2 of you have any conditions?" He had made his decision. "Very well, I shall marry you both." The ladies shook their heads, stating, "We have no conditions. We only wish to marry the master. And it suffices if you cherish us." "Big brother, thank you immensely." Chen Changsheng expressed his gratitude. Pang Feiyun laughed heartily. "If Brother Chen truly wishes to thank me, then dedicate yourself to the study of alchemy and craft the spirit treasure pill as soon as possible, as this would also aid me." Chen Changsheng assured him, "Rest assured, brother, within a year, I will certainly produce the spirit treasure pill for you." "Excellent." Pang Feiyun rejoiced. This arrangement for Chen Changsheng to take concubines was, in essence, an investment for him. After all, Chen Changsheng was still pursuing Qin Huayu, clearly fond of beautiful women. Thus, this would facilitate his desires. Pang Feiyun was well aware of the implications. He himself had the intention of marrying several cultivators, and this was merely a step taken in that direction. Yet, he felt a pang of guilt towards Gu Yingxia and Gu Ling'er. "Yingxia Ling'er, I am sorry." Gu Yingxia smiled. "My husband taking concubines is something I can understand. I will ensure to coexist peacefully with my two sisters in the future. Linger voiced no objections either. Husband, since you are to marry both sisters tonight, Linger and I shall go prepare. As night fell, it marked the auspicious occasion of Chen Changsheng's wedding night. After persuasion from Gu Yingxia and Gu Linger, both ladies were ushered into the bridal chamber. The scene was akin to a dragon playing with two phoenixes, a customary affair for Chen Changsheng. Lifting the veils of the two stunning beauties revealed their enchanting faces to him. My ladies, I have arrived, he proclaimed, and a melodious symphony echoed within the chamber. In another room, Gu Yingxia and Gu Linger found themselves unable to sleep. Sister, how many women do you think our husband will have in the future? Linger felt a twinge of discomfort. Gu Yingxia replied with a smile, with such an exceptional husband, he will undoubtedly attract many women. As long as he always holds us sisters dear in his heart, I will be content. Our duty is to support him, enhance our cultivation, and bear him children. In due time, our position in his heart will become irreplaceable. Furthermore, with such an impressive husband, do you truly believe you can manage? Fortunately, with a couple more sisters, they can share the burden. Gu Linger nodded vigorously and said, Sister, I understand. Sister, I suddenly noticed that your storage seems to have expanded. Could it be the handiwork of your husband? Gu Yingxia retorted playfully, isn't yours the same? Oh, where have you placed your hands? Suddenly, the room resonated with delicate gasps. Chapter 23. Ability to enhance spiritual roots. Gained 10 points of refining experience. Host favorability. 55. No bonus. Unlocking new profession for the host. Refiner. Early stage. Level 1. Experience points. 1510. Can be enhanced. Gained a 2-point enhancement in wood spiritual root. Host favorability. 50. No bonus. Spiritual roots. 5 types of defective roots. Metal. 30. Wood. 67. Water. 36. Fire. 29. Earth. 30. Spiritual roots can actually be enhanced. This is precisely what Chen Changsheng yearned for. The enhancement of spiritual roots equates to resolving the limitations of his cultivation. He had always harbored a sense of trepidation. Although he was an alchemist of the second tier, his inadequate spiritual roots effectively locked his potential. Even with a golden finger in hand, the slight elevation in his cultivation techniques offered only minimal improvement. He feared that he would ultimately become the first unsuccessful transmigrator, even one endowed with a golden finger. The previous upgrade in his technique had already provided him with immense joy. Now, the prospect of enhancing his spiritual roots was astonishing. What Chen Changsheng lamented, however, was that the two women evidently did not hold him in high regard. Their favorability had not even reached passing marks. This was understandable. Although he was unaware of the methods that Pang Feiyun employed to have them marry him, it was likely that a sense of reluctance lingered in their hearts. Nevertheless, it was of no consequence. Relationships require time to cultivate. Lu Linglong was enhancing her spiritual roots, while Ruan Ling had embarked on her second auxiliary profession as a refiner. The elevation of his alchemy level had immensely enhanced both his soul and body. He wondered if the advancement in his refining skills would yield similar benefits. Moreover, becoming a refiner would enable him to craft his own magical artifacts according to his desires. Much like the shadowless needle and the flying shoes, one an exquisite magical tool, the other a low-grade spiritual device. Though powerful, they were not tailor-made for him, thus failing to fully unleash their potential. Observing the situation, Chen Changsheng felt a pang of guilt. He had momentarily lost himself in the heat of the moment, unleashing his full combat prowess. It was worth noting that even Gu Yingxia and Gu Linger, who had cultivated the Little Joy technique, were not his match in their first encounter, especially when he had cast a healing spell. Silently, Chen Changsheng rose and departed the bridal chamber. In another room, he was not asleep. Stirred by the alluring sounds from the adjacent chamber, unconsciously, he felt a burning desire to find a hole to burrow into. Gu Yingxia, her cheeks flushed, asked, "What brings you here?" Chen Changsheng replied, "Naturally, I'm here to," and with a swift leap, he was soon upon her. The storm swept through the house. Yet no amount of wind and rain could deter Chen Changsheng's unwavering spirit as he traversed mountains and rivers. He gained 12 points of alchemy experience, with a rapport level of 110, enhanced by a bonus of 5. As a novice second-tier alchemist, he was now poised for advancement. Chen Changsheng eagerly opted for the upgrade, aspiring to become a mid-level second-tier alchemist, capable of concocting the precious spirit elixir for Pang Feiyun. However, upon stepping into the realm of mid-level alchemy, he sensed the challenges ahead. Transcending to a late-stage second-tier alchemist would not be a simple feat. His cultivation, soul, and spiritual fire were all lacking the necessary conditions. Nevertheless, attaining mid-level status was sufficient for now, especially since he had only reached the 7th layer of Qi training. He acquired 12 points of martial arts experience, maintaining a rapport level of 110 with an additional bonus of 5. This time, he chose the Flame Secret method,
the Li Huiju, a first-tier superior technique. He realized that as he cultivated, enhancing his methods with experience not only elevated his mastery, but also upgraded the technique itself. Just as now, even a mere addition of one experience point instantly brought the technique to the entry level. The greater the experience, the deeper the mastery. As night turned to day, Chen Changsheng awoke rejuvenated, reveling in the joys of marriage. The 4 battles he had faced had considerably elevated his cultivation, surpassing the pace of his solitary training. Without relying on medicinal pills, he would gain merely a point of experience over 10 days, but through dual cultivation, a single battle yielded the same reward. There was no comparison. Around 8 or 9 in the morning, the 4 women rose. Yuan Ling and Lu Linglong, newlywed and suddenly in an unfamiliar place, appeared quite reserved. Fortunately, with the assistance of Gu Yingxia and Gu Linger, their unease soon dissipated. Chen Changsheng understood well the reasons for their marriage. One was due to Pang Feiyun, the other to his status as a second-tier alchemist. If merely marrying could yield benefits, the deeper the affection, the greater the rewards. Naturally, he wished to cultivate their relationships. After breakfast, he sought to learn more about the 2 women. He discovered that Yuan Ling was a lone cultivator from humble beginnings who had fortuitously encountered Lord Feishing, who, upon realizing her mixed elemental roots, brought her to the market to work at his estate. In contrast, Lu Linglong's tale was far more tragic. For years prior, she had been abducted by a malevolent cultivator who initially deceived her into believing she had encountered a celestial opportunity. It was only a year ago that she uncovered the true nature of this villain. This malevolent figure had targeted numerous women with spiritual roots, imparting his cultivation methods. And once they reached a certain level, he would extract their essence to enhance his own powers, leaving them as lifeless husks, suffering in agony. She inadvertently stumbled upon a malevolent cultivator who was attempting to seize her foundation and cultivate alongside her companions. Terrified, she fled immediately, but was soon discovered by this wicked practitioner, who, in his fury, decided to seize her foundation before he reached the 4th layer of qi refinement. Just as he was about to act, he was intercepted by Pang Feiyun, who rescued her and brought her back to the marketplace. Coincidentally, he was aware of Chen Changsheng's desire to take a wife, and thus presented her to him. Chen Changsheng was indeed fortunate. Otherwise, he would not have encountered Chu Linglong, whose companionship not only enhanced his spiritual roots, but also left him pondering whether the enhancement pertained solely to one type of spiritual root, or if it could gradually benefit all 5 types. Only when his wood-type spiritual root reached 100 in purity would the outcome be revealed. Yet, Chen Changsheng harbored a distinct feeling that the dual cultivation with Chu Linglong was far more complex than merely the purification of a single type of spiritual root. Chapter 24. Crafting a persona. He was always confident in this intuitive sense. Over the past 40 years of cultivation, it was this very feeling that had allowed him to evade numerous crises and seize minor opportunities. Initially, he believed this sensation was akin to a golden finger, akin to leaving the immortal sect to return home and marry. Despite the despair concerning his cultivation, there was an emerging realization that marrying was indeed the most prudent choice. The golden finger, and this feeling might very well be among the benefits of a transmigrator. Having married both Yuan Ling and Chu Linglong, they became a family. He took note of the affinity levels from their first cultivation session. One was at 55, the other at 50. He had to devise a way to elevate these numbers. An idea struck him. Previously, after defeating Zhao Long and Zhao Hu, he had acquired 2 superior magical artifacts, the Red Dragon Sword and the Green Dragon Sword. He had intended to wait until Gu Yingxia and Gu Ling had improved their cultivation before gifting them the artifacts. But it seemed prudent to present them to Yuan Ling and Chu Linglong first. Indeed, upon bestowing the 2 superior magical artifacts, the affinity levels of the 2 women surged rapidly. Yuan Ling, affinity, 70, bonus, 2, Chu Linglong, affinity, 65, bonus, 1, while Chen Changsheng reveled in his newlywed bliss. Manager Yang of Wanbao Pavilion was in a state of distress. He sought out Qin Huayu and sighed, "What are you truly thinking? Are you really not planning to marry Chen Changsheng?" At that moment, Qin Huayu felt a wave of frustration wash over her, nearly moved to tears. After spending considerable time together and witnessing Chen Changsheng's remarkable talent as a second-tier alchemist, he was indeed the most suitable candidate for her hand in marriage. Her reluctance stemmed from indignation. As a peak 9th layer qi refinement cultivator, why should she settle to be a concubine? Recently, as her cultivation stagnated, she realized that only Chen Changsheng could assist her, for without his help, she might never step into the foundation establishment realm. Foundation establishment pills could only be crafted by second-tier alchemists. Even if she entered the immortal sect, with her 4 types of spiritual roots, the foundation establishment pills would not be within her reach. Even if they were, not a mere 1 or 2 could guarantee her entry into that realm. During this period, she had ventured to the Ziyun mountain range several times, hoping to acquire resources. The more she sought, the more despairing her situation became. She had begun to feel a sense of resignation within her heart. Contemplating the passage of time, she resolved to observe Chen Changsheng's demeanor. If he truly intended to marry her, she would graciously accept his proposal. However, just moments ago, her uncle informed her that Chen Changsheng had wed. Astonishingly, he had taken 2 brides, both arranged by Lord Feiyun. Yang Zhuan sighed and spoke of the 2 young ladies Chen had married, one named Wan Ling, possessing a 4-element spiritual root and hailing from the residence of Lord Feishing. The other, Chu Linglong, brought back from the market by Lord Feiyun, blessed with a 3-element spiritual root. How could this be? Qin Huayu exclaimed in disbelief. A 3-element spiritual root? Surely. She would be sought after by the celestial sects and holds promise for foundation establishment. Yang Zhuan replied, why is it impossible? Though Chen Changsheng has cultivated for over 40 years, one must not forget where he has spent that time, within the celestial sections. Despite achieving little there, once he left, he soared to great heights. Clearly, he encountered extraordinary fortuity, transforming from an ordinary alchemist to a second-tier alchemist in merely a year. With such opportunities, who can say he will not eventually concoct foundation establishment pills? Lord Feiyun's matchmaking appears to be a transaction for Chen Changsheng. By marrying 2 women, he has indirectly acquiesced to Lord Feiyun's dealings. I initially intended to unite you with Chen Changsheng, but now that chance has slipped away. You will face hardships ahead. Sighed Yang Zhuan. Qin Huayu, feeling increasingly aggrieved, burst into tears. Unbeknownst to Chen Changsheng, he had just taken 2 new wives, and furthermore, cultivating with Chu Linglong could enhance his spiritual roots. Suddenly burdened with 4 wives, the once manageable second-tier lower-grade Xiaowangxi technique became somewhat overwhelming. Clearly, it was imperative to elevate the technique to a higher level. After days and nights of diligent effort, disregarding his own fatigue, Chen Changsheng finally upgraded the Xiaowangxi technique to the second-tier middle-grade level. Auxiliary technique, Xiaowangxi technique, second-tier middle-grade, experience points, 205,000. The level had indeed risen. Yet the required experience points had also increased significantly. 605,000 experience points would necessitate over 90 repetitions, not to mention the other techniques that required enhancement. Fortunately, with the advancement of the Xiaowangxi technique, Chen Changsheng was now able to manage the 4 women effectively, akin to a peasant breaking free from servitude and singing joyfully. The 4 ladies were equally astonished. During these 7 days, Chen Changsheng had acted as a diligent ox, and upon reflection, realized he hadn't refined any pills during that time. His stock of elixirs was dwindling. Most importantly, with Lord Pang Feiyun acting as a matchmaker, he felt obligated to repay this favor. The refinement of Baoling pills needed to be expedited, as these were equally beneficial for his cultivation. Moreover, with 4 wives to support, his expenses had significantly increased. The Baoling pill, classified as a second-tier middle-grade elixir, ranked among the finest within that category, capable of aiding in the mid-stage of foundation establishment cultivation. Yet, to concoct this Baoling pill, he needed to prepare the necessary medicinal materials. Chen Changsheng did not approach Lord Pang Feiyun directly. Instead, he went to Wanbao Zhai. Upon stating his intent, Yang Zhonggui was left utterly astonished. Having only recently ascended to the rank of a primary second-tier alchemist, and now finding himself elevated to the intermediate tier, it had barely been 3 or 4 months. Brother Changsheng, your talent for alchemy is indeed rare, even among the celestial sects, he remarked. Chen Changsheng smiled wryly. To be honest, Brother Yang, I too harbor regrets. After 40 years of wasted time, I never considered alchemy. I always regarded it, along with tool forging and talisman crafting, as external pursuits. I never thought to delve into the study of cultivation. As a mere servant disciple in the sect, my days were consumed with endless menial tasks, leaving me with little to show for my cultivation efforts. I even despaired of my ability to cultivate, which led me to leave the sect in search of a family. It was then that I entertained the notion of trying my hand at alchemy, and to my surprise, my innate talent proved to be exceptional. In just 2 short years, I progressed from a novice to a second-tier alchemist. Chen Changsheng understood that his life story could not remain concealed, nor did he intend to hide it. The fact that he had advanced from a beginner to a second-tier alchemist in merely 2 years would undoubtedly stir speculation among countless cultivators. If they were to assume that he had obtained some treasure from the sect that facilitated his rise, it would not bode well. Rather than conceal the truth, it was better to lay it bare. Cultivation requires talent and spiritual roots, while alchemy and tool forging, although also dependent on spiritual roots, place greater emphasis on comprehension. He could easily craft an image of himself as one with poor spiritual roots yet extraordinary understanding. Whether others chose to believe it or not was of no concern to him. Yang Jun expressed his sentiments. Brother Changsheng, it is indeed a pity. Chen Changsheng nodded. Ah, fate and destiny. My sole hope now is to refine my elixirs and, through them, enhance my strength. I do not aspire to become a foundational cultivator. Reaching the pinnacle of qi refinement would suffice. Chapter 25. The explosion of the alchemy furnace as Yang Jun observed Chen Changsheng's departing figure. His previous intentions to match his niece with Chen Changsheng reignited fervently in his heart. It was imperative that Yuer marry this Chen Changsheng. Regardless of whether he had acquired some treasure or genuinely possessed remarkable alchemical talent. Only through marrying him would Yuer have a chance to become a foundational cultivator and avenge her parents. Unbeknownst to Chen Changsheng, he had almost lost his future wife. Yang Jun, having missed the opportunity with Chen Changsheng, resolved to wait for Lord Feishing's return to implore him to admit his niece into the celestial sect. His mind had now completely shifted. Upon returning to his humble abode, Chen Changsheng immediately immersed himself in his work, focusing on alchemy. The Baoling Pill. Once the formula reached Lord Feiyun, had been entrusted to the stewardship of Lord Feishing, who was tasked with gathering the necessary spiritual herbs. They had long lacked the essential Baoling grass. However, not long ago, due to the burgeoning reputation of Chen Changsheng as a second-tier alchemist, several foundational cultivators had come forth. And thus, a specimen of the Baoling grass had been procured. The Baoling grass is classified as a second-tier mid-grade spiritual herb, thriving in the opulent and vibrant veins of the earth. Wherever Baoling grass flourishes, gold is sure to abound. Gold is not only one of the metals used in forging treasures, but also serves as currency in the mortal realm. 3 days passed, and success in refining the Baoling Pill seemed imminent. Yet, an unexpected turn of events occurred. A crimson light suddenly enveloped the alchemical furnace. An artifact he had inadvertently acquired during his time at the celestial sect, a first-tier mid-grade alchemical furnace. Countless fissures began to appear upon its surface. In that instant, Chen Changsheng comprehended the imminent danger of an explosion. He was filled with profound regret. How had he not considered replacing the furnace? A superior alchemical furnace not only enhances the success rate of pill creation, but also elevates the quality of the elixirs and accelerates the alchemical process. He had been negligent, solely focused on concocting pills for profit and advancing his personal cultivation. What should he do now? If the furnace were to explode, a whole batch of precious spirit pills would be rendered useless. According to Manager Yang, there was only one spirit herb available. Should it explode, he would have a difficult time explaining it to Pang Feiyun. No, he had to devise a solution. This batch of pills must be successfully refined. A thought struck him as he rummaged through his storage bag, and he recalled a potential remedy. A talisman, a repair talisman, capable of mending the damage to magical artifacts. The art of talismans is vast and profound. Otherwise, it would not be one of the 4 major auxiliary arts. Talismans are essentially transformed from spells, presented in a tangible form. Unfortunately, it was merely a first-tier mid-grade repair talisman. He could only hope it would prove useful. The talisman recognized its purpose and instantly transformed into a beam of yellow light, enveloping the alchemical furnace, successfully restraining the furnace that was on the verge of shattering. He swiftly gathered the pills, altering his hand seals. The process of refining pills, whether at the first or second tier, demands strict adherence to the strength of the soul and the internal spiritual fire. The techniques for refining and gathering pills differ significantly. Channeling the spell, Chen Changsheng quickly consumed a pill to restore his mana. The hand seals completed, the furnace opened immediately. In that moment, the furnace emitted a crack, and Chen Changsheng's expression shifted as he realized that the talisman's repair might fail once again. An explosion was imminent. With a swift motion, another talisman was summoned, a first-tier superior binding talisman capable of temporarily immobilizing a person. He wondered if it would be effective on the furnace. The talisman flew forth, instantly merging with the furnace. It worked. Even 3 seconds would suffice. Chen Changsheng continued to gather the pills, which flew forth in an instant. A total of 6 pills emerged, and he deftly collected the precious spirit pills. With a resounding boom, as the pills were secured, the furnace could no longer withstand the strain and erupted violently. Chen Changsheng hastily conjured a protective pagoda and round shield, shielding himself from the blast. The immense explosion reverberated throughout the alchemical chamber, shaking the entire courtyard, nay, the entire marketplace with its ferocity. The courtyard bore the brunt of the force. Fortunately, the alchemical chamber was fortified with defensive arrays. Otherwise, the entire courtyard would have been obliterated. Despite this, the 4 women were left utterly terrified. My husband. They rushed to the entrance of the alchemical chamber. Equally alarmed was Pang Feiyun. That was Chen Changsheng's residence. This was dire. Had they been attacked? Who would dare to act against me in the Feishing marketplace? The enraged Pang Feiyun hurried over at breakneck speed. In his moment of confusion, He did not initially comprehend that the commotion was the result of an explosion from the alchemy furnace. Instead, he feared that someone had discovered Chen Changsheng was a second-tier alchemist and intended to abduct him. Yang Zhuan, equally alarmed, was also drawn to the scene. This was his preordained grandson-in-law, and Qin Huayu resided next door to Chen Changsheng. The tremors were unmistakable, and the tremendous sound of the explosion clearly emanated from Chen Changsheng's courtyard. The anguished cries of the four women seamlessly followed suit. Could it be Chen Changsheng? Without a moment's hesitation, Qin Huayu rushed over, disregarding everything else. What just exploded? Why are you all crying? She inquired urgently. It's Chen Changsheng, Guing Xia sobbed helplessly. He was in the alchemy room when the explosion occurred. The room is protected by a formation, and we cannot open it. Qin Huayu's expression shifted drastically. Could it be that the alchemy furnace had indeed exploded? Step aside. Allow me to shatter the formation, she commanded. Just then, Yang Zhuan arrived in a flurry. Where? What is happening? Could it be that Brother Changsheng is in trouble? Qin Huayu's heart ached as she replied. It might be the alchemy furnace explosion. I fear for Chen Gu. How could the alchemy furnace explode? Yang Zhuan questioned. We cannot dare to enter and rescue him. I am about to break the formation. Qin Huayu insisted. Everyone, move aside, let me handle this. At that moment, Pang Feiyun also arrived, raising his hand to strike at the alchemy room. As his palm descended, it was poised to strike the room. Suddenly, the protective formation surrounding the alchemy room vanished, and Chen Changsheng emerged, covered in dust and disheveled. Upon stepping outside, he was startled to see Pang Feiyun launching an attack towards him, causing him to instinctively retreat. Having expended all his magical energy to withstand the explosion, he felt an overwhelming weakness wash over him. As he stepped back, he stumbled upon the threshold and fell to the ground. Pang Feiyun, upon recognizing Chen Changsheng's face, quickly withdrew his attack. Brother Chen, big brother, Brother Changsheng, husband. The four women rushed over in tears, hastily helping him up and inspecting him closely. Husband, what on earth happened? Fairy Qin said it was an explosion. Are you hurt? Let us see. Chen Changsheng, while revealing his body, reassured them. Indeed, there was an explosion from the alchemy furnace, but I am fine. See, I am in good health. After calming the four women, he approached the others and expressed, Big brother, Brother Yang, thank you for your concern. Turning to Qin Huayu, he added, you have come. Unintentionally catching sight of the tear stains at the corners of her eyes, Chen Changsheng felt a shiver of joy. She was indeed worried for him. Perhaps sensing the intensity of his gaze, Qin Huayu coldly replied, Be more cautious with your alchemy in the future. Now that you are unharmed, I shall take my leave. Chen Changsheng opened his mouth, longing to call out to Qin Huayu, but the words caught in his throat. He watched her retreating figure with a heavy heart. Pang Feiyun chuckled and remarked, Brother Chen seems to have taken a liking to Fairy Qin. However, her proud disposition and clear sense of grievances make it difficult for me to assist you. This time, it seems you'll have to rely on yourself. Chen Changsheng offered a wry smile and replied, Thank you for your concern, elder brother. In matters of the heart, one must truly depend on oneself. Meanwhile, Yang Zhuan's heart soared with joy, albeit tinged with frustration. This girl, despite her evident affection for Chen Changsheng, often threw tantrums. He resolved to have a serious talk with her. If they missed their chance now, it would truly be a lost opportunity. Chen Changsheng then declared, Elder brother, this time I have not disappointed. I have successfully refined the Baoling pill. However, there was an unexpected mishap during the process, resulting in only 3 pills being produced. The rest could not be collected before the alchemical furnace exploded. He had not revealed all 6 pills he had managed to create, as these were second-tier intermediate-grade pills. He believed that such pills would significantly aid in his cultivation. Lacking innate talent could be compensated with elixirs, and now that he was married, he could enhance his spiritual roots through cultivation. It was a remarkably advantageous situation. However, to truly thrive, his wife's cultivation must also be prioritized. This golden opportunity seemed to hinge on her progress. The higher her cultivation, the greater the rewards he would reap during his training. The deeper their bond, the more bonuses they would receive. This was undoubtedly a marriage-focused and emotionally driven path. Pang Feiyun could hardly believe what he was hearing. If his memory served him correctly, Chen Changsheng had only recently become a second-tier junior alchemist. In his view, it would take years for someone with such talent to rise to the status of a second-tier intermediate alchemist. Remarkable, Brother Chen. I never imagined your talent in alchemy was so formidable, he exclaimed. Chen Changsheng sighed, expressing his frustration. I, Chen Changsheng, was fortunate enough to enter the immortal sect as a servant disciple, yet my poor spiritual roots, a mere 5-element waste, held me back. I devoted myself to cultivation, burdened by numerous tasks, fearing distraction, and thus steered clear of alchemy, weapon forging, formations, and talisman crafting. After over 40 years of cultivation, I finally reached the 5th level of qi refinement, only to abandon my path for marriage and family, hoping to nurture the next generation. It was upon returning to the mundane world that I attempted alchemy and discovered my innate talent for it. Had I known this sooner, I would have pursued alchemy long ago. He recounted the reasons he had shared with Yang Zhuan once more, though they seemed somewhat tenuous. Yet, there were indeed precedents. Many with poor spiritual roots had carved out success in alchemy, weapon forging, formations, and talisman crafting. There were even those who had stepped into the ranks of second-tier practitioners from the qi refinement realm, though such occurrences were exceedingly rare. In truth, Chen Changsheng had considered this path before. He was not unacquainted with the subjects, as he had genuinely studied them. But his lack of talent had compelled him to abandon them. Pang Feiyun and the others were unaware of this. One might say that no one knew. It served as a plausible reason to obscure his unique advantages. Pang Feiyun lamented, "What a pity." However, he added with a smile, "If Brother Chen had attempted alchemy back then, would he have ever crossed paths with someone as fortunate as me?" At this moment, it is not too late to realize that, given Brother Chen's exceptional alchemical skills, there is indeed great hope for him to enter the Foundation establishment realm. Chen Changsheng nodded and expressed his hopes. "May it be so. Brother, please accept these 3 precious spirit pills," Pang Feiyun said. "Very well. These spirit pills are of great significance to me, and I shall gladly accept them," Pang Feiyun continued. "Brother Chen, I must express my gratitude for assisting me in the creation of these spirit pills. What would you like in return?" Chen Changsheng replied, "Brother, you are being overly courteous. I am immensely grateful for your introduction to my wives, Linger and Linglong. As for alchemy, I shall certainly do my utmost." Pang Feiyun shook his head, asserting, "Let us be clear, we must not conflate matters. Gratitude must be properly expressed. Since you mentioned the explosion of the alchemical furnace, I shall gift you a new one." As he spoke, a magnificent cauldron appeared in Pang Feiyun's hands. This second-tier inferior spirit artifact, the Tianyuan cauldron, is capable of both alchemy and forging, and can even be used in combat. With this cauldron, one can produce superior elixirs. Chen Changsheng's eyes sparkled with excitement as he exclaimed, "This cauldron is indeed invaluable to me, and I shall not decline. If you require any further elixirs in the future, do not hesitate to ask. I will gladly assist you." A single cauldron has remarkably addressed both the needs for alchemy and forging. As he trains alongside Wanling, he has fortuitously unlocked the skills of a forger, making this cauldron exceptionally useful. Pang Feiyun smiled and said, "Since you have now become a second-tier intermediate alchemist, how about crafting another batch of spirit pills for me? Of course, I will provide the necessary materials." Chen Changsheng promptly agreed. "It is merely alchemy, and I might even keep a few pills for myself." After bidding farewell to Pang Feiyun and Yang Zhuan, Chen Changsheng finally had time to comfort the 4 women. After a series of soothing words, they naturally found themselves in bed together. Through trials and tribulations, desires remain insatiable. By training with Guingxia, gained 22 points of alchemical experience. Affection level, 120, soaring together. Bonus, 5. Alchemist, second-tier intermediate, experience, 5, 565,000. Their bond deepened. One session yielded 110 points of experience, allowing for an elevation in alchemical rank that would typically require 3 to 4 months, now achievable in just 2. However, to ascend to the realm of a second-tier superior alchemist, it is essential that his cultivation keeps pace, alongside enhancements to both his soul and flame techniques. Fortunately, the experience points can be preserved, otherwise it would be a significant loss. By training with Gulinger, gained 22 points in cultivation technique experience. Affection level, 120, soaring together. Bonus, 5, soul technique, dye and refining divine method, experience, 101, 110,000. Chen Changsheng chose to enhance the strength of his soul. The soul not only offers substantial support for alchemy and forging, but also accelerates cultivation speed. Remarkably, while practicing the minor joyful technique, he discovered it could even extend the duration of his sessions. The 3rd-tier technique must be restored to its 3rd-tier level before further progress can be made. The potential for cultivation is limitless. However, the only source of vexation for Chen Changsheng stemmed from the increasing experience points required for his cultivation and the augmentation of his secret techniques. Additionally, as Gulinger had trained in martial arts, her physical resilience was notably superior, which led Chen to, consciously or unconsciously, pay her special attention during their practice sessions. Chapter 27. Attempting to forge artifacts with Wanling. Gain 1 experience in artifact forging. Favorability 80. Bonus 3. Artifact Master. Intermediate 1st rank artisan, experience points, 4550. Just 2 more sessions would elevate him to a senior 1st rank artisan, enabling him to forge advanced magical artifacts. Chen Changsheng contemplated that upon attaining the status of a top-tier artisan, He would create a set of exquisite artifacts tailored for the four women. Likewise, some of the artifacts he possessed also required replacement. With Lu Linglong, gained experience of with spiritual root 02, favorability 80, bonus 3, 5 elements abandoned spiritual roots, gold 30, wood 712, water 36, fire 29, earth 30. The enhancement of spiritual roots is indeed a formidable journey. In the ensuing days, Chen Changsheng found himself leading a life dictated by a simple routine: alchemy, artifact forging, accompanying the four women in their training, and procuring spiritual herbs and materials. The Sanyang pill remained available for sale at the Wanbao Pavilion. However, the materials for the Baoling pill, which should have been delivered by Pang Fiyun, had yet to arrive, as he was reportedly away searching for the Baoling pill. As for the shop's business affairs, Chen entrusted them directly to the four women. Thus, this cycle continued, rapidly enhancing his reserves of spiritual stones. In less than a month, he earned a substantial 5,000 spiritual stones, a far more lucrative endeavor than before. Notably, his relationship with Qin Huayu had improved significantly. Since the explosion in the alchemy room, where she had affectionately called him Brother Chun, she continued to address him as such. Her demeanor no longer as frosty as it once was. Chen sensed that she had begun to waver in her previous indifference. Yet, he felt that a little more time was needed. Perhaps he could soon take Qin Huayu, a practitioner at the late stage of qi cultivation, as his wife. Lu Linglong, as expected of one possessing 3 types of spiritual roots, gold, wood, and water, was primarily focused on wood-based cultivation techniques. When they first married, she was at the late stage of the second layer of qi cultivation. She had now officially reached the pinnacle of that layer. With some consolidation of her cultivation, she could consume elixirs to progress further. One day, Chen Changsheng brought the freshly forged Sanyang pills to Wanbao Pavilion. At this point, the pills held little efficacy for him. After consuming a dozen, each use only yielded about 50 experience points, far less than what first-tier pills could provide. He sought new formulas to elevate his progress once more. With the Tianjuan Ding, the results were markedly different. Previously, he could produce 8 or 9 pills at a time, but now he was able to create 11 or 12. With noticeably improved quality and potency, each Sanyang pill was worth thousands of spiritual stones. Continuing to purchase herbs, Yang Zhuan took Chen Changsheng's hand and said, "Brother Changsheng, if you trust me, heed my advice. In this recent period, refrain from crafting too many first-tier pills. After all, you are a second-tier alchemist now. Focus on producing more second-tier pills. Recently, our market has flourished, attracting numerous foundational cultivators, all thanks to the Sanyang pill. Just look at how lively the market has become." Chen Changsheng gazed at Yang Zhuan with an expression of bewilderment. Yang Zhuan quickly realized that Chen Changsheng had misunderstood him and hastily clarified, "Brother Changsheng, please do not misinterpret my words. Allow me to explain. Recently, a substantial quantity of first-tier pills has circulated from the Tai Celestial sect, which has significantly impacted the market price of first-tier pills, reducing it by at least 30%. During this period, it is unprofitable to refine first-tier pills. Therefore, I suggest that you consider refining second-tier pills for the time being and resume producing first-tier pills once this period has passed. At present, Chen Changsheng's small shop exclusively sells first-tier pills. If he ceases to produce them, would he consider closing his doors?" Chen Changsheng inquired, "Brother Yang, do you know why such a large quantity of first-tier pills has emerged from the Tai Celestial sect?" If Chen Changsheng recalled correctly, the Tai Celestial sect had its own alchemy chambers, staffed with a multitude of alchemists, organized specifically to refine pills for the sect's use, making it unlikely for such a large quantity to be released into the market. Shopkeeper Yang shook his head and replied, "I am merely a humble shopkeeper of Wanbaozhai. How could I possibly know such matters?" Chen Changsheng nodded in understanding. "Very well, in that case, let us reduce the quantity of first-tier materials I purchase and instead acquire some refining materials." Shopkeeper Yang asked, "Brother Changsheng, what do you intend to do with the refining materials?" Chen Changsheng candidly responded, "I am merely experimenting with refining and have discovered that I possess a modicum of talent in this area, so I am preparing to give it a try." "Absolutely not." Shopkeeper Yang interjected urgently. "Brother Changsheng, since you have a natural aptitude for alchemy, you ought to dedicate yourself to it. One's energy is finite, and if you divert your focus to refining, you may inevitably become distracted." Chen Changsheng reassured him, "I am merely attempting this as a trial. Rest assured. I understand the priorities at hand." He was not obstinate. Should he disclose that he possessed a golden finger, enabling him to enhance his refining skills merely through training with Wanling? Never mind. He would wait until he became a second-tier refiner before discussing it further. Nevertheless, Shopkeeper Yang prepared some spiritual materials for him. At this juncture, Chen Changsheng had already become a first-tier advanced refiner. However, it appeared that in order to acquire the necessary spiritual materials, he would need to explore other avenues. Fortunately, although the market was not small, there were other places besides Wanbaozhai where one could procure spiritual materials. The monthly market gathering also presented an opportunity. Unlike alchemy, which required specific pill formulas, refining was more flexible. Speaking of second-tier formulas, thus far he only possessed the formulas for the Sanyang pill and the Baoling pill. The efficacy of the Sanyang pill was negligible, while he had a mere 3 of the Baoling pills. He wondered how long it would take for Pang Feiyun to return. He needed to gather the materials to refine the Baoling pill once again. Upon returning to his small courtyard, Chen Changsheng commenced his refining endeavors. Initially, he planned to craft a few magical artifacts to hone his skills. As for what to refine, naturally, it would be swords. Among magical artifacts, swords are both the most straightforward to craft and the most challenging. The art of crafting magical artifacts, along with the selection of spiritual materials and the techniques employed, occupies a significant portion of one's journey. After ascending to the esteemed rank of a first-tier master craftsman, a myriad of methods for forging emerged within his mind. This moment marked his inaugural attempt at this craft, utilizing the spiritual materials procured from the renowned Wanbao Pavilion. Thus began his first endeavor in forging. At this juncture, the Tianyuan Ding played an indispensable role. It controlled the flames, melted the spiritual materials, and harnessed the power of the soul to observe the transformation of these materials. Subsequently, he executed the forging techniques, allowing the artifact to gradually take shape. A day slipped by in the blink of an eye, and a long sword materialized in his grasp. With the sword formed, the next step was to infuse it with spirit. The crafting process consists of 3 stages: the initial melting of materials, the shaping of the artifact, and the most crucial step, imbuing it with spiritual attributes, or spells. He endowed this sword with the qualities of sharpness and swiftness. At the moment of its successful creation, it emerged as a first-tier superior artifact, surpassing the prowess of the Qihong sword and the Qinglong sword acquired from defeating Zhao Long and Zhao Hu. It was nearly on par with his shadowless needle, which possesses only 2 attributes, concealment and speed. Of course, the potency of an artifact is not solely determined by its attributes. For instance, the pagoda in his possession offers only a single protective trait. Chapter 28. The news brought by Pang Feiyun. Truly, his enhanced forging skills were a boon granted by fate, an effortless achievement. This was undoubtedly linked to Chen Changsheng's innate talent in this realm. However, the foundation built over more than 40 years of cultivation was paramount. In his pursuit of advancing his cultivation, he explored various methods: crafting, alchemy, talismans, and formations. Unfortunately, a lack of innate talent hindered his progress, leaving him with little to show for his efforts. Yet, his unwavering spirit and determination solidified his foundations in alchemy, artifact crafting, talismans, and formations, establishing a robust groundwork of fundamental skills such as hand seals, flame control, and soul utilization. Having gained a renewed understanding of his crafting abilities, Chen Changsheng resolved to forge the first artifact for the 4 women. Thus, after a brief interval, 4 first-tier superior swords appeared before them. The 4 women were utterly exhilarated, particularly Ruan Ling and Lu Linglong, who, in their excitement, embraced Chen Changsheng and planted a fervent kiss on his cheek. Seizing the moment, Chen Changsheng wrapped his arms around the 2, laughing heartily. "My dear wives, you truly should express your gratitude to me. Why not join me in the bedroom, where the bed is quite spacious? You rogue." The 2 women blushed deeply, casting playful glances at Chen Changsheng. He chuckled. "Didn't you both say you wouldn't mind on our wedding day? Adding Yingxia and Linger into the mix would only save me from running between several rooms." Since the day of their marriage, the 2 women had been separated, a situation that Chen Changsheng had diligently worked to rectify. The thought of moving between multiple rooms was a hassle, and he longed to fully relish their moments together. "All right, it's settled then. I shall cherish you both dearly." With that, he embraced the 2 women and made his way toward the room. Gu Yingxia and Gu Linger exchanged glances, with Gu Linger shooting a fierce glare at Chen Changsheng's retreating figure, exclaiming, "Sister Ruan was absolutely right. He is indeed a rogue." Gu Yingxia smiled and remarked, "Are you not planning to enter? I shall not allow this lecherous old man to have the upper hand. Watch me ensure he has to lean against the wall to exit tomorrow." After a few days of inadequate cultivation, she felt the pressing need to vent her frustrations. For a full day and night, Chen Changsheng truly emerged from his chamber, his back protesting under the strain. It was a lawless affair, and he nearly succumbed. Thus, he realized he must once again elevate the level of the Little Joy technique. Initially, he believed that the intermediate second-tier Little Joy technique would suffice. But when traversing mountains and rivers alongside the 4 women, he found it rather taxing. Perhaps he should seek out any medicinal pills that could assist him in this regard. Chen Changsheng summoned his virtual panel. Host, Chen Changsheng. Realm, initial stage of Qi refinement, 7th layer, experience, 410, 510, 000. Alchemist, intermediate 2nd tier alchemist, experience, 8, 965, 000. Refiner, upper 1st tier, experience, 36, 200. Primary cultivation method, Great Greenwood technique, lower 2nd tier, experience, 231, 000. Auxiliary cultivation method, Little Joy technique, intermediate 2nd tier, experience, 2, 625, 000. Soul cultivation method, Great Yin spirit refining method, 3rd tier, incomplete, pertains only to Qi refinement realm, experience, 120, 810, 000. Flame secret art, Lihua technique, upper 1st tier, 55, 200. Spiritual root, 5-element waste spiritual root, metal, 30, wood, 71, water, 36, fire, 29, earth, 30. Guingxia, affection level, 120, twin wings and flight. Bonus, 5, realm, late stage of Qi refinement, 1st layer. Experience gained per cultivation session, 22 points in alchemy. Gulinger, affection level, 120, twin wings and flight. Bonus, 5, realm, mid-stage of Qi refinement, 1st layer. Experience gained per cultivation session, 22 points. Wanling, affection level, 90, bonus, 5, realm, late stage of Qi refinement, 3rd layer. Experience gained per enhancement, 2 points in refining. Lu Linglong, affection level, 90, bonus, 5, realm, pinnacle of Qi refinement, 2nd layer. Provides 0, 2 with spiritual root per session. Having learned from this experience, Chen Changsheng immediately became more prudent. With half a month remaining until the next marketplace gathering, he decided to set aside refining for the moment. The priority was to concoct a batch of medicinal pills, especially since he lacked refining materials. Purchasing from Wanbao, Zhai would inevitably subject him to the scolding of Manager Yang. Fortunately, at that moment, Pang Feiyun returned, bringing not only the precious spirit grass, but also a formula for a pill, a 2nd-tier intermediate formula for the Spirit Foundation pill, which could refine one's spiritual roots. Why is it that possessing multiple spiritual roots leads to inferior aptitude? It is precisely due to their mixed nature. The heavenly spiritual roots absorb the celestial energies entering the body. With only one spiritual root, the energy flows solely to that singular root. Conversely, with 5 elemental spiritual roots, the energy disperses among them. Furthermore, if one cultivates a singular attribute technique, only one spiritual root can absorb the spiritual energy, while the energy directed to the others is rendered wasteful. Once consumed, the effects of the Lingji pill permeate each spiritual root, yet they do not dissipate immediately. Instead, they linger around the roots. This residual essence ensures that spiritual energy does not swiftly fade away, thereby safeguarding the other roots and facilitating a subtle enhancement. This notion led Chen Changsheng to reflect upon himself and the 4 women, realizing that even the slightest improvement would be beneficial. The existence of the Lingji pill prompted Chen Changsheng to ponder whether there existed even more potent elixirs capable of amplifying the strength of spiritual roots. With Lu Linglong by his side, his own roots were gradually ascending, yet he felt a deep attachment to the 4 women. As his feelings deepened, his reluctance to part with them intensified. The path of cultivation is indeed ruthless. It is a harrowing experience to witness one's parents and loved ones perish, while one remains alive, enveloped in a profound solitude that few can comprehend. Lacking a golden finger would be one thing, but since he possessed one, he was determined to ensure that all his wives remained with him forever, never to abandon a single soul. Rest assured, elder brother, I shall expedite the refinement of this spiritual herb into a pill, he declared. Pang Feiyun waved his hand, saying, take your time, there is no rush. At this juncture, Pang Feiyun added, I almost forgot to mention, during this period, you should refrain from refining 1st-tier pills. Indeed, Chen Changsheng nodded. Shopkeeper Yang also informed me that a significant quantity of 1st-tier pills has recently emerged from the Tai Immortal sect. This is curious, for as far as I know, the pills from the Tai Immortal sect are exclusively allocated for the use of their disciples. Previously, Chen Changsheng had been a mere errand disciple, receiving 10 spirit stones and 10 Qi pills each month. The Qi pills, being of the 1st-tier low grade, were priced at 4 to 5 spirit stones each. Do you have any idea how many errand disciples the Tai Immortal sect has? Over 10,000. Merely for this, it requires 100,000 pills each month. Even now, my success rate yields only a dozen pills per furnace. However, the Tai Immortal sect possesses an automatic pill furnace, which, upon the insertion of requisite herbs, can autonomously produce Qi pills and similar elixirs. Pang Feiyun sighed. This turmoil stems from internal power struggles. The Grand Elder of the nascent soul is nearing the end of his lifespan, and with the position of the Supreme Grand Elder vacant. The other two nascent soul elders are vying for this title. Each seeks to garner greater support from the disciples, and one elder has control over the automatic pill refining furnace, producing vast quantities of first-tier pills to sell to the disciples. These pills are of no use to the higher-ranking disciples, leading to their sale in exchange for spirit stones, thus causing the price of first-tier pills to plummet. That is why I do not mind your refining of first-tier pills. Chen Changsheng was quite taken aback. So that is the case. A significant influx of first-tier pills has emerged, inevitably disrupting the market. Fortunately, pills are consumables. Additionally, the power struggle is unlikely to endure for long, so there is no need for concern. However, this contention has led to a decline in the price of first-tier pills, while second-tier pills have risen in value due to the conflict, as have the prices of magical artifacts and talismans. In such a struggle, confrontation is inevitable. The crux of the matter lies in the fact that some well-intentioned individuals have risen amidst chaos, seeking to profit from the ensuing turmoil. Pang Feiyun remarked, moreover, if my brother has nothing pressing, he must refrain from venturing outside the market. After all, the market is ultimately safer than the outside world. What one should truly fear is the market itself. Chen Changsheng's heart involuntarily skipped a beat, fully aware of the implications behind Pang Feiyun's words. The market had once been under the protection of foundational practitioners, maintained in order by the Tai immortal sect. Indeed, the market had been tethered to the Tai immortal sect, which now found itself in disarray, making it susceptible to the ambitions of others. Pang Feiyun quickly added with a smile, however, my sister will return soon. She is a practitioner at the late stage of foundational cultivation. Chen Changsheng knew that Feishing market was presided over by two foundational practitioners, the one before him, Pang Feiyun, and Pang Feishing, after whom the market was named. Ultimately, the enhancement of one's own strength remained paramount. With a half-joking tone, Pang Feiyun inquired, how goes your pursuit of Miss Qin? Chen Changsheng could only manage a wry smile. Pang Feiyun continued to jest, it seems you have yet to identify your true target. If you truly wish to approach Miss Qin, you might consider seeking out Manager Yang of Wanbatai. Chen Changsheng expressed his confusion. I approached him previously, but he rejected me. Pang Feiyun clarified, it appears you remain unaware of Manager Yang's connection to Miss Qin. He is indeed her maternal uncle. A moment of realization struck Chen Changsheng. No wonder Manager Yang had been so keen on matchmaking him with Qin Huayu. Their close relationship was now illuminated by this familial tie. Oh, I regarded you as an elder brother, yet you see me as a potential nephew-in-law, Pang Feiyun continued. Furthermore, Miss Qin lost her parents to malevolent cultivators at a young age and was raised by her uncle. If you can win over Manager Yang, securing a union with Miss Qin will be assured. In jest, he added, I must admit, I envy you, brother, with Miss Qin by your side. You would have 5 wives. Chen Changsheng responded, elder brother, you are a formidable foundational practitioner. Surely taking a wife is not a challenge for you. Pang Feiyun shook his head. No, women only serve to impede my cultivation speed. However, I must advise you, while women can be delightful, one must not allow them to hinder one's training. If only you could obtain the Hongluan Sutra from the Hongluan immortal sect. With it, you could marry as many women as you desire. He noted that the Hongluan Sutra was the sect's treasured possession. Next time you venture out, brother, do keep an eye out for any dual cultivation methods that might be available. Chen Changsheng expressed his gratitude. Thank you, elder brother. He had indeed heard of the Hongluan Sutra, recognized as at least a 4th-tier technique, but he was confident in his own abilities. With his unique advantages, he believed that his future Little Joy technique would inevitably rival or even surpass the level of the Hongluan Sutra. Little did Pang Feiyun realize that for him, marriage would be a burden, while for Chen Changsheng, it would render him invincible. However, Pang Feiyun had indeed provided him with a critical insight. Courting Qin Huayu might indeed commence with Manager Yang. After bidding farewell to Pang Feiyun, Chen Changsheng proceeded directly to Wanbatai, where he found Manager Yang. Brother Yang, you have concealed this matter from me most adeptly, Chen Changsheng stated candidly. Cutting straight to the chase, Yang Zhuan, utterly perplexed, exclaimed, Brother Changsheng, what do you mean? I cannot comprehend your words. Chen Changsheng inquired, Brother Yang, why do you feign ignorance? Is it not true that Yuer is your niece, and you are her uncle? Yang Zhuan sighed in a bittersweet manner. You seem to be well informed, my brother. Chen Changsheng replied, had it not been for Brother Feiyun's revelation just moments ago, I would have remained oblivious. Yang Zhuan shook his head, stating, what a peculiar situation. Since Brother Feiyun has divulged this, there is no longer anything for me to conceal. Indeed, I am Yuer's true uncle. Chen Changsheng continued, Brother Yang, since you are Yuer's uncle, I implore you for your blessing. I wish to marry Yuer. Will you consent? Yang Zhuan responded, consent? Why would I refuse? If I had intended to decline, I would not have initially proposed introducing Yuer to you. Regrettably, Yuer cannot accept the fact that you have multiple wives. To be candid, I have raised Yuer as my own daughter, despite her being my niece. Over the years, I have utilized my position as the proprietor of Wanbao Zhai to prepare substantial resources for her, enabling her to reach the 9th level of qi refinement within 2 decades. Alas, she possesses only a mixed spiritual root of 4 elements, making it exceedingly difficult for her to transcend to the foundation establishment stage. Not to mention, as a loose cultivator, acquiring foundation establishment pills is nearly impossible, and entering an immortal sect is equally challenging. With no hope for foundation establishment, your arrival has sparked a glimmer of hope for her. Your unparalleled alchemical talent is remarkable. In the realm of cultivation, age is merely a number. Yuer harbors feelings for you, yet alas, it seems too late now. Once missed, an opportunity is forever lost. Chen Changsheng, in a state of confusion, asked, Brother Yang, could you clarify what you mean by that? I understand Yuer's reluctance to accept my having several wives, but I have observed her coming to terms with it in recent days. Otherwise, I would not have sought you out. How can you say it is too late before I have even spoken? Yang Zhuan explained, Yuer's parents were harmed by evil cultivators during her childhood, and she has dedicated herself to her cultivation in hopes of reaching the foundation establishment stage to avenge them. This determination is one of the reasons you captivate her. I can see that initially, she may have been drawn to you because of your alchemical prowess, but it seems she has genuinely developed feelings for you. As for you, my brother, I hold you in high regard. However, I must advise you, Brother Changsheng, to refrain from disturbing Yuer henceforth, as this is a burden she does not deserve. Chen Changsheng replied, Brother Yang, please do not dissuade me. If you are unwilling to speak plainly, I shall seek her out myself. Let it be known, I am determined to marry Qin Huayu. With that declaration, Chen Changsheng stormed out of Wanbao Zhai, leaving Yang Zhuan to hastily pursue him. However, Chen Changsheng's stubbornness left no room for discussion, and Yang Zhuan could only shake his head, lamenting for Yuer's plight. Chapter 30. The poison of corrupted bones in the small courtyard of Qin Huayu. Chen Changsheng knocked on the gate. When the door opened, Qin Huayu, adorned with a veil, appeared before him. Upon recognizing Chen Changsheng, her expression shifted dramatically, and she swiftly shut the door. A voice called out from within, What do you want? You are not welcome here. Chen Changsheng, feeling an urgent sense of desperation, responded, especially when he just saw a hint of crimson bloodstains on the veil covering Qin Huayu's face. The words of Yang Zhuan from earlier echoed in his mind, stirring within him an ominous premonition. He swiftly summoned the audacity he had cultivated in his past life and declared, Yuer, open the door. Has someone angered you? Tell me, and I shall deal with them. No one dares to provoke my Yuer, not even a foundational cultivator. Qin Huayu replied, No one has angered me. Just go away. You already have 4 wives. Why do you seek me? Chen Changsheng asserted, I naturally wish to marry you. Regardless of whether I have 4 wives or even 10 or 20, there will always be a place for you in my heart, and I am determined to marry you. He aspired to become a second-tier alchemist, which restored his confidence. Moreover, he could see that Qin Huayu had feelings for him. Happiness must be fought for. At that moment, Qin Huayu was still weeping, stifling her cries, and said, Chen Changsheng, do you truly intend to marry me? I swear, I will marry you, Chen Changsheng replied. With a creak, the courtyard door swung open. Chen Changsheng's heart leapt with joy. Yuer, you have chosen to marry me. Qin Huayu said, If you truly wish to marry me, then look at my face before you decide. As she spoke, she removed her veil, revealing a face marred by blood and decay, accompanied by a faint, unpleasant odor. Would you still wish to marry me in this state? Yes, I would, Chen Changsheng declared resolutely. However, Qin Huayu shook her head and said, But I do not wish to marry you. Chen Changsheng, you must leave. This is no ordinary injury, but rather the poison of rotting bones. This is only the beginning, and as the poison intensifies, it will spread throughout my body, bringing unbearable pain and itchiness. I do not know when I will perish, so please go. You already have 4 wives. Live well with them. I am not worth it. With that, she slammed the door shut once more. Chen Changsheng shivered at the realization and called out, Yuer, open the door. Is it not just the poison of rotting bones? Do not forget, I am a second-tier alchemist. Let us find a solution together. I will surely devise an antidote for you. Qin Huayu, tears streaming down her face, pleaded. Leave, it's futile. The poison of rotting bones cannot be cured. I beg you, allow me to retain my dignity before I die. Chen Changsheng replied firmly. I care not for dignity. All I know is that I must save you, and I intend to marry you. Open the door quickly. Qin Huayu sobbed. Chen Changsheng, if you do not leave, I will die before your eyes. Do you believe me? Her words genuinely frightened Chen Changsheng. He dared not take that gamble. He understood all too well the nature of the poison. It was a second-tier toxin extracted from the rotting bone insect, a vile poison often coveted by malevolent cultivators. In the perilous realm of cultivation, any method capable of causing death was deemed effective. The poison of rotting bones was particularly torturous. Once afflicted, one would succumb to a fate of decay. Yet, there existed ways to counteract the poison. One must utilize the corpse-eating worm as the primary ingredient, in conjunction with the vitality fruit, to concoct a medicinal plaster for application upon the wound. The poison of the corpse-eating worm can claim a life within a mere 3 months. As a second-tier alchemist, Chen Changsheng possesses considerable knowledge in the art of potion making, which is significantly simpler than alchemy itself. However, the mere act of gathering the necessary herbs proves to be an arduous endeavor. Yang Zhuan, being the maternal uncle of Qin Huayu, is likely exerting considerable effort to locate these rare ingredients, the corpse-eating worm and the vitality fruit. Yet acquiring them is far from a simple task. A thought ignited within Chen Changsheng's mind. This is, at present, the sole method to seek out the poison of the corpse-eating worm and the vitality fruit. In a hurry, Chen Changsheng returned to the Wanbao Guild and posed a question to Yang Zhuan. Brother Yang, I wish to understand the nature of the poison afflicting you. Yang Zhuan sighed. You are already aware. The corpse-eating poison is a second-tier toxin. Once infected, one's body will decay and perish, and it is exceedingly difficult to counteract. It is unfortunate that you were, in her fervor for vengeance, encountered the malevolent cultivator who murdered her parents during her recent outing. Unable to restrain herself, she sought revenge, only to find herself wounded by her adversary, though she narrowly escaped with her life. In truth, it was not merely an escape. The wicked cultivator had witnessed you were afflicted by the poison, intending for her to suffer a torturous demise. Chen Changsheng inquired, have you not considered seeking an antidote for Yue? Yang Zhuan replied, of course I have considered it. To counter the corpse-eating poison, one must procure both the corpse-eating worm and the vitality fruit, which are second-tier spiritual herbs. I have even sought the assistance of Lord Feiyun in this matter. Chen Changsheng suggested, I may have a plan that could potentially lead us to the corpse-eating worm and the vitality fruit. Absolutely not. Yang Zhuan interjected hastily. Brother Changsheng, I appreciate your intentions, but I cannot allow you to take risks by venturing into other markets. Despite your prowess as a second-tier alchemist, your cultivation level is still too low. If those malevolent cultivators were to discover your presence, the consequences would be dire. Moreover, the outside world is currently in utter chaos. Only within our market do we find a semblance of tranquility. One can only wonder when this turmoil will reach its conclusion. Chen Changsheng replied, it will conclude swiftly. The Tai immortal sect cannot permit this conflict to persist for long. Let us not forget, our Zhao kingdom is not solely represented by the Tai immortal sect. Furthermore, the nearby Yu kingdom's demonic sects have always been at odds with our immortal sections. Yang Zhuan conceded, that is true. However, Brother Changsheng, you must heed my advice and remain within the market. Chen Changsheng assured him, Brother Yang, I have no intention of leaving the market. I am well aware of the dangers outside. My greatest virtue is my reverence for life. Yang Zhuan queried, if we do not leave the market, how shall we acquire the corpse-eating worm and the vitality fruit? Chen Changsheng responded with a smile, we shall not depart from the market, but we can invite those from outside to come to us. If my memory serves me correctly, there remains 2 months until the next auction. We can begin preparations now, spreading the word that a foundation establishment pill will be available at the auction, and that it can be exchanged for a corpse-eating worm and a vitality fruit. On a first-come, first-served basis. Yang Zhuan was taken aback. Brother Changsheng, this jest cannot be taken lightly. If we fail to deliver, we may incite the wrath of numerous cultivators, and even Lord Feiyun would be unable to safeguard you. Chapter 31. The Foundation Establishment Pill I can refine, Chen Changsheng stated. If I can procure the Foundation Establishment Pill by then. Yang Zhuan urged once more, Brother Changsheng, the Foundation Establishment Pill is no trifling matter. You have only just stepped into the realm of a mid-level second-tier alchemist. To concoct the Foundation Establishment Pill, one must be a high-level second-tier alchemist to have any chance of success. If word gets out and you cannot produce the pill, the consequences could be dire. With unwavering confidence, Chen Changsheng replied, do I appear to be joking? It is merely a Foundation Establishment Pill. I am confident that within 2 months, I shall become a high-level second-tier alchemist and successfully refine it. However, there is a stipulation. I require Brother Yang to gather the spiritual herbs for the Foundation Establishment Pill. Yang Zhuan gritted his teeth. Very well, I shall trust you this once, Brother Changsheng. The herbs I have collected over more than a decade are just sufficient to refine a batch of Foundation Establishment pills. Brother Changsheng, it is up to you to save Yuer. Chen Changsheng declared resolutely, I will undoubtedly save Yuer. He opened the virtual panel. Alchemist, mid-level second-tier alchemist, experience points, 8, 965, 000. Each time he practiced with Guingxia, he gained 22 points of alchemical experience. Thus, Over the course of more than 30 sessions, or approximately 1 month, he could accumulate enough to ascend to high-level second-tier alchemist. However, attaining such a rank would not be a simple endeavor. After all, his cultivation was merely at the initial stage of the 7th layer of qi refinement, and his soul and flame secret arts were insufficient in level. These aspects required enhancement. He must not allow the accumulation of alchemical experience to hinder his advancement as an alchemist. Yang Zhuan remarked, Brother Changsheng, Yu is afflicted by the bone corruption poison, and I fear she may not endure for long. Chen Changsheng produced a vial of pills and said, here is a first-tier premium detoxification pill, to be taken once every 3 days. It should temporarily suppress the toxicity. If necessary, I will devise another plan. Brother Yang, please pass this on to Yu. Understood. Yang Zhuan nodded. Chen Changsheng added, Brother Yang, I must ask that you refrain from informing Yu that this detoxification pill is from me. Why is that? Yang Zhuan inquired, perplexed. Chen Changsheng explained, if Yu were to learn that it was I who provided it, she might refuse to accept it. In the days that followed, Chen Changsheng busied himself thoroughly. He could not afford to delay in alchemy or cultivation. To safeguard his own well-being, he made it a priority to care for the sisters Gu Yingxia and Gu Ling'er, to ensure that Ruan Ling and Lu Linglong did not feel slighted. He specifically prepared a batch of pills for them to attempt breakthroughs. Ruan Ling had reached the late stage of the 3rd layer of qi refinement, while Lu Linglong was at the pinnacle of the 2nd layer. Consequently, he bestowed upon each of them a Sun Yang pill, a second-tier pill, which greatly moved the 2 ladies, causing their favorability towards him to soar to 100. With a favorability of 100, the enhancement was quintupled. Amidst Chen Changsheng's flurry of activity, Yang Zhuan was not idle either. Soon, he disseminated the news that in 2 months, a grand auction would be held at the Feishing Fangshi, where the Foundation Establishment pill would be up for bid. Additionally, the auction would take into account the bone corruption worm and the vitality fruit. Once the news spread, it quickly resonated throughout the entire Zhao kingdom. Not only did numerous scattered cultivators attempt to procure the foundational elixir, but even disciples from the celestial sects flocked to seek it. The foundational elixir has long been under the control of the 3 great celestial sections. The appearance of this elixir among the scattered cultivators is nearly impossible. While the formula for the foundational elixir is not a secret, the spiritual herbs required for its refinement are scarce, and the skill needed to concoct the elixir demands an exceptionally high level of alchemical mastery. Even a typical advanced second-tier alchemist would hesitate to claim they could succeed. Unless one possesses a heavenly spiritual root, even those with mutated earthly spiritual roots must rely on the foundational elixir to step into the foundational realm. The most evident change is the sudden increase in cultivators within the Feishing Bazaar. The internal strife between the 2 supreme elders of the Tai celestial sect has plunged the sect into chaos, allowing many malevolent cultivators to take advantage of the turmoil, further exacerbating the disorder. Fortunately, Lord Feishing returned in a timely manner to personally oversee the situation. As a late-stage foundational cultivator, he is mandated to report the establishment of any bazaar to the celestial sect, making the bazaar an extension of the sect's influence. Within the bazaar, relative safety prevails. However, with the influx of people, the bazaar has become lively, yet resources have become relatively scarce. After a bout of cultivation, I instinctively opened the virtual panel. Gained 22 points of alchemical experience from training with Gu Yingxia. Affection, level 120. Mutual flight. Bonus 5. Realm, late stage of qi refinement. First layer, alchemist. Intermediate second-tier alchemist. Experience points. 20, 155, 000. Excellent. I am nearing proficiency. Gained 22 points of experience in technique level from training with Gu Ling. Affection, level 120. Mutual flight. Bonus 5. Realm, mid-stage of qi refinement. First layer, fire secret technique. Leaving fire formula. Pinnacle level 1, 355, 500. Embracing both women, Chen Changsheng kissed their foreheads, feeling an indescribable joy within. At that moment, Gu Yingxia remarked, Husband, we are running low on spiritual rice at home. Chen Changsheng replied, Is it a lack of spiritual stones? I shall provide you with some shortly. Gu Yingxia shook her head. We still have spiritual stones, but the supply is insufficient. Even the prices of monster meat and spiritual herbs have surged by 30%. Husband, perhaps you could refine some nourishing pills? Very well, I shall concoct some, Chen Changsheng responded. Due to his past life's influence, he delighted in gourmet food and would never resort to nourishing pills unless absolutely necessary. Not to mention, the 2 women were still unaccustomed to the life of cultivators. Such individuals are not uncommon. Moreover, the price of spiritual rice is significantly lower than that of nourishing pills. It seems the surge in population has led to a decrease in supply. Additionally, I have heard that Lord Feishing intends to expand the bazaar's scale. With the bazaar's expansion, The resources at Lord Feishing's disposal will increase, greatly benefiting her cultivation. Time passed, and finally, after half a month, the foundational and precious spirit elixirs that I concocted for Lord Feiyun were successfully completed. 2 batches of precious spirit elixirs were refined, yielding 12 pills from one batch and 13 from the other, while one batch of foundational elixirs produced 15 pills. Furthermore, I refined a batch of Sanyang pills, retaining a small portion for myself, while sending the remainder to the Wanbao Pavilion. With the rise in cultivators, foundational cultivators have begun to appear sporadically, creating a high demand for Sanyang pills. Yang Zhuan successfully gathered several prescriptions, among which was a second-tier low-grade formula. The efficacy of the Sanyang pill in enhancing resistance and boosting cultivation had become negligible. With this prescription, along with the Duoji pill and the Baoling pill, Chen Changsheng was aware that his cultivation was poised for a significant leap. As for the first-tier pills, Chen Changsheng decided against their refinement and temporarily closed the shop. The increasing foot traffic led to a bustling atmosphere. The marketplace, which originally held gatherings once a month, had shifted to bi-monthly meetings, each lasting 3 days. Consequently, the shop's closure, as Guing Xia remarked, resulted in a loss of several thousand spirit stones. However, her comments were somewhat rhetorical, as she understood her husband's busyness and the declining prices of first-tier pills. At this juncture, engaging in business was not the most opportune choice. Chen Changsheng retained 5 Duoji pills and 5 Baoling pills, sending the remainder to Pang Feiyun. Chapter 32. A surprise in waiting indeed. Brother, you did not misjudge. This time you have greatly assisted me. With these pills, I may even advance further into the late foundation establishment stage. Pang Feiyun was elated upon receiving the pills. After a century of cultivation, he had been stuck in the mid-foundation stage for over 20 years. Although he established a marketplace with his sister, Pang Feishing, he ultimately remained a loose cultivator. In the early stages of foundation establishment, resources were manageable, but as he progressed into the mid and late stages, the need for superior and more precious resources became pressing. This was particularly true for auxiliary cultivation pills, which were scarce and mostly held by those from the immortal sections. With the alchemical genius that Chen Changsheng was, even if these pills did not facilitate his breakthrough to the late qi refining stage, he could always seek further resources to refine another batch. He was determined not to fail. Chen Changsheng congratulated him, saying, I wish you success in advancing to the late foundation establishment stage. Ha, I appreciate your kind words, brother. Pang Feiyun was ecstatic. With a total of 20 second-tier middle-grade pills, he had never felt so affluent. It was no wonder that disciples of the immortal sects could cultivate so swiftly. It was also clear why alchemists were so highly sought after. Little did Pang Feiyun know that the allure of the immortal sects was not as idyllic as it seemed. Even foundation establishment cultivators required second-tier pills, which they had to exchange for contributions to the sect, making them no different from purchasing them externally. Contributions were not easily obtained. Moreover, concerning alchemy, not everyone possessed the talent of Chen Changsheng. While others might struggle with a success rate of merely 30% or even less for refining pills of the same tier, Chen Changsheng, aided by his extraordinary ability, boasted nearly 100% success rate once he reached the equivalent realm of alchemy. Otherwise, it was quite likely that one would be fortunate to refine 2 or 3 pills from prepared spirit herbs. After handing the pills to Pang Feiyun, Chen Changsheng intended to return, believing it was time for him to enter seclusion. However, he was halted by Pang Feiyun. Brother, come, I wish to introduce you to someone. Chen Changsheng inquired with curiosity. Who are you introducing me to, so formally? Naturally, it is my sister, Pang Feishing, Pang Feiyun replied, pulling Chen Changsheng toward the courtyard. As the master of the marketplace, it is only natural that he resides in the most expansive and central courtyard, spanning over 800 square meters, with numerous rooms and an artificial lotus pond within. This was Chen Changsheng's first entry into the courtyard, and he was immediately captivated by the scene before him. It was scarcely smaller than the Chun residence in Linen. Most importantly, the spiritual energy here was abundant, several times more than that of his own modest abode. Though his own courtyard was among the finest in the marketplace, it paled in comparison to the one he now beheld. The courtyard was adorned with a large spirit-gathering array, and the vegetation thrived vibrantly, comprising both beautiful and rare spiritual materials. Here stood an oak tree, a second-tier spiritual plant. There lay a sentence orchid, a second-tier spiritual herb. And there was the thunder bamboo, at least a century old, not to mention the black goji flower. As he strolled through, he counted no fewer than a dozen second-tier spiritual plants, not to mention the hundreds of first-tier varieties. Suddenly, Chen Changsheng thought of his own small courtyard, realizing it was time to cultivate some spiritual materials and plants. With such flora, not only could he enhance the spiritual energy concentration, but they could also be used for medicine and alchemy once properly nurtured. He would have to look into acquiring some at the upcoming gathering. Soon, he arrived at the inner chamber, where the melodious sound of a guqin resonated, leaving him astonished as he turned to Pang Feiyun. His 4 wives were evidently engaged in their pursuits. It was clear that Ruan Ling and Lu Linglong had come from humble beginnings, while Gu Linger had a penchant for martial arts, now embarking on the path of cultivation, occasionally practicing swordplay in the courtyard. Gu Yingxia had a love for poetry and songs, a quintessential talented woman. The 2 sisters, one skilled in literature and the other in martial arts, complemented each other splendidly. Once one steps into the realm of cultivation, honing one's skills becomes the primary focus, and music is often neglected. Of course, some do attain enlightenment through music. But in his 40 years of cultivation, Chen Changsheng had yet to witness such a phenomenon. Following the direction of the music, he gazed towards a pavilion in the courtyard. There, a stunning woman in white, her back to him, played the guqin gracefully. Pang Feiyun remarked, "This is my sister," and, pulling Chen Changsheng along, shouted, "Sister, I've brought someone for you." The music abruptly ceased as the woman turned slowly, exuding an air of noble confidence. Chen Changsheng recognized her identity immediately, Pang Shixing, the master of Feishing Marketplace, and Pang Feiyun's sister. Pang Shixing, clearly accustomed to her brother's boisterous demeanor, shot him a stern glance before turning her attention to Chen Changsheng, saying, "You must be Chen Changsheng." "Greetings, Lady Feishing," Chen Changsheng replied respectfully. Pang Shixing shook her head, saying, "There is no need for such formality. As a second-tier alchemist, your status would surpass mine within the celestial sects, were it not for your slightly lower cultivation level." Chen Changsheng could only smile wryly, acknowledging his inferior 5-element spiritual root. Pang Shixing continued, "I have heard you can refine foundation establishment pills." Chen Changsheng shook his head, saying, "Not yet, but I am confident that before the auction begins, I will be able to refine foundation establishment pills." "Oh, such confidence," Pang Shixing remarked, clearly taken aback. "Yes," Chen Changsheng affirmed. "Very well." Pang Shixing's eyes sparkled with interest. The ability to concoct the foundation establishment pill signifies an ascension to a second-tier advanced alchemist, greatly enhancing his capabilities. Pang Feishing remarked, "If you truly can brew the foundation establishment pill, I shall present you with a delightful surprise." "Are you serious?" Chen Changsheng inquired. Pang Feishing chuckled, "Do you genuinely believe I would deceive you?" Chen Changsheng continued, "Esteemed Feishing." Pang Feishing interjected, "Since you address Feiyun as elder brother, you too should call me elder sister." "Yes, elder sister," he replied, climbing the social ladder. Chen Changsheng, adept at this, added, "I am curious about this surprise." Pang Feishing declared, "The seed of the Xiantian immortal vine. Are you satisfied?" Boom. Chen Changsheng's mind exploded with the revelation, and he felt a sudden difficulty in breathing. "Is it truly the seed of the Xiantian immortal vine?" Pang Feishing nodded, "Indeed, but it is merely a seed. Whether you can cultivate it successfully will depend on your abilities. The Xiantian immortal vine, a treasure of the wood element, could be refined into a personal magical artifact. Once it becomes a personal artifact, it can continuously gather Xiantian magical energy, purify the soul, enhance the physical body, and refine the spiritual roots. Should the Xiantian immortal vine flourish, even a nascent soul ancestor would covet it." Pang Feishing continued, "This seed was an unintentional acquisition on my part. Unfortunately, I lack a wood spiritual root, otherwise, I would have cultivated it for myself long ago. Consider it a boon to you." Chen Changsheng assured her, "Elder sister, await my good news. Within 2 months, I shall surely produce the foundation establishment pill." Chapter 33. Acquiring spiritual plants. Upon seeing Chen Changsheng depart, Pang Feishing remarked, "Feiyun, you have performed admirably. This Chen Changsheng is of great significance to our sisterhood. With his assistance, we may glimpse the mysteries of the golden core." Feiyun responded incredulously, "Sister, you hold him in high regard, do you not? What of it? Do you not share the same sentiment?" Pang Feishing countered. Feiyun replied, "Sister, while Chen Changsheng displays considerable talent in alchemy, his spiritual roots are severely lacking, 5 elemental roots wasted, limiting his potential. I would be content if he could merely aid me in reaching the pinnacle of foundation establishment. Transcending to golden core seems implausible." Pang Feishing asserted, "What if poor spiritual roots do not preclude the possibility of enhancement, allowing him to ascend to greater heights?" Feiyun scoffed, "How can that be? Spiritual roots are innate. They cannot be improved postnatally." Pang Feishing contended, "Who claims they cannot be enhanced? The human body consists of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. Spiritual roots should follow suit. Yes, it is true that fewer roots denote better aptitude today, while more roots indicate poorer talent, a consequence of the scarcity of spiritual energy in the world. In ancient times, however, the optimal aptitude was characterized by a complete set of 5 elemental roots. and even the cultivation methods and artifacts employed were comprehensive in their elemental nature. You are correct in part, yet mistaken in another. Presently, innate spiritual roots may not be improved, but in ancient times, there were indeed methods to enhance them. Fei Yun exclaimed, Sister, what are you saying? That was the ancient era. This is the present day. How many years have passed since then? Pang Feishing replied, The foundation establishment pill in your possession is derived from ancient formulas, which indeed possess the capacity to enhance spiritual roots, though regrettably, contemporary formulas have diminished in efficacy. However, your assessment this time is indeed correct. Chen Changsheng is a person who can only be courted, not antagonized. Although his current cultivation level is somewhat lacking, one must not underestimate his alchemical talent, which suggests he could ascend even higher. With the cultivation of the 7th layer of qi refinement, he possesses the confidence to become a second-tier advanced alchemist and achieve the foundation establishment. Why then could he not aspire to be an alchemist of the 3 realms? This notion undoubtedly stirred Pang Feiyun's mind. He suddenly realized that his sister's words were not without merit. Sister, it is no wonder that you have even brought forth the seeds of the Xiantian immortal vine. Rest assured, from this day forth, I shall protect Chen Changsheng with unwavering dedication. Even if it costs me my life, I will not allow him to perish. Pang Feiyun declared resolutely. Pang Feishing responded, With such alchemical talent, this small Feishing market cannot confine him. He will surely depart in due time. Pang Feiyun felt a pang of frustration. Suddenly, his eyes lit up as he exclaimed, Sister, I have a solution that will ensure he remains by your side. Pang Feishing inquired, What is this solution? Pang Feiyun grinned and said, You could marry him. Isn't that a brilliant idea? Pang Feishing's expression darkened instantaneously. Pang Feiyun insisted, Sister, I am serious. Consider it well. If you marry him, I would become his brother-in-law, and the elixirs would be abundant. Furthermore, we cultivators do not regard age. He would not mind that you are older. After all, a woman 3 years older than a man is worth a fortune. You are merely 2 foundations ahead of him. Pang Feiyun, have you lost your senses? Pang Feishing was infuriated, her entire being erupting with formidable energy. Pang Feiyun recognized this as a sign of his sister's impending wrath and dared not linger, hastily fleeing. Watching Pang Feiyun's retreating figure and reflecting on his earlier words, Pang Feishing felt a sudden stir within her heart. Yet, she quickly dismissed this thought. Once outside the estate, Pang Feiyun, relieved to find his sister had not pursued him, sighed and shook his head. Sister, if what you say is true, that Chen Changsheng possesses boundless potential, you might indeed consider marrying him. Although that would mean I have 2 sisters-in-law, does that count as a burden on you? At this moment, Chen Changsheng was wandering through the market. Indeed, at this gathering, one could distinctly sense the increased bustle of the marketplace. Even the roadside stalls had multiplied. Most notably, he encountered 1 or 2 cultivators whose levels were indiscernible, either adorned with artifacts that concealed their cultivation or were foundation establishment practitioners. Soon, Chen Changsheng arrived at a stall. The table was laden with numerous spiritual plants, each nestled in porcelain pots, ready to be replanted. Chen Changsheng had a modicum of experience with the cultivation of spiritual plants, having tended to them for over 40 years at the Tai Immortal Gate. Is this a first-tier spiritual plant, the sunflower? What is its price? The sunflower is indeed a first-tier exquisite spiritual plant, capable of producing sun seeds for consumption or medicinal use. The stall owner, a man appearing to be in his 50s or 60s, was a practitioner at the initial stage of qi refinement, and he had cared for the spiritual plants with great diligence. As customers approached, the elderly cultivator immediately perked up, extending 2 fingers and stating, 200 spirit stones. Chen Changsheng was momentarily taken aback. At last, the reason for the lack of interest in this pot of sunflowers became clear: it was overpriced. The elderly monk seemed to discern Chen Changsheng's thoughts and remarked, This pot of sunflowers is clearly priced at 200. If you find it too dear, you need not purchase it. Chen Changsheng chuckled, Though it is somewhat expensive, it remains within my budget. Owner, I wish to acquire all the spiritual plants you have. Name your price. There were 12 spiritual plants in total, all of the first tier. The elderly monk, taken aback, glanced at Chen Changsheng in surprise before lowering his head to calculate. After 10 seconds, he looked up and stated, The total is 1,000 spirit stones. These spiritual plants are all yours. No problem, Chen Changsheng replied cheerfully, producing the spirit stones to complete the purchase. This action sparked a flurry of discussion among the surrounding cultivators. Is this person foolish? 1,000 spirit stones for these spiritual plants. That amount could easily buy a decent high-grade magical artifact or several first-tier high-grade pills. These plants cannot be consumed, nor do they enhance cultivation or strength. At best, they may slightly improve the aura and add aesthetic appeal. Does anyone know this cultivator? Someone in the crowd inquired. I do, another responded. I know he is an alchemist who often sells various pills. Understanding dawned upon the crowd. Upon learning of his identity as an alchemist, their earlier mockery faded into silence. One could not afford to offend an alchemist. Nonetheless, they still labeled Chen Changsheng as a foolish man with excessive wealth. Unbeknownst to him, Chen Changsheng viewed these spiritual plants as an opportunity to engage the four women in nurturing them, enhance the spiritual energy of their small courtyard, and beautify the environment, a trifecta of benefits. Were 1,000 spirit stones truly excessive? Just for a single sunflower, that price was justified. Chapter 34. Advanced second tier. Upon returning home, when Chen Changsheng presented the spiritual plants to the four women, their delight was palpable. These 12 spiritual plants are entrusted to your care, he announced with a smile. Rest assured, husband, we will tend to them diligently, Lu Linglong replied happily. Husband, do you notice any difference in me compared to before? She continued. And what about me? Wanling added. Chen Changsheng's heart stirred with surprise as he exclaimed. You have both made breakthroughs. The two women had been in seclusion during this period. Yes, Wanling stated. I have reached the pinnacle of the third layer of qi refinement. Lu Linglong chimed in. Husband, I have also advanced to the initial stage of the third layer of qi refinement. Excellent, excellent. Chen Changsheng smiled broadly. Wives, you are truly remarkable. Your progress fills me with more joy than my own breakthroughs. This is all thanks to the pills you have concocted, husband. Without them, we would not have advanced so easily, Ruan Ling and Lu Linglong said in unison. Chen Changsheng nodded. While the pills certainly played a role, the credit for your breakthroughs belongs to your own efforts. To celebrate their achievements, he proposed, I wish to reward you. What do you plan to do for us, husband? They inquired eagerly. Chen Changsheng chuckled, of course. As he spoke, he spread his arms wide like a great rock taking flight. Ah, they exclaimed in surprise, husband. You are being mischievous. Chen Changsheng lamented. I assure you, I have not acted inappropriately. Is it truly the case that during my half-month seclusion, you have not thought of me? Not at all, Lu Linglong replied. Chen Changsheng exclaimed, how audacious. If you do not think of me, I shall impose further punishment. Nowhere to run, and let us see how I shall deal with you. He was no match for Chen Changsheng. In less than the time it takes to burn an incense stick, he acquired 2 points of refining experience, a favorability rating of 100, a bonus of 5, and reached the late stage of qi refinement level 3. His status as a refiner elevated to first grade superior, experience points, 56, 200. Furthermore, he obtained a wood spirit root with a favorability rating of 100 and a bonus of 5, achieving the peak of qi refinement level 2. His spiritual roots were of the 5 elements, yet deemed inferior: metal, 30, wood, 73, water, 36, fire, 29, earth, 30. After treating himself well, Chen Changsheng commenced his arduous journey of cultivation. He recognized the necessity of employing the Baoling pill and duodenum. Moreover, he was determined to elevate the cultivation levels of the 4 women. A month swiftly passed. During this time, Chen Changsheng was acutely aware that he had not focused much on alchemy, dedicating himself instead to 2 pursuits, training with the 4 women and his own cultivation. Ultimately, through diligent effort, he significantly enhanced his alchemical skills. With the increase in the number of women in his life, the endeavor proved demanding, yet the rewards were substantial. Host, Chen Changsheng. Realm, Mid-Qi Refinement Level 7, Experience Points, 800, 520, 000. Alchemist, Second Grade Superior Alchemist, Experience Points, 2, 520, 000. Refiner, Second Grade Inferior, Experience Points, 1, 241, 000. Primary Cultivation Method, Great Qingmu Technique, Second Grade Inferior, Experience Points, 231, 000. Auxiliary Cultivation Method, Little Joy Technique, Second Grade Medium, Experience Points, 2, 625, 000. Soul Cultivation Method, Great Yin Refining Spirit Method, 3rd Grade, Incomplete. Focused on Qi Refinement Level Cultivation, Experience Points, 564, 510, 000. Flame Secret Technique, Lihua Method, 2nd Grade Inferior, 15, 500. Spiritual Roots, 5-Element Inferior Roots, Metal, 30. Wood, 95, Water, 36, Fire, 34, Earth, 30. With the breakthrough as an alchemist, the path for the refiner became smooth, allowing for an effortless advancement. As his refining realm ascended, the purity of his fire spirit root remarkably increased by 5. The enhancement of his soul's strength was, naturally, even more pronounced than the improvement in root purity. This was one of the reasons he was able to ascend to 2nd Grade Superior Alchemist. He had indeed taken a gamble. When he previously asserted that he could break through to a 2nd Grade Advanced Alchemist, his heart was filled with trepidation. At the moment of actual breakthrough, Chen Changsheng finally exhaled a breath of relief. The progression of his cultivation remained gradual, This was the effect of 5 Baoling pills and 5 duodenum. It was only then that he broke through to the mid-stage of Qi refinement level 7. However, it was fortunate that his wood spirit root approached a score of 100. He pondered if reaching this peak would enhance his cultivation speed. Throughout this month, the 4 women also made remarkable strides. Gu Yingxiao reached the pinnacle of Qi refinement level 1, while Gu Linger achieved the late stage of Qi refinement level 1. Ruan Ling remains at the pinnacle of the 3rd level of Qi refinement, with no significant breakthroughs, yet she is not far from a breakthrough. Lu Linglong is at the mid-stage of the 3rd level of Qi refinement. With the advancement of the alchemist's cultivation, the production of foundation establishment pills has also been prioritized by Chen Changsheng. The value of the foundation establishment pill surpasses that of a typical 2nd-tier high-grade pill by at least 10-fold, and it could even rival that of an ordinary 3rd-tier pill. Yang Jun spent over a decade gathering the necessary spiritual herbs to concoct a single dose. Despite the enhancement of his alchemical skills due to his unique abilities, he approached the task with utmost seriousness. There could be no room for error. After explaining everything to the 4 women, Chen Changsheng proceeded to the alchemy chamber to begin his work. The process of refining the foundation establishment pill is considerably more complex than that of ordinary pills. Alchemy is divided into 3 distinct stages: concocting the medicine, condensing the pill, and collecting the pill. Each step demands meticulous precision. A single misstep could render all efforts futile. As he advanced to the higher ranks of a 2nd-tier alchemist, he gained access to a more sophisticated method for pill condensation. This new technique is more refined and streamlined than the previous methods he had mastered. With graceful movements of his hands, he executed the process seamlessly. Thus, half a month passed. Chen Changsheng's heart brimmed with joy. He had finally succeeded. Throughout the entire process, there were no unforeseen complications. With a wave of his hand, he opened the furnace, and the pills soared out, 9 in total. He retrieved 3 jade vials and carefully stored the 9 pills within. This time, he decided to keep 3 for himself, intending to offer the remaining 6 for trade. These 6 pills would not only suffice to exchange for the corpse worms and vitality fruits, but would also cater to the upcoming auction. As it happened, tomorrow marked the day of the auction, and Yang Jun was likely feeling anxious. Inside the Wanbao Pavilion, Yang Jun was pacing with agitation. With the auction looming tomorrow and no sight of the foundation establishment pills, he had visited Chen Changsheng's residence multiple times, only to be met with news of Chen's seclusion. The word of the foundation establishment pills had already spread, and in the past 2 days, the marketplace had seen no fewer than 1,000 cultivators, including members of various sects and foundation establishment practitioners. If the auction were to proceed without the pills, he could scarcely fathom how he would explain himself to the enraged cultivators. He felt that there would be no need for the 2 pavilion masters to punish him. He might as well end his own life. Quickly, inquire once more if Brother Changsheng has emerged from seclusion. Yang, the shopkeeper, instructed one of the Wanbao Pavilion staff. The staff member nodded vigorously and dashed outside the pavilion. However, just as he stepped out, he was halted by an unexpected figure who approached with a radiant smile. Brother Yang, you seem anxious. It was Chen Changsheng, who had come to deliver the successfully refined pills. Brother Changsheng, you have finally emerged from seclusion. Yang Jun nearly wept with relief, rushing forward. Quickly, have the foundation establishment pills been successfully refined? Alas, Chen Changsheng sighed. Yang Jun's heart sank, filled with bitterness as he anticipated bad news. Was the refinement a failure? No, Chen Changsheng shook his head. It was a success. Yang Jun managed a wry smile. Brother Changsheng, why the sigh? Chen Changsheng replied, what I meant is that while I successfully refined 6 pills, it did not meet my expectations. 6 foundation establishment pills, he concluded. Yang Jun laughed heartily, exclaiming, wonderful. You are as saved, and so am I. With these 6 foundation establishment pills, the reputation of our Flying Star Workshop will undoubtedly soar, potentially elevating our standing within the Tai immortal sect and allowing us access to greater resources. Brother Changsheng, your prowess is truly remarkable. By the way, I have another piece of good news to share with you. I've located the corpse worm, and we only need your foundation establishment pills now. Chen Changsheng's eyes sparkled with excitement. So we only lack the vitality fruit. Splendid. Yang Jun nodded in agreement. Now we must see if anyone presents the vitality fruit at the auction. At the auction, treasures are not necessarily traded solely for spirit stones. If one lacks sufficient stones, treasures can be exchanged instead. First-tier treasures are manageable, but second-tier treasures can be valued at several hundred medium-grade spirit stones each, which translates to tens of thousands of low-grade spirit stones. After leaving the Wanbao Pavilion, Chen Changsheng did not hasten home, but instead wandered through the marketplace, purchasing various herbs. He also exchanged a Sanyang pill for 2 first-tier premium talismans, one stunning talisman that induces dizziness and another that calms restless souls. The dizziness talisman can cause a brief disorientation in opponents, while the calming talisman is particularly effective against malevolent entities. Though somewhat underwhelming, it is not without its utility. Upon returning home, he found the four ladies busily cultivating spiritual plants. When asked, he learned that they had just returned from shopping. Since discovering Chen Changsheng's intentions, they had been quite diligent, acquiring any spiritual plants or herbs they encountered in the marketplace, which they planted in their small courtyard. The courtyard, occupying around 100 square meters, had transformed into a quaint garden. "My dear husband, come quickly and see what we have procured," exclaimed Gulinger, her excitement palpable upon Chen Changsheng's return. With a smile, he approached, and his eyes widened in delight. Could it be a second-tier superior-grade spiritual herb, a century-old blood coral? Indeed. Gulinger nodded proudly. "I discovered it. Though blood coral is a plant, it possesses life. When alive, portions of its coral can be harvested for medicinal use, making it a sacred ingredient for healing elixirs. Moreover, harvesting a part of the coral will not kill it, it will gradually regrow. Blood coral is a type of growth-capable spiritual plant, thriving to second tier at 100 years, third tier at 1,000, and fourth tier at 10,000 years. While a century may seem trivial to others, it is quite different for Chen Changsheng. His great greenwood technique has evolved into a gestation spell, allowing him to accelerate growth by 10 days with each application, effectively reducing the time to cultivate a 1,000-year blood coral to merely 100 years. Chen Changsheng praised, "Our linger is indeed extraordinary." However, Gulinger then lowered her head, saying, "Husband, while the blood coral is excellent, its appearance is rather poor, and it seems on the verge of dying. Otherwise, we wouldn't have acquired it for merely 200 spirit stones. I fear it may perish quickly." Chen Changsheng reassured her with a smile, "Rest assured, everything is under my care. Perhaps you are unaware, but during my time as a humble servant disciple at the immortal sect, I was entrusted with the care of an 800-year-old blood coral. Having conducted research on this remarkable organism, I can assure you that it is not dying. Rather, it is afflicted by an ailment akin to that of a human. When one is unwell, treatment is imperative. Leave it to me, and I guarantee we shall soon witness a vibrant, flourishing blood coral. My dear, you may have noticed that I have been in seclusion for over half a month, neglecting to shower affection upon you. Why not allow me to express my love with fervor? Alas, you rogue, you scoundrel, my husband, you are quite wicked. It is broad daylight, after all." Chen Changsheng chuckled mischievously. "Isn't daytime even more exhilarating? Besides, we have not shunned the light before. My dear, I am about to transform into a great wolf," he declared, howling in jest. Instantly, the courtyard echoed with shrieks. Xiaohuan, Xiaoyun, and old Shui exchanged wry smiles before hastily retreating to their respective chambers. Fortunately, each room is safeguarded by protective formations, ensuring commendable soundproofing. Engaged in cultivation with Guing Xia, acquired 22 points of alchemy experience. Affection level, 120, a pair of wings in flight. Bonus, 5. Alchemist, second tier upper grade alchemist, experience points, 135-20000. Engaged in cultivation with Gulinger, acquired 22 points of martial technique experience. Affection level, 120, a pair of wings in flight. Bonus, 5. Soul technique, great transformation of the spirit, third tier technique, currently incomplete. Only the Qi refinement stage remains, experience points, 5755-10000. Engaged in cultivation with Ruan Ling. Acquired 2 points of artifact forging experience. Affection level, 100. Bonus, 5. Artificer, second tier lower grade, experience points, 134-1000. Engaged in cultivation with Lu Linglong, acquired 0. 2 points of wood spiritual root experience. Affection level, 100. Bonus, 5. Spiritual root, 5 element waste spiritual root, metal, 30, wood, 96, water, 36, fire, 29, earth, 30. Especially the spiritual root, which requires extra effort. Chen Changsheng immediately turned his gaze toward Lu Linglong, who, having just endured a bout of torment, found herself utterly exhausted and unable to move. Yet, upon seeing Chen Changsheng's intent, she did not cower. Rather, her spirit ignited with passion. The four women had conspired together. "You wish to confront all four of us at once. Such audacity cannot go unpunished. If you dare, then let us engage. Who is afraid?" An hour later, observing that the spiritual root had reached a value of 97, Chen Changsheng could only manage a rueful smile. Just 3 points more, supporting his aching waist. He resolved that next time he must elevate the level of the little joyful technique. Thus, a day passed. The following morning, Chen Changsheng set out early. Today marks the annual auction at the Flying Star Market. This event had been widely advertised, particularly the auction of Foundation Establishment pills, which drew countless cultivators. especially those at the pinnacle of the Qi refinement stage, including many from the immortal sect. Foundation establishment cultivators were no exception. While they may not require them, they could be left for their junior disciples. The four women did not attend, for the influx of visitors had rendered the market quite chaotic in recent days. Yesterday, while out shopping, I encountered numerous cultivators seeking to engage in conversation, hoping to form partnerships. The four ladies were so frightened that they dared not venture outside. For the majority of female cultivators, meeting sincere and trustworthy practitioners is acceptable. However, encountering malevolent ones only results in exploitation. Chapter 36. Still in need of the vitality fruit, the auction proceeded as scheduled, proving to be far more lively than the previous one, with attendance exceeding 1,000. The first item up for bid was the highly coveted Foundation Establishment Pill, the very goal for many attending this auction. The starting price was set at 50,000 spirit stones. Chen Changsheng recalled that Yang Zhuan had previously quoted him a price of 50,100 for a single pill. Now, the starting bid was a mere 50,000, quite unscrupulous indeed. As the auction commenced, the atmosphere instantly became vibrant. Why had so many gathered at the fishing market? It was to acquire the Foundation Establishment Pill. I bid 51,000 spirit stones. I bid 52,000 spirit stones. Before long, the bid soared to 80,000 stones. Chen Changsheng was overjoyed. Although Wanbao Pavilion took 10% of the profits, he still netted over 70,000. And this was only the first pill. 3 more awaited him. One had been exchanged for a corpse worm previously, while another was reserved for the vitality fruit. The auction spanned an entire day, featuring over 300 items. Chen Changsheng made 3 purchases, 1 second-tier spiritual material and 2 second-tier medicinal herbs. The quality of this auction was already apparent to him. The 4 Foundation Establishment pills yielded a profit of 380,000 spirit stones, half of which were medium-grade stones. The first pill fetched a remarkable price of 120,000, while the remaining 3 sold for considerably less. What left him feeling regretful was his failure to acquire the vitality fruit. However, upon the auction's conclusion, Yang Zhuan announced that an alchemist had stated that a single vitality fruit could be exchanged for a Foundation Establishment pill. This news reignited the crowd, who had initially calmed down after the auction's end. The vitality fruit was valued at several thousand spirit stones, while the Foundation Establishment pill was scarce and in high demand. After the auction, Chen Changsheng made his way to the back courtyard of Wanbao Pavilion to meet with Yang Zhuan. Yang Zhuan handed over the spirit stones to Chen Changsheng and cautioned, "Brother Changsheng, I have just received news that 2 nascent soul ancestors from the Tai immortal sect are at odds with one another, leading to a division within the sect. They are preoccupied with their internal strife, and the recent announcement regarding the Foundation Establishment pills in our fishing market may bring both fortune and misfortune. It is best for you to remain at home for now and avoid the market." Chen Changsheng furrowed his brow. Does Lord Feixing not intervene? Yang Zhuan shook his head. Intervene? How could he? The Tai immortal sect is too embroiled in its own affairs to pay attention to the market. We do not know how many malevolent cultivators might exploit this chaos, especially now that Foundation Establishment pills are available here. It is likely that many nefarious practitioners will flock to our market. These individuals are already notorious for their lawlessness and malevolence, showing little fear of the Tai immortal sect. When the sect was stable, they exercised some caution, but now they are likely to become even bolder. Rumors suggest that the demonic sect of the Yu Kingdom supports these malevolent cultivators. Chen Changsheng nodded and assured Yang, "Rest easy, my greatest asset is my appreciation for life." After bidding farewell to Wanbao Pavilion and walking along the path back, he inevitably encountered numerous faces filled with malevolence, a bitter smile creeping onto his lips. The success or failure hinged on the foundational elixir. The internal strife within the Tai immortal sect had escalated. Under ordinary circumstances, the emergence of the foundational elixir would have merely fostered prosperity and growth in the fishing market. Yet now, it had equally ushered in chaos. If matters could be delayed, he would not have resorted to presenting the foundational elixir. He could afford to wait, but Qin Huayu could not. The supreme detoxification elixir, though capable of temporarily suppressing the corrupt bone poison, could only do so for a limited time. What he desperately needed now was the life fruit. Realizing the imminent danger, Chen Changsheng resolved to seclude himself. He found no joy in idly accompanying the 4 women in their cultivation, alchemy, and artifact forging. With this thought, he made his way toward the food god residence, a place renowned for its sale of spiritual rice, spiritual vegetables, and beast meat, as well as its delectable cuisine. It was the most prosperous establishment in the entire market. Typically, the 4 women frequented this place, while Chen Changsheng rarely visited. Nevertheless, the shopkeeper recognized him. The food god residence and Wanbao Pavilion were among the largest enterprises under the command of the formidable Feixing. Just as Chen Changsheng departed from the food god residence, Preparing to return, a commotion ahead caught his attention. A large crowd had gathered. Intrigued, Chen Changsheng approached. A cultivator's corpse lay on the ground. While several market guards were inquiring about what had transpired, the surrounding crowd was abuzz with speculation. Chen Changsheng turned to a nearby cultivator and asked, "Fellow cultivator, do you know what happened here?" The cultivator glanced at Chen Changsheng and replied, "Can't you see? A murder has occurred here." Stepping closer, the cultivator whispered, "Just moments ago, this cultivator overestimated his abilities and purchased a second-tier spiritual material, only to be targeted by a foundational cultivator. Initially, the foundational cultivator intended to buy it. But when this cultivator refused to sell, he resorted to violence, killing him for the treasure. The market used to be safe, but now they dare to kill openly. Fortunately, Lord Feishing pursued the assailant, though it remains uncertain if he can catch the murderous foundational cultivator." Another cultivator nearby, overhearing their conversation, interjected coldly, "What's the big deal? The Feishing market is still relatively safe. Lord Feishing is stationed here. Have you heard of Tiannan market? It's directly under the jurisdiction of the Tai immortal sect, which recently instigated a riot, resulting in several deaths. It's far more perilous." The two conversing with Chen Changsheng were reminded by the first cultivator to keep their voices down, stating, "We cannot discuss the actions of the Yuanying ancestors." Realizing their indiscretion, the later cultivator promptly fell silent. The guards swiftly removed the body for burial, and the crowd gradually dispersed. Chen Changsheng felt a deep sense of alarm. He never anticipated that the market could be fraught with such peril. Master Feishing has already set out to hunt down the murderous rogue cultivator. It remains to be seen whether she can catch up. Should she succeed in vanquishing him, the chaos in the market will be quelled, and at the very least, those wicked cultivators will think twice before acting brazenly. However, if she fails to apprehend him, the turmoil in Feishing market could rival that of Tiannan market. As Chen Changsheng reached the threshold, a sudden disturbance rippled through the market. A tremendous oppressive force descended from the heavens, heralding the arrival of Master Feishing, who manifested in the void, exuding a potent aura of authority. In her grasp, she held a bloodied bundle, which she cast down to the ground, revealing a gruesome, severed head. This gruesome sight elicited gasps of horror from the onlookers, as they speculated whether this head belonged to the foundational cultivator responsible for the earlier misdeed. Master Feishing had slain the culprit. Her prowess was undeniable. Long live Master Feishing. The earlier unrest in the market dissipated instantaneously with Master Feishing's decisive action against the disruptive cultivator, replaced by waves of jubilant cheers echoing throughout the marketplace. Chapter 37. Explosive elixirs. At that moment, Master Feishing's voice resonated with authority, declaring that any who dared to cause trouble in Feishing market would face ruthless retribution, exemplified by the fate of the foundational cultivator before them. An overwhelming sense of majesty and murderous intent surged forth, instilling fear in the hearts of all present, particularly those who had contemplated instigating chaos, causing them to fall silent. Chen Changsheng, too, felt a weight lift from his heart. Upon returning to his courtyard, the four women were evidently stirred by Master Feishing's commanding tone and quickly gathered around him, inquiring if there was trouble outside. Chen Changsheng nodded, recounting the events he had encountered. Their faces paled at the revelation of the perilous state of the market. He reassured them, stating that they should refrain from venturing out for the time being, as the turmoil stemmed from the power struggles at play. However, he assured them that within the safety of their home, they had nothing to fear. He would procure whatever they needed, allowing them to take advantage of this time to focus on their cultivation. In unison, the four women agreed. Days later, Yang Zhuan came to visit. "Brother Yang, have you found the life fruit?" Chen Changsheng inquired. Yang Zhuan hesitated before admitting, "Indeed, I have located it. But the cultivator in possession of the life fruit is unwilling to exchange it for foundational elixirs. He insists on meeting you personally to negotiate the transaction." Chen Changsheng furrowed his brow. "Brother Yang, do you know who this individual is?" Yang Zhuan shook his head. "I only know that he is a 10th layer Qi cultivator. I suspect he hails from a celestial sect. As for whether to meet him, that is entirely up to you, Brother Changsheng. This is, after all, a market, and safety should not be an issue. However, there is a concern that if he discovers your true identity, it may be exposed." Yang Zhuan's caution was not unfounded. It was common knowledge that Feishing market was home to a second-tier alchemist capable of crafting foundational elixirs. Yet, the specifics of this individual remained shrouded in mystery. If Chen Changsheng were also a foundational cultivator, it would be one thing, but should it be revealed that he was merely a 7th layer Qi cultivator, it would undoubtedly incite frenzy among the masses. Regular cultivators would flock to seek him out, while the rogue cultivators might conspire to capture him, ensnaring him in a web of control, reducing him to a mere puppet, a slave to their whims. Chen Changsheng said, "Let us meet then." Yang Zhuan replied, "Brother Changsheng, we must not be careless." Chen Changsheng shook his head, Yue cannot wait. Yang Zhuan, gritting his teeth, responded, very well, I shall make the arrangements. They decided to convene at Wanbao Pavilion. Half a day later, Chen Changsheng arrived at Wanbao Pavilion and encountered a cultivator possessing the vitality fruit. To the outside world, he appeared to be in his 20s, exuding an aura of simplicity and robustness, resembling a straightforward villager. Paradoxically, this demeanor instilled in Chen Changsheng an even greater sense of caution. Notably, he inadvertently observed that the cultivator's attire was quite comparable to his own. He wore a second-tier low-grade flying spiritual artifact on his feet, a second-tier middle-grade Taiji jade pendant hung at his waist, and he had inserted a wooden talisman into his hair, which was at least a second-tier low-grade spiritual artifact. His garment was a top-quality magical robe, enveloping him thoroughly. It was clear that this companion held the vitality fruit. Chen Changsheng directly inquired, and the other party nodded, retrieving a brocade box from his possession. Upon opening it, the vitality fruit was revealed, sparkling within. Chen Changsheng's eyes brightened at the sight. The cultivator introduced himself. I am Xueqing, hailing from the Tai Immortal sect. You are one of the top 10 inner disciples of Tai Immortal sect, Chen Changsheng remarked. Xueqing was taken aback. You know of me? The Tai Immortal sect has tens of thousands of disciples, with the majority being outer disciples and servant disciples. The number of servant disciples varies in the thousands, most of whom, like you, possess mediocre talents yet are unwilling to squander their time, aspiring to join the sect for a brighter future. The chances of becoming an outer disciple are slim at best. To advance from a servant disciple to an outer disciple, one must first reach the 7th level of Qi training. At this stage, Chen Changsheng was only eligible to become an outer disciple. The outer disciples numbered nearly 10,000. However, neither the outer nor the servant disciples could be considered true disciples of the sect. Only the inner disciples held that distinction. Inner disciples must attain a minimum of the 9th level of Qi training, totaling over 3,000 individuals. Among these inner disciples, 10 stand at the pinnacle, known as the top 10 inner disciples. Those who achieve this rank enjoy an 80% chance of entering the foundation establishment realm. Once one ascends to the ranks of the top 10 disciples, they receive a foundation establishment pill for free and monthly resources exceeding those of other inner disciples by 50%. Additionally, there exists a benefit. After 5 years within the top 10, one may obtain another foundation establishment pill. Xueqing ranked 5th among the top 10 inner disciples. Without doubt, given his impressive equipment, his ranking was well justified. Each disciple in the top 10 possesses formidable combat strength, capable of contending with ordinary foundation establishment cultivators without defeat. Chen Changsheng shook his head. Friend, please articulate the conditions under which you would be willing to trade the vitality fruit with me. Xueqing did not respond immediately. Instead, he produced a pill formula from his belongings and handed it to Chen Changsheng, saying, I wonder if you are capable of refining this type of elixir. As Chen Changsheng received the formula, he was immediately captivated by its allure. With great excitement, he exclaimed, could this be an ancient alchemical formula passed down through the ages? Xueqing nodded in affirmation, stating, indeed, this elixir is known as the explosive pill, akin to the thunderbolt of magical treasures and the explosive talisman of charms. It too possesses the capacity to detonate, wielding power comparable to a strike from a mid to late-stage foundation establishment cultivator. However, it bears a significant flaw, its indiscriminate explosion, which can easily injure the user. He continued, should you succeed in concocting the explosive pill, I am willing to offer you the life fruit as a gift, along with the necessary spiritual herbs for its creation. Once produced, we shall split the elixirs evenly. Of course, if you are unable to create it, the life fruit shall still be yours free of charge. Chen Changsheng inquired, may I ask why you wish to craft the explosive pill? The materials required are exceedingly rare, sufficient to forge a spiritual weapon. Even if successful, the explosive pill remains a one-time use. Xueqing nodded, acknowledging the truth in Chen's words, yet insisted, at this moment, the explosive pill is the most suitable option for me. Chen Changsheng agreed. Indeed, once detonated, it equates to a strike from a mid to late-stage foundation establishment cultivator. If used unexpectedly, it could even slay foundation establishment practitioners. Very well, I am capable of crafting the explosive pill. Xueqing was overjoyed, exclaiming, how splendid. I never anticipated encountering such a formidable alchemist here in the Flying Star Market. Why not consider joining my Tai Immortal sect? Should you agree, I would gladly recommend you. Xueqing was genuinely astonished. Upon first seeing Chen Changsheng, he initially suspected he was being deceived by Yang Zhuan. How could a 7th-layer Qi refinement cultivator possibly be a second-tier alchemist? Chapter 38, The Stubborn One. However, Xueqing was well aware of a fundamental truth. One must not judge by appearances. Thus, he refrained from anger and turned to leave. feeling fortunate to have encountered a true second-tier alchemist. Such alchemical talent was unheard of in the Tai immortal sect. Chen Changsheng shook his head, saying, "No matter. I simply wish to focus on my cultivation in the flying star market." "What a pity," Xueqing lamented. "If you are inclined to join my Tai immortal sect." As he spoke, Xueqing produced a jade stone, explaining, "Within this jade, I have infused a portion of my life force. Upon arriving at the Tai immortal sect, simply shatter this jade, and I will sense your presence immediately." "Thank you," Chen Changsheng replied. "However, as the explosive pill belongs to an ancient formula, I will need some time to study it before crafting the elixir. If you are not in haste, I can have it ready in a month's time." "Very well. Thank you." Xueqing expressed his gratitude, promptly handing over the prepared materials for the explosive pill, 3 portions in total. At that moment, Chen Changsheng's heart swelled with excitement. Not only had he finally found the life fruit, but more importantly, the explosive pill. Once ignited, it could rival a strike from a mid to late stage foundation establishment cultivator. Although his own cultivation was somewhat lacking, he need not fear detonating it before foundation establishment practitioners. In the Qi refinement realm, with this elixir in hand, he could vanquish any number of foes. After departing from the Wanbao studio, Chen Changsheng returned directly to his small courtyard. Although the market is relatively secure under the protection of Master Feishing, this sense of safety is not absolute, especially for someone of his rank, a second-tier alchemist with limited cultivation. One must walk on 2 legs to maintain stability. Relying solely on one will inevitably lead to falls. His cultivation level remains somewhat lacking. Cultivation level, mid-stage of Qi refinement. 7th layer, experience points, 803, 220, 000. The explosive pills must be refined without delay. However, prior to that, he needs to concoct a bomb to counteract the bone corruption poison, a task significantly simpler than alchemy. When applied to the decayed area, the rot will gradually improve, and the toxins will be eliminated. Half a day later, Chen Changsheng arrived at the entrance of Qin Huayu's residence, carrying the bomb. He knocked on the gate, which, as anticipated, remained shut. "You error, I have prepared the antidote. It is placed at the entrance. Remember to apply it," he called out before departing. Barely a minute had passed when the gate swung open, revealing Qin Huayu, veiled, who gazed at the bomb before her, her eyes suddenly brimming with tears. "How can I repay you?" she asked. "If you truly wish to repay me, then dedicate yourself to me," Chen Changsheng's voice echoed. Startled, Qin Huayu exclaimed, "You haven't left." "You error, if your poison is cured, would you be willing to marry me?" Chen Changsheng inquired. With a cold huff, she replied, "We shall see then." "And what about your employer?" With that, she shut the door firmly. Chen Changsheng, touching his nose, turned and returned home. It was time to commence the refinement of the explosive pills. The formula for these pills, an ancient one, starkly contrasts with contemporary recipes, particularly in terms of medicinal ingredients and their synergistic properties. Ancient alchemy emphasized the balance of the 5 elements, whereas modern practices tend to rely on a primary element supported by 4 others. This notion echoed the essence of the foundation-seizing pill, not in terms of identical recipes, but in the reflection of elemental balance. It seemed that a formidable alchemist had modified the ancient formula, reshaping its properties for contemporary use. Chen Changsheng's confidence in refining the explosive pills stemmed from 2 sources. First, the enhancement of his alchemical skills through his extraordinary talents, which even allowed him insights into ancient formulas. Second, the influence of the foundation-seizing pill, which bolstered his belief that he could adapt the explosive pills to fit current practices. After 3 consecutive days of preparation, he finally began the refinement process. A fortnight later, he successfully produced a total of 42 explosive pills, intending to split the yield evenly, ensuring that he would retain at least 21 for himself. While he could have concealed a portion, there seemed little need for such deception. Upon leaving the alchemical chamber, Chen Changsheng was pleasantly surprised to find Qin Huayu present in the courtyard, tending to spiritual plants alongside his 4 wives. As soon as they spotted him emerging, the 4 women hurried over. "Husband, you have returned," they chimed in unison. "Indeed, your efforts are much appreciated," Chen Changsheng acknowledged with a nod, then turned to greet Qin Huayu. Qin Huayu, with reddened eyes, spoke softly, "Brother Chen, thank you. I cannot fathom what might have transpired without your aid." The 4 women, ever eager to stir the pot, chimed in. "Sister Yuer, if you truly wish to express your gratitude to your husband, why not consider marrying him? After all, a life-saving grace is best repaid with oneself." They giggled. "Sister Yuer, look at how well we all get along." Qin Huayu's face flushed a deep crimson, her embarrassment palpable as she replied, "I shan't disturb you all. I shall take my leave." Chen Changsheng felt a wave of disappointment wash over him. Guing Xia nudged him playfully, saying, "Husband, accompany Sister Yuer back. It is perilous for her to venture alone." "Indeed, I shall escort you." Chen Changsheng hastily followed. Qin Huayu shook her head, insisting, there is no need. It is merely a short distance. Nay, even a few meters can pose a danger, Chen Changsheng asserted resolutely. To them, that seemingly short distance felt like an insurmountable 10 kilometers. As they approached the bustling marketplace, neither felt inclined to appreciate its vibrancy. Upon reaching the entrance, Qin Huayu abruptly halted, inquiring, Brother Chen, do you have naught to say to me? Chen Changsheng was taken aback. Annoyed, Qin Huayu huffed, you blockhead. And do take care. Avoid wandering the marketplace unnecessarily. With that, she swiftly opened the door and entered her abode, slamming it shut with a resounding thud. Fuming, she muttered to herself. I made my intentions so clear, yet he remained oblivious. How infuriating. Chen Changsheng was left utterly bewildered. Women are indeed perplexing. Just moments ago, she was amiable. And now her mood had soured. He walked back home, lost in thought. The four women immediately surrounded him, eagerly asking, Husband, how did it go? Did you win over Sister Yue? Indeed. Will Sister Yue agree to marry you? Chen Changsheng replied. Do you truly wish for me to pursue her? He then recounted the earlier events. The four women exchanged exasperated glances, remarking, Husband, are you truly daft? Sister Yue was waiting for you to express your desire to marry her. No wonder she called you a blockhead, oblivious to romance. Realization dawned upon Chen Changsheng, and he smacked his forehead in frustration. I shall go declare my intention to marry her at once. Do not. Gu Yingxiao swiftly interjected, restraining him. Husband, Sister Yue is currently in a temper. She will not heed you now. Better to wait for another opportunity. 3 days passed, and Chen Changsheng, witnessing his wood spiritual root rise to 100, turned his attention to enhancing his fire spiritual root, his joy uncontainable. Indeed, he could continually elevate the level of his spiritual roots. Spiritual roots, 5 elemental waste roots, metal, 30, wood, 100, water, 30, fire, 37, earth, 30. The issue of his spiritual roots seemed temporarily resolved. However, at this rate, achieving a mixed elemental spiritual root would take at least a year or two. Not to mention the elusive origin and earth spiritual roots. Only 2 methods could potentially resolve this dilemma. One objective is to enhance Lu Linglong's fondness for him, while the other is to obtain a pill that can elevate one's spiritual root. After a thorough analysis of the foundational pill, Chen Changsheng uncovered a harsh truth. The ancient formula for the foundational pill indeed possessed the ability to purify spiritual roots. However, after modifications, this efficacy had significantly diminished, leaving only the capacity to enhance cultivation levels. Given his current alchemical skills, it would be exceedingly difficult to restore the ancient formula. This avenue seemed futile unless he could somehow locate the original recipe. The turmoil within the Tai immortal sect continued unabated. When 2 tigers fight, one is bound to suffer loss. The greater the commotion, the larger the losses incurred. As the chaos persisted, it had spread throughout the entire region of the Tai immortal sect. Previously, the formidable suppression of a foundational cultivator by Pang Feishing had at least momentarily deterred overt conflict in the Feishing market. Though the absence of conflict was primarily due to insufficient interests, exposing Chen Tian, a second-tier alchemist at the 7th level of qi refinement, would be perilous. Although the market was secure, outside its confines lay numerous dangers. On this particular day, Chen Changsheng rarely ventured out. Nearly a month had elapsed since his last procurement, and the supplies of spiritual rice, vegetables, and beast meat at home were dwindling, necessitating a shopping trip. After exiting the food god pavilion, he ordered takeout. On his way home, he felt as though someone were surveilling him. Yet, despite several attempts to uncover the identity of his watcher, he found nothing. With the advancement in his alchemical and crafting levels, the most significant benefit was the enhancement of his soul and physique. His physical constitution was rather poor, so the improvement was not pronounced. However, his soul was different. Having lived 2 lives, his soul was superior to that of other cultivators at the same level. After 2 enhancements, although his cultivation realm was only at the 7th level of qi refinement, the intensity of his soul was comparable to that of a peak qi refinement cultivator. This sudden sensation made him wary, prompting him to quicken his pace. Upon returning home, 2 cultivators emerged from the shadows, one old, one young. The elder, frowning, inquired, Are you certain he is the second-tier alchemist of the Feishing market? At the 7th level of qi refinement? The younger cultivator responded, That's him, I can assure you. It is precisely because he is at the 7th level that he can concoct the foundational pill, which astonishes me. The elder remarked, He seemed to notice us just now. The younger shook his head, That shouldn't be the case. Given his cultivation level, how could he possibly detect us? The elder nodded, That does make sense. But even if we know he is a second-tier alchemist, what of it? Let us not forget, this is within the market, under the watchful eye of that wretched Pang Feishing. If you dare act, remember the fate of Lin Mu. Unless we can lure him out of the market, that may prove quite difficult. The younger cultivator countered, but he is a second-tier alchemist. Just imagine if we could control him and have him concoct pills for us. While we cannot guarantee reaching the golden core realm, achieving the peak of foundational cultivation would hold a significant probability. If he were a foundational cultivator, it would be one thing, but being only at the 7th level of chi refinement, subduing him would be as easy as crushing an ant. The aged monk pondered aloud. Allow me a moment to contemplate how to lure him out of the market. A spark of realization illuminated his eyes. The young monk immediately inquired, "Pray tell, what method do you propose?" The elder shook his head and replied, "It is not for me to divulge. In due time, you shall come to understand." Unbeknownst to Chen Changsheng, he hurried back to his small courtyard, where a sense of relief washed over him. The market was secure, not solely due to the presence of the foundational monks, Pang Feisheng and Pang Feiyun, but more importantly, it was safeguarded by a formidable array. The structures within the market were intricately entwined with this protective formation. Unless one were a golden core master, a mere foundational monk would find it impossible to breach such defenses. Upon returning, Chen Changsheng refrained from sharing the news with the 4 women, wishing to spare them any worry. Yet, deep within, he grew increasingly cautious. He even decided to let Xueqing retrieve the explosive pills by herself. Xueqing was already aware of his identity, rendering further concealment unnecessary. When Xueqing entrusted Chen Changsheng with the task of alchemy, she remained in the market. Previously, non-residents were prohibited from lingering in the marketplace. However, prior to the auction of the foundational pills, Lord Feisheng made a decisive choice to establish an inn, which quickly flourished and expanded significantly. Xueqing resided within this inn. Upon receiving the news, she hurried to courtyard number 9. "Chen Daoyu, could it be that the explosive pills have been successfully refined? I am relieved to hear it." Chen Changsheng presented the meticulously prepared pills, handing over a total of 21. Boom. Xueqing nearly believed her ears had deceived her. If her memory served correctly, they had previously agreed to a 50-50 split upon successful refinement. This implied that he had produced 42 pills. A single spirit medicine, a second-tier superior grade pill, evolved from ancient formulas, typically yielding 3 to 5 pills in a successful batch. To achieve such a quantity was truly remarkable. "Chen Daoyu, your alchemical prowess is unparalleled even among our Tai immortal sects cultivators of the same rank." She continued, "How is it that no one uncovered your talent for alchemy earlier? At the 7th layer of chi cultivation, a second-tier advanced alchemist, this was beyond mere talent. It was nothing short of monstrous." During this time, Xueqing had also gathered insights regarding Chen Changsheng's identity. He was merely a servant disciple of the Tai immortal sect. His qualifications deemed inadequate. Chen Changsheng smiled and said, "To be candid, my initial lack of aptitude led me to pursue the path of alchemy. Fearing distraction, I devoted myself wholeheartedly to cultivation, allowing 40 years to slip by before I departed the sect to marry and raise a family, seeking nothing further. Only then did I venture into alchemy, never anticipating that while my cultivation talent was ordinary, my aptitude for alchemy would prove commendable." Xueqing remarked, "Commendable is an understatement. It appears you possess a unique bloodline attuned to the art of alchemy." Chen Changsheng inquired, "What do you mean by this special bloodline?" Xueqing explained, "A special bloodline is one that has been passed down from ancient times. In antiquity, cultivation was not merely assessed by one's spiritual root, but rather emphasized the significance of one's bloodline." As Xueqing elaborated, she added, "However, I cannot claim to know the specifics. For spiritual roots are inherited from one's parents and vary in grade, whereas bloodlines diminish with each generation until they eventually fade away. Even if future generations occasionally awaken their bloodlines, the probability remains exceedingly low, perhaps even more challenging than encountering a celestial root. Celestial roots may be found within the Tai immortal sect once every century, while the inheritance of special bloodlines might not be encountered for millennia. Those endowed with special bloodlines invariably awaken certain innate talents." Chen Changsheng realized why the justifications he had previously concocted for himself were dismissed by others who were aware that he had merely reached the 7th level of chi cultivation yet attained the rank of a second-tier alchemist. They likely regarded him as one who had awakened a special bloodline. Only he understood that he did not possess such a bloodline. He merely had the advantage of a golden finger. Marrying would grant him strength. Marrying would render him invincible. Nonetheless, this was advantageous, as it could sufficiently obscure the uniqueness brought forth by his golden finger. Xueqing inquired, "My friend, have you truly considered returning to the immortal sect?" Chen Changsheng shook his head, replying, "Since you are aware of my past, you must also recognize that I have essentially severed ties with the immortal sect. Furthermore, is it truly appropriate to return at this juncture?" Xueqing sighed. The internal strife within the immortal sect indeed makes this an inopportune time for a return. My eagerness to concoct explosive pills stems from these concerns. Only disciples like him understood the gravity of sect conflicts, where lives had already been lost. Xueqing's tone shifted as he said, Chen, are you aware that you have recently encountered trouble? Chen Changsheng's heart sank as he asked, please, enlighten me. Xueqing replied, upon my arrival, I noticed individuals lurking at your doorstep. It appears someone has set their sights on you. Chen Changsheng's expression changed. His earlier instincts had proven accurate. His identity as a second-tier alchemist must have been exposed, prompting someone to take a risk. Chen Changsheng inquired, do you know the opponent's cultivation level? Xueqing responded, they are at the initial stage of foundation establishment, though I cannot ascertain if they have accomplices. Chen Changsheng shook his head. Fortunately, we are in a market district. Yet, Xueqing countered, do you believe this market district guarantees safety? On the contrary, it is even more perilous here. Do not forget, your adversary is ultimately a foundation cultivator, hidden from your sight while you remain exposed. Chen Changsheng frowned. Are you suggesting I take the initiative to confront this crisis? Xueqing nodded, why not? Perhaps I could also lend my assistance. You need only act as bait, and they will undoubtedly strike at you. At that moment, I can assess the potency of the explosive pills. An explosive pill is equivalent to a strike from a mid to late foundation cultivator. As long as the opponent is not at the late stage of foundation establishment, with these 20 or so explosive pills, they will perish regardless of their numbers. Chen Changsheng regarded Xueqing intently. His feelings towards Xueqing were ambivalent. He neither fully trusted him nor completely distrusted him. However, the strategy he proposed sparked a realization within him. If Xueqing genuinely wished to assist him, that would be one thing. But if he were in league with the adversary, believing his words would let us proceed as follows. Tomorrow, I shall feign a departure from the market, luring out those nefarious cultivators and simultaneously testing the potency of the explosive elixir. After a thorough discussion of the plan, Xueqing took her leave, while Chen Changsheng began to contemplate his course of action. Having lived 2 lifetimes, spanning over 90 years, he had witnessed much, particularly in his previous life, where he was well versed in the tumult of televised dramas and intricate plots. He was unperturbed by schemes. Xueqing was untrustworthy. Entrusting one's life to her was tantamount to a slow suicide. However, seeking assistance from Lord Feishing and Lord Feiyun at this juncture was impractical. While he could venture out alone, approaching the Lord's residence would undoubtedly raise suspicion. It appeared that he would have to turn to Yang Zhuan for aid. Coincidentally, he lacked sufficient alchemical materials and would need to procure some. After giving brief instructions to the 4 maidens, Chen Changsheng set out to find Yang Zhuan and explained his intentions. Yang Zhuan was taken aback. Rest assured, Brother Changsheng, I shall convey the news to Lord Feishing and Lord Feiyun. Nevertheless, this plan is exceedingly perilous. In my view, it would be wiser to inform Lord Feishing directly, allowing him to take decisive action against these villains. Chen Changsheng shook his head. Have I not contemplated this? Yet, I remain unaware of the exact number of adversaries. If we act impulsively, it might lead to greater peril if our communications are intercepted. It is far more prudent to use myself as bait, drawing out those who intend to harm me, ensuring they can be captured in one fell swoop. My audacity in this endeavor is largely thanks to the acquaintance you previously introduced, Taoist Xue. Now enough of this discourse. Prepare a portion of the spiritual herbs for the elixir, and I shall take my leave. All has been prepared, Yang Zhuan replied, producing the herbs. Upon returning to his courtyard, Chen Changsheng entered the alchemical chamber and began to assess his abilities. When hunting a lion, one must exert all their strength. For this is a matter of life and death, and there is no room for carelessness. Host, Chen Changsheng. Realm, Midstage of Qi Refinement Level 7, Experience Points, 803. 220, 000. Alchemist, Second Tier Superior Alchemist, Experience Points, 13, 520, 000. Artifact Refiner, Second Tier Inferior, Experience Points, 1, 341, 000. Primary Cultivation Technique, Great Greenwood Formula, Second Tier Low Level, Experience Points, 231, 000. Auxiliary Technique, Minor Joy Formula, Second Tier Medium Level, Experience Points, 2, 625, 000. Soul Technique, Great Transformation of the Spirit Method, Third Tier Technique, Incomplete, remaining only for Qi Refinement Stage Cultivation, Experience Points, 575, 510, 000. Flame's Secret Art, Lihua Formula, Second Tier Inferior, 15, 500. Spiritual Root, 5-element defective spiritual root, metal, 30, wood, 97, water, 30, fire, 37, earth, 30. He possessed an impressive array of artifacts. At his feet lay a second-tier inferior spirit tool, the Flying Shoes. In his hands, he wielded a first-tier superior magical artifact, a round shield, and a treasure pagoda, along with a first-tier supreme magical artifact, the Shadowless Needle. This realm and collection of treasures would undoubtedly set him apart within any immortal sect. However, they were insufficient to confront the imminent crisis. He should have upgraded his artifacts long ago. After all, he was a second-tier junior artifact refiner. Yet, there was no time to craft new ones now. Fortunately, there are more than 20 explosive pills. This is the source of my confidence. Similarly, it is precisely due to the existence of these explosive pills that Chen Changsheng somewhat believes in Xueqing, convinced that he would not harm him, as he should be aware of the pill's formidable power. Shaking his head, he decided to think no more about it. Tomorrow, everything would naturally become clear. He also resolved that after resolving this crisis, he would refine his treasures anew, transforming them all into spiritual artifacts. Chapter 41. The False Xueqing. A night passed. Chen Changsheng replenished his spirit and adjusted himself to peak condition. After meeting up with Xueqing, they departed from the market. Xuedaoyu, this time I shall rely entirely on you, Chen Changsheng remarked. Xueqing assured him, it is merely a matter of a foundational stage cultivator. Just 1 or 2 explosive pills. Chen Changsheng nodded, feeling reassured. As the two approached approximately a kilometer from the market, Xueqing suddenly halted and declared, since we have arrived, you may as well show yourselves. Chen Changsheng's heart tightened. At that moment, 2 cultivators, an elder and a youth, emerged from both sides. I presume you are the second-tier alchemist from the Feishing market, the elder stated. Chen Changsheng's expression changed dramatically. Who are you? Have you been following and monitoring me all along? The elder replied, does it matter who we are? What matters now is that you have only 2 paths before you, either death or submission to our control, forced to refine pills for us. And if I choose a third path? Chen Changsheng retorted coldly. The elder shook his head, saying, I'm afraid there is no third path available to you. Chen Changsheng countered, who says there isn't? Xuedaoyu, I entrust these 2 to you. The elder and the youth exchanged glances and suddenly burst into laughter. Chen Changsheng couldn't help but frown. At this moment, Xueqing remarked, Chen Daoyu, I believe it would be wiser for you to choose the second path. To submit to their control and refine pills for them. It is better than losing your life. Chen Changsheng was taken aback. You are in cahoots with them. The elder responded, only now do you realize? You. Chen Changsheng gritted his teeth, Xuedaoyu, as a recognized disciple of the immortal sect. Why would you associate with these heretics? Xueqing shook his head. Who told you I am a disciple of the immortal sect? Chen Changsheng frowned. Isn't that so? Xueqing, ranked 5th among the inner disciples. Could there be any mistake? Xueqing smiled. What you say is indeed correct. But whoever told you that I am Xueqing? As he spoke, Xueqing wiped his face, revealing a stranger's visage before Chen Changsheng. While holding a human skin mask in his hand, you killed Xueqing. Chen Changsheng's mind raced with realization. Indeed, the false Xueqing said. If I had not killed him and skinned him, how could I deceive you? Chen Changsheng, blame yourself for being so foolish as to trust my words. However, who could resist the temptation of a second-tier alchemist with a unique bloodline? Chen Changsheng, gritting his teeth, asked, if you intend to deceive me, why make me refine explosive pills? Are you not afraid of their power? As he spoke, Chen Changsheng produced an explosive pill, gripping it tightly in his hand. The counterfeit Xueqing disdainfully remarked, Chen Changsheng, indeed, the explosive pill possesses unparalleled might, comparable to a strike from a mid-to-late foundation establishment practitioner. Yet, your cultivation level is merely at the 7th layer of qi refinement. By the time you throw the explosive pill, we would have already evaded it. As for your ability to concoct the explosive pill, it was merely a test. I never anticipated you would actually succeed, which only strengthens our resolve to abduct you. If you remain in the Feishing Square City, we would indeed be at a loss. Even your repeated refusals to join the immortal sect have left us with no choice but to be forthright and take the initiative. And as expected, you fell for it. Ha ha. Chen Changsheng, I offer you one final opportunity. Cooperate with us and serve us for 50 years, and we shall let you go. Otherwise, infuriated, Chen Changsheng retorted. Having lived for over 60 years, 50 years would mark the end of my life. It would be better to kill me now. Counterfeit Xueqing replied. That is indeed a point. Then let it be 45 years. Chen Changsheng scoffed. My stance remains unchanged. I shall not accept either condition. If you wish to capture me, you must first consider the explosive pills in my possession. 1 is insufficient. I wonder if 5 will suffice. With that, Chen Changsheng seized 5 explosive pills and hurled them toward the trio, eager to test their power. The moment he made his move, the expressions of the 3 shifted dramatically. The elderly practitioner turned pale with rage and exclaimed, Third, you are aiding the enemy. Counterfeit Xueqing shouted in anger. How was I to know he truly concocted the explosive pills, and with such a high success rate? Enough chatter, dodge quickly. After all, he is merely at the 7th layer of qi refinement, and his actions are too slow. Once he exhausts his stock of explosive pills, he will be at our mercy. The three immediately invoked their spells and evaded. Though counterfeit Xueqing was only at the 10th layer of qi refinement. He wore second-tier low-grade spiritual shoes that allowed him to move with lightning speed. In an instant, they vanished from their original positions. The 5 explosive pills detonated with a tremendous explosion, unleashing a wave of force. Chen Changsheng, already positioned 1,000 meters away, was still blasted off his feet, crashing to the ground and spitting out a mouthful of blood. This was despite his deployment of the round shield treasure pagoda. The entire forest shook violently, and the ground formed a massive crater. The power was staggering, akin to a large-scale nuclear explosion. One explosive pill resembled a miniature nuclear bomb. With little time for contemplation, Chen Changsheng turned and fled. The three, having evaded the explosive pill's attack, could not allow him to escape and immediately pursued him. After all, one was at the 10th layer of qi refinement, while the other two were foundation establishment practitioners, enabling them to close the distance swiftly. Anxiety surged within Chen Changsheng. Did Lord Feishing follow? He had only resolved to use himself as bait after receiving a definitive response from Lord Feishing, intending to draw out the practitioners who had been tailing him. There was indeed some truth in what counterfeit Xueqing had said. The Feishing Square city, while seemingly secure, was not invulnerable. Profit could easily sway one's heart. They could easily devise a means to lure Master Feishing away and then mount an attack on themselves. To a practitioner at the 7th layer of qi refining, they would likely appear no more significant than ants, easily captured at will. Rather than allowing danger to lurk in the shadows, it would be prudent to release it and eradicate it entirely. Chen Changsheng, you cannot escape. Consider the fate of your 4 enchanting companions should you perish. If you willingly submit to our control and assist us in alchemy, we shall not harm your 4 companions. Should you die, do you believe they will survive? Rest assured, we could swiftly seize your 4 companions as vessels for our pleasure. You dare? Chen Changsheng roared. Very well. If you wish to capture me, I shall take you all down with me. Pang Feishing remained absent for a long while. The 3 had already closed in on him. Considering the safety of the 4 women, Chen Changsheng made the most reckless decision of his life. Chapter 42. Master Feishing takes action with a swift gesture. The remaining 16 explosive pills appeared around him. He ceased his flight and charged towards the false Xueqing and his companions. I intend to perish alongside you, he declared emphatically. Damn it, 16 explosive pills. The young cultivator cursed. You've doomed us, third brother. The false Xueqing's face turned pale as he exclaimed, how could I have known? Run. Quickly. If those 16 explosive pills detonate, we'll be gravely injured if we survive. Their earlier arrogance had transformed into utter disarray as they turned to flee. Chen Changsheng was utterly determined. You will not escape me, he shouted. With a thunderous cry, he instantly retrieved the 16 explosive pills. He then produced a healing pill and hastily consumed it. Touching his chest, which throbbed with pain, he murmured, I never expected these explosive pills would save me. Enough. Let us return to the market. How disappointing. I thought I could rely on Feishing to deal with a few of them, only to find she didn't arrive. Who are you calling a woman? At that moment, a chilling voice resonated from above. Chen Changsheng looked up to see Pang Feishing hovering above him, her gaze icy. Instantly, cold sweat broke out on his brow, and he hurriedly clarified, Master Feishing, allow me to explain. No, I mean to justify. Humph, Pang Feishing scoffed. I shall deal with you later, after I have dispatched a few wicked cultivators. With a wave of her hand, she pursued the fleeing false Xueqing and his companions. Resembling an empress in her might, the trio had flown several miles before finally pausing. Thank goodness, she didn't follow us. That lunatic, the young cultivator exclaimed. Third brother, this is all your fault for concocting those explosive pills. 16 of them. If we don't die, we'll be gravely wounded. Wait a moment. All 3 of them suddenly paled. The elder cultivator growled in fury, we've been deceived. Chen Changsheng never intended to perish with us. He was merely tricking us. Quickly, pursue him. If we let him escape this time, it will be exceedingly difficult to lure him out again. Next time, we shall have to take action forcibly in the market. As they spoke, the trio hastened towards the marketplace. Barely a few seconds into their pursuit, a figure, instilling dread, soared towards them from the distance. Instantly, fear gripped their hearts. It was the esteemed Master Feishing. Panic surged within them. Run, they cried, but before they could turn to flee, the elder cultivator suddenly seemed to recall something. He urged them, do not run, nor panic. Remember, we have not acted within the marketplace, and all we need to do is deny it. We can claim we were merely passing through. What can she do to us? The elder brother's words struck a chord. The young cultivator and the impostor Xueqing's eyes brightened in unison, nodding fervently. In that fleeting moment, Master Feishing descended before them. The trio promptly bowed. Esteemed friend Feishing, are you embarking on a journey? Master Feishing shook his head, stating, I happened upon you 3 and wish to inquire, Someone audaciously dared to attack a second-tier alchemist of our marketplace. Did any of you witness an escape from this location? A chill ran down their spines. Yet, as practitioners of the dark arts, they had encountered such situations before and quickly regained their composure. We were merely passing through, intending to trade in the marketplace, and we did not see anything, they replied. Master Feishing frowned. You truly saw nothing? Indeed, they chorused, shaking their heads resolutely. Then I shall continue my search, Master Feishing replied, nodding. Should you encounter anything, do inform me. Anyone daring to scheme against the alchemists of my marketplace shall face severe consequences. Certainly, certainly, the trio responded, drenched in cold sweat, not daring to breathe too loudly. They wished fervently that their parents had spared them an extra pair of legs to flee this place. Shall we continue the pursuit? The impostor Xueqing queried. Unwilling to relent, the elder cultivator shook his head. What pursuit? Do you wish to court death? Do you not see Master Feishing scouring for our whereabouts? Chen Changsheng possesses explosive pills. One detonation would surely alert her. This encounter has already cost us dearly. We must devise another plan for the next time. The young cultivator, visibly unconvinced, countered, but this is a second-tier cultivator capable of crafting foundation-building pills. With his assistance, we might at least secure false pills. Moreover, he possesses a unique bloodline. Perhaps he could even aid us in attaining the Golden Core realm in the future. Xueqing interjected. Do not forget, he has 4 companions. If we cannot seize him, his companions may be vulnerable. Enough, let us depart without alerting Master Feishing, the elder cultivator advised. In swift agreement, the trio turned to leave. However, at that moment, a chilling voice from Master Feishing echoed, What? You nearly captured my alchemist, and now you wish to flee? The 3 men trembled in unison. The elder cultivator stammered. What do you mean, my friend? We were merely preparing to visit the marketplace. Accusing us of capturing an alchemist is unfounded. Indeed, the young cultivator added. We are not to be falsely accused. Let us not forget that this individual is one of the top 10 disciples of the Tai immortal sect, Xueqing. If you doubt us, surely you would trust Xueqing. Pang Feishing gazed at the false Xueqing and inquired, Are you truly Xueqing? The impostor nodded affirmatively, Indeed. I am Xueqing. Pang Feishing gave a disdainful snort. It appears that Xueqing has fallen victim to your machinations. If you were genuinely Xueqing, how could you be unaware that we were previously acquainted and had conducted transactions together? The true Xueqing does not resemble you in the slightest. What? We must flee. The 3 of them felt a surge of terror. Cursed be it. How could they have overlooked this detail? When they encountered Chen Changsheng earlier, he had already revealed the human skin mask artifact. The impostor Xueqing promptly produced 2 explosive pills from his person and hurled them towards Pang Feishing. Pang Feishing scoffed. Explosive pills, indeed a fine item, but regrettably, they have met with me. Chen Changsheng did not monopolize the explosive pills to provoke Pang Feishing into action. He had provided several. These pills could deliver a blow equivalent to the mid-stage of foundational cultivation. However, Pang Feishing was a practitioner in the late stage of foundational cultivation. And not just any ordinary one. With a mere wave of his hand, a surge of spiritual energy enveloped the explosive pills. Boom. The pills detonated instantaneously. The spell was disrupted, yet the explosion's force was contained by the spell, failing to inflict any substantial damage. Moreover, there was no way the explosive pills could impede Pang Feishing's pursuit. In a few swift movements, he closed the distance to the trio. Countless flying needles burst forth from his hand, hurtling towards them with alarming speed. This is bad. It's the Flying Star Needles. Chapter 43, Flying Star Needles. The Flying Star Needles are exquisite second-tier artifacts, custom crafted by Pang Feishing from a formidable weaponsmith. With this set of needles, countless foundational cultivators have met their demise at her hands. It was also due to the Flying Star Needles that she established her marketplace, as ordinary foundational cultivators rarely dared to disrupt her affairs. Once unleashed, the 7 Flying Star Needles could form the Great Constellation Array, mercilessly annihilating foes. The trio were acutely aware of the peril these needles posed. As they soared towards them, the elderly cultivator made a momentous decision. He abruptly turned and pointed a finger at the false Xueqing. The impostor, already paralyzed with fear, could scarcely fathom that his elder would turn against him. He was struck directly, rendered immobile. Elder brother, what are you doing? The elderly cultivator replied, You cannot blame me, third brother. It is your fault for allowing Chen Changsheng to refine the explosive pills, leading us to this dire predicament. Now, we are pursued by that wretched Pang Feishing, and you must pay the price. Do not blame your brothers, he added, casting the false Xueqing towards the Flying Star Needles. No, the impostor screamed, Elder brother. Second brother, you cannot abandon me. Alas, it was too late. The Flying Star Needles swiftly pierced through his body, and he coughed up a mouthful of blood, collapsing like a severed kite, plummeting from the void. The elderly cultivator and the younger one hastily retreated thousands of meters away. Pang Feishing snorted derisively, a wicked cultivator indeed. Willing to forsake his own kin. Yet, do you believe you can escape? With a swift motion of his hand, the flying star needle pursued once more. Damn it! How could this wretched woman be so formidable? As the needle closed in, the young cultivator roared, I told you so. We should never have provoked Chen Changsheng. Now look where we are, entangled with that despicable Pang Feishing. We are all doomed. The elder cultivator interjected, enough with the lamentations. This is not the time for such thoughts. Our immediate concern is how to escape. Who could have anticipated Pang Feishing's might? The young cultivator replied. How could she not be powerful? It is said she has slain peak foundation establishment cultivators. Her combat prowess rivaling that of the top 10 core disciples of the immortal sect. I never believed it before, but now I am convinced. With such strength, why would she not join the immortal sect? Instead, she runs a marketplace outside. Is she not inviting terror? The elder cultivator gritted his teeth, stating, It is too late for escape. There is but one option left. The young cultivator paused. What option? Suddenly, the elder cultivator dropped to the ground, turning to kneel in the direction of Pang Feishing. Lord Feishing, spare us. The young cultivator quickly followed suit, kneeling as well. Please, Lord Feishing, do not slay us. We are willing to surrender and serve you. We are at fault for plotting against Lord Chen Changsheng. We deserve to die. We beseech you. Considering we are also Foundation Establishment cultivators, please do not end our lives. At that moment, the flying star needle loomed above them. Upon hearing their pleas, Pang Feishing furrowed her brow, noticing the needle had not yet struck. The elder and young cultivators exchanged glances and resumed their desperate bowing. We are but your humble dogs. Please, do not kill us. Pang Feishing coldly retorted, I desire not a mere dog. Thus, you may perish. With a wave of her hand, the flying star needle shot forth, and the two Foundation Establishment cultivators met their end. After bidding farewell to Pang Feishing, Chen Changsheng dared not linger outside the marketplace. He returned promptly, feeling a sense of relief, though troubled by the fact that she had overheard his earlier insult. Based on his understanding of women, he knew they harbored grudges deeply. Upon arriving at the small courtyard, the four women were startled to see Chen Changsheng covered in blood, rushing over in alarm. Husband, you are injured. Husband, where are you hurt? Let us see. They began to examine him anxiously. Chen Changsheng quickly reassured them, It's nothing. I have already taken healing medicine. My wounds are nearly healed. Guingxia asked, Husband, how did you get hurt? Chen Changsheng chose not to conceal what had transpired and recounted the events to the four women. What? Husband? Are you saying that you were faking the alchemy for that person named Xueqing? He was trying to harm you and conspired with outsiders? Thank goodness for Lord Feishing's assistance. We truly owe her our gratitude. Without her, husband, I shudder to think of the outcome. Chen Changsheng remarked. Indeed. I must express my gratitude to Lord Feishing. I am now a second-tier alchemist, capable of concocting foundational and explosive pills. When the time comes, I shall inquire if Lord Feishing requires any potions, and I will gladly prepare some for them. Furthermore, I have these explosive pills. Each of you shall receive 2. They are equivalent to a full-force strike from a mid to late-stage foundation cultivator. The four ladies nodded in unison. No, we cannot accept these explosive pills. We are not leaving the market, so it is best for you to keep them for self-defense. Chen Changsheng smiled and replied, All right, be obedient. I still have 8 more. Besides, from this experience, I have resolved that I shall not leave the market until I reach the foundation stage. Come, take them. Thank you, my husband. The four women said, their spirits lifted. The thought of possessing such power, equivalent to a late-stage foundation cultivator's strike, was exhilarating. If used for a surprise attack, it could indeed injure a foundation cultivator. Chen Changsheng furrowed his brows and said, I wish to inquire about something. What is it, my husband? Gulinger asked. Yes, please. Ask away, Lu Linglong nodded. Taking a deep breath, Chen Changsheng continued. If someone were to insult you by calling you foul women, would you be angered? Of course. Gulinger exclaimed indignantly. If anyone dares to call me a foul woman, I would tear their mouth apart. Ruanling nodded. If it were me, I would make them kneel and beg for mercy. I would flay their skin and pull out their tendons. Lu Linglong nodded in agreement. Guingxiao laughed and asked, Husband, who have you insulted? Chen Changsheng quickly shook his head. Wife, do not speak recklessly. I would never insult anyone, absolutely not. The 3 women, reminded by Guingxiao, turned their gazes towards Chen Changsheng and said in unison, Husband, are you not referring to yourself? Husband, you didn't insult Lord Feishing, did you? Lord Feishing saved your life and eliminated those who sought to harm you. How could you insult her? Chapter 44. Insulting Lord Feishing. Chen Changsheng forced a smile. Very well. It was indeed me, but it was unintentional. He then recounted the events to the 4 women. Do you think Lord Feishing will be angry? She will definitely be angry. Ruanling nodded. If it were me, I would also be upset, Lu Linglong added. Chen Changsheng grew anxious. What should I do then? Gu Xiao smiled and said, calm down, husband. Lord Feishing is magnanimous and will not take offense. At worst, you can personally apologize. Moreover, Lord Feishing saved your life, she continued, taking a deep breath. Chen Changsheng acknowledged, you are right. I should apologize and express my gratitude. Very well, I shall go now. Gu Xiao stopped him, husband. Perhaps you should first tend to your injuries before going. Chen Changsheng shook his head, better sooner than later. Women are often petty, the longer this drags on. The angrier they may become. What? Husband, do you dare say we women are petty? As soon as the words left Chen Changsheng's mouth, he sensed he had misspoken. Indeed. His remark immediately soured the expressions of the ladies. Alarmed, he hastily retreated to his small courtyard. Fuming, the ladies stomped their feet. Husband, you wait. Just see how we deal with you. You'll be bettered for a week. And with that, he fled from the small courtyard. Chen Changsheng let out a sigh of relief and made his way towards the Lord's residence. Upon arriving, he knocked on the door, which was unexpectedly opened by Pang Feiyun. At that moment, Pang Feiyun was overjoyed and embraced Chen Changsheng, exclaiming, Brother Chen, I was just about to seek you out. I've heard the news that you managed to concoct the Foundation Establishment pill. This is a second-tier high-quality elixir, something not even an average second-tier alchemist can produce. 6 at a time, truly remarkable. With a smile, Chen Changsheng replied, I cannot say for certain. Perhaps it is a combination of talent and a stroke of luck. Pang Feiyun remarked, your luck is simply extraordinary. Chen Changsheng speculated, I surmise it might be due to my unique bloodline, which endows me with significant aptitude for alchemy. What is this unique bloodline? Pang Feiyun inquired, perplexed. Chen Changsheng explained the previous claims made by the Fo Shueqing. Pang Feiyun, in disbelief, responded, no wonder. I thought it peculiar. How could you, merely at the 7th level of qi refinement, become a second-tier high alchemist? It appears your ancient bloodline has awakened. Does this not imply that in the future, you could become a 3rd-tier or even a 4th-tier alchemist? Chen Changsheng shook his head, stating, that is not necessarily the case. I would be content to remain a 2nd-tier high alchemist. Nay, I firmly believe you shall become a 3rd-tier alchemist. Should you achieve that level, it would allow you to enter the immortal gate and attain the status of a grand elder. In the immortal gate, a golden core cultivator may become an elder, while most golden core practitioners are merely ordinary elders. To become a grand elder, one must be exceptional among golden cores or a 3rd-tier practitioner. At this moment, Pang Feiyun gazed at Chen Changsheng with newfound respect. If before there was merely an attempt to win him over, now there was an added layer of admiration. A 3rd-tier practitioner holds a stature higher than that of a 3rd-tier cultivator. Both he and his sister possess tri-elemental spiritual roots, which nearly guarantees their ascension to Foundation Establishment. The path to Golden Core is daunting, with only a mere 10% chance, even within the Immortal Gate. However, having the assistance of a 3rd-tier alchemist could elevate those odds to at least 50%. Pang Feiyun took a deep breath, suddenly recalling something. Brother, I almost forgot. What level of cultivation do you see in me? With no secrets left to conceal, Chen Changsheng discerned clearly, congratulating him. Congratulations, elder brother. You have entered the late stage of Foundation Establishment. Pang Feiyun smiled, saying, it is thanks to you. Had you not assisted me in refining the seizing Foundation pill and the Baoling pill, I would not have so easily crossed into the late stage of Foundation Establishment. Now that you have reached the level of a 2nd-tier high alchemist, you can further aid my sister. Come. I shall take you to meet her and share this wonderful news. Chen Changsheng grasped Pang Feiyun's arm, saying, elder brother, actually, Lady Feishing is already aware of my status as a 2nd-tier high alchemist. Indeed, Pang Feiyun nodded. The Foundation Establishment pill was reportedly crafted by you. Chen Changsheng replied. Not quite, elder brother. I wish to consult you on a matter. What would happen if someone were to insult your sister, calling her an unpleasant woman? Pang Feiyun remarked. My sister loathes being insulted more than anything. Whoever dares to speak ill of her is bound to face dire consequences, even if I were to scold her. While it may not lead to my demise, a sound thrashing is inevitable. By the way, who would dare to insult her in Fengshe? I must tell you, she is akin to a fierce tigress. One cannot afford to offend her. Chen Changsheng was on the verge of tears. Pang Feiyun suddenly realized, brother, could it be that you have insulted her? Well, Chen Changsheng replied, was it not a mere slip of the tongue? Pang Feiyun insisted. A slip of the tongue is still unacceptable. Take advantage of my sister's absence and make your escape. He began to push Chen Changsheng towards the door. However, just as they reached the threshold, a figure slowly approached. It was Pang Feishing. Oh no, my sister is back. Chen Changsheng found himself in a quandary. Unable to leave or stay, Pang Feishing coldly commanded, come inside with me. Pang Feiyun nodded, saying, yes, sister. I must tell you that I have broken through to the late stage of Foundation Establishment, thanks to the foundational pills and precious spirit pills crafted by Brother Chen. By the way, why have you returned so late? He waved at Chen Changsheng, signaling him to leave. Chen Changsheng promptly turned to depart. Stop. Did I permit you to leave? Pang Feixing coldly remarked. Chen Changsheng froze in place. Pang Feiyun interjected, Sister, Brother Chen has matters to attend to. So, Pang Feixing cut him off. Did I ask for your input? Leave. At this, Pang Feiyun's expression shifted dramatically. I shall take my leave at once. He cast a helpless glance at Chen Changsheng. Chen Changsheng felt despondent, lowering his head as he followed Pang Feixing into the residence. Upon entering the living room, he quickly clasped his fists and bowed. Lady Feixing, I apologize for my thoughtless remarks outside. Did you insult me? Pang Feixing interrupted. Well, not exactly, Chen Changsheng stammered. Pang Feixing replied, Since you did not insult me, why offer an apology? To be fair, it was my fault for arriving so late. Not at all. It was perfectly timely. Chen Changsheng quickly shook his head. Had it not been for your timely intervention, Lady Feixing, I might have perished at their hands. Pang Feixing stated. What did I say before? You are to call me elder sister, have you forgotten? Elder sister. Chen Changsheng exclaimed promptly. I am truly grateful for your assistance. Pang Feixing replied. There is no need for thanks. As a resident of my fengshi, I shall naturally ensure your safety. However, your recklessness this time was excessive. The chaos from the Tai immortal sect has allowed countless nefarious cultivators to take advantage. Consider this a lesson. Refrain from leaving the fengshi in the future. I won't. I absolutely won't, Chen Changsheng quickly assured her. Pang Feixing nodded. That is good. Take these items. As she spoke, she threw a storage bag towards him. What is this? Chen Changsheng asked, perplexed. Pang Feixing explained. These are the spoils from defeating the false Xueqing and his companions. I have no use for them, so they are yours. Thank you, elder sister. Chen Changsheng marveled, knowing this was a storage bag belonging to a 10th layer qi refining cultivator at the initial stage of foundation establishment. These wicked cultivators were far wealthier than ordinary practitioners. Just as Chen Changsheng was about to open it and take a look. Yet, Pang Feixing intercepted him, insisting on having a look later. Very well, Chen Changsheng acquiesced. Pang Feixing continued. However, I have a request of my own. My sister has tasked me with concocting a potion for you. Pang Feixing nodded affirmatively. Indeed, I have gathered a number of recipes. Take a look at them. Especially one called the Spirit Essence Pill, a superior grade second-tier elixir. Have Yang Zhuan prepare the materials for you and expedite the crafting process. Chen Changsheng promptly agreed. Sister, if there is nothing else, I shall take my leave now. Go on. Pang Feixing waved her hand dismissively. As Chen Changsheng departed, Pang Feixing squinted, contemplating. A 7th layer qi practitioner and a senior alchemist of the second tier. Could he possibly harbor an ancient lineage of alchemical talent? How laughable that the Tai immortal sect failed to recognize such a rare bloodline after a millennium. Perhaps, with his assistance, I may truly reach the golden core realm. That would mark my return, and I shall avenge the deaths of my parents and the relentless pursuit of my siblings. After leaving the alchemist's estate, Chen Changsheng finally exhaled in relief. Miraculously, Pang Feixing had not been angered. He had narrowly escaped a calamity and even received the storage bags of the false Xueqing trio. Just as he prepared to return, Pang Feiyun unexpectedly leaped out from nowhere, scrutinizing him closely. Oh, you're perfectly fine. This is strange. When did my sister become so merciful? Brother, tell me. Did she strike you? Are you severely injured? Chen Changsheng shook his head. I did sustain some injuries, but my sister did not harm me. All right. I shall take my leave. Big sister? Watching Chen Changsheng's retreating figure, Pang Feiyun was incredulous. She really called you that? Upon returning home, Chen Changsheng felt particularly elated. Observing the 4 women appraising him, he understood their unspoken thoughts and waved his hand dismissively. What manner of gazes are those? Fear not, I am perfectly fine. My sister is not as petty as you presume. She recognized my actions were unintentional and forgave me. Big sister? Who is that? Lord Feixing? Gu Yingxiao inquired. Chen Changsheng nodded. You guessed correctly. My sister is indeed Lord Feixing. Impressive, I assent it. Gu Yingxiao chuckled. Husband, do you recall what we spoke of when you departed? Chen Changsheng, puzzled, replied, what did I say? Suddenly, an uneasy premonition stirred within him. The 4 women exchanged sly smiles, surrounding him from all directions. Naturally, it means you shall be confined to bed for a week. Ah, so you wish for me to rely on the walls for support? Humph. Do not think I fear the 4 of you. I shall see whether you compel me to lean on the walls or if I render you incapacitated. Come on. Who fears whom? The small courtyard was soon engulfed in a tempest. This downpour persisted for an entire day and night. Finally, the door creaked open, and Chen Changsheng, supporting his weary back, emerged slowly. Competing with me? Who fears whom? Alas, this old back. Xiao Huan and Xiao Yun. Please prepare the tiger whip I purchased last time and deliver it to my alchemy chamber. Upon returning to the alchemy room, Chen Changsheng finally activated his virtual panel. Host, Chen Changsheng. Realm, Mid-stage of Qi refinement, 7th layer, experience, 933, 220, 000. Alchemist, 2nd tier, upper grade alchemist, experience, 57, 520, 000. Refiner, 2nd tier. Lower grade, experience, 1, 741, 000. Major cultivation method, Great Green Wood Technique, 2nd tier, low grade, experience, 231, 000. Auxiliary cultivation method, Minor Joy Technique, 2nd tier, medium grade, experience, 8, 175, 000. Soul cultivation method, Great Evolution of Spirit Technique, 3rd tier, incomplete, only applicable for Qi refinement stage, experience, 576, 610, 000. Flame Secret Technique, Leaving Fire Technique, 2nd tier, lower grade, experience, 15, 500. Spiritual Root, 5-element wasted spiritual root, metal, 30, wood, 100, water, 30, fire, 41, earth, 30. Guing Xia, affinity, 120, soaring together. Bonus, 5, realm, pinnacle of Qi refinement, 1st layer. Each cultivation session grants 22 points of alchemical experience. Gu Linger, affinity, 120, soaring together. Bonus, 5, realm, late stage of Qi refinement, 1st layer. Each cultivation session grants 22 points of experience. Ruan Ling, affinity, 1000. Bonus, 5, pinnacle of Qi refinement, 3rd layer. Each improvement grants 2 points of refining experience. Lu Linglong, affinity, 100. Bonus, 5, mid-stage of Qi refinement. 3rd layer. Each session provides 0, 2 with spiritual root. The speed of cultivation seems to have increased somewhat, yet it appears there has been no significant enhancement. At this pace, it is uncertain how long it will take to advance. Oh, the storage bag obtained after defeating the false Xueqing and his accomplices. One wonders what treasures it may contain. Chen Changsheng eagerly retrieved the storage bag. After a thorough inventory, Chen Changsheng felt a surge of excitement. It is no wonder these malevolent cultivators are fond of plunder. Their wealth is astonishing. Over 1,000 medium-grade spirit stones and more than 100,000 low-grade spirit stones were found. In addition, there were several cultivation techniques, all suitable for foundational stage cultivation. Among them, the diamond technique caught Chen Changsheng's attention. It is one of the rare physical enhancement techniques, a complete 3rd-tier golden core realm method. Specialized methods for body refinement, soul cultivation, and flame techniques are exceedingly rare and quite valuable. As for the other techniques, they are all 2nd-tier methods, 1 fire attribute, 1 wood attribute, and 1 metal attribute technique. However, Chen Changsheng had no intention of retaining them. While he could study them, he did not plan to cultivate them himself, nor to impart them to the young ladies. They all possess wood spiritual roots, making the cultivation of his Great Green Wood technique perfectly suited for them. It is worth noting that his technique can be upgraded. Currently at the initial 2nd-tier level, it will gradually enhance over time. When the time comes for specialized cultivation, there will be no need to disperse and restart the foundational practices. Chapter 46, Identity Exposed. Do not underestimate the 5 elemental roots. For true mastery of 2 disciplines simultaneously would scatter one's spiritual energy, resulting in a cultivation speed akin to that of a snail's crawl. There is an abundance of magical artifacts, 2 mid-tier spiritual weapons of 2nd rank, 5 low-tier spiritual weapons of 2nd rank, and over 20 1st-tier treasures. Among the mid-tier spiritual weapons of 2nd rank, there exists a protective garment and a Tai Chi jade pendant that aids in calming the mind and enhancing cultivation. As for the low-tier spiritual weapons of 2nd rank, there are 4 celestial swords, perfectly suited as gifts for the 4 ladies, and a flying artifact, which happens to be the one worn by the false Xueqing. Having already possessed flying shoes, it is only fitting to bestow it upon Qin Huayu. Additionally, there are several talismans, all of the highest quality 1st tier, including explosion fire talismans, ice howling talismans, devouring talismans, and calming talismans, among others. Lastly, there is a complete set of formation flags that can be deployed to conceal one's presence and appearance. With this set of formation flags alone, one could easily engage in acts of robbery. The rest comprises various spiritual herbs, materials for refining artifacts, crafting talismans, and forming arrays, collectively surpassing his own worth. Regrettably, his knowledge in talisman crafting and array formation is merely rudimentary. However, with these materials for refining artifacts and the lessons learned from recent experiences, he can expedite the upgrading of his treasures. Soon, Xiaohuan brought forth the tiger whip soup, enriched with a multitude of nourishing ingredients. Chen Changsheng inquired, "Have the ladies awakened?" Xiaohuan shook her head, replying, "Not yet." Chen Changsheng instructed, "Prepare some congee for the 4 ladies." "As you wish, my lord," Xiaohuan responded. After finishing the soup, his fatigue dissipated significantly. Only then did Chen Changsheng retrieve the alchemical recipes given to him by Pang Feishing. These recipes were evidently collected by Pang Feishing, including the Baoling Dan and the Duo Ji Dan, both of which are mid-tier second-rank elixirs, along with another called Yunling Dan. The Susui Dan was also prominently featured. All of these are second-tier elixirs, with an abundance of low-tier second-rank elixirs, including the Hehuan Dan. To concoct these elixirs will undoubtedly require considerable effort. Naturally, the first to be refined will be the Susui Dan. A month swiftly passed. During this time, Chen Changsheng remained mostly secluded, cultivating and refining elixirs with the four ladies. Occasionally, Qin Huayu would visit. With the antidote for the bone-corroding poison now at hand, she had fully recovered and maintained an excellent rapport with the four ladies. Their relationship was on the verge of breaking through its last barrier. Chen Changsheng intended to elevate his cultivation level significantly after successfully refining this batch of elixirs, after which he would thoroughly address Qin Huayu's needs. Thus, Chen Changsheng commenced his relentless cultivation. Thanks to the elixirs, not only he but also the four ladies experienced tremendous growth. Even Qin Huayu fortuitously broke through to the pinnacle of the 9th layer of Qi training. Opening the virtual panel, Chen Changsheng was filled with joy. Indeed, the past month's efforts had not been in vain. Most notably, his cultivation level had ascended to the late stage of the 7th layer of Qi training, with the greatest improvement seen in the Shaohuan Qiju. The credit for which astonishingly did not stem from cultivating alongside Gulinger, but rather from the Hehuan Dan. A single Hehuan pill can yield 500 experience points. Thus, 10 would amount to 5,000. This would allow him to once again showcase his prowess on the battlefield. His waning strength has finally been revitalized. Host, Chen Changsheng. Realm, late stage of Qi refining, 7th layer, experience points, 58, 930, 000. Alchemist, second tier high-grade alchemist, experience points, 15, 202, 000. Artifact master, second tier low-grade, experience points, 3, 251, 000. Main cultivation method, Great Green Wood Technique, second tier low-grade, experience points, 231, 000. Auxiliary cultivation method, Little Joy Technique, second tier high-grade, experience points, 182, 110, 000. Soul Technique, Great Yin Spirit Refining Method, third tier technique, incomplete. Only applicable for Qi refining stage, experience points, 576, 610, 000. Fire Secret Art, Lihua Technique, second tier low grade, 15, 500. Spiritual Roots, 5-element waste spiritual root. Metal, 30, wood, 100, water, 30, fire, 75, earth, 30. Guingxia, affinity, 120, mutual flight. Bonus, 5. Realm, early stage of Qi refining, second layer. Each training session yields 22 points of alchemy experience. Gulinger, affinity, 120, mutual flight. Bonus, 5. Realm, pinnacle of Qi refining, first layer. Each training session yields 22 experience points. Ruanling, affinity, 100. Bonus, 5. Pinnacle of Qi refining, third layer. Each session enhances 2 points of artifact refining experience. Lu Linglong, affinity, 100. Bonus, 5. Mid-stage of Qi refining, third layer. Each session provides 0. 2 with spiritual roots. His stock of elixirs has nearly been depleted. The spiritual rice, spiritual vegetables, and monster meat at home are also running low. After being cooped up for over a month, Chen Changsheng intends to venture out, taking the opportunity to visit the marketplace. Although Wanbao Pavilion boasts a comprehensive selection of spiritual medicines, the market stalls might hold unexpected delights. Chen, my friend. Chen, good day. On his way, he encounters numerous greetings from others, leaving Chen Changsheng perplexed. Previously, when he strolled the streets, no one acknowledged him. Now, it feels as though the world has transformed overnight. It is only upon reaching Wanbao Pavilion that Chen Changsheng discovers the reason. Brother Yang, are you implying that my status as a second-tier alchemist has been revealed? He inquires, surprised by the revelation. Yang Zhuan chuckles wryly, but fear not, Brother Changsheng. The Feishing marketplace is under the protection of Lord Feishing. Do not underestimate him. Although he is merely at the late stage of Foundation establishment, he has achieved victories over those at the peak of Foundation establishment. Unless a Golden Core Master intervenes, none would dare to cause trouble in Feishing marketplace. After all, do you think it is merely a coincidence that Lord Feishing has developed the marketplace to such an extent in just a few decades? Especially now that you can refine Foundation establishment pills, our standing in the eyes of the Tai Immortal sect has significantly improved. There is also good news. Although the Tai Immortal sect has yet to appoint a successor to the position of Grand Elder, the 2 existing Grand Elders have reached a consensus. enhancing their governance over the sect's domain, and the internal strife has temporarily ceased. The malevolent practitioners now dare not act recklessly. Chen Changsheng let out a sigh of relief and remarked, "That is indeed fortunate. Brother Yang, how is it that my identity has been exposed?" Yang Zhuan shook his head and replied, "I am not entirely certain. The issue likely lies with the false Xueqing. After some investigation, I discovered that these three individuals are notorious malevolent practitioners within the borders of Zhao. The leader is named Cui Ming, at the initial stage of foundation establishment. The second is called Zhui Han, also a foundation establishment practitioner, and the third, the false Xueqing, is known as Jia Tsunha, who has been marauding along the border between Zhao and Yu, committing murder and theft. They recently attended an auction in our market and quickly deduced your identity, Brother Changsheng. The last time they concocted an explosive pill was a test aimed at you. This is partly my fault as well. Had I not introduced you to him, they would not have been able to confirm your identity and plot against you." Chen Changsheng shook his head, saying, "Brother Yang, do not speak like that. Who can resist the allure of the life-giving fruit? Moreover, I am unscathed, am I not?" Chen Changsheng continued. Yang Zhuan, still feeling anxious, said, "Thank heavens you are safe, Brother Changsheng. Otherwise, I would be burdened with guilt for a lifetime. As for your identity, I suspect it was leaked by those three brothers." Chen Changsheng replied, "If it is exposed, then so be it. Perhaps it is not entirely a bad thing, especially since we are in the market. By the way, Brother Yang, please prepare another batch of the spiritual herbs I required last time." Yang Zhuan smiled. "I have already prepared them. However, Brother Changsheng, will you provide a batch of the pills you concoct for my Wanbao Pavilion?" Yang Zhuan is well aware that these are second-tier pills. Their presence in Wanbao Pavilion would undoubtedly enhance its reputation, and indeed that of the entire Feishing market. Moreover, they could be used personally, as he has been stuck at the 9th layer of qi refinement for decades. It would not be too much to hope for a breakthrough to the peak of the qi refinement stage. Chen Changsheng nodded. "I have already prepared them. However, I only possess 2 of each type." As he spoke, he handed them over one by one. Naturally, he could not part with the Joyful Harmony pill and the Cleansing Marrow pill. The Joyful Harmony pill is a remarkable item, capable of assisting him in enhancing the level of his Little Joy technique, transcending the ordinary second-tier low-grade pill formula. Chen Changsheng suspects it to be an ancient recipe. Certainly, he does not wish to acquire a foundational pill like the 5 elements balance. Rather, he seeks a specialized type of pill, albeit a simplified version. With the Joyful Harmony pill, his experience with the Little Joy technique would surely increase by leaps and bounds. After leaving Wanbao Pavilion, Chen Changsheng made a brief visit to the Pavilion Master's residence, delivering the Cleansing Marrow pill to Pang Feishing. Pang Feishing took the pill and immediately entered seclusion. Whether he can reach the pinnacle of foundation establishment depends on this occasion. The owner of the Shirshan residence is named Zhang Feng, a veteran who has accompanied Pang Feishing for several decades and is at the 9th layer of qi refinement. Upon seeing Chen Changsheng arrive, he grasped Chen's hand and exclaimed, "Brother Chen, you have kept this from me quite well. I never imagined you were the second-tier alchemist of the market. In light of our long-standing acquaintance, how about you sell me a few second-tier elixirs?" Chen Changsheng remarked, "Brother Zhang, you are aware that most of the elixirs I concoct are reserved for personal use, with the majority stored at Wanbao Zhai. You and Brother Yang are both esteemed aides to Master Feishing. You could easily procure them from him." Zhang Feng shook his head, responding, "No. It is better to seek you out than him." Chen Changsheng instantly grasped the underlying tension between them. Zhang Feng continued, "Of course, I shall not acquire your elixirs without due compensation. I will present you with a treasure that is sure to delight you." This piqued Chen Changsheng's interest, prompting him to inquire, "What kind of treasure?" "Just a moment," Zhang Feng replied, retreating to another room. Shortly, he emerged with a wooden box and unveiled its contents, declaring, "This is the treasure I have prepared for you, Brother Chen." Observing the item within the box, Chen Changsheng quickly pressed it down, glancing around before saying, "Brother Zhang, I accept your treasure. Rest assured, is it not merely an elixir? I have some here. Take them for your own use." "I am grateful for your generosity, brother." Zhang Feng smiled. Chen Changsheng countered, "No, I owe you my gratitude. This is of utmost importance to me. Brother Zhang, you have rendered me invaluable assistance this time." He added, "Please prepare some ingredients for me to take back, as well as some of the clear stewed spirit demon meat from your esteemed establishment." Zhang Feng chuckled. "I have already made the preparations." Upon leaving the food god residence, Chen Changsheng eagerly returned to his small courtyard. He opened the brocade box gifted by Zhang Feng, revealing a fiery orb in his palm, beast fire. This was the true source of Chen Changsheng's joy. Only beasts of tier 3 and above possess such fire within them, akin to reaching the golden core realm and acquiring the 3 true fires, which aids in alchemy and artifact crafting. Most significantly, beast fire can refine one's spiritual roots. He wondered about its elemental attribute, hoping it was not of the deadwood variety. Chen Changsheng could hardly contain his excitement to study and refine it, enhancing the spiritual fire within him. Although he practiced the leave fire technique, a first-tier upper-grade technique, it only slightly strengthened his spiritual fire to a level comparable to that of a foundational cultivator. With this beast fire, his internal spiritual fire would undoubtedly see a significant enhancement. The moment Zhang Feng revealed the beast fire, Chen Changsheng realized the magnitude of this favor. Nonetheless, he also recognized Zhang Feng's intentions to curry favor and establish a rapport, given his status as a second-tier high-level alchemist. Chen Changsheng felt no burden in accepting it. He could simply concoct a few elixirs for him in return. To his astonishment, it was metallic attribute beast fire, likely sourced from the third-tier beast, the golden armored insect. The golden armored insect possesses an extraordinarily tough exoskeleton that can withstand most magical and physical attacks, adorned with formidable pincers, and is as large as a dog. Its entire being is composed of precious materials for crafting. Its shell can be fashioned into defensive artifacts, while its pincers can be used for offensive creations. The most precious treasure is the beast core within the body, which can be refined into pills that enhance vitality. The Hehuan pill requires the beast core of the golden armored beetle. First and second tier golden armored beetles are quite common, yet the third tier is exceedingly rare. Such creatures can truly be deemed as monsters in the three realms. Chen Changsheng took a deep breath, resolutely deciding to refine this ball of beast fire immediately. He swallowed the beast fire, and an intense heat enveloped his entire being, causing his body to flush crimson. Realizing the peril, he quickly activated the Great Greenwood technique to incite the spiritual fire within him, which fervently sought to devour the beast fire. He also took a foundational pill, which would help stabilize the 5 elemental roots, enabling a smoother absorption of spiritual energy and preventing chaotic wastage. Indeed, with the aid of the foundational pill, the agitated beast fire was gradually refined. However, unbeknownst to Chen Changsheng, as the beast fire was continuously refined, the heat within him escalated, and his desires began to magnify. The beast core of the golden armored beetle was one of the primary ingredients for concocting the Hehuan pill. Each time he consumed the Hehuan pill, Chen Changsheng inevitably engaged in a tumultuous battle of passion to quell the inner flames. This would also elevate the level of his minor joy technique. As time passed, the beast fire was incessantly refined, and Chen Changsheng felt a concurrent increase in his strength. Yet, the true source of his distress was the ever-growing intensity of his desires. Realizing the gravity of the situation, he knew he had to release this mounting tension. If his memory served him right, the 4 women were likely engaged in their own cultivation when he returned. During cultivation, interruptions are most detrimental. They can lead to harm to the meridians or, in severe cases, result in demonic deviation. However, if he could not find release, he feared he would be consumed by his own desires. Chen Changsheng struggled to contain the scorching heat and his cravings, letting out a primal roar as he struck his chest with a fist, hoping to subdue his desires through pain. Yet, this very roar startled Qin Huayu, who had just arrived outside. Alarmed, she rushed towards the alchemy chamber. The door creaked open, and Chen Changsheng, who had nearly quelled his inner turmoil, felt his suppressed desires reignite at the sight of her, the beast fire's power surging uncontrollably within him. His eyes burned crimson, resembling a wild beast, devouring his sanity. "Damn it, you must leave," he urged. Yet, the more he insisted, the more Qin Huayu refused to depart, stepping forward to inquire, "Brother Chen, what has happened to you?" With a wry smile, Chen Changsheng replied, "I acquired a ball of beast fire, which I have refined. It now burns within me. You must leave quickly, for I fear I may lose control." Qin Huayu, taken aback, promptly suggested, "I will fetch Yingxia and the others." Chen Changsheng grasped her arm, saying, "Do not go. They are all cultivating and must not be disturbed. I was careless and underestimated the nature of this beast fire. You must leave at once." At this moment, it seemed as if Qin Huayu had made a monumental decision deep within her heart. Gritting her teeth, she declared, "No, I shall not leave, Brother Chen. I have feelings for you, and I am here to alleviate your desires." "Do not," Chen Changsheng replied, shaking his head. However, Qin Huayu interrupted him, saying, "Brother Chen, listen to me. Initially, I approached you because you are a second-tier alchemist, and I sought a pillar of support. That was why I chose to engage with you. Yet, not long ago, when I was afflicted by the bone corruption poison, it was you who saved me. From that moment forth, I resolved to marry you. Brother Chen." Chen Changsheng gazed at Qin Huayu before him, his heart undeniably stirred. In an instant, he made a significant decision. He lifted Qin Huayu into his arms and vowed, I will treat you well." Soon, a tempest engulfed the entire alchemy room, lasting several hours. Qin Huayu, a practitioner at the 9th level of qi refinement, far surpassed Guingxia and her companions. Yet, with the assistance of Chen Changsheng's minor joy technique, along with the benefits gained from devouring beast fire, he easily subdued Qin Huayu. As he looked at the beauty in his arms, Chen Changsheng was filled with ecstatic joy. He had finally won her over. Most importantly, he reaped the rewards. Acquired basic attribute, Soul 1, cultivation affection level, 80, bonus, 3. Attribute panel unlocked. Soul, 12 by heavens. Chen Changsheng almost leaped in delight. The basic attribute panel revealed itself, presenting him with a set of data. The panel comprised 4 attributes: constitution, agility, strength, and soul. An average person typically has a rating of 1, while the highest level in Qi refinement is 10, and foundation establishment reaches 100, and so forth. For someone at the 7th level of Qi refinement, the average rating across all attributes is 7. With the elevation of his alchemist rank, his constitution and soul each increased by 1. The same applied for his rank as a weaponsmith, granting him an additional point in strength and soul. Engaging in dual cultivation with Qin Huayu resulted in his 4 fundamental attributes attaining their current state: constitution, 8, strength, 8, agility, 7, soul, 12. At the very moment his soul surpassed 12, Chen Changsheng felt as though his spiritual awareness had detached from his body. Cultivators generate spiritual awareness, which can aid and refine oneself, but cannot leave the body. To achieve detachment of spiritual awareness, one must reach the foundation establishment stage. It was pivotal to note that he was only at the late 7th level of Qi refinement. No, it should be regarded as the peak level of the 7th stage now. Having just absorbed the beast fire, his cultivation had indeed ascended. Realm, peak of Qi refinement level 7, experience points, 38, 250, 000. Possessing spiritual awareness significantly enhanced his ability to scout the surroundings and anticipate dangers, and moreover, it facilitated a smoother process in alchemy and weapon crafting, further elevating his success rates. Previously, he had relied solely on his golden finger to reach the advanced 2nd-tier level in alchemy. Now, with the acquisition of spiritual awareness, he was finally worthy of his alchemical rank. The Li Huiju also experienced an upgrade. Flame's secret technique. Li Huiju, 2nd-tier superior, 3, 555, 000, level increased. Just as the Great Green Wood art evolved into the birth technique, the Li Huiju similarly gave rise to a spell known as Li Huishu. Once unleashed, it possesses a power comparable to that of an intermediate spell, akin to a strike from a foundation establishment cultivator. However, it is exceedingly taxing on one's spiritual energy. What truly astonished Chen Changsheng was that this enhancement of fundamental attributes was not merely an elevation due to his cultivation level, but rather an extraordinary augmentation. Enhancing fundamental attributes, particularly the soul, is notoriously challenging. The stronger the soul, the greater the comprehension and the ability to sense impending danger. This is of paramount importance for Chen Changsheng at this stage. As if sensing the feelings of her beloved, Qin Huayu slowly opened her eyes and gazed at Chen Changsheng, who was holding her close, her heart brimming with sweetness. Chen Changsheng gently embraced Qin Huayu and declared, "You shall be my wife henceforth." Qin Huayu responded, "Am I your first wife, or one among many?" Chen Changsheng was momentarily at a loss for words and replied, "I treat all my wives equally." "You are all my wives." "Humph, you are such a flirt," Qin Huayu retorted. "Brother Chen, I am wholly yours now. You must not let me down." Chen Changsheng vowed, "You error. I swear by the heavens that I shall never let you down. If I dare to betray you, may the heavens strike me with lightning." "No," Qin Huayu interjected, covering Chen Changsheng's mouth. "I trust you. You know that we cultivators are not like ordinary people. We cannot make frivolous oaths." Chen Changsheng replied, "Does this not signify that I would never betray you? You err, why not move in with me?" Qin Huayu shook her head and said, "I will not move in with you, Brother Chen. While I agree to marry you, I cannot live with you. If you miss me, you may come to find me." Chen Changsheng grew anxious. "You err, why is that?" Qin Huayu explained, "Because you are too exceptional. In the future, you will undoubtedly have more than just us few women. As long as you hold me in your heart, it will be good for both you and me." Chen Changsheng understood Qin Huayu's stubbornness at this moment. Further discussion was futile. He could only wait for the future. "My dear, shall we try again?" Qin Huayu blushed and asked, "You are such a brute. Now I understand why Sister Yingxia and the others prefer to have 4 at once." Chen Changsheng proudly remarked, "Does this count as your compliment to me? My dear, I am coming," he declared, and once more, a symphonic melody echoed through the room. Chapter 49, Reasons for Not Wanting Children, Practicing with Qin Huayu. Gaining Soul Attribute 01, Affection Level 85, Bonus 3, Soul Attribute 123. Indeed, attribute points are not easily enhanced. It is known that each increase is only 0.01. This being the second enhancement, it resulted in 0. 1. With the 4 women in seclusion, Chen Changsheng seized the opportunity to pursue further progress. He spent several days in the alchemy chamber with Qin Huayu, which eventually led to her leaving the small courtyard in exhaustion, scolding Chen Changsheng vehemently as she departed. Chen Changsheng wore an innocent expression. Who told you to be so beautiful? You were? If I did nothing, I would be worse than a beast. Get lost. Qin Huayu decisively chose to leave. Chen Changsheng found himself in a state of vexation. A soft giggle echoed from behind him. Upon turning, he beheld Guingxia, standing demurely with a playful smile gracing her lips. My dear husband, how remarkable you are, managing to bring down Sister Yuer, she teased. Embracing Guingxia, Chen Changsheng inquired. When did you emerge from your seclusion? With a smile, Guingxia replied, Do not worry, I witnessed everything between you and Sister Yuer. Feigning anger, Chen Changsheng retorted, Oh, I see. Now that you have re-emerged, you do not even come to assist your Sister Yuer? 3 days without discipline, and the roof is about to come down. Pouting, Guingxia responded, I merely hoped my husband would spend more time with Sister Yuer. Chuckling, Chen Changsheng replied, If Sister Yuer is to accompany me, then you must also join. It seems you have yet to recognize your own missteps. Let me show you how I will discipline you. With that, he swept Guingxia into his arms and strode toward the bedroom. Dear husband, I was wrong. Please spare me, she pleaded gently. Chen Changsheng laughed heartily. Now you realize your error? It is too late. Prepare to face my wrath. By practicing with Guingxia, gained 22 points of alchemy experience. Bonus, 5. Alchemist, second tier superior alchemist, experience, 16, 302,000. After a vigorous encounter, a weary Guingxia lay nestled in Chen Changsheng's embrace, tracing circles on his chest with her finger. Husband, you are truly formidable. Chen Changsheng grinned. Now you acknowledge my prowess. Allow me to impart the upgraded version of my little joy technique. The technique served to enhance Chen Changsheng's cultivation and combat prowess, equally benefiting the 4 women under his care. You are so wonderful, my husband, Guingxia said. Marrying you is the greatest happiness of my life. Chen Changsheng chuckled. I have heard that there were those who were reluctant to marry me in the beginning. Pouting, Guingxia responded. At that time, who could blame me for hesitating? You appeared to be an old man of 4 or 5 decades, while I was but 19. My husband, it has been over 2 years since I have been by your side. Indeed, 2.5 years, Chen Changsheng affirmed. Her expression darkening, Guingxia lamented. It is all my fault for not being able to bear you children. I am so sorry. Quickly, Chen Changsheng reassured her, do not think that way. After all, Linger has been married to me for 1.5 years now, and both Linger and Linglong have been with me for half a year. Ah, Guingxia exclaimed. Husband, perhaps we should return to Linen City. Chen Changsheng asked, Are you missing your parents? Somewhat, she admitted. However, there is a Changchun Hall in Linen City that specializes in matters of infertility. Perhaps we should seek their counsel. Only then did Chen Changsheng grasp her intent. My dear, do you suspect there is something wrong with me? With her head bowed, Guingxia replied, Husband, I did not mean it that way. Chen Changsheng comforted her. Fear not. There is no issue on my part. The reason for our lack of pregnancy is that I have intentionally been avoiding it. Instantly, Guingxia's demeanor shifted to one of sorrow. Husband, why is that? Do you not wish for me to bear your child? Guingxia asked. Chen Changsheng quickly wiped away her tears and replied, My dear, how could I not desire you to bless me with a child? It is a certainty that we shall have one, but not at this moment. Allow me to express it this way. I intend to wait until my cultivation improves further and my innate talent is enhanced before we embark on this journey of parenthood. You possess a pseudo-spiritual root of the 5 elements, do you not? I too have a barren spiritual root of the same nature. There is a considerable likelihood that our offspring would inherit this same deficiency, limiting them to the chi refinement stage of cultivation. I envision finding a means to elevate our spiritual roots before we conceive. For then we might very well be blessed with a child of earth, or even heavenly spiritual roots, having traversed the realm of cultivation for many years. Guingxia was well aware of the advantages that heavenly and earthly roots offered. 3 types of spiritual roots could lead to foundation establishment, with the potential for golden core attainment. However, with an earthly root, the prospects for achieving a golden core and even nascent soul were plausible. As for a heavenly root, the chances of becoming a nascent soul were significantly greater, and the speed of cultivation would exceed that of ordinary spiritual roots by several-fold. Satisfied, Guingxia asked, My lord, is what you say truly the case? Chen Changsheng smiled and affirmed, Indeed, it is true. Yet, Guingxia expressed her concern. However, I have heard that spiritual roots are innate and difficult to enhance later in life. Chen Changsheng reassured her, while it may be challenging, it is not insurmountable. Do not forget that I am a second-tier alchemist. Not only am I an alchemist, but also a blacksmith, a formations master, and a talisman master. all of whom possess methods to enhance spiritual root quality. Leave it all to me. I shall elevate your spiritual roots and guide you on the path to foundation establishment. Golden core, and even nascent soul. Yes, Gu Yingxia replied with a firm nod. I believe in you, my lord. The bond between the wife and the host has increased, reaching a score of 130, granting the blessing of life and death together. Gained 32 experience points in alchemy from one cultivation session. Their feelings deepened. Chen Changsheng promptly embraced Gu Yingxia closely. In the following days, the other 3 women remained in seclusion. Chen Changsheng continued his routine of cultivation and alchemy, interspersed with further training. He also replaced the entire set of artifacts belonging to Gu Yingxia with exquisite grade treasures, initially intending to upgrade them to spiritual artifacts. He soon realized that his cultivation was too low to harness their true power. Even a single spiritual artifact in her possession paled in comparison to the exquisite grade items. Thus, he altered his decision. By the 3rd day, the battles of the preceding days had restored Qin Huayu's combat prowess. She boldly knocked on Chen Changsheng's alchemy chamber, and together they commenced their training. The alchemy room was soon filled with a tempestuous energy, and Chen Changsheng was immensely joyful. In the presence of Qin Huayu, he discovered a newfound freedom. To uphold his dignity as a man, Chen Changsheng exerted 3/10 of his abilities, compelling Qin Huayu to abandon her defenses and plead for mercy. Chapter 50. Reluctant words. After a fruitful session of cultivation with Qin Huayu, he finally departed with a sense of satisfaction, leaving behind a brocade box. Chen Changsheng could not shake the peculiar feeling of being somewhat pampered. As time passed, with the 2 Yuanying ancestors of the Tai, immortal sect temporarily reconciling, the conflict ceased, prompting the sect to intensify its efforts in cleansing its dominion. Malevolent practitioners hastily retreated, fearful of retribution from the Tai, immortal sect. Consequently, the market regained its safety. It was noticeably apparent that the number of cultivators in the market had diminished by a 5th, allowing Chen Changsheng to breathe a sigh of relief. The ladies felt emboldened to explore the market once again. Rather than showing signs of decline, Fixing market flourished, with an addition of 20 courtyards constructed in a matter of days, all of which were quickly snatched up. After a night of battles, Chen Changsheng reveled in the enhancement of his capabilities. For him, this was the essence of life, residing in the market, distanced from strife. Reflecting on the foolishness of his previous baiting tactics, he was grateful for Pang Fixing's timely arrival. Otherwise, he might have met his demise. He silently vowed to remain prudent in the face of danger in the future. Accompanying the ladies, his days were filled with either cultivation or alchemy, rendering his life rich and fulfilling. During moments of leisure, visiting the market became a cherished pursuit, embodying a life to be envied. While others traversed distant lands and faced perilous adventures in pursuit of cultivation, he found fulfillment in the comforts of home. Marriage promised to elevate his cultivation levels, enhance his alchemical and artifact crafting skills, improve the rank of his techniques, and even strengthen his spiritual root and soul. Upon rising, he found that Xiaowan and Xiaowen had prepared breakfast. Unfortunately, the 2 lacked spiritual roots. Yet, Chen Changsheng did not neglect them. He had procured a martial art for them that would lead directly to the innate stage. With the aid of elixirs, both ladies had already reached the pinnacle of the postnatal realm, and within half a year, they would surely step into the innate stage. The innate realm was akin to the early stage of qi refinement. It was said that martial arts evolved from the path of cultivation, and above the innate stage lay the masters, comparable to the mid-stage of qi refinement. Regrettably, even in the secular world, masters were exceedingly rare in the entire Yu Kingdom. Comparisons could only go so far. In actual combat, the disparity was vast. Masters could only contend with those at the early stage of qi refinement. After breakfast, Chen Changsheng instructed the 2 ladies to deliver the meal to his 4 wives, reminding them to include a qi restoration pill he had crafted. This first-tier superior elixir replenished vital energy and nurtured the body. With the enhancement of his minor joy technique, it had become a staple in the breakfasts of the 4 ladies. Understood, my lord, Xiaowan and Xiaowen replied as they set off to prepare. Just as Chen Changsheng was about to retreat for alchemical pursuits, Qin Huayu arrived at his doorstep. With a grin, he eagerly welcomed her, ready to showcase his prowess. Darling, you have come. With open arms, he embraced her. Yet this time, he was met not with Qin Huayu's response, but rather a sharp slap that struck his hand, accompanied by her irritable retort. Enough. I did not come here to be toyed with. I have matters to discuss with you. Chen Changsheng protested vehemently. By heaven's conscience, after each of our grand battles, you leave something behind, making it seem as though I am your kept man. If anyone is to cause trouble, it should be you causing it for me. A chuckle escaped Qin Huayu's lips, her mirth evident. She had not disclosed to Chen Changsheng that this was precisely the sensation she sought to evoke. making it abundantly clear that she was the one bestowing affection upon him, rather than the other way around. With a hint of annoyance, Chen Changsheng remarked, "And yet you continue to laugh." To which Qin Huaiyu retorted dismissively, "What of my laughter? I enjoy it. Is it your concern? Enough of this. Let us discuss serious matters. I intend to venture to the Ziyun mountain range." "No, you must not go," Chen Changsheng interjected, startled and quick to dissuade her. He was acutely aware of the dangers that Ziyun mountain posed. Not only were there first and second tier demon beasts, but even third and fourth tier great demons roamed there, the latter being comparable to a Yuanying ancestor. Qin Huaiyu scoffed, "You cannot simply declare that I shan't go." "By what right?" "By the right that I am your husband," Chen Changsheng asserted. "Have you wed me?" she challenged. "How could I not? You are wholly mine." "And I forbid you to go," he insisted. Qin Huaiyu shook her head. "Enough of this childishness. I must go. Besides, Ziyun mountain is not as perilous as you imagine. Do you think I spend my days idling in the marketplace? As cultivators, we contend with both heaven and humanity. I am merely a four-element mixed spiritual root. To break through, I require external pressure. This journey to Ziyun mountain is essential for my preparation to reach the 10th level of qi cultivation." Chen Changsheng replied with a dismissive wave, "What is so significant about that? It is merely the 10th level of qi cultivation. I have plenty of elixirs to offer you. Ensuring your ascension will be effortless." As he spoke, he produced a collection of bottles and jars. Among them were low-grade first-tier elixirs, the Sanyang pill, and mid-grade first-tier elixirs, including Duoji pill, Bailing pill, and Yunling pill, along with a high-grade first-tier elixir, the Ziswai pill. Should you find this insufficient, I can concoct more. However, Qin Huaiyu did not reach for them, but instead shook her head. "Enough, put these away. I have no intention of accepting these elixirs." Chen Changsheng grew anxious. "Why not? We are partners on this path. What is mine is yours." Qin Huaiyu replied, "Because I aspire to reach the foundation establishment realm. If I rely solely on elixirs to elevate my cultivation, as a four-element mixed spiritual root, I may never hope to attain that realm. External pressure allows for the consolidation of my cultivation, enhancing my chances of reaching the foundation establishment. You err. If you trust me, grant me a little time. I will devise a way to assist you in reaching the foundation establishment," he urged. Qin Huaiyu shook her head. "If you are attempting to find a solution, it likely means there is none. I cannot wait any longer. Moreover, my journey to Ziyun mountain is merely for training. It may not even be dangerous. Please, Brother Chen, do not hinder me." With a wry smile, Chen Changsheng conceded, "Very well, I shall not obstruct you. Since you are determined to go, then accept these." As he spoke, Chen Changsheng produced a detonating pill and handed it over, saying, "This is a detonating pill. Throw it at an enemy, and it is akin to a strike from a mid to late stage foundation establishment cultivator." Qin Huaiyu exclaimed in delight, "Such a remarkable elixir exists. Very well, I shall accept this detonating pill," he replied. "I must take my leave now." After bidding farewell to Qin Huaiyu, Chen Changsheng was immediately enveloped in gloom. He understood Qin Huaiyu's predicament, possessing a mixed elemental root of 4 attributes, even with elixirs to enhance his cultivation. Reaching the pinnacle of the qi refinement stage would be a formidable challenge. Even with a foundation establishment pill, entering the foundation establishment realm was not guaranteed. Chapter 51. For the sake of a peach, would excessive reliance on elixirs could lead to resistance against the effects of the foundation establishment pill during breakthrough moments, making the journey into the foundation establishment realm doubly arduous. Regrettably, he found himself without a better solution to this dilemma. Fortunately, the most perilous aspect of the Ziyun mountain range was not the fierce beasts, but rather the malevolent cultivators. However, with the conflicts within the Tai, immortal sect momentarily quelled, these nefarious practitioners, fearing retribution from the sect, had temporarily vacated the area, rendering the Ziyun mountain range quite safe for the time being. With this thought, Chen Tian felt a wave of relief wash over him. With Qin Huaiyu's departure, his desire to refine pills dissipated entirely. He decided instead to wander through the market. Upon stepping outside, he was puzzled by the bustling atmosphere of the market. Wasn't today supposed to be a gathering day? His curiosity led him to Wanbao Pavilion, where he learned that the schedule for the market had been modified. Gatherings now occurred on even days, while odd days were reserved for leisure. Yang Zun remarked, "It is thanks to your presence as a second-tier alchemist, coupled with the recent chaos outside, that our market has gained immense renown due to Lord Feixing's influence. Many more cultivators have taken residence here. With an increase in patrons, naturally, the trade of treasures flourished, leading to the market's vibrant atmosphere." After discussions among the vendors, the market schedule was altered. Chen Changsheng nodded in understanding. "Now it makes sense. I thought today was supposed to be a gathering day." The market's prosperity naturally resulted in a greater variety of treasures available for acquisition, piquing Chen Changsheng's interest. After bidding farewell to Yang Zun, he began to explore the market. "How much for this piece of peach wood?" he inquired. The stall owner, a cultivator appearing to be in his 20s with a cultivation level of the 4th layer of chi refinement, had an array of miscellaneous items displayed, though few customers lingered. Thanks to his soul's foundational attributes exceeding 10, he possessed the spiritual awareness characteristic of foundation establishment cultivators, which allowed him to notice the seemingly ordinary piece of peach wood. To his surprise, he discerned a trace of thunderous energy emanating from it, and remarkably, it appeared to be alive. Could this be thunderstruck wood? Thunderstruck wood is a variant spiritual material. This piece of peach wood, at most, was of low-grade first-tier quality, yet due to that hint of thunderous power, with proper nurturing, it could potentially elevate to second-tier spiritual material. Furthermore, its inherent thunderous essence would exert an absolute suppression against malevolent forces, making it an exquisite material for crafting magical artifacts. While nurturing it might pose challenges for others, he was not to be forgotten. He possessed the accompanying divine ability of the great Qing wood art, which allowed him to accelerate growth, one day equating to 10. Having been at the Tai Immortal Gate for over 40 years, one has indeed cultivated a profound understanding under the guidance of the spirit plant sect, making it quite feasible to bring this piece of peach wood to life. Upon hearing the inquiry about the price, the young man promptly declared 10 spirit stones. Chen Changsheng's eyes sparkled with interest, and he immediately paid the 10 spirit stones, stating, "Very well, I shall take this piece of peach wood. Thank you, esteemed sir." The stall owner was overjoyed. Just as Chen Changsheng reached out to take the peach wood, a sudden flash caught his attention. The peach wood was snatched away by another. Looking up, he saw a middle-aged cultivator holding the wood, clearly exhibiting the prowess of a 10th-level Qi practitioner. Indeed, this peach wood harbors the essence of thunder. It is a treasure I must possess. With that, he tossed 20 spirit stones at the stall owner, adding, "I will pay double the price." Chen Changsheng frowned and replied, "Friend, it seems that I was the first to purchase this piece of peach wood." The middle-aged cultivator coldly retorted, "I am aware of that, but what of it? If I desire this peach wood, it is now mine." "Ah, I see. You wish for spirit stones, do you? Begone." Chen Changsheng's expression turned furious. He had already paid for the peach wood, making it rightfully his. "Please return the peach wood to me." The middle-aged cultivator sneered, "What if I refuse?" "I shall have no choice but to seek the guards," Chen Changsheng replied. The middle-aged cultivator erupted in laughter, as if he had heard the most absurd joke. "By all means, go seek the guards. As a 7th-level Qi practitioner, you should consider the consequences of crossing me." "I have contemplated it well," Chen Changsheng stated. "I kindly request you return the peach wood." "Very well, you seek death. Then," the middle-aged cultivator angrily declared, "I shall oblige." Unfazed, Chen Changsheng asserted, "This is the market. Do you dare to strike? If you do you think Lord Feishing will not have your head displayed at the market entrance?" The middle-aged cultivator immediately regained his composure, glaring intently at Chen Changsheng. "You possess courage, but this peach wood is now in my possession. It shall not be returned. Or do you intend to forcefully take it? Go ahead and try. Should you attempt it, you will be the one initiating the conflict. I nearly forgot. You will report to the guards. By the time they arrive, I shall have long departed." He laughed. "You are provoking me," Chen Changsheng said, waving his hand as the shadowless needle shot forth. The middle-aged cultivator, being a 10th-level Qi practitioner, sensed the impending danger and quickly dodged, furious. "You truly dare to make a move. This time, you are the aggressor when the guards arrive. It will be you they apprehend. Then perish." Su Qingyu declared, drawing a flying sword that soared toward Chen Changsheng. The sword sliced through the air, aiming to strike down Chen Changsheng. The commotion instantly startled everyone in the market. It was a bold act of aggression within the marketplace, a reckless invitation to death. As the sword neared, it seemed destined to strike Chen Changsheng. Without allowing Chen Changsheng to evade or obstruct, a thunderous roar erupted. "Who dares to act recklessly in my fixing square?" The voice resonated, and a figure descended from the heavens, swiftly appearing before Chen Changsheng, seizing the flying sword that was aimed at him. The newcomer was none other than Pang Fiyun. Just as Chen Changsheng was embroiled in conflict with Su Qingyu, he had shattered the token and called for Pang Fiyun's assistance. This was indeed within the square. Why not take advantage of it? With Chen Changsheng's newfound understanding of his status as a second-tier advanced alchemist, his mindset underwent a profound transformation. Su Qingyu, clearly recognizing Pang Fiyun, hurriedly greeted him, saying, "I pay my respects, Master Fiyun." Pang Fiyun's murderous intent was palpable as he declared, "You possess quite the audacity. Are you unaware of the rules of Fixing Square? Anyone who dares to make a move here shall face death." Su Qingyu quickly interjected, "Master Fiyun, allow me to explain. He was the one who attempted to seize the peach wood from my hands and struck first. I merely retaliated. If you doubt my words, you may inquire with those present." Pang Fiyun inquired, "Did you covet the peach wood in his possession?" Chen Changsheng shook his head.
It is not I who coveted the peach wood. Rather, he has taken mine. Chapter 52. Task Release. Pang Feiyun addressed Su Qingyu, hand over the peach wood. Although reluctant, Su Qingyu complied and relinquished the wood. As Pang Feiyun accepted the peach wood, he promptly handed it over to Chen Changsheng. Su Qingyu erupted in fury, exclaiming, Master Feiyun, how can you give the peach wood to him? It belongs to me, and he is the one who instigated the conflict. Pang Feiyun snorted coldly. Are you instructing me on how to conduct my affairs? Su Qingyu found himself at a loss for words, his expression shifting dramatically. Finally, gritting his teeth, he declared, everyone, witness this. The peach wood in his possession was clearly in my hands first. He attempted to seize it and thus struck at me. According to the rules of Fixing Square, any act of violence is forbidden, and those who transgress shall face death. He was the one who initiated the attack on me. Shouldn't he therefore be punished? Yet, upon your arrival, Master Feiyun, you did not inquire into the matter and instead allowed him to take my peach wood. Showing no intention of punishing him. This blatantly disregards the rules of Fixing Square, especially coming from one of the two masters of the square. If you do not adhere to the regulations you yourself established, how can we trust Fixing Square in the future? How can we dare to conduct transactions here? Have you finished? Pang Feiyun replied coldly. Finished? Then allow me to speak. First, you yourself stated that I am the architect of these rules. You must abide by them. Yet I possess the authority to overlook them. Second, this peach wood was clearly purchased by Brother Chen and was taken from him by you. Third, do not mention that Brother Chen struck first. Even if he were to kill you, you would have brought it upon yourself. Su Qingmu trembled in rage. You are shielding him. Pang Feiyun retorted, and what if I am? Are you aware of Brother Chen's identity? What identity? Su Qingmu scoffed. Pang Feiyun dismissed him with disdain. What his identity is of no concern to you. I hereby declare that you have attempted to seize another's treasure and resorted to violence within Fixing Square. According to our rules, there is no mercy for you. You may go and meet your end. With a flick of his hand, Pang Feiyun produced a mirror, from which a beam of light shot forth, striking Su Qingmu instantaneously. Su Qingmu let out a wretched scream, and in an instant, he was reduced to a pile of ashes. At that moment, the guard team arrived. Bowing respectfully, we pay our respects to Lord Feiyun. Pang Feiyun nodded and commanded, very well. Please attend to this matter. Yes, the guards replied. Turning to Chen Changsheng, Pang Feiyun inquired, Brother, I hope I did not disturb you. Chen Changsheng shook his head, expressing his gratitude. Thank you, elder brother, for your timely rescue. I regret causing you trouble this time. Pang Feiyun replied, this time, it is our Fixing Square that owes you a debt. Some individuals truly believe they can challenge the rules of our square at will. Following this conflict, the desire to continue shopping dissipated within Chen Changsheng, who then took his leave and returned to his small courtyard, planting the peach wood he had in his possession. Meanwhile, as he departed with Pang Feiyun, the onlookers among the cultivators began to speculate and discuss, particularly regarding Chen Changsheng's identity. While many were aware of Chen Changsheng's status as a second-tier alchemist, most were residents of the square, and the visiting traders remained oblivious. Nevertheless, they would certainly remember Chen Changsheng, recognizing that he was not someone to be trifled with. For him, Lord Feiyun had openly disregarded the rules and slain those who offended him. Su Qingmu had met his end in vain. Unbeknownst to Chen Changsheng, his reputation was gradually spreading. Days slipped by, and he found himself embracing Lu Linglong, reveling in the pleasures of the grain storage, his heart brimming with delight. Observing the daily changes in his spiritual roots, he could hardly contain his joy, for just moments ago, yet another of his spiritual roots had reached the remarkable level of 100. This was undoubtedly a testament to his hard work over the past few days. Spiritual roots. 5-element waste spiritual roots. Metal, 30. Wood, 100. Water, 30. Fire, 100. Earth, 30. The primary reason for such results lay in the deepening affection Lu Linglong felt for him. Lu Linglong, affection level 110, sincere emotion, bonus 5, mid-stage of Qi training. Third layer, provides 12 spiritual roots each time. A single instance can yield a bonus of 6. This development stemmed from a half-jade pendant that Lu Linglong wore around her neck. After an adventurous climb through mountains and waters, Chen Changsheng curiously inquired about it, only to discover that Lu Linglong had a younger brother who also possessed spiritual roots, albeit inferior to hers, being of mixed elemental roots. After her sister was abducted, he searched relentlessly for her, fortuitously encountering a chance for cultivation and stepping into the realm of immortality. It was only after Lu Linglong was rescued that she returned home to learn of her parents' passing, and her brother remained in search of her. Chen Changsheng comforted her, saying, Linglong, do not worry. As long as your brother is alive, I shall assist you in finding him. Conveniently, our Fixing Square has a task board. I will post a mission to locate him shortly. Husband, you are truly wonderful, Lu Linglong replied, touched. Chen Changsheng smiled.
and said, "You are my beloved wife. If I do not treat you well, whom shall I treat with kindness? My dear," he continued, "let us embark on this journey once more." With a shy nod, Lu Linglong agreed. The path of cultivation is often monotonous, yet brimming with fervor. Fortunately, after more than 40 years of dedication, Chen Changsheng had grown accustomed to it. The road of cultivation is fraught with challenges, a relentless struggle against fate. The opportunity for cultivation, which he had once thought abandoned, now presented itself once again. Akin to a rebirth for Chen Changsheng. Alas, he was no longer in the bloom of youth, having surpassed 60 years of age. This realization only deepened his appreciation for the present opportunity. Naturally, he was determined to fulfill Lu Linglong's request. In the task hall, Chen Changsheng had previously only glanced at it. He had visited when Xin Huiyu was afflicted by the poison of decaying bones and had been assigned 2 tasks by Yang Zun, one concerning the decay insect and the other regarding the vitality fruit. This time, however, he would be the one to issue a task. The array of tasks was extensive and densely packed, including assignments from the Tai Immortal Gate and several from various cultivation families and individuals. Completing these tasks would yield the rewards specified within. "Senior Chen, are you here to accept the task as well?" A voice of surprise broke through his contemplation. Turning around, Chen Changsheng saw a young cultivator behind him, inquiring eagerly. Chen Changsheng, taken aback, responded, "Do you know me, fellow cultivator?" The young man replied, "Chen Daiyu, your esteemed self has a tendency to forget. We previously engaged in a transaction involving peach wood." It was then that Chen Changsheng recalled the young man's identity. "I merely came to take a look. Are you here to accept a task?" The young man replied, "I wish to, but my current cultivation level only permits me to undertake simpler tasks." Chen Changsheng asked, "Do you still have the peach wood from our last transaction?" The young cultivator responded, "I do not possess any at the moment, but I know where to find some. I too had the fortune of acquiring a piece." Intrigued, Chen Changsheng remarked, "In that case, I would like to procure as much of that peach wood as you can provide. Rest assured, I shall not shortchange you on the price. I can even provide a deposit up front." With that, he discreetly handed over 100 spirit stones. The young cultivator was overjoyed and promptly assured him, "Senior, do not worry. I will go and retrieve the entire peach tree at once." For the young cultivator, this was a delightful surprise. The piece of peach wood he had initially cut down was merely deemed a material for crafting talismans, and he had initially thought it worth only a couple of spirit stones. 10 spirit stones had seemed an outrageous price, yet here was someone willing to purchase it. He had considered digging up the entire tree at a later time, but fate had led him to Chen Changsheng, who sought the entire tree. Without further ado, he abandoned the thought of accepting any tasks and hurried off to unearth the peach tree. Chen Changsheng, too, found himself unexpectedly delighted. A peach tree imbued with the essence of thunder held immense potential. If nurtured properly, it would be worth even more. He sensed that this peach tree was extraordinary. After all, could a common peach tree survive a lightning strike? Following this encounter, Chen Changsheng proceeded to announce a new task in the marketplace. Though this task was posted in the Fixing City, it aimed to locate Lu Changlin, the younger brother of Lu Linglong, who is 25 years of age. With his origin clearly noted, Chen Changsheng did not truly hope for anyone to find him. Rather, he wished for Lu Changlin to see this task announcement himself. Upon leaving the task hall, he was presented with a jade token. Pang Fiyun instructed him to visit the Lord of the Fong's residence. Upon arriving at the Fong City residence, Pang Fiyun was entertaining 2 guests, whom Chen Changsheng recognized, a top-tier talisman master and a top-tier artifact master, both of whom had recently settled in the Daofeng City and opened a small shop to sell finished magical artifacts and talismans. Previously, they had exchanged mere pleasantries, but now their demeanor towards Chen Changsheng had markedly changed. "Dearest Chen," the two stood and greeted him with respect. "Dearest son, dearest Zhou," Chen Changsheng replied. "Brother, you finally arrived. I have been searching for you." Pang Fiyun laughed heartily. "Come, accompany your elder brother to a place." Confused, Chen Changsheng inquired, "Where are we headed, brother?" "To Tingzhou City," Pang Fiyun responded. Tingzhou City is owned by the Zhao family, the foremost cultivation family of the Tai Xianmen, whose head has recently become the second golden core expert of the Zhao family. A golden core conference is to be held, with invitations extended to all top-tier alchemists, artifact masters, formation masters, talisman masters, and foundation-building cultivators to come and congratulate. This is a tremendous opportunity. Unfortunately, my sister is currently in seclusion, striving to reach the pinnacle of foundation building. Otherwise, she would have led the team this time. "Of course we must go," Chen Changsheng readily agreed. Indeed, such an opportunity was rare. He had heard much about Tingzhou City, but had never ventured there himself. Normally, he would not dare to go, but with Pang Fiyun as his guide, it felt considerably safer. Tingzhou City was renowned as the foremost city for cultivation, said to be incredibly prosperous, incomparable to Fixingfang City, and teeming with cultivators. Very well, let us set forth. Pang Fun gestured grandly. The four of them departed the Fang City, and Pang Fiyun summoned a flying vessel. They hopped aboard and set off towards Tingzhou City. Standing atop the vessel, they admired the picturesque landscapes and shimmering lakes along their journey, a delightful experience. Since his rebirth, Chen Changsheng had led a life characterized by caution, treading lightly before entering the immortal sect and maintaining a low profile thereafter. In over 40 years, he had left the Tai'ai Ximen only a handful of times, and he had never visited Tianqiu City. After half a day's travel, they arrived before a magnificent city. Compared to it, Linen City seemed merely a rural town, despite being a significant city in the Zhao Kingdom. Upon reaching the city gate, they descended from the vessel and were required to present their identity tokens to gain entry. Without such tokens, any attempt to force entry would result in immediate execution. Do not underestimate the gatekeeper cultivators, who were merely at the qi refining stage. They could wield a portion of Tingzhou City's defensive array, delivering strikes comparable to mid to late stage foundation building attacks, no less devastating than an explosion of a pill. Oh, it is Lord Feiyun from Feixingfang City. Please, enter, the gatekeeper said respectfully. The loose cultivators were disregarded by the gatekeeping disciples, who couldn't even spare them a glance. However, the master of the market was a different entity altogether, a notable figure registered with the Tai'ai immortal sect, akin to Pang Fun. If he wished, he could directly become a disciple of the Tai'ai immortal sect, and even a core disciple at that. The entire Tianqiu City, nestled adjacent to the Ziyun mountain range, lies atop a substantial spiritual vein, much like the Fixing market. The reason for its location, approximately 40 to 50 kilometers from Linen City, is due to the presence of a spiritual vein, albeit a medium-grade one. The more abundant the spiritual vein, the better the cultivation environment naturally becomes. Cultivation depends fundamentally on resources, companions, methods, and location. Resources refer to the materials available. Companions are not limited to romantic partners, but also include like-minded friends who assist one another, engage in discussions, and progress collectively. Methods pertain to the paths of cultivation. Location signifies the place of practice. This explains why the weak strive desperately to enter the immortal sects, for these sects possess all of these elements. As Chen Changsheng strolled through the bustling streets, he observed that every passerby was a cultivator. The shops lining the streets were countless, offering a plethora of items such as elixirs, magical treasures, and talismans. Chen Changsheng found himself captivated. In comparison, Fixing Market seemed no different from a rural village. It is no wonder that Tianqiu City is regarded as the foremost city for cultivators within the Tai immortal sect. Pang Fiyun inquired, Brother Chen, have you never visited Tingzhou City before? Chen Changsheng shook his head, replying, this is my first visit. Pang Fiyun expressed surprise, saying, in that case, Brother Chen must take a good look around. Perhaps one day, Fixing Market will flourish like Tingzhou City. Chen Changsheng nodded in agreement. I believe that under the management of my elder sister and elder brother, Fixing Market will undoubtedly thrive and become as prosperous as Tingzhou City. Sun Zhong and Zhou Tian exchanged glances and shook their heads, stating, well, for Fixing Market to continue developing, it must have its spiritual vein upgraded to a large one. To extract from a spiritual vein, one must at least reach the golden core stage. Pang Fiyun confidently declared, what is the worry? With Brother Chen here, who says my sister has no hope of becoming a golden core master. At this point, Pang Fiyun's tone shifted to one of envy. However, this time, the Zhao family in Tianqiu City has produced another golden core master. They will likely not only become the premier cultivation family within the Tai'ai immortal sect, but also the foremost in the entire Zhao kingdom. It is rumored that the royal family of Zhao actually hails from the Zhao family of Tingzhou City. Those with spiritual roots are sent to Tingzhou City, while those without are sent to the royal family, ensuring the Zhao family's enduring prosperity and abundant resources. Chapter 54. Observations from the Golden Core Conference. Brother Chen, I wonder how you have considered my previous proposal. Pang Fiyun suddenly leaned closer and asked. Chen Changsheng, puzzled, replied, Elder brother, what proposal? Pang Fiyun urged, have you forgotten? Marry my sister. Coughing, Chen Changsheng nearly choked on his own saliva. Elder brother, such a jest cannot be entertained. Pang Fiyun retorted, why not? You possess an ancient bloodline and excel in alchemy. Although your spiritual roots may be lacking, with your alchemical skills, combined with the enhancement of your ancient bloodline, there remains hope for you to become a foundational cultivator. My sister is on the verge of reaching the pinnacle of foundational cultivation. If the two of you were to become partners in the Tao, would it not be highly probable that your offspring would inherit my sister's 3 elemental spirit roots? Along with your ancient bloodline, perhaps this could lead to the emergence of a powerful cultivation family akin to the Zhao clan. My dear brother, simply agree, and I shall facilitate this union for you. However, this does not seem advisable. Chen Changsheng could not help but envision the visage of Pang Fixing in his mind, an unparalleled beauty, exuding a domineering aura akin to that of an empress. This presence was distinctly different from that of Gu Yingxia and others. Gu Yingxia embodied the grace of a refined lady, while Gu Linger was reminiscent of a chivalrous heroine. And Ruan Ling was cultured and elegant. Lu Linglong was simply endearing, and Qin Huiyu exuded confidence. Yet, Pang Fixing stood apart, radiating an extraordinary elegance reminiscent of a sovereign. Nevertheless, the thought of her ruthless demeanor and her merciless annihilation of the false Shui Qing's faction sent a shiver down his spine. He quickly shook his head and said, "Brother, please do not place me in such a predicament. I wish to live my life peacefully." Pang Fixing scoffed, saying, "What is there to fear? Just await my good news." Meanwhile, Sun Zhong and Zhou Tian exchanged glances, retreating 2 steps in silent accord, repeatedly murmuring to themselves, "We cannot hear it. We cannot hear it." It was utterly insane. Who would dare propose marriage to the esteemed Lady Feixing? Everyone knew her reputation in the Zhao nation's cultivation circles. She was synonymous with madness. Soon, the 4 of them arrived at the city lord's residence, where they were greeted by those who had been waiting. They presented their identity tokens, and immediately, a disciple from the Zhao clan approached to welcome them. Esteemed guests from Fixingfang, including Lord Pangfun, Lord Sun, Lord Zhou, and Lord Chun, allow me to escort you inside. Upon entering the city lord's manor, they found it bustling with guests, the majority being foundation establishment cultivators. With only a few practicing qi, likely at the pinnacle of the first tier, the 4 found a vacant spot to sit, and servants promptly arrived with fruits and snacks, all imbued with spiritual energy. Chen Changsheng was taken aback to observe that all the attendants lacked spirit roots. Reflecting on their journey, where they had encountered numerous mortals, he felt a sense of understanding. As time passed, approximately an incense stick's worth, the murmurs of the crowd suddenly ceased. A formidable aura emanated from within the manor, and a middle-aged man, resembling a deity or demon, gradually materialized from the void. Clad in a white robe, he exuded an imposing presence that commanded respect. Instantly revealing his identity to the onlookers, the newly ascended golden core powerhouse of the Zhao clan, Zhao Wujia. At less than 200 years of age, he had achieved the golden core stage, a feat that guaranteed the Zhao clan's protection for 3 centuries, as golden core cultivators boast a lifespan of 500 years. Congratulations to the clan leader of the Zhao family for ascending to golden core and becoming an esteemed elder of the Tai immortal sect. The crowd collectively rose, clasping their fists and bowing deeply to Zhao Wujia, their voices echoing throughout the city lord's manor. "Please, rise," Zhao Wujia gestured with a wave of his hand. "Thank you, Elder Zhao." For Zhao Wujia, the clan leader and golden core cultivator, it was the esteemed title of elder within the Tai immortal sect that he valued even more. The voice of the elder undoubtedly resonated within his heart. "Elder Zhao, congratulations." At that moment, a resounding voice of congratulation echoed, its formidable presence nearly causing Chen Changsheng to lose his footing and fall to the ground. Among the guests present, he was undeniably one of the least significant individuals. Fortunately, Pang Feiyun was quick to lend support, placing a hand on his back to prevent any embarrassment. The aura of a golden core expert enveloped them. Chen Changsheng felt another wave of immense energy approaching, this time emanating from a female cultivator. She exuded grace and elegance, yet retained an air of refreshing uniqueness. As she arrived, her voice rang out, congratulating Elder Zhao on his ascension to the golden core realm. "Please, esteemed friends, come inside." With the golden core expert offering their congratulations, Zhao Wuji swiftly moved forward to welcome them, guiding the 2 into the grand hall. The guests were utterly astonished. To witness 3 golden core experts in one day was truly remarkable. To become a golden core expert would be worth a lifetime of effort. Elder Zhao was the 2nd golden core expert from the Zhao family of Tianqiu City. Chen Changsheng remained silent, his head bowed, intently listening to the discussions around him. Today, he had witnessed the might of the golden core experts, filling him with longing. Alas, the golden core realm felt distant, as he had yet to even reach the foundation establishment stage. However, with the support of his unique abilities, he was confident that he would eventually step into the golden core realm. He yearned to become a golden core expert himself. As the gathering concluded, this sentiment echoed in the hearts of all attendees. The 4 companions did not linger in Tianqiu City. After the event, they chose to depart. Although Tianqiu City was splendid, they longed to return to Feixing Fangshi, which felt like home. Their journey had begun with enthusiasm, yet their return was marked by a profound silence. Upon arriving in Feixing Fangshi, Chen Changsheng surprisingly found no inclination to cultivate or refine pills. Instead, a desire to simply relax took hold of him. Time passed, and nearly 2 years had swiftly flown by since he had come to Feishing Fangshi. Yet today, an exhilarating piece of news spread throughout the marketplace. Lord Feishing had achieved a breakthrough, reaching the pinnacle of the Foundation establishment realm. This was monumental news for Feishing Fangshi, prompting a significant discount of 20% across all establishments under Lord Feishing's domain, inns, restaurants, and real estate transactions alike. In light of this, Chen Changsheng had stockpiled a considerable amount of medicinal herbs and spiritual materials. It would be remiss not to seize such an opportunity. With Lord Feishing's breakthrough, the atmosphere in Feishing Fangshi grew increasingly vibrant. Furthermore, Pang Feishing's decisive actions and adherence to his promises provided a sense of security for the wandering cultivators, prompting many to desire residence within the marketplace. Thus, Pang Feiyun took the initiative to expand the marketplace once more, adding 50 new slots. Remarkably, within 3 days, these slots were completely filled. The properties in the marketplace were fervently sought after. Chen Changsheng could not help but marvel at the fierce nature of the real estate industry, having witnessed its intensity firsthand. The two siblings, Pang Feiyun and his sister, have undoubtedly struck it rich. Chapter 55, The Grand Scheme. The population of the Flying Star market has surged from a mere 300 to approximately 400. The scale of the Flying Star market has swiftly ascended from being one of the least significant to a medium-sized market. The most significant change, however, transcends mere numbers. Even the Tai Immortal sect has grown increasingly attentive to the Flying Star market, establishing an outer hall there. What does the establishment of this hall signify? It represents an opportunity to enter the Tai Immortal sect. The recruitment of disciples by the Tai Immortal sect is not limited to new disciple gatherings, entrance examinations, and secret realm trials. Each major hall is also entitled to recommend disciples for entry into the sect. For instance, if one possesses a trinity of elemental roots, or submits a second-tier treasure, one may gain entry. Chen Changsheng, for example, relied on submitting a second-tier treasure to enter the sect and become a servant disciple. Chen Changsheng's third piece of good news is that Qin Huayu has returned. The two immediately become entwined. After a fierce encounter, their souls are finally poised for elevation. This battle solidified Chen Changsheng's standing, making it clear who held authority in their household. The conflict ceased only after Qin Huayu repeatedly begged for mercy. Engaging in cultivation with Qin Huayu, acquired soul base attribute 001. Affinity, 80, enhancement, 3, base attributes, constitution 8, strength 8, agility 7, soul 1245. Lying in Chen Changsheng's embrace, Qin Huayu suddenly inquired, "Husband, have you ever considered returning to the Tai Immortal sect?" Chen Changsheng, puzzled, responded, "Why do you ask? My dear, do you wish to enter the Tai Immortal sect?" Qin Huayu shook her head. "I am uncertain, yet this appears to be the most opportune moment for entry." Chen Changsheng advised, "If you trust me, my dear, it would be prudent not to join the Tai Immortal sect, at least not at present. If you wish to establish your foundation, I will assist you." "Very well." Qin Huayu nodded. "I was merely inquiring. I will heed your counsel." Chen Changsheng smiled gently. "Since you are inclined to listen to me, why not engage in another battle?" "Oh, not again," Qin Huayu retorted playfully. "I've come to understand that when Sister Yingxia and the others set their sights on you, it takes all 4 of them combined to match your prowess." "Indeed? You dare to insult me, you little enchantress? Take this," Chen Changsheng exclaimed, lunging toward Qin Huayu. Soon, the room was engulfed in a tempest. Observing the virtual panel, Chen Changsheng was taken aback. Engaging in cultivation with Qin Huayu, acquired soul base attribute 001. Affinity, 90, enhancement, 4, base attributes, constitution 8, strength 8, agility 7, soul 1249. The increase in affinity was evident. This intense encounter left Qin Huayu completely spent, requiring half a day to recuperate before casting a fierce glare at Chen Changsheng and departing the courtyard. Chen Changsheng was left feeling quite vexed. Time swiftly passed, and it has now been half a month since the Tai Immortal sect's hall settled in the Flying Star market. The Feishing market has become increasingly vibrant, particularly among those aspiring to enter the Tai Immortal gate. Regardless of the circumstances, it offers them the opportunity to experience the aura of the Immortal gate up close. By offering a second-tier treasure, one can become a servant disciple of the Tai Immortal gate. However, servant disciples are not considered formal disciples of the Tai Immortal gate. To advance further, one must undergo rigorous trials. Even someone as accomplished as Qin Huayu, at the 9th level of Qi refinement, must start as a servant disciple to gain entry into the Tai Immortal gate, unless they possess a spirit root of 3 systems or above, or bear an ancient bloodline. During the past half-month, Chen Changsheng has once again refined a new batch of elixirs. He retains the lower-grade second-tier elixirs for sale in his shop, which has reopened with the danger subsided, now managed by several women.
Notably among them, Gu Linger has displayed a talent for artifact forging, while Wan Ling has shown an aptitude for alchemy. Despite being novices and not yet reaching the first-tier level, they have learned adeptly under Chen Changsheng's guidance, who himself is proficient at the second-tier level. With time, they are likely to become intermediate alchemists or artifact masters. As for the second-tier mid-grade elixirs and above, Chen Changsheng continues to deliver them to the Wanbao Pavilion, including the Foundation Establishment Pill, the Spirit Treasure Pill, the Cloud Spirit Pill, and the Marrow Cleansing Pill. Upon delivering these elixirs to Yang Zun, he also purchases an array of medicinal materials. The allure of Chen Changsheng's second-tier elixirs has drawn numerous Foundation Establishment cultivators, including those from the Zhao family of Tianzhou City and the Tai Immortal Gate. Naturally, this has resulted in a substantial exchange of medicinal materials. To ensure a sufficient supply, those possessing the primary ingredients for these elixirs are granted priority purchasing rights. The abundance of spiritual herbs is largely due to the cooperative relationships between various markets, with a high-level second-tier alchemist emerging from the fixing market capable of producing Foundation Establishment and Marrow Cleansing Pills. These spiritual herbs are prioritized for trade to the Wanbao Pavilion. Just as Chen Changsheng was preparing to depart from the Wanbao Pavilion with an ample supply of medicinal materials, Yang Zun stopped him, advising, "Brother Chen, it would be prudent for you to remain within your courtyard for the time being. Should you require any spiritual herbs, simply have someone from the guard notify me, and I will arrange for their delivery." Chen Changsheng inquired, "Brother Yang, has the Tai Immortal Gate fallen into turmoil once more?" Yang Zun shook his head this time. "It is not the Tai Immortal Gate, but rather individuals from the Blood River Demon sect, one of the three major demonic sects of the Yu Kingdom, who have arrived." Chen Changsheng was well aware of the Blood River Demon sect, notorious for their brutal cultivation method that involves blood refinement, where they delight in hunting cultivators to absorb their blood and enhance their own powers, a truly merciless practice. They have been jointly resisted by the three major sects of Zhao. How could the Blood River Demon sect infiltrate Zhao? Surely the three major sects would intervene. Yang Zun responded, "They are indeed intervening, but this time they have come prepared, having issued a challenge in advance, demanding a martial competition with the three major sections. It is impossible for you to refuse. Understand that each competition involves a significant amount of resources. It is rumored that this time, the Blood River Demon sect has unveiled a fourth-grade superior spiritual treasure. Should they emerge victorious, this treasure will belong to them. Of course, if they lose, the three great sects will also bear the consequences. Do you know why the two nascent soul ancestors of the Tai Immortal sect are vying for the position of Grand Elder? It is because the one who becomes the supreme Grand Elder will gain the right to use the fourth-grade superior spiritual treasure, the Tai Dust Brush. The Blood River Demon sect has offered far too much this time." Chen Changsheng shook his head and remarked, clearly, "The Blood River Demon sect has seized upon the weakness of the Tai Immortal sect. The two nascent soul ancestors are embroiled in a relentless struggle over the Tai Dust Brush. If there were another fourth-grade superior spiritual treasure, wouldn't their conflict be easily resolved? Thus, a mere ethereal fourth-grade superior spiritual treasure and a challenge letter allowed the Blood River Demon sect to brazenly enter the Zhao Kingdom." Chapter 56. The Immortal Sects Halls Suddenly. Chen Changsheng seemed to realize something. With a frown, he said, "Brother Yang, do you think the Blood River Demon sect has come to our Zhao Kingdom because there exists some treasure within our borders that is worth their considerable effort?" Yang nodded and replied, "It is indeed possible. However, this has no bearing on us. Regardless of whether we are correct, no one would believe us. All we can do is exercise utmost caution. This crisis is one that even Lord Fixing may struggle to resolve, but thankfully, with Lord Fixing reaching the pinnacle of Foundation establishment, his deterrent power has grown considerably." Chen Changsheng sighed, lamenting, "Our strength is still too lacking." He shook his head while assessing his own cultivation level. Cultivation level, peak of Qi refinement, 7th layer, experience points, 105265W. Upon returning to the courtyard, Chen Changsheng immediately gathered the women and imparted his instructions. "Husband, does this mean our shop will have to close again?" Gu Yingxiao inquired. Chen Changsheng shook his head, saying, "Not necessarily. After all, these demonic cultivators may not even come to our fishing market. Moreover, just because demonic cultivators have entered the Zhao Kingdom, it does not mean we must cease our lives. We simply need to be cautious. Besides, the Zhao Kingdom is vast. Ultimately, our greatest concern is not the demonic cultivators, but rather those sinister practitioners." "Understood. We will heed your words, husband," Gu Yingxia nodded. Chen Changsheng continued, Ling er. "You two should promptly engage in alchemy and artifact forging. Once you officially become first-tier artifact and alchemy masters, you will be able to refine pills and magical items for sale in our own shop." The two women nodded in unison, assuring him, "Husband, rest assured,
We will strive diligently. Regrettably, the Xiaohuangzai technique has minimal impact on the cultivation improvement of the women. At most, it only accelerates their progress slightly, as it is merely a second-tier technique. For instance, each time he cultivates, he gains 50 experience points, while the women only gain around 10. How much better it would be if it were a third-tier technique. Auxiliary technique, Xiaohuangzai technique, second-tier superior technique. Experience points, 182110000. Since the Xiaohuangzai technique reached the second-tier superior level, he had not allocated experience points to it for quite some time, choosing instead to invest them in the Soul Secret Art. Soul Secret Art, Great Evolution Refining Method, third-order technique, incomplete, only retaining the cultivation method for Qi refinement realm. Experience points, 865810000. Just a little over 1,000 experience points are needed to elevate it to the second-order technique. My dear, perhaps it is time for us to rest. Chen Changsheng remarked with a smile. Sure, who dares to shy away? The four women replied boldly, charging towards Chen Changsheng. Through repeated practices, they discovered that every time they engaged in dual cultivation with him, the efficiency of cultivating the minor joy technique surpassed their methodical training by 4 to 5 times. Instantly, a fierce battle erupted within the room. Practiced with Gu Yingxia, gaining 32 points of alchemy experience, affection level, 130, life and death together, bonus, 5. Alchemist, second order upper grade alchemist, experience points, 36802W. Practiced with Gu Linger, gaining 22 points of technique level experience, affection level, 120, flying together, bonus, 5. Soul Secret Art, Great Evolution Refining Method, third order technique, incomplete. Only retaining the cultivation method for Qi refinement realm, experience points, 876810000. Practiced with Ruan Ling, gaining 2 points of refining experience, affection level, 100, bonus, 5. Refiner, second order lower grade, experience points, 5251000. Practiced with Lu Linglong, gaining 12 points of golden spiritual root, affection level, 110, sincere affection, bonus, 5. Spiritual roots, 5 element waste spiritual root, gold, 36, wood, 100, water, 30, fire, 100, earth, 30. Remarkably, the enhancement was in the golden spiritual root. 3 days swiftly passed. Chen Changsheng was astonished to learn that the news of the Blood River Demon sect invading the Zhao kingdom spread through the marketplace like a tornado. Even more surprising was the fact that nearly all cultivators were not afraid of the Blood River Demon sect's appearance in Zhao, but were instead filled with excitement, each proclaiming their intent to slay 1 or 2 demon cultivators. It is essential to note that demon cultivators emerge from a world of deceit and life and death struggles. Possessing vast combat experience, in battles of the same rank, they rarely encounter defeat. Eventually, Chen Changsheng discovered that the 3 great immortal sects had issued a bounty on these figures. Killing a demon cultivator would yield rewards from the immortal sect. No wonder. While it appeared that the Tai immortal sect had been outmaneuvered by the demon sect, the truth was that they were not to be underestimated. This revelation eased Chen Changsheng's earlier tension, and he found newfound courage. Remarkably, he had yet to encounter any demon cultivators or even a single evil cultivator. With the entire populace on high alert and the tasks distributed accordingly, the demon cultivator schemes were effectively curtailed. If you come to challenge in a proper duel, we have no objections. However, if you run amok, do not blame us for our rudeness. After all, this was Zhao Kingdom, the domain of the immortal sect. Since the news of the Tai immortal sect establishing a branch in the Fixing market spread, it was finally erected today. A 2-story building covering an area of 800 square meters rose from the ground. In the realm of cultivation, numerous disciples from prominent sects gathered, along with a multitude of independent cultivators. Even a considerable number of disciples from the Tai Immortal Gate had arrived. Each market square was overseen by a foundation-building cultivator, typically those who had resigned themselves to the hopelessness of advancing to the Golden Core stage. Although they were advanced in years, their connections were remarkably strong. Chen Changsheng, however, harbored no interest in the establishment of these so-called sections. Yet, the women accompanying him were filled with enthusiasm, as it was their first encounter with such a grand assembly in the cultivation world. Thus, Chen Changsheng set out with them. The new building was situated to the east of the Reckless region, originally erected at the very edge of its foundation. Nonetheless, it was believed that with the establishment of this hall, which could elevate individuals directly into the Tai Immortal Gate, the area would soon thrive. Chen Changsheng discerned the grand ambitions of the siblings, Pang Feixing and Pang Feiyun, who intended to construct the city. Unfortunately, every cultivation city required a Golden Core expert to oversee it. Upon arriving outside the hall, they were met with a throng of people, numbering well over 1,000. Occasionally, one could spot a foundation-building cultivator among the crowd. The leader of the Feishing Hall appeared to be a mid-stage foundation cultivator, seemingly in his 50s, accompanied by two outer disciples who were at the 8th or 9th level of qi refinement, also appearing to be in their 40s. As the sun hung directly above, the leader stepped into the void, his gaze piercing, and his commanding voice resonated throughout the marketplace. I am Zhou Zifeng, one of the core disciples of the Tai Immortal Gate, a foundation-building cultivator and the head of the Fixing Marketplace Hall, tasked with the recruitment of disciples for the Tai Immortal Gate. Those possessing 3 or more elemental roots may directly enter our gate as external disciples. For those with 4 miscellaneous elemental roots, the contribution of 1 second-tier treasure will grant them the status of a miscellaneous disciple. As for those with 5 useless elemental roots, the contribution of 2 second-tier treasures will allow them to become miscellaneous disciples as well. Linglong, my dear, are you not a possessor of 3 elemental roots? Does this not mean you can directly become an external disciple of the Tai Immortal Gate? Gu Yingxia turned to Lu Linglong, incredulity evident in her voice. Having entered the cultivation realm for over 2 years, Gu Yingxia was acutely aware of the esteemed position that an immortal gate held in the hearts of all cultivators. Just as those with 4 miscellaneous elemental roots had at least a 30% chance of entering the foundation-building realm upon joining an immortal gate, those who did not join faced nearly 0 chances of success. Possessing 3 elemental roots granted a staggering 60% probability of becoming a foundation cultivator within the immortal gate, while the chances for those outside were, at best, 30%. Joining an immortal gate not only signified a status of prestige, but also bestowed upon one profound techniques: abundant cultivation resources, a comfortable training environment, and the guidance of highly skilled mentors. Chen Changsheng furrowed his brow and turned to Lu Linglong, saying, My dear, I merely meant that if you wish to enter the Tai Immortal Gate, I would not stand in your way. Tears streamed down Lu Linglong's face as she embraced Chen Changsheng, exclaiming, Husband, do you not want me anymore? Chen Changsheng quickly held her close, reassuring her, Nonsense. How could I ever forsake you, my beloved? Lu Linglong shook her head and said, Then why does my husband wish for me to enter the Tai Immortal Sect? I have no desire to go there. All I want is my husband, yet he does not want me. Chen Changsheng assured her, Silly girl. How could your husband ever bear to part with you? Very well, if you do not wish to leave, then I shall not forsake you either. We shall not go to the Tai Immortal Sect. Lu Linglong nodded in agreement. Chen Changsheng declared, I vow that even if we do not enter the Tai Immortal Sect, I will ensure that you achieve the foundation establishment realm. The several young women were deeply touched by his words. The grand event continued. As the outer hall of the Immortal Sect welcomed new arrivals, it undeniably brought the Fixing market to its zenith. Countless cultivators, believing they possessed 2 treasures worthy of entry into the sect, rushed to register. The commotion eventually subsided. Chen Changsheng then led the young women back to their small courtyard. To them, the Immortal Sect was not an immediate concern, especially for Chen Changsheng, who had once departed from the sect. Even if he were to return, it would not be at this moment. Although he had attained the status of a second-tier advanced alchemist, his cultivation level still left much to be desired. Elevating his cultivation was paramount. Half a year swiftly passed. Today marked the moment of Chen Changsheng's breakthrough in cultivation. After 6 months of arduous effort, he finally reached the critical threshold. Upon consuming a pill, his cultivation surged to new heights, achieving the 8th layer of qi refinement. An overwhelming joy filled his heart in an instant. Of course, he had not been idle during this half year. His growth extended beyond mere cultivation. Opening his attribute panel, he marveled at the significant changes in various attributes, filled with excitement. Host, Chen Changsheng. Realm, early stage of qi refinement 8th layer, experience points, 32, 520, 000. Physique, 9, strength, 9, agility, 2, soul, 1, 423. Alchemist, second tier high-grade alchemist, experience points, 85, 602, 000. Artificer, second tier mid-grade, experience points, 25, 635, 000. Main cultivation technique, Great Qingmu technique, second tier intermediate technique, experience points, 2, 135, 000. Auxiliary technique, Little Joy technique, second tier high-grade technique, experience points, 32, 561, 000. Soul technique, Great Yin refining spirit method, third tier technique, incomplete. Only applicable to qi refinement realm, experience points, 852, 410, 000. Flame secret technique, Lihua method, second tier high grade, 41, 235, 000. Spiritual root, 5 element waste spiritual root, gold, 100, wood, 100, water, 30, fire, 100,
Earth, 60. Guingxia. Affection level, 130, life and death together. Bonus, 5. Realm, early stage of Qi refinement second layer. Each training session grants 32 points of alchemy experience. Gulinger. Affection level, 120, flying together. Bonus, 5. Realm, peak of Qi refinement first layer. Each training session grants 22 points of experience. Wanling. Affinity, 100, bonus, 5. Peak of Qi refinement, third layer. Gains 2 points of refining experience each time. Lu Linglong. Affinity, 110, deep affection. Bonus, 5. Mid-stage of Qi refinement. Third layer. Provides 12 with spiritual roots each time. Qin Huayu. Cultivation affinity, 90. Bonus, 4. Peak of Qi refinement, ninth layer. Each time, gains attribute points. 001 cultivation breakthrough. Various statistics have shown different degrees of enhancement. Among the waste spiritual roots, 3 types have reached a purity of 100, with only the water and earth spiritual roots remaining. The next step will involve the mixed spiritual roots. It remains uncertain whether this will result in a 5-element mixed spiritual root or reduce to a 4-element mixed spiritual root. Yet Chen Changsheng favors the completeness of all 5 elements. As the cultivation breakthrough occurred, he discovered that the 4 women were still in seclusion. Chen Changsheng then departed from the small courtyard, intending to seek out Qin Huayu for a celebration, only to find himself at a loss. He turned back, preparing to return. The market at present was, as Yang Zhuan had previously surmised, rife with chaos. The market expansion was bustling with activity. The Tai Immortal sect's establishment was not merely for recruiting disciples. It also handled the transactions of treasures that their disciples needed to manage. The long-anticipated competition between the Blood River Demon sect and the Tai Immortal sect had yet to commence. Yet disciples from the Blood River Demon sect had appeared within the borders of Zhao. This development had emboldened the evil cultivators residing near the borders of the 3 kingdoms to once again enter Zhao without restraint. With Chen Changsheng's soul growth, he frequently encountered numerous cultivators exuding a strong scent of blood. In the perilous realm of cultivation, such a scent is not uncommon. However, within the 3 major immortal sects or among rogue cultivators, it is generally rare, as the evil cultivators tend to engage in far more conflicts. Consequently, the original escort team was expanded threefold. To join the escort team, one must attain the later stages of Qi refinement, with monthly benefits of 500 spirit stones. In addition to the right to reside in the market, attracting many participants. Initially composed of 5 members, the escort team grew to 20. Upon returning to the small courtyard, Chen Changsheng immediately sensed a powerful aura emanating from Gulinger's training room. Gulinger had reached the peak of the first layer of Qi refinement. Despite the assistance of numerous medicinal pills, her inferior spiritual roots had only allowed her to break through to the second layer of Qi refinement. Today was indeed a day of surprises. Chen Changsheng felt Gulinger had completed her breakthrough before entering the room. Upon seeing Chen Changsheng's arrival, Gulinger leaped toward him like a sprite. "Husband, look, I have broken through to the early stage of the second layer of Qi refinement." "Indeed," Chen Changsheng replied with a smile. "My wife, Chen Changsheng, is undoubtedly remarkable. To celebrate your breakthrough, I shall reward you properly." Gulinger giggled. "What kind of reward do you have in mind, my husband?" "Naturally, it is to reward you with a day of not getting out of bed." Chen Changsheng swiftly lifted Gulinger into his arms and strode toward the room. "Husband, you are so naughty, always teasing me," Gulinger said bashfully. "However, my lord, my sister and the others are not here tonight." Chen Changsheng laughed heartily, saying, "Tonight, I belong only to you." Chapter 58. Would you care to join the immortal sect? Practicing with Gulinger grants 22 points of cultivation experience. Affection level, 120, soaring together. Bonus, 5, soul technique. Great transformation refining method, 3rd tier technique, incomplete. Only suitable for Qi refinement stage, experience points, 863410000. As he gazed at Gulinger, who lay weakly in his embrace, Chen Changsheng felt a pang of heartache. With a tone full of remorse, he said, "My dear, I am sorry. I was too rough just now." Gulinger shook her head and replied, "My lord, it is I who has failed. I have not been able to give you my all. When my sisters emerge from their seclusion, I will surely make it up to you." "All right," Chen Changsheng smiled. "Come, you are weary. Rest well." Gulinger closed her eyes. Yet at that moment, Chen Changsheng found himself unable to sleep, preoccupied with contemplating his future. Fortunately, he possessed a golden finger that had granted him extraordinary alchemical skills. However, as his cultivation advanced, the efficacy of the pills he crafted diminished, and the disadvantages of his spiritual roots became increasingly apparent. Whether it be the foundation pill, the treasure spirit pill, or the cloud spirit pill, each only provided a mere 50 points of experience.
while the marrow-cleansing pill offered only 200 points. The Sanyang pill was even worse, yielding a mere 20 points of cultivation experience. It was imperative that he acquire new pill formulas. The Wanbao Pavilion was also assisting in this endeavor. The reason he continued to run his small shop was to pursue this goal. First-tier formulas were manageable, but second-tier formulas were only obtainable through exchanges with Foundation Establishment cultivators or disciples of the immortal sections. Recently, many Foundation Establishment cultivators and disciples had arrived in the market. Yet most of the formulas they possessed were first-tier, which had allowed him to break through to the early stage of the 8th layer of Qi refinement. As for first-tier formulas, what he truly desired were second-tier formulas. With the aid of his golden finger, Chen Changsheng discovered that consuming second-tier formulas could indeed enhance his spiritual roots, albeit slightly. Nonetheless, any improvement was better than none. A particular second-tier formula could enhance the spiritual root by approximately 1 point. Beyond the enhancement of cultivation, there were safety concerns as well. Although the Flying Star market was under the protection of the Peak Foundation Establishment cultivator, Pang Feishing, it was not devoid of danger, especially with the presence of the immortal sect disciples, whose Yuaniing ancestors and numerous Jindan experts overshadowed a mere loose cultivator like him. Particularly concerning was the potential exposure of his identity as a second-tier alchemist. While many held him in respect, an even greater number regarded him with greedy eyes. With no means of immediate cultivation improvement, Chen Changsheng found himself uncertain about the future until he received a summons from Pang Feishing, leading him to the Lord's residence. Pang Feishing directly inquired, "Are you worried for your safety lately?" Chen Changsheng smiled wryly and nodded. Pang Feishing remarked, "Why? Do you doubt my ability to protect you?" Chen Changsheng shook his head, saying, "It is not that. Rather, it is that while an open blade is easy to evade, a hidden arrow is hard to guard against." Pang Feishing sighed, "I understand your concerns. Although I stand at the pinnacle of the Foundation Establishment stage, I ultimately lack substantial connections. Your esteemed identity as a second-tier advanced alchemist commands considerable respect, yet it also incites the avarice of many. Were you merely a Foundation Establishment cultivator, it would suffice. However, you are only at the 8th level of Qi refinement. If I recall correctly, you were once a servant disciple of the Tai sect, am I right?" Pang Feishing inquired. Chen Changsheng nodded and replied, "That was indeed the case, though I departed from the sect several years ago. Moreover, as a servant disciple, one does not truly count as a disciple of the sect." "That is sufficient," Pang Feishing stated. "Come, I shall introduce you to someone." Chen Changsheng did not question this, for he trusted that Pang Feishing would not lead him astray. They left the workshop and made their way directly to the entrance of the outer sect of the Tai sect. Chen Changsheng had only visited this entrance when he first arrived. This was his inaugural return. At this moment, he finally learned the name of the Hall's leader, Ding Xiao. Over 150 years old, he was at the mid-stage of Foundation Establishment. Given that those at the Foundation Establishment stage could live to 200 years, it was unlikely he would ever reach the Golden Core realm. He had not sought to leave the sect to establish a cultivation family. Instead, he had voluntarily requested to depart the sect and was now stationed in Fixing Market. Ding Xiao was quite pleased with Chen Changsheng's arrival. "Greetings, senior." Chen Changsheng promptly offered his respects. Ding Xiao immediately assisted him, saying, "Do not be so formal, Chen Daoyu. Although your cultivation is merely at the 8th level of Qi refinement, you are a second-tier advanced alchemist, which places you in a far superior position within our sect compared to my mid-stage Foundation Establishment. I had heard that you also hail from the Tai sect." Ding Xiao continued. Chen Changsheng chuckled softly. "I wouldn't say I hail from it. I was fortunate enough to cultivate within the sect for over 40 years, but alas, my talents were lacking, relegating me to a mere servant disciple. Sigh, I devoted myself entirely to cultivation, yet several years ago, realizing I had no hope of advancement within the sect and feeling the weight of my years, I chose to leave and prepare for marriage and family. It was only then that I began to explore alchemy, and to my surprise, I discovered a remarkable talent for it, having squandered over 40 years. Ding Xiao lamented. "This is indeed a shortcoming of our sect. Who could have foreseen your ancient bloodline gifted in alchemy? Had we known, you might have already succeeded in your Foundation Establishment. Yet, it is not too late to make amends. Might I inquire if you would consider returning to the sect?" This, Chen Changsheng hesitated. Ding Xiao frowned and asked, "Are you unwilling?" Chen Changsheng replied, "Were it in the past, I would have gladly accepted. However, now that I am married with children, what would become of my family if I returned to the sect?" "Ha ha ha," Ding Xiao laughed heartily. "That's simple. You can join the sect, not as a core disciple, but as a steward, and you can even request to be stationed externally, just as I have, returning to Feixing Market. Is it truly possible?" Chen Changsheng was quite astonished. "What say you? Would you be willing to join the sect?" Ding Xiao asked once more. "Yes," Chen Changsheng responded. He had contemplated returning to the sect. Yet he was acutely aware of the implications for his wives. His path to advancement was intrinsically tied to marriage. The sect's rules were stringent. He could enter, but his wives could not accompany him. Of course, he could contribute second-tier treasures. However, entering as a mere servant disciple entails endless menial tasks, leaving no time for cultivation and no freedom. He cannot bear to see his wife subjected to such burdens. Ding Xiu's approach resolves all issues. Ding Xiu nodded and said, "Very well, but to formally join the immortal sect, my word alone is insufficient. I fear you will need to undergo an assessment at the sect." "That is not a problem," Chen Changsheng replied, fully aware of the rules. Ding Xiu continued, "Then you must wait, my friend. I will report your situation to the sect, obtain their approval, and then bring you for the assessment to become a steward of the immortal sect." "Thank you, my friend," Chen Changsheng responded gratefully. Upon leaving the sect's entrance, Pang Feishing inquired, "Do you know why I wish for you to join the immortal sect?" Chapter 59. Journey to the immortal sect. Chen Changsheng replied, "Sister, you wish for me to join the sect to gain the status of a disciple, thereby dissuading those who harbor malicious intentions against me." Pang Feishing smiled wryly. "I have always envisioned establishing Feishing Square into a city and founding my own family. However, your arrival has accelerated its development amidst turbulent times, particularly following the fall of the Grand Elder of the Tai Immortal Sect and the ensuing power struggles among the other elders. The Blood River Demon Sect also seeks to take advantage of the chaos. Although I have reached the pinnacle of foundation establishment, it is still challenging to protect you. Unless you enter the sect and acquire the status of a disciple, those who wish to harm you may think twice. If only I could reach the Golden Core realm, all would be resolved." Chen Changsheng gritted his teeth and declared, "Then let us break through to the Golden Core realm." Pang Feishing shook her head. "Achieving the Golden Core is no simple feat, especially since I have only just reached the pinnacle of foundation establishment." Chen Changsheng replied, "Others may falter, but they lack my assistance. Sister, if you trust me, I will surely help you become a Golden Core master." Pang Feishing looked at Chen Changsheng in surprise, moved by his confidence and determination. Chen Changsheng added, "However, I will need your help in seeking out alchemical formulas and spiritual herbs." "All right," Pang Feishing agreed wholeheartedly. Upon returning to the courtyard, the other women had also emerged from their seclusion, including Qin Huayu. Chen Changsheng shared the news with them about becoming a steward of the immortal sect and being able to return to Feishing Square. Gu Linger's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Husband, does this mean you can wield the authority of the sect?" Conversely, Gu Yingxia expressed her guilt. "Husband, it is we who have burdened you. Otherwise, you could have entered the sect as a core disciple instead of choosing to become a steward." "Husband," the other women realized the significance of the core disciple status, which far surpasses that of an outer sect steward. "I'm sorry, husband." Chen Changsheng opened his arms and embraced the women, saying, "What are you all thinking? With you by my side, I have all I need. I would choose you over the position of core disciple any day, even if I had to choose between becoming an elder and being with you." "Husband, you are truly wonderful," the women exclaimed, deeply moved. The outer sect steward position, at its highest, is only equivalent to that of an outer sect elder, and in terms of future prospects and resources gained, it pales in comparison to a core disciple or an elder of the sect. What truly astonished Chen Changsheng was the unexpected elevation of the affections from several women towards him. Gu Yingxia, affinity level 140, life and death together. Bonus 5, realm, early stage of qi refinement, second layer, gains 32 points of alchemy experience per cultivation session. Gu Linger, affinity level 130, sincere and true affection. Bonus 5, realm, early stage of qi refinement, second layer, gains 32 points of experience per cultivation session. Ruanling, affinity level 110, genuine feelings. Bonus 5, realm, pinnacle of qi refinement, third layer, increases 12 points of artifact refining experience each time. Lu Linglong, affinity level 120, soaring together. Bonus 5, realm, mid-stage of qi refinement, third layer, provides 22 points of wood spiritual root per session. Qin Huayu, cultivation affinity level 100, bonus 5, realm, pinnacle of qi refinement, ninth layer, gains 001 attribute points per session. All affinities have risen. Notably, his connection with Gu Yingxia has reached 140, yet her attributes remain unchanged, still embodying the notion of life and death together, with the alchemy experience remaining constant. Conversely, Gu Linger has advanced to 32 points of cultivation level experience, with a 5-point bonus, yielding 160 points of experience per session. Ruanling's affection has also risen to 110, Lu Linglong to 120, and Qin Huayu to 100. Achieving an affinity of 100 signifies a theoretical maximum, an unwavering loyalty that would endure even to the point of death without complaint. This is indeed a double blessing, presenting him with the hope of becoming a steward of the outer sect while simultaneously advancing his relationships with these women. In the following days, Chen Changsheng devoted quality time to the women. Becoming a steward of the outer sect necessitated his departure. This journey could last anywhere from 3 days to half a month. Since being with the women, he had never been apart for more than a day. When he resided in Linen City, Guing Xiao would always wait for him to return, regardless of how late it was. Time passed swiftly, and on the 3rd day, he received notification. Ding Xiao would arrange for him to proceed to the Tai Immortal Gate, accompanied by 2 cultivators who had contributed second-tier treasures, one at the 8th layer of Qi refinement and the other at the 9th, both possessing mixed spiritual roots of 4 types. Ding Xiao would personally lead the expedition. The day of departure arrived quickly. Chen Changsheng spent a tender night with the women before heading to the outer sects hall to meet up with the others and embark on their journey. At the moment Chen Changsheng was leaving the market, Pang Feixing inquired, "Has he departed?" Pang Feiyun asked, "Sister, are you concerned about them?" Pang Feixing replied curtly, "Do you think I am at ease? He is crucial to our hopes of attaining the Golden Core Realm," Pang Feiyun remarked. "Then why allow him to return to the Tai Immortal Gate?" Pang Feixing sighed. "Had I the means to protect him, I would not have resorted to such desperate measures. Although I am a Pinnacle Foundation establishment cultivator, if news of his ancient bloodline talent in alchemy were to spread, it would be akin to an ordinary person in a bustling market holding gold. Everyone would desire to possess him, seeking to control him for their own ends. If one were to join the Tai Immortal sect, at the very least, those with ulterior motives would reconsider their actions. Although the current state of the sect is tumultuous, I believe this disarray cannot persist for long." Pang Feiyun remarked, "Sister, what if I follow them to ensure their safety on their journey to the Tai Immortal sect? I have a nagging feeling that there's a sinister force lurking around the market, and should they encounter such individuals?" "Very well, let's proceed." Pang Feixing contemplated briefly before nodding in agreement. Without delay, Pang Feiyun swiftly departed from the market to follow suit. However, unbeknownst to them, their suspicions were entirely accurate. Just as Chen Changsheng exited the market, a communication talisman soared into the sky. Feixing Market is not exceedingly far from the Tai Immortal sect, approximately 1,000 kilometers away. Traveling by flying vessel would take just over a day, assuming it is of the 2nd-tier spirit artifact grade. Should it be a 3rd-tier treasure, 1 or 2 hours would suffice. The Tai Immortal sect is nestled within the Ziyun mountain range, encompassing several mountains, and is enveloped by a colossal array. The entire sect is entwined with 9 major spirit veins and 81 medium spirit veins, resulting in an abundance of spiritual energy, equivalent to 9 Tianxiu cities and 81 Feixing markets. The sect towers into the clouds, a veritable realm of immortals. As the distance to the Tai Immortal sect diminished, Chen Changsheng was increasingly filled with emotion. He had been part of the sect for over 40 years, yet due to his inadequate aptitude, he had spent those decades as a menial worker. Having left the sect for less than 4 years, he was now returning to assume the role of an outer sect steward. Although this did not equate to a grand homecoming, it could certainly be regarded as a return to his roots. Chapter 60. Murong Tian Ding Xiu pointed towards a distant, vaguely discernible celestial mountain, saying, "Do you see that highest peak ahead? That is the Tai Immortal sect, and in just an hour, we shall enter its gates. From that moment onward, you will become a part of the Tai Immortal sect." He continued, "Of course, you two will only be able to serve as menial disciples. With your current cultivation, you should be able to pass the assessment and become outer sect disciples. Thereafter your aspirations will soar as high as your ambitions allow." Throughout the journey, Chen Changsheng had learned the names of the 2 individuals accompanying him. Both were loose cultivators, one named Huang Chao and the other Lin Xian. He expressed his gratitude to Ding Xiu, saying, "Thank you, esteemed sir." Ding Xiu replied with a smile, "If you wish to express your gratitude, do so for your ability to present 2nd-tier treasures." He then turned to Chen Changsheng, saying, "My friend, there is no need for concern. As a high-ranking 2nd-tier alchemist, your ascension to the position of outer sect steward poses no issues. While your resources may not match those of core disciples, you will have the backing of the Tai Immortal sect. Even amidst the rampant evil cultivators and the hidden disciples of the Blood River Demon sect, they would not dare to harm you. To do so would mean declaring enmity against the Tai Immortal sect, a realm where they would think twice before acting." Just as Ding Xiu finished speaking, the flying vessel suddenly jolted violently, as if it had collided with something. A crack appeared in the vessel's defensive array. "This is not good. We are under attack." Ding Xiu reacted instantly, calling, "Come to my side." At that moment, a figure took the lead, soaring from the flying vessel, standing aloft with a flying sword hovering above his head. "I am Ding Xiu, an outer sect steward of the Tai Immortal sect. I am unaware of which fellow deist has obstructed our path, but I kindly request you to allow us passage. The Tai Immortal sect cannot intimidate me." The void trembled as a figure emerged from the ether. A young man, appearing to be in his 20s, stepped forth, clad in a flowing black robe, with his hands clasped behind his back, emanating an intense aura of bloodlust. Fear not, I am not here for you, Ding Xiao, the man in black snorted coldly. Ding Xiao furrowed his brow, recognizing him as a member of the Blood River Demon sect. You possess some discernment, the black-robed man replied. I am Yurong Tian, a core disciple of the Blood River Demon sect, and I have awaited this moment for quite some time. What is your intent? Ding Xiao inquired. I merely wish to take one person, Chen Changsheng of the Flying Star Market. Hand him over, and I shall leave at once. Otherwise, you shall all meet your demise. Yurong Tian declared. Ding Xiao scoffed. Yurong Tian, you must ponder this carefully. We are within the dominion of the Tai immortal sect, and we are but 100 miles from our stronghold. Do you truly intend to act against us? Chen Changsheng is on the verge of becoming an outer sect steward of the Tai immortal sect. Capturing him would mean declaring enmity with the entire sect. Ha! And what of it? Yurong Tian laughed heartily. Moreover, though Chen Changsheng was once a mere servant disciple of your sect, he has since severed ties with you. As of now, he is not an outer sect steward. Therefore, he bears no connection to the Tai immortal sect. Your sect has squandered over 40 years without even discovering an ancient bloodline bearer. Such a sect is hardly worth joining. Huang Chao and Lin Xian exchanged glances. Their hearts filled with astonishment. The rumors were indeed true. They had long heard of a second-tier alchemist emerging from the Flying Star Market, one who possessed the ancient bloodline of alchemical talent. Ding Xiao's unusual courtesy towards Chen Changsheng along their journey had sparked their suspicions. With Yurong Tian's revelation, their shock was profound. Chen Changsheng stepped forward, saying, There is no need for you to concern yourself with this matter. Besides, it was my own fault for being a mere servant disciple and not studying alchemy, leading to my bloodline remaining dormant. I cannot hold the Tai immortal sect accountable. You are Chen Changsheng, Yurong Tian observed, scrutinizing him from head to toe. Indeed, I am Chen Changsheng, he affirmed. Would you be willing to join my Blood River Demon sect? Yurong Tian inquired. Your qualifications may be lacking, but we possess secret methods to usurp other spiritual roots. With an ancient bloodline, cultivating our demonic practices will yield remarkable results. Do not think it impossible to reach the foundation establishment stage, or even ascend to the golden core or nascent soul realms. In the Tai immortal sect, even being prioritized for training. Achieving foundation establishment would be a monumental stroke of luck. Yurong Tian's statement held truth. The Blood River Demon sect draws power from blood, consuming it to enhance itself. They can extract the talents of others from their blood, purify spiritual roots, and elevate the density of their bloodlines. Moreover, they can siphon a portion of the opponent's power. It is no wonder the Blood River Demon sect is hailed as the foremost demonic sect of the Yu Kingdom. The state of Zhao and the state of Wei are in close proximity. It is only through the combined strength of Zhao and Wei that they can contend with the formidable three major demonic sects of Yu. This illustrates the formidable prowess of the Blood River sect. Ding Xiao's expression changed drastically as he hastily cautioned, Friend Chen, you must not, under any circumstances, join the Blood River sect. Its malevolence is beyond measure, intolerable by Heaven's principles. Chen Changsheng nodded affirmatively. Rest assured, Ding Daoist, I am well aware of that. He then directed his words toward Yurong Tian. It seems your invitation to join the Blood River sect is a facade, while your true intention is to extract the ancient bloodline within me. Such a simplistic ruse. Do you think I would be so easily deceived? Yurong Tian snickered derisively. Indeed. My intention is to siphon the ancient bloodline from within you. Since I cannot fool you, I shall have to take matters into my own hands. The ancient bloodline. A once-in-a-century opportunity. If I, Yurong Tian, were to obtain it, my path would not end at the golden core stage, but I could ascend to the realm of the nascent soul. Fortunately, I came to the Tai immortal sect and visited the flickering market. Otherwise, I would have remained unaware of your existence as a bearer of the ancient bloodline. Ding Xiao roared in fury. Yurong Tian, do you dare to make a move? Yurong Tian coldly retorted. Ding Xiao, I advise you one last time. Hand over Chen Changsheng, or I shall kill you alongside him. Ding Xiao replied. We are less than 100 miles from the Tai immortal sect. Do you not fear alarming the sect by acting here? Yurong Tian scoffed. And what of it? One strike is sufficient to deal with you wretches. Even if the Tai immortal sect learns of it, they will not arrive in time. Therefore, you may as well perish. With a swift motion, Yurong Tian produced a blood-red demonic blade. This is bad. That is the Blood River Demon Blade. Quick, evade. Ding Xiao waved his hands, enveloping Chen Changsheng, Huang Chao, and Lin Xian in a powerful surge of magical energy, retreating frantically. Yurong Tian chuckled sinisterly and immediately pursued. Think you can escape? Ding Xiao. Prepare to die. His figure transformed into a blood shadow, rapidly closing in. The Blood Shadow Technique. Who exactly is Murong Tian? Ding Xiao was on the verge of madness. Chapter 61. Ancient Bloodline. The Blood River sect boasts 7 major demonic techniques, including the Blood River Demon Blade and the Blood Shadow Technique. While others can dominate the Blood River sect by mastering a single technique, Murong Tian has perfected 2. The Blood Shadow Technique allows one to manifest a blood shadow for both offense and defense, serving as an unparalleled method for pursuit and escape. Manifesting as a blood shadow. One can drain an opponent's blood instantaneously while being able to evade most magical attacks with astonishing speed. In an instant, Murong Tian was upon them. Ding Xiao, filled with urgency, realized that there was no escaping with the 3 of them in tow. Gritting his teeth, he hurled Chen Changsheng, Huang Chao, and Lin Xian away, shouting, "Flee towards the immortal sect. Whether you can escape is left to fate. Kill." He then commanded his flying sword to strike at Murong Tian. The flying sword surged toward the blood shadow, poised to strike. Just as it was about to connect, the blood shadow slipped away like an elusive loach, evading the attack and lunging toward Ding Xiao. "Since you seek death, I shall oblige." A sinister laugh escaped Ding Xiao's lips as he realized he had missed his mark, sending him into a state of sheer terror. Upon encountering Murong Tian, a sense of impending crisis enveloped him. Although he was merely at the mid-stage of foundation establishment, Murong Tian had already reached the late stage. Most significantly, he was not adept at combat. He was acutely aware that he was no match for his opponent and merely hoped to withstand a blow or 2. However, he found himself unable to endure even a single strike, staring death in the face. Suddenly, a sound pierced the air. "Do not panic, fellow Taoist Ding. I am here to aid you." A long spear instantly traversed the void, appearing before the blood shadow that Murong Tian had transformed into. A figure swiftly followed, and it was none other than the escort, Pang Feiyun. Murong Tian sneered, "Another one has arrived. I shall dispose of you both together." The blood shadow split, dividing into 9, each rushing towards Ding Xiao from different directions, effectively rendering the long spear without a target. Though it appeared as 9 blood shadows, only one was real, while the other 8 were illusions. Pang Feiyun coldly remarked, "9 blood shadows? Then I shall annihilate them all." The spears suddenly morphed into a fiery dragon, roaring as it swept forward with flames billowing from its tail, charging towards the 9 blood shadows. With a thunderous crash, the fire dragon collided with the blood shadows, momentarily halting their assault. They abandoned their attack on Ding Xiao and turned to confront the fire dragon. An explosion resonated as the fire dragon dissipated, reverting back into a long spear, while the blood shadow returned to its original form of Murong Tian. Murong Tian frowned at Pang Feiyun and said, "Pang Feiyun, do you dare meddle in my affairs? Seeking death, are we?" Pang Feiyun replied, "This is no trivial matter. My Zhao country's 3 great sects have issued a mission. Anyone who slays a disciple of the Blood River Demon sect shall receive substantial rewards. Killing a late-stage foundation establishment cultivator can yield at least a 2nd-tier high-grade treasure, and you, Murong Tian, as a disciple of the Blood River Demon sect's leader, would grant a 2nd-tier supreme treasure upon your demise." "Ha ha," Murong Tian mocked. "Knowing my identity, you still wish to kill me? Do you truly believe you are capable?" Pang Feiyun retorted with a cold snort. "Whether we can succeed will be revealed through combat. Fellow Taoist Ding, let us strike together and slay him, splitting the rewards." "Agreed." Ding Xiao immediately unleashed astonishing combat prowess. The 2 joined forces, with Pang Feiyun being a late-stage foundation establishment cultivator, who said they could not contend. Furthermore, they were less than 100 miles from the Tai immortal sect. Their battle would undoubtedly attract attention from the sect. Even if they could not kill him, stalling him would still yield rewards. The Blood River Demon sect had entered the Yu Kingdom with overt intentions, promising a competition that had yet to commence, which had long since ignited the ire of the Tai immortal sect's higher-ups. Now, with them attacking my sect's disciples, this presented an opportunity to exploit their oversight. What harm would there be in eliminating you, Murong Tian? Should you perish, you would have no grounds to cause a commotion. In the face of the combined assault from Pang Feiyun and Ding Xiao, Murong Tian exhibited no fear. Instead, he erupted into a maniacal laughter. "Do you comprehend why I have become a disciple of the demon sect's leader? You too think you can kill me? If you dare obstruct my acquisition of ancient bloodlines, I shall eliminate you both first." Not far away, Chen Changsheng, who had initially intended to flee, felt a wave of frustration. He had falsely claimed to possess an ancient bloodline, and now trouble had ensued. "I fear that the Blood River Demon sect, relentless in its pursuit, longs to devour its own lineage. Nangong Pang Feishing is determined to find a way into the immortal gate, even if it means becoming an outer sect steward. This is a means of seeking refuge for himself." They dismissed the so-called evil cultivators, yet she now realizes that the true terror lies within the Blood River Demon sect. Even within the confines of the Tai Immortal Gate, the disciples of this demonic sect are nothing short of lunatics. In their quest to obtain the elusive ancient bloodline, they would resort to any atrocity. He has merely reached the 8th layer of Qi refinement and has already ascended to a 2nd-tier advanced alchemist. There is no need to invoke the ancient bloodline for an explanation. Should he claim to possess a golden finger, suggesting that marrying could grant him strength and invincibility, it would only draw the ire of the entire cultivation world, eager to capture him for severe interrogation and soul extraction. Murong Tian's assault was unleashed in an instant. The blood shadow demon technique was once again employed, transforming into a mass of blood shadow that lunged toward Pang Fixing and Ding Xiao. Chen Changsheng, who had initially planned to flee, suddenly turned back, clutching an explosive pill, ready to seize an opportunity. The sight of Chen Changsheng returning startled the terrified Pang Fixing and Ding Xiao. Ding Xiao shouted, "Chun, hurry and escape. We cannot hinder Murong Tian. His target is you. Once you reach the Tai Immortal Gate, you will be safe." Pang Fixing echoed, "Brother Chen, why do you return?" Chen Changsheng gritted his teeth and replied, "Naturally. I intend to witness you vanquish Murong Tian. Where else can I flee? With Murong Tian's formidable power, even if I escape this time, how could I evade him a second time? Rather than ultimately being captured and drained of my blood, I would prefer to end it here. Brothers, I trust you can hold Murong Tian long enough for reinforcements from the Immortal Gate to arrive and eliminate him." Pang Fixing and Ding Xiao were beside themselves with urgency. Yet Murong Tian cackled with delight. "Well said. You wish to kill me? Do you believe these two useless fools can accomplish that? The ancient bloodline within you will surely be mine. Once I slay them, I shall feast upon your ancient bloodline. Die." With that, Murong Tian unleashed his full power alongside the Blood River Demon Blade, transforming into a colossal blood-colored tiger that charged at the two men. Pang Fixing and Ding Xiao dared not underestimate the threat. Each summoned their most potent spells to strike at the blood-colored beast. In the face of their onslaught, the blood-colored tiger neither dodged nor flinched, but instead opened its gaping maw wide, consuming their attacks in one gulp and even letting out a satisfied belch. How delightful! Such feeble assaults barely even tickle me. Chapter 62. The power of the explosive pill. Pang Fixing and Ding Xiao were completely taken aback. Their understanding of Murong Tian's power deepened once more. He was indeed worthy of being the disciple of a sect leader. It is worth noting that when their attacks met an ordinary cultivator at the late Foundation establishment stage, they would have no chance to react before Murong Tian launched yet another assault. The blood-colored tiger, akin to a reaper rising from hell, began to harvest the lives of the two men. Pang Fixing and Ding Xiao dared not relent, employing every means at their disposal, battling while retreating. However, he was thoroughly deciphered by Murong Tian. Aware of the necessity for swift resolution, Murong Tian unleashed the blood shadow demon art, devouring everything in its path, obliterating the attacks of both opponents in an instant, leaving them no opportunity to retaliate. As Murong Tian prepared to engulf their attacks once more, he was poised to pounce upon them. Should he succeed, it would be akin to a relentless parasite, ensnaring them and draining their lifeblood. The blood shadow demon art was vulnerable to fire. "Cursed be my fate for not having cultivated a flame-based secret technique," lamented Pang Fixing. "If I survive this ordeal, I shall certainly pursue a fire-based secret art upon my return." Pang Fixing's words served as a crucial reminder for Chen Changsheng. The reason he had not retreated was due to his intention to utilize the explosive pills. The pills, inherently fiery in nature, could potentially be of great use given his limited cultivation. Chen Changsheng quickly devised a plan, shouting, "Daoist Ding, brother, I am here to assist you." He hurled the explosive pills forward. Murong Tian, dismissive of Chen Changsheng's attack, scoffed, "You think you can harm me with such feeble efforts?" Initially intending to dispose of these two worthless foes before turning his attention to Chen Changsheng, he welcomed the challenge. The blood-red giant tiger that embodied Murong Tian grinned wickedly and opened its gaping maw to consume the explosive pills, perceiving them as mere trinkets the size of a pinky finger. With a resounding boom, the pills detonated upon entering his body. To combat Murong Tian, Chen Changsheng had employed 10 explosive pills. The violent explosion reverberated throughout the void, causing the blood-red giant tiger to lose its form and collapse, reverting to its original state. Akin to a straw figure plummeting from the sky, it crashed forcefully to the ground, creating a deep crater, blood staining its body, with a gaping hole in its chest. The creature glared at Chen Changsheng with a twisted visage, roaring, "What have you done to me?" Chen Changsheng smiled and replied, "Ancient medicinal pill, explosive pill. Each detonation rivals a strike from a late-stage Foundation establishment practitioner. I never imagined that even after using 10 of these explosive pills, I could not obliterate you. Truly, you are a disciple of the Blood River Demon sect. Pang Feishing and Ding Xiu exchanged glances, astonished at the existence of such explosive pills. Ding Xiu was encountering this knowledge for the first time, while Pang Feishing had been aware of their existence and possessed several. Yet this was the first time he comprehended their formidable power. Murong Tian trembled with rage, bellowing, "I will kill you." As he leapt into action, Pang Feishing and Ding Xiu were taken aback and hurried to intervene. However, Murong Tian did not attack Chen Changsheng. Instead, he turned and fled into the distance. Not good. He intends to escape. Pang Feishing was the first to react, grasping his spear and immediately pursuing him. Despite being grievously injured, the 10 explosive pills, while failing to annihilate him, had brought him to the precipice of death, and even the astonishing speed of the Blood Shadow Demon art could not save him now. At this moment, faced with the relentless pursuit of Pang Feishing, he was swiftly caught up. The long spear pierced through his body, pinning him to the ground. After a desperate struggle, he succumbed to death on the spot. Gone. As they beheld the lifeless form of Murong Tian, a collective sigh of relief washed over everyone. Pang Feishing hurried to Murong Tian's side and began to search him, retrieving a storage bag which he tucked away. Meanwhile, the Blood River Demon blade lay nearby, marred by numerous cracks, ready to shatter at the slightest touch. What a formidable explosive pill! Pang Feishing gasped, his resolve firming. Upon his return, he vowed to request Chen Tian to concoct a batch of explosive pills for him. With such pills at his disposal, should he encounter a powerful adversary, one would not suffice. He would unleash 10 at once. Pang Feishing approached Chen Changsheng and tossed the recently acquired storage bag from Murong Tian toward him. Chen Changsheng paused, bewildered. "Brother, what is this?" Pang Feishing replied, "To be precise, Murong Tian was slain by you. Thus the spoils rightfully belong to you." "Well then." Chen Changsheng hesitated for a moment before accepting it. "Thank you, brother." Pang Feishing smiled. "If you truly wish to show your gratitude, upon your return, assist me in crafting some explosive pills." "Certainly," Chen Changsheng replied with a grin, "but you'll need to gather the materials yourself." "That is no trouble," Pang Feishing declared grandly. Ding Xiu approached, saying, "Friend Chen, might I request your assistance in crafting some explosive pills as well?" Chen Changsheng nodded. "Like brother, you must prepare the materials. Once we return from the Immortal Gate, I will provide you with a list of what is needed." "Thank you, friend Chen," Ding Xiu said eagerly. He had witnessed the explosive pills' power firsthand, and possessing them would significantly enhance his strength. At that moment, a formidable aura surged from the distance. Accompanied by Huang Chao and Lin Xian, a golden core expert, the three immediately recognized the identity of the newcomer and bowed respectfully. Ding Xiu of the Immortal Gate's outer sect pays respects to the elder. Pang Feishing of Feishing Square pays respects to the elder. Chen Changsheng of Feishing Square pays respects to the elder. The newcomer, appearing to be in his 40s and clad in a gray robe, surveyed the surroundings and inquired, "Where are the disciples of the Blood River Demon sect? Have they fled?" "No," Ding Xiu replied. "Elder Murong Tian of the Blood River Demon sect is dead." "Dead?" The Golden Core elder exclaimed. "You say he is named Murong Tian, a direct disciple of the Blood River Demon sect's sect master, a dark spiritual root bearer, and one of the 3 foundational disciples preparing to compete against our Tai Immortal Gate? You have slain him, or is there another?" Ding Xiu pointed to the corpse on the ground. "Elder, please observe. This is the body of Murong Tian, along with the shattered Blood River Demon blade." The Golden Core elder approached the body, extending his hand into the void. A powerful magical force enveloped Murong Tian's remains, and a ghostly blue light was drawn from his corpse, subsequently absorbed by the elder. "Excellent. I never anticipated you could slay Murong Tian. Ha ha ha. A great achievement indeed. You shall be richly rewarded upon returning to the sect. Ding Xiu, you truly embody the prowess of our Immortal Gate disciples." Ding Xiu, filled with remorse, spoke. "Elder, the ability to vanquish Murong Tian this time is largely due to the efforts of my esteemed friend, Chen Changsheng. Without him, we might have perished at Murong Tian's hands." Chapter 63. The Rejection of the Golden Core Master. The Golden Core elder gazed at Chen Changsheng in astonishment. "It was you who dispatched Murong Tian?" Chen Changsheng shook his head. "It was merely a stroke of luck. I inadvertently concocted an explosive pill, and it was precisely due to Murong Tian's arrogance and underestimation that I was able to severely injure him. Ultimately, it was Brother Feishing who delivered the fatal blow." The Golden Core Master expressed great curiosity. "What manner of explosive pill is this? Might I examine it?" Chen Changsheng promptly presented the explosive pill. The Golden Core Master, incredulous, remarked, "This is clearly a type of elixir. It harbors an immense amount of energy, filled with explosive potential. Should it detonate, it would be akin to a strike from the late stage of Foundation establishment." At this point, the Golden Core Master's expression suddenly shifted, and he coldly stated, "Moreover, this pill is at least of the 2nd tier, upper grade. You claim it was you who crafted it? Given your cultivation at the 8th level of Qi refinement, Do you comprehend the repercussions of lying before me? Ding Xiao interjected hastily. Elder, if I may, this explosive pill was indeed refined by my friend Chen. Although he is only at the 8th level of qi refinement, he is, without a doubt, a genuine second-tier advanced alchemist. Not only has he created the explosive pill, but he is also capable of concocting foundation establishment pills. The Golden Core Master frowned. How is that possible? How could one at the 8th level of qi refinement attain the status of a second-tier advanced alchemist, unless... Ding Xiao continued, Elder, it is very likely that my friend Chen has awakened an ancient bloodline with alchemical talents. You possess an ancient bloodline? The Golden Core Elder inquired. Chen Changsheng responded with a wry smile. I am not entirely certain. However, I had no knowledge of my aptitude for alchemy. To recount, I squandered decades as a menial disciple within the sect, devoting myself solely to cultivation, dismissing alchemy and artifact refinement as distractions. It was only 4 years ago, realizing my cultivation was at an impasse, that I departed the sect, married, had children, and began to study alchemy and artifact crafting, which led me to discover my considerable talent in this field. The Golden Core Master, filled with excitement, declared, an ancient bloodline. It must be an ancient bloodline. Those administrators in the sect have been utterly remiss, failing to recognize even someone with such an illustrious heritage. Upon my return, I shall ensure a thorough reassessment. You are Chen Changsheng, correct? I ask you, would you be willing to join our Tai sect? The Golden Core Master inquired. Chen Changsheng replied, Esteemed Elder, I have come this time for an assessment to join the Tai sect as an outer sect steward. The Golden Core Master, increasingly irate, proclaimed, to possess an ancient bloodline and yet aspire only to be an outer sect steward? I shall take it upon myself to elevate you to a core disciple. Chen Changsheng, in a difficult position, responded, Elder, I must decline. You see, after leaving the Tai sect, I married. If I were to become a core disciple, I would be unable to support my family. However, as an outer sect steward, I could manage both responsibilities. I beseech your understanding. The Golden Core Master frowned. What nonsense is this? You would refuse such a splendid opportunity for a few wives? Do you not realize that becoming a core disciple far outweighs the benefits of being an outer sect steward? The resources afforded to outer sect stewards are vastly inferior to those of core disciples. Chen Changsheng shook his head and replied, Elder, please forgive my audacity. For me, at this moment, the greatest happiness lies in being with my wife. Therefore, I cannot become a core disciple. His foolishness left the golden elixir expert trembling in anger. Meanwhile, Pang Feiyun and Ding Xiao were beside themselves with anxiety, repeatedly signaling to Chen Changsheng. Yet, faced with the golden elixir expert, they felt powerless. Observing Chen Changsheng's resolute determination, the golden elixir expert sighed, Very well, do as you wish. I am Li Yihong, the Grand Elder of Alchemy at the Tai Immortal sect. I had intended to take you as my disciple once you achieve the foundation establishment stage, but you foolish boy, it seems each has their own aspirations. Should you change your mind, you are welcome to seek me out. Here is my token, take it. With a wave of his hand, a token flew toward Chen Changsheng. Upon receiving it, he was astonished to find alchemy inscribed upon it. He had not expected this individual to be the Grand Elder of Alchemy, and his heart was filled with shock. Within the Tai Immortal sect, those of the Golden Elixir realm could serve as elders, while above them were the Grand Elders, of which there were only 9 in total. The Grand Elder of Alchemy ranked second among them, second only to the Sect Master, due to the unique nature of alchemy. Li Yihong, evidently incensed by Chen Changsheng's response, waved his hand dismissively. This place is less than 100 miles from the sect. I trust there will be no further danger. You have made remarkable contributions in the battle against Murong Tian, and once you enter the sect, I will ensure that rewards are delivered to you. Thank you, Elder, Pang Feixing and Ding Xiao said, their faces alight with joy as they watched Li Yuhang depart. Pang Feixing and Ding Xiao approached Chen Changsheng, their expressions a mix of disappointment and exasperation. Chen Daoyu, brother, you are being foolish. This is a splendid opportunity. The Grand Elder of Alchemy wishes to take you as his disciple. Once you become his apprentice, you will be a true disciple of the sect. Think of the resources, the techniques, your future achievements could be boundless. How could you refuse? Pang Feixing lamented, it's all my fault. I should never have introduced you to your wife in the first place. To think you would turn down such a chance for a woman. You will regret this in time. Chen Changsheng smiled gently and replied, Ding Daoyu, brother, I understand that you mean well. However, to abandon my wife to enter the sect is simply something I cannot do. Moreover, I am well aware of my own aptitude, with my complete lack of spiritual roots. Even with alchemical techniques and ancient bloodlines, it would be exceedingly difficult to reach the foundation establishment stage, let alone achieve the golden elixir realm. The Tai Immortal sect has its rules. Even if I were to become a true disciple, I would not be permitted to bring my wife with me. Pang Feixing sighed. I truly do not know what to say to you. Let us move on. Fortunately, the elder has left you a token. Reflect on it carefully. The group continued their journey, their pace quickening in light of Murong Tian's attack. Soon, they arrived at the outskirts of the sect. However, Pang Feishing, not being a disciple of the sect, could only wait outside, agreeing on a method of communication. They decided to explore the market outside the sect while awaiting the others' return. The Tai Immortal sect was protected by an immense Tai formation. The Tai Great Formation, a fifth-tier array, embodies both offense and defense, requiring the concerted efforts of several nascent soul ancestors to approach. Before the formation, Ding Xiu produced the identity token representing the outer sect steward of the Immortal Gate. With a series of hand seals, he activated the token, which then penetrated the formation. Instantly, a passageway materialized, and Ding Xiu strode forward with purpose. He soon arrived at the Tai Immortal Gate, a place with which Chen Changsheng was intimately familiar. Although most of his time was spent in the medicinal garden, the span of over 40 years had afforded him visits to other regions, including the recruitment of disciples. Ding Xiu directly escorted the 3 individuals to the disciple registration office, where they completed their registration and submitted their tribute. Huang Chao and Lin Xian were promptly directed to the area designated for miscellaneous disciples, while Chen Changsheng was entrusted to an inner sect steward. Chapter 64. Departure from the Immortal Gate. The steward appeared somewhat familiar, as if they had crossed paths before. The inner sect steward guided Chen Changsheng to the assessment location, having been briefed by Ding Xiu beforehand. As merely an outer sect steward, it sufficed for him to demonstrate his capability as a second-tier alchemist. Naturally, to ascend to the status of core disciple, he would need to showcase the prowess of a high-level second-tier alchemist. Chen Changsheng did not conceal his experience, stating that he had previously been a miscellaneous disciple of the Tai Immortal Gate. His current visit to the sect for the outer sect steward assessment could be deemed a return in glory. Upon reaching the Pill Peak of the Immortal Gate, Chen Changsheng felt increasingly at home. During his 4 decades at the sect, he had spent a considerable amount of time in the medicinal garden on Pill Peak. The alchemical assessment took place within a specially designated room, equipped with all necessary provisions, second-tier recipes, an alchemical furnace, and the required medicinal materials. The elixir he was tasked with crafting was named the White Jade Pill, a healing remedy classified as a low-grade second-tier pill. Success in this endeavor would grant him the status of an outer sect steward. The inner sect steward who accompanied Chen Changsheng departed after bringing him to the room. The assessment duration was set for 1 week, during which he needed to concoct the White Jade Pill. This challenge posed no difficulty for Chen Changsheng, who, within just half a day, successfully produced the desired elixir, yielding 16 pills in total. Instead of hastily submitting his creations, he chose to keep 8 for himself, waiting 3 days before finally presenting his concoctions for evaluation. In another chamber, an alchemist of foundation building level, who assessed Chen Changsheng's pills, expressed surprise at the quality. Remarkable, he remarked, your fundamentals are solid, and your creativity shines through. To achieve this in merely 3 days is commendable, and most importantly, these pills have attained an excellent rating. You have passed the assessment. The grades for the concocted pills range from unqualified, qualified, good, excellent, to perfect and flawless. Producing pills of excellent quality was already a significant accomplishment. News of Chen Changsheng's successful assessment swiftly reached him. Congratulations, junior brother. A second-tier alchemist and an outer sect steward is assured, the assessing alchemist proclaimed. Thank you, senior brother, Chen Changsheng replied, maintaining a demeanor of calm equanimity. Such a straightforward assessment had long since instilled in him a profound sense of confidence. Although my cultivation level may be somewhat modest, I am, after all, a second-tier advanced alchemist. In the realm of cultivation, one's status is not determined by age, but rather by one's cultivation rank. The second-tier alchemist nodded in satisfaction and remarked, it is precisely this mindset that reveals your innate talent for alchemy, dear junior brother. Attaining the rank of a second-tier alchemist at the 8th level of qi refinement is truly remarkable. Chen Changsheng shook his head and replied, I am flattered, senior brother. But I am merely a practitioner with a complete, yet wasteful spiritual root. After more than 40 years of cultivation, I have only just reached my current level of proficiency in both cultivation and alchemy, which pales in comparison to your achievements. I can only aspire to your accomplishments. Having become a foundational cultivator and a second-tier alchemist after merely 20 years. The second-tier alchemist responded, oh, not at all, it is quite ordinary. The external affairs steward examination you passed, combined with your pristine background, is commendable. However, the external affairs stewards do not enjoy the same privileges as the inner sect stewards, who reside within the confines of the sect. External stewards must venture beyond the sect and oversee the various marketplaces. Life outside the sect is fraught with dangers, even for disciples of the Celestial Gate. I would advise you to consider becoming an inner sect disciple and remain within the safety of the sect. Chen Changsheng declined, saying, "Thank you for the suggestion, senior brother, but I prefer to remain as an external steward. To be honest, I have already taken a wife, and not just one, which makes it difficult for me to part ways." They both laughed heartily. The second-tier alchemist chuckled. "It seems that you are indeed devoted to both cultivation and your wives. Each person has their own aspirations. I shall not press further. I will report the results of your examination promptly." "Thank you, senior brother," Chen Changsheng acknowledged. After passing the examination, Chen Changsheng found himself at a loss for what to do next. He wished to visit the herbal garden where he had spent over 40 years. But without the task token, entry was barred. The Tang celestial gate remained heavily fortified, making it inaccessible. He could only find a place to wait for Ding Xiu to arrive. Fortunately, everything proceeded smoothly, and within half a day, Ding Xiu arrived, bringing with him the rewards for slaying Nurong Tian, even including a share for Pang Fion. "Chen Daiyu, from now on, I shall address you as junior brother," Ding Xiu announced. "I have just received word that your external steward status has been approved, and you have been assigned to the flickering market. Here are your steward's artifacts and identity token. Please accept them." A ceremonial robe for external stewards, a high-grade artifact, and an identity token for external stewards were presented, along with a monthly salary comprising 10 second-tier low-grade elixirs, 2 healing elixirs, 2 detoxification elixirs, and 6 elixirs for enhancing cultivation, known as Yuan Yang Dan, as well as 10 mid-grade spirit stones. This amount equated to a year's salary, which is indeed incomparable to that of inner sect stewards or core disciples. This sum is merely equivalent to 3 months' earnings for inner sect stewards and 1 month's worth for core disciples, not to mention the additional resources available. However, what Chen Changsheng sought was not the resources of the Tang celestial gate, but rather the identity that came with the position. Given his current levels of craftsmanship and alchemy, the benefits he reaped each year would not be easily surpassed unless he were to attain the rank of elder. Subsequently, Ding Xiu produced a storage bag and handed it over, saying, "Junior brother, this is the significant reward from the slaying of Nurong Tian. Take a look." Chen Changsheng eagerly opened the storage bag. Instantly awed by the treasures within, Chen Changsheng exclaimed, "Senior brother, are all these for me? By the way, did you receive any rewards after your dealings with the elder brother?" Ding Xiu replied, "This time, the rewards for our joint effort in slaying Nurong Tian are the same for the 3 of us. However, I must caution you, junior brother, that after today, you must not disclose that Nurong Tian was slain by the 3 of us. Instead, it should be said that he met his end at the hands of the Grand Elder of Alchemy. Do you understand?" Chen Changsheng nodded. "Rest assured, senior brother. I am well aware of the implications. Nurong Tian's lineage is not to be trifled with. He is a disciple of the demon sect's leader. If it becomes known that he was killed by us, our lives would be forfeit." He recognized that it was the Grand Elder of Alchemy who had erased their traces of the deed and had taken the blame upon himself. Nevertheless, Chen Changsheng understood that enhancing his own cultivation was the only way to ensure his safety. Ding Xiu remarked, "Very well, if there is nothing else, we shall head to the starry market." Indeed, Chen Changsheng agreed. Initially, he had hoped to acquire some alchemical formulas from the sect, but it appeared he would have to wait for the next opportunity. Entrusting the task to Ding Xiu was wise. It allowed him to remain in the shadows. Upon exiting the sect, they contacted Pang Fun, and the 3 of them resumed their journey homeward. During the journey, Ding Xiu shared the rewards from slaying Nurong Tian with Pang Fun, who joyfully exclaimed in delight. Chapter 65. Nurong Tian's Storage Bag Starry Market, Courtyard Number 9. After a full week away, Chen Changsheng finally returned. As he stepped into the courtyard, he was greeted by his wife, who was tending to the flowers and plants. Upon seeing him, she rushed over, exclaiming, "Husband, my dear wife, I missed you dearly," he responded. "Come, let us retreat to our chamber, so I may shower you with affection." Suddenly, a tempest of emotions surged forth. After a week of separation, countless brothers had wandered astray, unable to find their way home. In this moment, Chen Changsheng felt compelled to release all his pent-up feelings. Acquired 32 points of alchemical experience, affection for cultivation, 130, life and death together. Bonus, 5. Alchemist, second-tier high-grade alchemist, experience points, 87202W. Acquired 22 points of technique experience, affection for cultivation, 120, soaring together. Bonus, 5. Secret technique of the soul. Great transformation alchemy, 3rd tier technique. Incomplete, only suitable for chi refinement stage. Experience points, 887810000. Acquired 12 points of weapon forging experience. Affection for cultivation, 110. Bonus, 5. Weaponsmith, 2nd tier mid-grade, experience points, 262350000. Acquired 12 gold spiritual roots. Affection for cultivation, 110. Sincere affection. Bonus, 5. Spiritual roots, 5-element waste spiritual root. Gold, 100. Wood, 100. Water, 30. Fire, 100. Earth, 66. He then rose from bed and made his way to the alchemy chamber, where he began to assess the gains from this journey to the sect, particularly Murong Tian's storage bag. The reward for vanquishing Murong Tian was first and foremost his storage bag, within which Chen Tian discovered a secret technique, the blood refining method. This cruel practice involves devouring the bloodline of others to enhance one's own cultivation, spiritual roots, and bloodline. It is likely that Murong Tian pursued this dark art, seeking to absorb Chen Tian's bloodline to gain the strength of ancient bloodlines and elevate his own. Those who are consumed face utter annihilation, both body and spirit extinguished, their bloodlines withered. Truly, this is an abhorrent demonic skill. As Chen Changsheng perused the description of the technique, a myriad of thoughts flickered through his mind, as if an insidious voice whispered incessantly in his ear, urging him to practice this art, to consume blood and elevate oneself. He could even attain foundational cultivation, golden core, or even primordial infant status, regardless of whether one possessed a useless or false spiritual root, merely by continuing the cycle of murder and consumption. However, he ultimately resisted the temptation, drenched in sweat, his entire body soaked. He silently acknowledged the peril he faced. Without the existence of his golden finger, he might well have succumbed to the allure of this technique, which was undeniably beguiling. Yet, as with all things, there are consequences. Although the blood refining method promises self-enhancement through the consumption of blood, it carries a significant drawback. With each person whose blood is consumed, a portion of their memories is inherited. Each individual's blood is unique, and while the initial accumulation may seem manageable, an excess leads to chaotic memories, disordered souls, and turbulent bloodlines. The mildest outcome could render one a murderous demon, while the gravest could result in explosive demise. There are no free lunches in this world. To gain power, one must invariably pay a price. However, in moments of utter despair, it is likely that one would overlook such flaws. This technique cannot be retained. The blood refining method is inscribed on the hide of a demonic beast, ancient and weathered. Whether it was serendipitously acquired by Murong Tian or is a legacy of the Blood River Demon sect remains uncertain. One can only hope for the former. If it belongs to the latter, then it is likely that more than one individual is practicing this art within the Blood River Demon sect. Chun's ancient bloodline is akin to the flesh of Tang Sung. Many would covet a taste. Yet, the goal is not immortality or ascension into divinity, but rather to obtain the power of ancient bloodlines. A flame erupted, and the hide containing the blood refining method was instantly consumed by fire. After 30 seconds, it reduced to ashes. Chen Changsheng then continued to inspect Murong Tian's storage bag. There were over 30,000 low-grade spirit stones, more than 10,000 mid-grade spirit stones, and over 100 high-grade spirit stones. He swallowed hard. The wealth was astonishing. The presence of high-grade spirit stones, which significantly enhance cultivation, artifact refinement, alchemy, talismans, and formations, was beyond his wildest dreams. In addition, there were dozens of magical artifacts, including 5 low-grade second-tier spirit weapons, 3 mid-grade second-tier spirit weapons, and 3 high-grade second-tier treasures. Remarkably, there were even 2 top-tier second-grade treasures, the Blood Wheel, a prized possession of the Blood River Demon sect, and a suit of soft armor. Chen Changsheng hesitated to utilize the Blood Wheel, but the soft armor appeared promising. This set of soft armor was stripped from Murong Tian by Pang Feiyun. Regrettably, it sustained considerable damage due to the explosion of the bomb Dan. Otherwise, with 10 bomb Dan detonating simultaneously, Murong Tian would not have merely suffered severe injuries. The armor requires restoration, necessitating at least a second-tier top-tier alchemist. For now, it shall be kept aside, to be reforged and transformed at a later time. The storage bag is replete with spiritual herbs, materials, talismans, and arrayed discs, not to mention an abundance of medicinal pills, predominantly healing and detoxifying pills. However, there are also dozens of blood dawn, each crafted from the essence of human blood, designed to enhance cultivation and bolster bloodline strength. Were he to gather these himself, Chen Changsheng would find it nearly impossible, yet the ready availability of such treasures fills him with immense joy. Most significantly, while labeled as medicinal pills, blood dawn are more accurately described as the essence of human blood, devoid of any risk of developing resistance. With 36 in total, it remains uncertain how significantly they could elevate his cultivation level. Additionally, there exists a prescription, presumably an ancient formula, capable of refining one's spiritual root. This second-tier high-quality prescription, known as the transformation pill, offers a glimmer of hope. Chen Changsheng can refine his spiritual root through cultivation, but among the women, only Lu Linglong possesses a triple elemental spiritual root. The others either have mixed 4-element roots or 5-elemental waste roots. Even with countless medicinal pills to assist, he could at best achieve foundational success. The possibility of refining one's spiritual root does exist. Yet both the prescription and the arts of crafting talismans and formations have long been lost. Nonetheless, Chen Changsheng harbors no such concerns. The enhancement of his alchemical capabilities is comprehensive, extending to the production of ancient medicinal pills. Provided he has the prescription and the necessary materials, he can forge these pills, as evidenced by the bomb dawn. As Chen Changsheng meticulously cataloged the treasures within Murong Tian's storage bag, he sorted through what needed to be disposed of and what could be retained, gathering everything with care. The herbs and materials were categorized one by one. During this classification, he unexpectedly discovered the transformation grass and dragon fruit, both of which are among the 9 principal ingredients required for crafting the transformation pill. It appears Murong Tian was also seeking ways to concoct this particular elixir. Chapter 66, Transformation Pill. Indeed, although Murong Tian possesses a dark spiritual root, classified as an anomalous root, situated between the heavenly and earthly roots, it does not imply that there is no potential for enhancement. The presence of transformation grass and dragon fruit immediately reduces the difficulty of crafting the transformation pill by 1/3. Following this, there are the rewards from the Celestial Gate for defeating Murong Tian. Chen Changsheng realizes that his greatest gain from this excursion is not merely his accession to the Tai Celestial Gate as an outer sect steward, but rather the substantial bounty he has reaped from Murong Tian. And indeed, this sheep is remarkably plump. 1 vial of medicinal pills, 1 second-tier high-quality magical artifact, and 1 secret technique, truly a complete set. The medicinal pills consist of 9 second-tier high-quality fulling pills, and the second-tier spiritual artifact is a flying sword. However, this secret technique is indeed a form of flame magic. He already possesses the fire departure technique, which is no inferior to this flame magic. Rather, it feels somewhat redundant. After accounting for the treasures, Chen Changsheng departed from the alchemy chamber. Observing the several women still in slumber, a thought stirred within him, leading him to the No. 8 courtyard. The moment he beheld Qin Huayu, he swiftly embraced her and entered the room. Practicing with Qin Huayu. Gain 001 points in soul attribute. Affinity for cultivation at 100. Bonus 5. Soul attribute. 1428. Yuer, congratulations on breaking through to the 10th level of Qi refinement. Chen Changsheng had noticed this during their earlier battle and immediately offered his congratulations. Qin Huayu replied, "It's all thanks to the elixirs you provided. Otherwise, it would have taken me several years." She then inquired about the recent trip to the Tai immortal sect. "It went smoothly," Chen Changsheng nodded. "I have now become an outer disciple of the Tai immortal sect, and have been assigned to assist senior brother Ding in the Feishing market." Qin Huayu exclaimed with joy. "That's wonderful, my husband, congratulations." Gently embracing Qin Huayu, Chen Changsheng continued, "There's even better news. I inadvertently acquired an ancient pill formula, the Transcendental Transformation Pill. This elixir can purify your spiritual roots, although it won't elevate your mixed 4-element roots to the level of a primordial root. It will enhance your spiritual root level and increase your chances of establishing a foundation. With my assistance, you will undoubtedly reach the foundation building realm. Is that true, my husband?" Qin Huayu was ecstatic. No one knew how much she longed to enter the foundation building realm. Only by achieving this could she hope to avenge her parents. While Chen Changsheng had previously given her hope for this advancement, if what he said about the Transcendental Transformation Pill's ability to purify her roots was true, she would surely go further in the foundation building realm. The prospect of personally avenging her parents now seemed much more attainable. Chen Changsheng queried, "Yuer, could you tell me about your enemies?" Qin Huayu trembled slightly and shook her head. "I'm sorry, my husband. I know you wish to avenge me, but they are foundation building cultivators, and I cannot put you in danger. However, please rest assured, with the lesson learned from the last time, I will not seek revenge until I reach the foundation building realm." Very well, Chen Changsheng understood Qin Huayu's character and knew that once she made a decision, it was unchangeable. Qin Huayu then asked, "Husband, do you have all the materials needed for the elixir you wish to refine?" Chen Changsheng shook his head. "There are 9 types of materials in total. I have gathered 2 so far, and I plan to enlist everyone's help in finding the remaining ones." Striving to concoct the Transcendental Transformation Pill as soon as possible, he proceeded to list the other required materials. "Where, it seems I did not fully indulge earlier. Shall we have another go?" Chen Changsheng said, his eyes glistening as he gazed at Qin Huayu. "You again?" Qin Huayu couldn't help but roll her eyes. "Husband, how about if Yuer uses her hands and tongue?" "Sounds good." Chen Changsheng's eyes lit up. He had already experienced the delights of hands and tongues from the other women. In this realm, Chen Huayu had yet to embark on such an endeavor. Even recently, Chen Changsheng had been coaxing her, but they found the surroundings too filthy, thus hesitating to relent. Nevertheless, Chen Changsheng discerned a burgeoning willingness within them. After all, he was a war god, wielding a staff capable of vanquishing all manner of demons and malevolent entities. After a considerable time, he embraced Chen Huayu, reveling in the moment with palpable satisfaction. Engaging in cultivation with Chen Huayu, acquired 11 points in soul attributes. Cultivation affection level, 110, deeply sincere. Bonus, 5, soul attributes, 1483. What truly astonished Chen Changsheng was the unexpected elevation of affection. Upon reaching a threshold of 100, it signified a bond of life and death and unwavering loyalty. The subsequent 10 points, marked as deeply sincere, represented a reward, with a singular addition of 55 to his attributes. It was conceivable that a few more such encounters could propel his attributes beyond 20. It is noteworthy that even the 10th level of Qi training yields merely 10 points in soul attributes, surpassing 10, while not reaching the foundational minimum attributes. Birthed a nascent consciousness. At this juncture, Chen Changsheng's consciousness was but 1/10 of the foundational realm, yet it proved immensely beneficial. At Wanbaozai, Yang Zhuan personally attended to him. Upon witnessing the treasures Chen Changsheng presented for processing, he was utterly astounded. Brother, did you engage in a heist? Just the second-tier treasures alone number over a dozen. How many quotas for the Tai immortal sect's miscellaneous disciples could this yield? Now that you are an outer sect steward, have you considered letting a few of your wives enter the sect? Not at all, Chen Changsheng replied, shaking his head. While many envy the immortal sect, who truly understands that entering the sect is not always a boon. Becoming an inner disciple may be favorable, but even as an outer disciple, one's status pales in comparison to that of a loose cultivator, let alone a miscellaneous disciple. Furthermore, given my alchemical skills, wouldn't I fare better than merely being a miscellaneous disciple of the sect? Deep within, Chen Changsheng harbored a worry regarding his so-called golden finger. For the moment, he could mask it with his ancient bloodline, but in the future, the sect had its own methods of bloodline examination. Should it be revealed that he lacked an ancient bloodline, the perilous nature of the cultivation world could lead to irrevocable consequences. Unlike Han Paopao, who roamed freely, he had a wife to consider. Indeed, Chen Changsheng's remarks prompted Yang Zhuan to nod in agreement. You are right, brother. It is akin to my own situation. While second-tier treasures are not particularly challenging to acquire, becoming a miscellaneous disciple is truly inferior to my position as the manager of Wanbaozai. Even if offered the chance to become an outer disciple, I would not trade my current standing. Precisely, Chen Changsheng affirmed. Brother Yang, aside from handling these treasures, I require your assistance with something else. The rebirth pill, there is no intention to conceal it. By pooling our resources, we can forge the elixir together. The profits are predetermined. The strength of one cannot rival that of many. Rather than fighting solo, it is wiser to align others with my ambitions. Even if we cannot compare to the Tai immortal sect, we can certainly cultivate a formidable Zhao family in Tianxiu City. Chapter 67. The commencement of alchemy, how splendid. I never anticipated that you could concoct ancient medicinal formulas, my brother, Yang Zun exclaimed with great astonishment. It has long been whispered that in antiquity there existed elixirs capable of enhancing one's spiritual roots. Alas, these secrets have been lost to the relentless passage of time. Moreover, with the evolution of eras, the spiritual energy has significantly diminished compared to ancient times. Even with an ancient formula in hand, how many would possess the skill to successfully refine it? Rest assured, my brother, I shall keep a vigilant eye out for the spiritual herbs you require. Chen Changsheng replied with a smile. It is not merely the herbs I need, but rather, it is for us, Yang Zhuan corrected joyously, dancing with elation. Does this not imply that I, too, might obtain a couple of transcendental transformation pills? These are the very elixirs that can purify one's spiritual roots. With my mixed four-element spiritual roots, even if I cannot achieve the status of a primordial spiritual root, I can at the very least attain a qualification that surpasses that of most four-element mixed roots. Perhaps I might even catch a glimpse of the foundation establishment realm. Of course, the primary concern is to fulfill my niece's wishes and avenge my parents. It is a pity for my sister and her family. Upon departing from the Wanbao Pavilion, Chen Changsheng made his way to the mission hall and posted the required spiritual herbs. Each herb could be exchanged for a mid-tier second-grade elixir. As soon as the task was announced, the mission hall erupted in excitement. Although these herbs were of the second grade, they could not be compared to elixirs, especially for cultivators in the Qi refining stage, whose resources were already quite scant. Acquiring a single second-grade herb would be immensely beneficial. It is worth noting that the individuals in the mission hall are a collective entity. Naturally, aside from posting tasks, one must also check the status of previously issued tasks. The task of locating Lu Changlin had elapsed 6 months, yet no one had succeeded. In such circumstances, 3 possibilities arise. Firstly, he has concealed himself. Secondly, he may have perished. Or thirdly, he has departed the borders of Zhao Kingdom. Regardless of the outcome, finding him would provide a satisfactory resolution for my wife. Speaking of tasks, Chen Changsheng recalled another assignment, to instruct a young cultivator to retrieve a living peach which struck by lightning. Yet, there had been no word on that front either. Subsequently, Chen Changsheng sought out Pang Feiyun to elucidate his intentions before returning to the small courtyard. The young women had already awakened, casting exasperated glares at Chen Changsheng, which provoked a hearty laugh from him. With his hands on his hips, he boasted unabashedly, "Can you truly blame me? It simply reveals your inadequacies. None of you could stand against me, even when 4 of you teamed up, employing both hands and tongues. You were easily subdued, pleading for mercy, utterly powerless. What more can you say? Do you wish for us to teach you a lesson?" The courtyard soon resonated with a cacophony of noise. The days that followed grew increasingly busy. Chen Changsheng intentionally nurtured Gu Ling, and Ruan Ling's alchemical and crafting skills. After a fortnight, Gu Ling was the first to successfully refine a low-grade first-tier elixir. A week later, Ruan Ling also crafted her first low-grade first-tier magical artifact. Gu Yingxia, though devoid of talent in alchemy and artifact crafting, possesses profound knowledge in formations. Yet, Chen Changsheng himself lacks expertise in this area, and none among the women can assist him in enhancing his skills. The same applies to talismans. Ultimately, Lu Linglong chose the path of talismans. Both formations and talismans necessitate self-reliance. In pursuit of the spiritual herbs required for the transformative elixir, Chen Changsheng eagerly commenced his alchemical endeavors. During this period, he opened the furnace once more to concoct several batches of elixirs, none of which he consumed. Nevertheless, his dual cultivation did not cease, particularly concerning his spiritual roots. Spiritual roots: 5-element waste spiritual roots, metal, 100, wood, 100, water, 90, fire, 100, earth, 100. With a mere 10 experience points needed for the water element. All 5-element waste roots could attain purification. At that juncture, he anticipated achieving the potency of mixed 5-element roots. Thereafter, he would consume the transformative elixir to enhance his spiritual root quality, ultimately elevating his cultivation level. Only with optimized spiritual roots would the efficacy of the elixirs be maximized. To illustrate, 5-element waste roots could absorb a maximum of 20% of the elixir S effect, while 4-element mixed roots could absorb 40%. Consequently, during this time, he instructed the women to refrain from consuming elixirs to enhance their cultivation. Everything was in place, awaiting the right moment. 3 months after acquiring the formula for the transformative elixir, he resolved to commence his alchemical work. To this end, the siblings Pang Fixing and Pang Fun, manager Yang, and the outer sect steward Ding Xiu gathered. Additionally, manager Zhang from the Divine Food Residence was present. Innate talent is notoriously difficult to augment, a widely acknowledged truth in the realm of cultivation. However, at this moment, due to Chen Changsheng's newfound abilities, the potential to craft ancient elixirs was about to be transformed. One can only imagine the upheaval that would ensue in the cultivation world if the transformative elixir were successfully produced. Of course, the most prudent course of action at this juncture would be to quietly amass wealth. Should this information spread, even golden core cultivators might be tempted. The ability to concoct foundational elixirs, combined with an ancient bloodline and the status of an outer sect steward, could be adequately safeguarded. After all, the blood refinement technique is not something just anyone can master. Even if one were aware of Chen Changsheng's remarkable alchemical prowess and ancient bloodline, they would likely seek to control him merely to assist in their own alchemical pursuits. This, however, is a tactic employed by practitioners of demonic sections. Within the borders of Zhao, it would be far more advantageous for righteous cultivators to cultivate friendships and forge alliances rather than attempt to manipulate him. This is exemplified by the attitudes of Pang Fixing, Pang Fun, and Ding Xiu. Moreover, foundational elixirs are relatively commonplace among the great sects and powerful cultivation families. The ancient bloodline, however, cannot be usurped. Yet, the ability to concoct the transformative elixir is a different matter altogether. Not only would it be rare, but it is likely that within the entirety of Zhao, no second version could be found, unless one were to become a disciple of a sect and reside within its ranks. Pang Fixing remarked, "If Chen Changsheng successfully concocts the transcendence pill later, let it be known that no one shall utter a word about it. Should I discover any breach of this secrecy, I will not hesitate to take decisive action." Pang Fu nodded in agreement, saying, "Sister, you need not worry. Since Brother Chen has summoned us, it is clear he trusts us. Out of respect for that trust, We shall not divulge any information. Rest assured, Lord Fixing, we will keep this confidential. Yang Zun and Manager Zhang are naturally subordinates of Fixing Square. As time passed, Chen Changsheng reached the critical moment in his pill refining. With the Tianyuan cauldron as an aid, he skillfully employed the flame technique to nurture the ingredients. As the alchemist's prowess elevated, the techniques bestowed by his unique abilities came into play. The 9 rare spiritual herbs were first refined, then melded, condensed into pills, and finally, the last step was to collect the finished products. With a wave of his hand, the lid of the Tianyuan cauldron soared into the air, and one by one, the pills emerged, releasing an intoxicating aroma that permeated the entire alchemy chamber and even wafted outside. Chapter 68. The 5 Elements Mixed Spiritual Roots, That Fragrance. Brother Chun has succeeded, Pang Fun exclaimed with excitement. Ding Xiu nodded in agreement. Just inhaling it brings a delightful sensation to the body. Could this be the feeling of enhancing one's spiritual roots? Pang Fun retorted, what are you thinking? If merely inhaling it could elevate one's spiritual roots, it wouldn't qualify as a second-tier pill. However, the fact that Brother Chun could refine an ancient recipe like the Transcendence pill suggests he might also be capable of concocting other ancient formulas. Yang Zun's eyes sparkled indeed. Ancient recipes are incredibly precious. Many cultivators hoard them. Yet, the ancient formulas are often deemed obsolete, rarely refined, making them akin to useless trinkets. If we manage to gather a few, it would be a significant achievement. Ding Xiu responded excitedly. I shall collect some during my next visit to the immortal sect. He realized that ever since arriving at Fixing Square and meeting Chen Changsheng, fortune had favored him. After defeating Murong Tian and receiving a tremendous reward, he now had the Transcendence pill, igniting hopes of advancing further to become a late-stage foundation establishment cultivator. While his status might remain unchanged as an outer sect steward, the resources from the immortal sect would undoubtedly increase. In that moment, Ding Xiu secretly resolved to cultivate a close relationship with Chen Changsheng and ensure his safety. As the discussions unfolded, Chen Changsheng finally completed the refinement of the Transcendence pill. A total of 12 pills were produced, and he let out a sigh of relief. With a creak, the door to the alchemy chamber opened, startling the gathered crowd, who quickly encircled him. Chen Changsheng smiled and proclaimed, I have fulfilled my promise. The refinement was successful. Excellent. This is wonderful. The crowd rejoiced. With a wave of his hand, he retrieved a prepared jade vial. This time, he had refined 12 pills, 10 of which were to be shared among those present. The onlookers did not hesitate to collect their share. However, a few women appeared anxious, with Gu Yingxia saying, Husband, we deserve some too. Chen Changsheng chuckled, You are my wives. How could you possibly be left out? Thank you, Brother Chun. Pang Feiyun expressed his gratitude. Indeed, Brother Chun. I, Yang Zhuan, will forever remember this kindness. Thank you, Junior Brother. Several individuals expressed their gratitude. Chen Changsheng smiled and replied, There is no need for thanks. It is you who contributed significantly to the successful concoction of the Transcendence pill this time. We have gathered an ample supply of spiritual herbs, allowing for another batch to be refined. Once I complete the process, I shall deliver them to you. The Transcendence pill is most effective upon the first consumption. Its potency diminishes by half upon the second use, yet it remains beneficial. However, I propose that we engage in the long-term acquisition of these spiritual herbs for continuous refinement and consumption. Any enhancement to our spiritual roots is still an enhancement. Is it not? Yang Zun nodded in agreement. Ding Xiu added, as the saying goes, even the smallest mosquito is still meat. Laughter ensued. Eager to partake in the Transcendence pill, the group could scarcely contain their excitement. Yet, Chen Changsheng remained unhurried. After offering some comforting words to the women, he chose to refine another batch. With the experience gained from the first endeavor, the second batch was completed more swiftly, yielding a higher success rate. In just a couple of days, he successfully produced as many as 15 pills, distributing 2 to each person, enabling them to commence their secluded cultivation. Each individual departed with 3 Transcendence pills, 2 blood pills, and an array of other elixirs, including spirit pills, cloud spirit pills, and sunlight pills. Among numerous others like vitality pills, Xianhuang pills, and Huanglong pills. Chen Changsheng was no exception. Naturally, before entering seclusion, there were tender moments shared. The duration of this retreat remained uncertain. Observing the enhancement of various attributes, Chen Changsheng felt a profound sense of satisfaction, particularly with the elevation of his spiritual roots. At last, his previously deficient 5-element spiritual roots had ascended to the level of mixed spiritual roots. Spiritual roots, mixed 5 elements, metal, 0, wood, 0, water, 2, fire, 0, earth, 0. The improvement in his spiritual roots brought forth an enhancement in aptitude, accelerating his cultivation speed, and increasing the efficacy of consumed elixirs. Additionally, his resistance to medicinal effects had diminished. Previously, the potency of the second pill was only 50% of the first, now it soared to 60%. With the third pill maintaining 60% of the second's efficacy, and so forth. Previously, consuming a first-tier spirit pill multiple times yielded 10 points of cultivation experience each time. Now it granted 20 points. The second-tier inferior pills increased from 20 to 40 points, the second-tier medium pills from 50 to 100 points, and the second-tier superior pills from 200 to 400 points. This was merely the experience of a deficient spiritual root. What, then, could be expected from a superior spiritual root? Each person entered their respective training chambers to begin their secluded cultivation, armed with ample elixirs. The first to be consumed was the Transcendence Pill. Chen Changsheng possessed 7 Transcendence Pills in total. As he ingested each one, his spiritual root aptitude continually improved. The first pill raised his spiritual root aptitude to 50, the second to 30, the third to 18, and so forth. The fourth reached 104. The fifth 62, the sixth 37, and the seventh 22. Thus, the process continued. Spiritual roots. 5-element mixed spiritual roots. Metal, 120. Wood, 120. Water, 122. Fire, 1200. Earth, 120. The 5-element spiritual roots have remained consistent. Although the spiritual roots have evolved from being deemed wasteful to a mixed type, they still rank among the lower echelon of mixed roots. However, they have finally attained a level that can be considered slightly above mediocre. The enhancement of the spiritual roots is evident. It is not solely due to the absorption of fundamental medicinal pills. The initial consumption of these pills has also yielded remarkable advancements. For instance, a single Fu Ling pill can provide an astonishing boost of 20,000 points of cultivation experience. While the Fu Ling pill exhibits a degree of tolerance, the blood pill does not. One blood pill grants a substantial 10,000 points, and 20 blood pills amount to a staggering 200,000 points. As Chen Changsheng continuously ingests these pills, he diligently practices the Shao Qingmu technique. Although this technique is merely a first-tier foundational skill, it has been elevated through dual cultivation, advancing its level significantly. Not only has it ascended to a second-tier intermediate skill, but it has also given rise to a special spell known as the Shao Cuishing technique. Chen Changsheng senses that if he can elevate the Shao Qingmu technique to an extraordinary level, such as the 5th or 6th tier, the Shao Cuishing technique will bestow upon him unexpected rewards. The Cuishing technique allows one day to equate to 10 days, specifically benefiting spiritual plants. While it may appear to serve a supportive role, it indeed touches upon the profound path of time. Time is revered, while space reigns supreme. Such wisdom has been widely circulated since a previous life. With each medicinal pill consumed, the effects gradually manifest. What astonishes Chen Changsheng the most is the Fu Ling pill. How could it possibly grant 20,000 experience points? Is this the boon of his spiritual root enhancement? It is noteworthy that during the period when he possessed wasteful roots, the maximum enhancement was merely 5,000 points. Yet now, as a mixed root, he has unexpectedly gained 20,000 points. Chapter 69, Visiting the Market. If he had possessed the elemental roots, dark roots, or heavenly roots, it would come as no surprise that Genius Muron achieved foundation establishment by the age of 30. Observing his breakthrough in cultivation, Chen Changsheng found himself increasingly restless. He has ascended to the late stage of the 8th level of Qi refinement, directly elevating 2 minor tiers. Nonetheless, he is not without merit. If his cultivation falls short, he shall compensate by marrying. This period of seclusion lasted a full 2 months, which for Chen Changsheng was akin to a complete metamorphosis. Both his cultivation and aptitude have witnessed tremendous enhancement. Not only has his efficacy in utilizing medicinal pills improved, but his training speed has also increased by at least 2 to 3 times. If the 5-element waste roots could barely reach the late stage of Qi refinement, then the 5-element mixed roots can effortlessly transcend to that stage, provided one remains steadfast in their efforts. Opening the virtual panel, he examines the transformations that have occurred in himself and his several wives. Indeed, his wives have all experienced improvements in their cultivation, particularly Ruanling, who astonishingly reached the 4th level of Qi refinement. Host, Chen Changsheng. Realm, late stage of Qi refinement level 8, experience points, 5, for 162, 140. Physique, 9. Strength, 9. Agility, 2. Soul, 1692. Alchemist, second tier upper grade alchemist, experience points, 102, 562, 000. Refiner, second tier mid grade, experience points, 43, 255, 000. Main cultivation method, Great Green Wood Technique, second tier intermediate method, experience points, 2, 135, 000. Auxiliary cultivation method. Little joy technique. Second tier upper grade method. Experience points. 325, 610. 000. Soul cultivation method. Great transformation of the divine spirit. Third tier method. Incomplete. Only the chi refining stage remains. Experience points. 985, 610, 000. Fire secret technique. Lihua technique. Second tier upper grade. 41, 235, 000. Spiritual roots. 5 element waste spiritual roots. Metal, 120, wood, 120, water, 122, fire, 120. Earth, 120, favorability, 140, life and death together. Bonus, 5 realm. Mid-stage of chi refining second layer, each training session grants 32 points of alchemy experience. Gulinger. Favorability, 130, life and death together. Bonus, 5 realm. Mid-stage of chi refining second layer, each training session grants 32 points of experience. Ruanling. Favorability, 110, sincere affection. Bonus, 5 realm. Mid-stage of chi refining fourth layer, each enhancement provides 12 points of refining experience. Lu Linglong. Favorability, 120, flying together. Bonus, 5 realm. Pinnacle of chi refining third layer, each session provides 22 points of with spiritual roots. Qinhuayu. Cultivation favorability, 110, sincere affection. Bonus, 5 realm. Mid-stage of chi refining 10th layer, each session grants attribute points. 0. 11. It remains uncertain whether their spiritual roots have improved. It seems unlikely, as they only consumed second-tier upper-grade pills. Soon, all 5 women emerged from their cultivation. As anticipated, Guling still possessed 5-element waste spiritual roots. But Chen Changsheng distinctly sensed the heightened activity of her roots, with the absorption of heaven and earth's spiritual energy increasing by at least 30%. Ruan Ling, Lu Linglong, and Qin Huayu still retained 1 primordial root and 2 mixed roots. The only one who experienced an enhancement was Guing Xia, who initially had 5-element pseudo-spiritual roots, which were even inferior to waste roots. If waste roots held the potential to reach the mid-stage of chi refining, then achieving the chi refining realm with pseudo-roots would require extraordinary fortune. Well, seeing that all of you have gained something from this, I am delighted. And it is indeed a cause for celebration. Come, I shall take you shopping, buy whatever you desire, for money is no object. Chen Changsheng assumed an extravagant demeanor. Having left the immortal gate for over 4 years, and spending nearly 3 years in the Feishing market, through alchemy and 2 instances of forceful acquisition. His wealth in inferior spiritual stones alone exceeded 200,000, not to mention the mid-grade and upper-grade spiritual stones. This fortune is comparable even to that of golden core experts. The women chuckled. This is what you said. Let us go and spend. Humph. It has been quite some time since we last went shopping. Chen Changsheng trembled slightly, feeling a pang of guilt. He tenderly remarked, Wives. It is I who am sorry for you. Dear husband, they said in unison, and together, they departed from the small courtyard. It has been nearly half a year since Chen Changsheng last ventured outside. To his surprise, the marketplace was bustling with activity. Various shops, taverns, and inns painted a picture of thriving prosperity, with the FAE pavilion and offerings of fragrant powders and perfumes previously unseen. The Feishing marketplace had evidently begun its gradual transformation from a mere bazaar into a burgeoning urban center. Within the realm of cultivation, countless practitioners with flawed, wasted, or mixed spiritual roots found their resources monopolized by various sects and powerful factions. For the lower-tier cultivators, survival in this competitive world necessitated perilous explorations of treacherous lands or a determined quest for their own pathways to success. After all, it is said that even the living can be suffocated by their own limitations. Finding a viable means of livelihood was paramount. What if one lacked the skills to concoct pills, forge weapons, or craft talismans and formations? They might resort to cultivating spiritual fields to grow spiritual rice or vegetables, or perhaps become small-scale merchants. Chen Changsheng had initially thought the Feishing marketplace was just that, a mere marketplace. However, the changes revealed to him that he had inadvertently dug his own grave. The woman beside him had an undeniable penchant for beauty, particularly in matters of attire. Once they entered the cosmetics shop, the perfume store, and the garment shop, she found it impossible to tear herself away. Husband, does this outfit look good? Husband, how do you find this makeup? Husband, does this perfume smell delightful? Husband, I adore this jewelry. Were it not for the necessities of the cultivation world and the convenience of spatial storage treasures, Chen Changsheng might have suspected he was burdened with countless bags. Chen Daoyu, I truly envy you for marrying so many beautiful wives, remarked someone, but Chen Changsheng sensed not admiration in their voices, but rather a hint of schadenfreude. At that moment, his status as a second-tier alchemist was no secret, nor did he wish to conceal it. Furthermore, as an outer disciple of the Tai sect, His identity had also spread throughout the marketplace. While accompanying his wife in selecting garments, a familiar acquaintance approached him, inquiring, "Chen Daoyu, have you recently concocted any Baoling pills for trade?" The individual was named Du Zhong, a late-stage qi refinement practitioner appearing to be in his 40s, who also resided in the marketplace and preferred solitude. He frequently ventured into the Ziyun mountain range, demonstrating considerable skill. Their previous transaction involved the spirit bone herb used in the concoction of a transformative pill, which had required a Baoling pill. Previously, the Wanbao Pavilion had offered Baoling pills, albeit in scarce quantities, which were swiftly snatched up, particularly by those foundational cultivators. Chen Changsheng replied, "If you require them, Du Daoyu, I can set aside some time to refine a batch for you." Du Zhong beamed with delight, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you, Chen Daoyu. There is one more thing. It may trouble you." Chen Changsheng immediately surmised Du Zhong's intentions. "Ah, the Foundation Establishment pill," he confirmed. Du Zhong nodded. "Indeed, the Foundation Establishment pill. I assure you, I will not shortchange you on the price." Chen Changsheng replied, "This is not the appropriate venue for our transaction. Let us meet tomorrow to finalize the details." Du Zhong's eyes sparkled with excitement. Chapter 70. And Mu Ran Chen Daoyu, have you heard? Du Zhong suddenly shifted to a serious tone. Chen Changsheng expressed his confusion. "To be honest, Du Daoyu, I have been in seclusion recently and am quite unaware of the events unfolding outside." Du Zhong replied. "The contest between the Blood River Demon sect and the Tai Immortal sect has concluded. It is indeed a cause for celebration as the Tai Immortal sect triumphed with 2 victories out of 3 matches, defeating the Blood River Demon sect. It is said that this defeat infuriated the Blood River Demon sect, leading them to accuse the Tai Immortal sect of killing their sect master's disciple, which resulted in their 3 competing disciples dwindling to merely 2. Otherwise, victory would have surely been theirs. By the way, that disciple was reportedly named Murong Tian. It is said that he was slain by the Grand Elder of Alchemy from the Tai Immortal sect, demanding an explanation from them. However, our esteemed Grand Elder of Alchemy dismissed their claims, stating that Murong Tian had attacked the disciples of the Immortal sect first, prompting his decisive action to eliminate him. Furthermore, the location of the attack was 100 miles away from the Immortal sect, which was clearly a provocation. His demise was certainly deserved. This nearly escalated into a confrontation. Chen Changsheng finally felt a sense of relief. In truth, Murong Tian had been killed by his own explosive concoction. Murong Tian, in his arrogance, had underestimated him, failing to realize that he, Chen Changsheng, could concoct ancient elixirs such as the exploding pill, given that he was merely at the 8th level of qi refinement. Murong Tian had not even considered him a threat. Had he been prepared, no amount of explosive pills would have harmed him in the slightest. If the Blood River Demon sect were to discover that he was the culprit, possessing ancient bloodlines, they would not know how they met their end. Fortunately, the Grand Elder of Alchemy bore the brunt of their ire. Chen Changsheng inquired, "What was the outcome? Were the stakes honored?" Du Zhong replied, "If my memory serves me correctly, the Blood River Demon sect wagered a 4th-grade top-tier spiritual treasure." Indeed, they did. The 2 Yuanying ancestors of the Tai Immortal sect appeared to ensure compliance. Du Zhong continued, "This conflict for power essentially revolves around the rights to the Tai Fu Chun. Acquiring a second 4th-grade top-tier spiritual treasure would quell the discord." Chen Changsheng nodded. "That is reassuring. With this, the Tai Immortal sect stands united." Which explains the flourishing scene in Feishing Fangshi. It is not as simple as that. Du Zhong shook his head. The Blood River Demon sect, being the foremost demonic sect of the Yu Kingdom, cannot simply swallow this defeat. Upon their return, they have secretly mobilized numerous evil cultivators into our Zhao Kingdom, engaging in deception, murder, and robbery. The situation outside has become increasingly chaotic, to the point where I dare not venture into the Ziyun mountain range. Thankfully, I possess a unique skill, my ancestral tailoring craft, allowing me to run this FAE pavilion, or else I would surely starve. "Oh, so this FAE pavilion is run by you, Du Daoyu?" Chen Changsheng exclaimed in surprise. Du Zhong smiled, "Of course. By the way, Chen Daoyu, your wife's ceremonial garments will be offered at a generous discount of 60%. I am most grateful, Du Daoyu." Chen Changsheng expressed his thanks. Du Zhong continued, "Though outside is tumultuous, our Feishing Fangshi remains undisturbed. Not to mention Lord Feishing, a Peak Foundation establishment cultivator with exceptional prowess, who recently eliminated a Peak Foundation establishment evil cultivator, ensuring that those attempting to disrupt our market think twice. Many markets outside pale in comparison to Feishing Fangshi, which is rife with chaos, conflict, and bloodshed, leading to an influx of visitors to our establishment. As it turns out, we arrived at the market quite early. Initially, I invested a substantial 8,000 spirit stones in this small courtyard, which is now worth at least 50,000. Chen Changsheng finally comprehended why the market had suddenly attracted so many people, flourishing to such an extent. This was pleasing. Yet it was likely that Pang Feishing also faced increased pressure. Regrettably, the only assistance I could provide was through alchemy. Furthermore, I am merely a second-tier advanced alchemist, capable of concocting only second-tier superior elixirs. It remains uncertain what prerequisites are necessary to ascend to the rank of a top-tier second-tier alchemist, be it cultivation, flame secret techniques, soul strength, or auxiliary abilities. What I lack most is my cultivation level, currently at the 8th layer of chi refinement. To become a top-tier second-tier alchemist, I suspect one must reach at least the 10th layer of chi refinement. Fortunately, although Feishing market has developed commendably, it pales in comparison to those bustling pedestrian streets of my previous life. The area is not particularly vast. After an entire morning of exploration, I finally concluded my visit. I sought out a tavern for a hearty meal, and after escorting several ladies back to their homes, I intended to visit Wanbacai to find Yang Zhuan and procure some spiritual herbs. In a matter of months, I had nearly exhausted all my medicinal materials and elixirs. Just as I stepped outside, I was intercepted by a female cultivator. She appeared in her late 20s, donned in a pristine white robe, and her beauty was not inferior to that of my wives. With a cultivation level at the 10th layer of chi refinement, she surpassed Qin Huayu by 1 or 2 realms. However, unlike Qin Huayu's aloofness, she possessed an enchanting allure. Her every smile and frown exuded an irresistible charm. Fortunately, in this lifetime, I have married 5 wives, and though I was a bachelor in my past life, I had been exposed to countless beautiful women through the bombardment of news media and television. Indeed, while the beauties of my previous life were striking, they shared a critical flaw, an absence of spiritual essence, presumably stemming from their spiritual roots. Upon noticing Chen Changsheng momentarily taken aback, the woman displayed a victorious expression, her heart swelling with self-satisfaction. Indeed, men are all creatures of desire. Chen Changsheng, a second-tier alchemist, would surely succumb to her charms. The woman smiled and introduced herself. I am Emurian, pleased to meet you, Chen Daoyu. Chen Changsheng replied, greetings, and Daoyu. May I inquire what brings you here? Emurian responded with a smile, naturally. I have a matter to discuss. I have long heard of your prowess as a second-tier alchemist, and seeing you today confirms your exceptional talent. I wish to propose a transaction between us, if you would. Chen Changsheng shook his head. If you seek to purchase elixirs, you must visit Wanbacai. While I am indeed skilled in alchemy, all the elixirs I create, aside from those for personal use, are entrusted to Wanbacai for sale. Unfazed by Chen Changsheng's refusal, Emurian continued, Chen Daoyu, may I call you Chingo? Would you kindly assist Murian? She added, besides, have you even heard the terms of my proposal? With that, Emurian extended her hands, entwining them around Chen Changsheng's left arm and gently swaying closer, her ample form brushing against him. In an instant, Chen Changsheng felt his bloodline swell, an insatiable desire surging within him, almost overwhelming his senses. Fortunately, he reacted swiftly, hastily retracting his arm and stepping back, striving to calm his tumultuous mind as he stammered, no need for that, dear Daostin. I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. If you require elixirs, simply purchase them directly from Wanbao Pavilion. With that, he fled the scene in utter disarray. Chapter 71. A near miss watching Chen Changsheng's retreating figure, and Miruan stomped her foot in frustration. Truly, he was a second-tier advanced alchemist, his soul's strength extraordinary, managing to break free from my charms. However, I shall not let this go unpunished. And Miruan glared fiercely at Chen Changsheng as he hurried away. Once within the confines of Wanbao Pavilion, Chen Changsheng still felt a lingering unease. His heart was heavy with vexation as he struggled to suppress the impulsive stirrings within, murmuring to himself, what was I thinking just now? Why did I feel a flutter? That shouldn't have happened. What brother is feeling a flutter? Have you perhaps taken a fancy to some female cultivator? Should I assist you in finding a match? At that moment, Yang Zhuan approached with a smile. Chen Changsheng shook his head, saying, Brother Yang, please do not speak carelessly. I have not developed feelings for another woman. Besides, Yuer is your niece. Do you not fear her stripping you of your beard if you seek to find me a wife? Yang Zhuan quickly stroked his chin, replying, Did I say anything? I have said nothing, so do not slander me. They both erupted into hearty laughter. Brother Yang, I now understand your Achilles heel. In the future, I shall send Yuer to negotiate our business dealings, Chen Changsheng teased. Yang Zun shook his head. Women grow beyond our control. With a chuckle, Chen Changsheng continued, Brother Yang, I wish to inquire about someone, and Miruan. Do you know her? Yang Zun's demeanor shifted as he exclaimed, Brother, has a Miruan taken an interest in you? Chen Changsheng replied, There is something off about her. He promptly recounted his encounter with a Miruan on the road. Yang Zun's expression turned grave. Brother, heed my advice. A Miruan is not to be trifled with. She recently arrived in the market and has taken residence here, proficient in seductive arts. I suspect she may very well be affiliated with the Hongluan demon sect. Chen Changsheng remarked, the Hongluan demon sect. One of the 3 great demon sects of the state of Yu. No wonder she suddenly intercepted me, claiming she wished to make a deal. I sensed something amiss and fled. The Hongluan technique is renowned throughout the world, Yang Zun noted, furrowing his brow. It appears she must have employed it on you. This technique is extraordinarily enchanting, capable of ensnaring individuals of all ages. Once ensnared, one may be reduced to her thrall. You must exercise caution. Fortunately, you departed in time and avoided falling prey to it. Rumor has it that the Hongluan technique primarily exerts control and influence over the soul, with the body serving as a secondary focus. As a second-tier advanced alchemist, your soul power is formidable, making you less susceptible. Nevertheless, do not approach her too closely. Even the strongest of souls can be ensnared. Chen Changsheng nodded. Brother Yang, rest assured, I shall remain vigilant. He then inquired, Brother Yang, how effective is the rebirth pill? Has there been any enhancement to your spiritual roots? Indeed, Yang Zun exclaimed with excitement. Brother, I must express my gratitude to you this time. Although I still possess a mixed spiritual root of all 4 elements, I can distinctly feel an acceleration in the absorption of the world's spiritual energy. The efficiency of my cultivation after consuming the elixir has also significantly improved. It's a pity I couldn't advance further to become a primordial spiritual root. Otherwise, I would truly strive for the foundation establishment realm. Chen Changsheng replied, since the transformation elixir has yielded results, you should certainly gather more medicinal materials and refine it a few more times. Who knows, you might indeed elevate your spiritual root to a primordial one. That makes perfect sense, Yang Zhuan said. I've actually gathered some recently. Let me fetch it for you. By the way, do you need any other spiritual herbs? I will prepare those as well. Chen Changsheng nodded. Please prepare another set of the previous spiritual herbs, and also gather the materials for the foundation establishment elixir. Once I have everything ready, the auction will be next month. I'm anxious. It's good that you have emerged from your seclusion. He added, by the way, I haven't congratulated you on reaching the late stage of the 8th level of qi refinement. Chen Changsheng remarked, but didn't you also experience a breakthrough? Before long, Yang Zun returned with the medicinal materials. After taking the herbs, Chen Changsheng proceeded to the entrance of the immortal sect. He wondered how many medicinal materials and formulas Ding Xiu had managed to gather recently. Given the benefits of the transformation elixir, he trusted that Ding Xiu would not be negligent. Initially, he had no hope and had come to the fixing market with plans to marry and establish a family of cultivators. However, now Ding Xiu had unveiled a vision for further advancement. He traveled between the market and the sect almost every month. The so-called entrance served as a vital link between the market and the sect, and it was clear that this market held significance for the immortal sect. Otherwise, they would not have established an outer sect entrance. Typically, the outer sect entrance had little activity, merely facilitating the sale of treasures from inner sect disciples, with a couple of qi refinement practitioners assisting. Most of the time was devoted to cultivation. If a qi refinement cultivator presented a second-tier treasure or discovered someone with a primordial spiritual root, they would conveniently bring them to the sect. Greetings, Uncle Master. Upon Chen Changsheng's arrival, the 2 qi refinement practitioners at the entrance promptly paid their respects. Chen Changsheng nodded. Is senior brother Ding present? Yes. The steward is in the inner hall. I will take you there, Qian Baiao said hastily. No need, I can go myself. Chen Changsheng waved his hand. As he entered the inner hall, he found Ding Xiu engrossed in a game of chess. Chen Changsheng did not disturb him, silently standing by and waiting. While it appeared to be a simple game, Chen Changsheng understood that Ding Xiu was actually researching formations. The grand array of heaven and earth was encapsulated on the chessboard. What seemed like a straightforward arrangement of black and white pieces concealed profound truths of the universe and the changes of the heavenly way. Within the chessboard, various transformations of array paths could be derived. After 2 hours of intense focus, Ding Xiu finally paused his game. Lifting his head, he spotted Chen Changsheng standing nearby and quickly apologized. Junior brother, why didn't you wake me? How long have you been here? Chen Changsheng replied, I haven't been here long. But I must say, senior brother, your mastery of formations is impressive, and your skill appears to be quite advanced. Ding Xiu shook his head, remarking that he was merely a first-tier master of formations, perpetually confined to the first tier. By the way, junior brother, your arrival is quite timely. I have made considerable gains this time, having managed to collect 2 ancient alchemical recipes. As he spoke, Ding Xiu waved his hand, revealing them before Chen Changsheng, 2 crafted from beast hide, along with a jade slip. He elaborated, this jade slip contains one of the alchemical recipes I gathered. In ancient times, jade slips were non-existent. Everything was made from the hides of magical beasts, silver pages, or gold pages, each with its own merits and drawbacks. Beast hides, silver pages, and gold pages preserve for longer, while jade slips offer greater convenience. 3 alchemical recipes. Chen Changsheng's eyes sparkled with delight, particularly at one recipe. The 5 elements gathering spirit pill, which astonishingly bore no rank distinction. The materials required for its concoction were remarkably simple, just 2 components, spiritual stones and quintessence of the 5 elements. The spiritual stones are categorized into inferior, medium, superior, and exceptional grades. The quintessence of the 5 elements encompasses metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. One could refine a first-tier 5 elements gathering spirit pill using first-tier quintessence and inferior spiritual stones, while second-tier quintessence and medium stones yield a second-tier pill. Likewise for the third tier, and so forth. Moreover, due to the variability in the quintessence collected each time, there is no notion of drug resistance, rendering this a miraculous elixir for all cultivators. However, despite the pill's extraordinary nature, its refinement is remarkably arduous. Not only is the quintessence difficult to gather, but the methods of refining quintessence are not commonly known. Furthermore, the 5 elements gathering spirit pill involves techniques from both the metal and herbal alchemy schools, alongside ancient secret methods and conditions. The first requirement is the presence of all 5 elements, a criterion that fortuitously suits Chen Changsheng. This is why he felt such exhilaration. The ancient methods of alchemy have been lost to time. Achieving a balance of all 5 elements is a challenge even at the late stages of qi training, let alone enhancing one's alchemical prowess. Yet, Chen Changsheng possesses a unique advantage, enabling him to transcend this obstacle, reaching the rank of a second-tier advanced alchemist despite merely being at the 8th level of qi training. Previously, although the blood pill was enticing, its cruelty left him lamenting. Many pills develop significant drug resistance with repeated use. While the first and second doses may still be effective, subsequent administrations diminish in potency. In contrast, neither the blood pill nor the 5 elements gathering spirit pill suffers from this flaw. The reason lies in the blood pill being composed of a cultivator's essence blood, while the 5 elements gathering spirit pill requires quintessence of the 5 elements. This connection suddenly dawned on Chen Changsheng. Of course, having the right conditions does not imply that the 5 elements gathering spirit pill is easily concocted. Quintessence of the 5 elements is not easily found. Even the Wanbao workshop might struggle to gather the necessary components, akin to the previous transcendental transformation pill or foundation establishment pill. Fortunately, with the backing of the market and the connections of the Tai immortal sect, there exists a substantial hope for successfully refining the 5 elements gathering spirit pill. The monotony was almost soporific, akin to presenting a pillow to someone on the verge of slumber. In comparison to the 5 elements spirit gathering pill, the other 2 formulas appeared rather feeble. Within the jade tablet was recorded a potion known as the Xian Yuan pill, classified as a second-tier inferior elixir. The other ancient recipe, however, referred to a first-tier concoction known as the body-forging pill, which was designed to enhance physical form. In ancient times, the pursuit of cultivation extended beyond mere qi refinement. It also encompassed the forging of one's body. The body-forging pill was specifically crafted for this purpose, augmenting corporeal strength. When paired with body-forging techniques, it could unlock one's potential, accelerating the process of physical enhancement. This brought to Chen Changsheng's mind his own body-forging technique, the Diamond Sutra. However, he discerned that this Diamond Sutra was not an ancient body-forging method but rather an evolution of ancient practices. The enhancement it provided was insufficient when compared to the ancient techniques, so much so that it was hardly worthy of mention. Having acquired the formula, Chen Changsheng took his leave, intent on returning to thoroughly study the 5 elements spirit-gathering pill, particularly the methods for refining spiritual essences. First-tier spiritual essences were relatively easy to procure. Although their enhancement was modest, they would be beneficial for his several spouses. Just as he exited the outer gate of the celestial sect, he encountered Enmuruan once more. This woman was not someone he could provoke, especially since he learned from Yang Zun that she might hail from the infamous Hongluan demon sect. The Hongluan sect was renowned for its alluring techniques. Falling prey to such charms would lead one to become a mere slave. Though uncertain if this woman possessed such capabilities, it was prudent to exercise caution. With his head lowered, he feigned ignorance and quickened his pace, eager to depart. However, fate had other plans. Brother Chen, just as he thought he would pass by Enmuruan unnoticed, she suddenly leapt in front of him, her face alight with surprise. Brother Chen, it truly is you. What a coincidence. Indeed, it was a coincidence. Chen Changsheng cursed his misfortune internally. With a forced smile, he replied, I have matters to attend to. I must take my leave. We shall talk another day. And Enmuruan scoffed inwardly. She had been waiting for him for quite some time and would not let him escape so easily. Grasping Chen Changsheng's arm, she insisted, Brother Chen, let us not postpone. Today, we shall have a good conversation. How about coming to my home? I am all alone there. From the very first moment she laid eyes on him, she had taken a liking to him, and should he be willing, she would do anything for him. Feeling the warmth of a Niruan's alluring form and the seductive expression upon her face, especially her sweet and enticing voice, Chen Changsheng nearly acquiesced. Hastily, he activated the Great Greenwood Sutra, striving to suppress his inner turmoil. Friendin, please do not be so forward. I already have a partner, and not just one. And Niruan shook her head. As long as I can be with you, Brother Chen, I would not mind being your mistress. Unknown to Chen Changsheng. And Niruan actually originated from the Hongwan demon sect, and was well versed in various enticing arts, particularly adept at dual cultivation, guaranteed to leave him utterly satisfied. Although Chen Changsheng was already aware of Niruan's identity, hearing her confess it aloud still caused his heart to flutter. Upon noticing Chen Changsheng's expression, Niruan immediately adopted a pitiful demeanor and said, Brother Chen, do you think I am unclean? I swear, I have never been so close to any man. You are the first. Moreover, the Red Lawn canon of our Red Lawn demon sect is alluring yet unattainable. Cough, cough. Chen Changsheng replied, Friendin, please refrain from such behavior, and I apologize, but I truly have matters to attend to. She is indeed a little enchantress. No, I must depart. If this continues, I fear I might truly succumb. Gritting his teeth, he forcefully pushed Niruan away and fled in a disheveled manner, exclaiming, Friendin, let us discuss this another day. Watching Chen Changsheng's retreating figure, Niruan felt not anger but an increase in intrigue. How fascinating that he has resisted my charms not once, but twice. He is indeed the first. This is what makes it enjoyable, is it not? Chen Changsheng, you cannot escape my grasp. Upon returning to the small courtyard, Chen Changsheng's heart continued to race. It was terrifying. Had Niruan not revealed her identity by mentioning the Red Lawn demon sect, he doubted he could have roused himself from her enchantment. Of course, his impressive soul attribute of 15 points was also a significant factor in his liberation from Niruan's allure. The next time he encounters her, he must take a detour. He vowed silently. If it happens again, he doubted he could resist. Chapter 73, Dragon Fruit Wine. My dear, what troubles you? Have you encountered danger? The four women observed Chen Changsheng's disheveled appearance with concern. Chen Changsheng hastily shook his head. No, it's nothing. I merely missed you all. Although Niruan ignited a fire within him, the mere mention of the Red Lawn demon sect filled him with dread, yet his body remained honest, unable to extinguish the flames of desire. With beauty before him, particularly his own wife, Chen Changsheng momentarily surrendered to his impulses. Husband, don't do this, she immediately protested. Ironically, her resistance only fueled the turbulence within him. At that moment, he unexpectedly conjured Niruan's image in his mind, causing him to shudder. He quickly banished her visage, transforming into a great wolf and letting out a howl as he charged forward. The small courtyard was once again swept away by a tempest. Training with Gu Yingsha yielded 32 points of alchemy experience. Training affinity 130, life and death together. Bonus 5. Alchemist, second tier. Upper grade alchemist, experience 105822W. Training with Gu Linger resulted in 22 points of technique level experience. Cultivating affection level 120, soaring together. Bonus 5 soul technique. Great evolution refining method, third tier technique. Incomplete, completed to second tier technique level. Experience points 7, 620. 000. By training with Ruan Ling, gain 12 points in artifact refining experience affection level. 110 bonus. 5 refiner, second tier mid-grade, experience points. 44, 455. 000. By training with Lu Linglong, obtain 12 points of golden spiritual roots affection level. 110, sincere and heartfelt. Bonus, 5 spiritual roots. 5 element mixed spiritual roots. Gold, 120. Wood, 132. Water, 122. Fire, 120. Earth, 120. Chen Changsheng was pleasantly surprised to find that the Great Evolution refining method had actually completed a level, reaching the second tier technique level. The most unexpected development was the enhancement of his soul. It had risen from 1692 to 1792. In the days that followed, Chen Changsheng remained within the confines of his home, engaging in alchemy, cultivation, and spending time with his wife. This lifestyle was immensely gratifying, a stark contrast to his previous cautious demeanor at the Tai immortal sect. With ample resources for alchemy and cultivation, he focused solely on refining pills, witnessing a gradual enhancement in his aptitude. As his technique level rose, so too did his realm, while he occasionally spent time with Qin Huayu. He had thoroughly studied the 5 elements gathering spirit pill, now only lacking the 5 elements essence. Indeed, The mixed spiritual roots cultivated at a faster rate than the waste spiritual roots. During this time, he had re-refined 2 batches of the rebirth pill. Aside from gifting 3 pills to each person, he consumed the rest himself, resulting in a significant elevation in his spiritual roots. Notably, his wood spiritual root had transformed. Spiritual roots, 5-element mixed spiritual roots, gold, 120, wood, 556, water, 122, fire, 120, earth, 120. The spiritual roots of the women around him had also made some progress. Gu Yingxia remained a waste spiritual root, while Gu Linger had transformed into a mixed spiritual root. Logically, Gu Linger held the greatest potential to inherit his ancient pill refining talents. Unfortunately, despite her innate ability, she lacked a fortuitous advantage. Elevating one's alchemical prowess was no simple feat. While spiritual roots and cultivation could be enhanced, proficiency in alchemy relied solely on one's comprehension and innate gifts. Ruan Ling continued to possess 4-element mixed spiritual roots. What truly astonished Chen Changsheng was Lu Linglong's apparent trend towards a breakthrough, potentially advancing to 3-element earth spiritual roots. With earth spiritual roots, the prospect of forming a golden core became viable, and similarly, Qin Huayu's spiritual roots had also shown significant improvement and a trend towards a breakthrough. One day, while Chen Changsheng was accompanying his wife, a sound-transmitting talisman pierced through the void, appearing before him. He swiftly grasped the talisman, discovering it was a message from Pang Feishing. After giving instructions to the women, he set out. Arriving at the faction leader's residence, he approached with a respectful greeting. "Ah, Brother Fiyun is not here," Chen Changsheng remarked. Pang Feishing responded. "He has gone to Tingxia Kang." "Oh," Chen Changsheng nodded in acknowledgement. "The transaction for the 5-element spirit essence has been completed." Chen Changsheng did not conceal the matter regarding the 5 elements gathering spirit pill. His principle is to utilize every possible relationship to his advantage. You seek the spirit essence, while I shall concoct the elixir. Upon successful refinement, I shall take the lion's share, and the remainder shall be yours to divide. Who would not be tempted by an opportunity to enhance their strength, although they do not face any significant obstacles as long as they possess sufficient experience. Within the same realm, there exists vast potential for improvement. Yet, it remains uncertain whether Pang Feishing will be able to procure the 5 elements spirit essence this time. Pang Feishing remarked, "What are you still standing for? Please take a seat." "Thank you, dear sister," Chen Changsheng replied as he settled down. At that moment, a maidservant emerged, presenting a jug of exquisite wine before Chen Changsheng. Wine is also available in the marketplace, consisting of 2 types of spirit wines. One is a low-grade jam wine, while the other is a mid-grade 100-flower brew. Chen Changsheng frequently purchases these. As the maidservant poured a glass, he immediately sensed a powerful spiritual energy coalescing within the wine, far surpassing the 100-flower brew. Pang Feishing stated, "This is fire dragon wine brewed from dragon fruit. Give it a try." Chen Changsheng eagerly raised the cup to his lips. A delicate sip revealed a remarkable flavor, an elixir that lingered delightfully, rich in spiritual energy, with an enchanting taste that captivated the senses. "Dear sister, is there more of this wine?" Chen Changsheng inquired, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. Most importantly, he discovered that this wine could indeed enhance his cultivation. 10 points with each sip, and a full cup would grant a substantial increase of 100 points, without any reduction in efficacy despite repeated consumption. Pang Feishing teased, "What? You desire it as well?" Chen Changsheng replied with a smile, "If you could spare some for me, I would not refuse." Pang Feishing responded, "I will let you take a jar with you later. I spent several years crafting this. 1 jar may seem little, but I have limited supply." "Thank you, dear sister," Chen Changsheng expressed his delight. A jar is certainly better than none. Moreover, did he not hear Pang Feishing mention that it was her own brew? There would be ample time in the future to reap the rewards. Pang Feishing remarked with a hint of annoyance, "You take advantage and still feign innocence. All right. The reason I summoned you is to inquire whether you can refine the gold spirit pill capable of aiding in the breakthrough to the golden core stage. The gold spirit pill is a mid-grade 3rd-tier elixir, requiring at least the level of a mid-tier alchemist, and is of considerable value. While many sects and cultivation families can produce foundation establishment pills, it is likely that only 3 major sects within the Zhao Kingdom can concoct the gold spirit pill. The gold spirit pill can significantly increase the chances of forming a golden core. Its worth far exceeding that of typical 3rd-tier elixirs. If the foundation establishment pill can drive alchemists to madness, the gold spirit pill can incite all foundation establishment cultivators to frenzy. Chen Changsheng inquired, "Dear sister, are you preparing for your golden core formation?" Pang Feishing replied, "I have reached the pinnacle of foundation establishment. It is time to prepare for this endeavor. Yet, I am uncertain if I can succeed." "You will, without a doubt," Chen Changsheng asserted confidently. "Give me 10 years, and I will surely refine the gold spirit pill." 10 years. Chen Changsheng was confident in his potential to become a foundational cultivator and attain the status of a third-tier alchemist. Moreover, the crucial factor was that 10 years would be ample time for Pang Fixing to prepare adequately. It was not Pang Fixing's intention for Chen Changsheng to concoct the golden spirit pill immediately. Rather, he merely sought a promise from him, which, at that moment, was evidently unattainable. Pang Fixing nodded and said, "Very well, I shall await your good news." Chen Changsheng inquired, "Sister, there is a matter that perplexes me. I have noticed that disciples of the demon sect have been brazenly appearing within the borders of Zhao Kingdom, and there are even quite a few in our Fixing market. To my knowledge, the three great sects had previously barred demon sect disciples from entering Zhao Kingdom. Are they now turning a blind eye?" This situation was not solely due to a Muron's presence. He had previously encountered Murong Tian, whose blood river power he was quite familiar with. Although well concealed, it was ultimately revealed beneath his overwhelmingly powerful soul. The appearance of demon sect disciples was alarming, not to mention the presence of those malevolent cultivators. Fortunately, the deterrent influence of the Pang siblings still prevailed, dissuading these demon sect disciples and malevolent cultivators from causing chaos. Pang Fixing replied, "Though it is currently a secret, it will soon become common knowledge. It is of no consequence for me to share this with you. Recently, a primordial secret realm was discovered within the Ziyun mountain range, and the restrictions surrounding it are particularly unique. One must combine celestial and demonic powers to unlock it. To access this ancient secret realm, the three great sects have deemed it necessary to seek assistance from the demon sect, which is why they have temporarily turned a blind eye. Once the secret realm is opened, I believe these demon sect disciples will swiftly depart from Zhao Kingdom." "That is reassuring," Chen Changsheng sighed with relief. The departure of the demon sect disciples would imply that a Muron would also leave, withdrawing from the market. Chen Changsheng did not leave empty-handed. He took with him a jar of dragon fruit wine, a fine treasure. This second-tier low-grade spirit wine could enhance one's cultivation by 10 points with each sip. With at least 10 pounds in the jar, it was certain to provide 5,000 points of cultivation enhancement. Most importantly, the joy of drinking while cultivating could amplify the pleasurable sensations, allowing the joyous delight technique to operate with even greater swiftness. On his way back, Chen Changsheng suddenly noticed an increase in the number of demon sect disciples within the market. Given that his identity as a second-tier alchemist was no longer a secret, he decided to adopt a more discreet demeanor. "Brother Chen." Just as he approached the entrance of his small courtyard, a familiar voice, laced with deep resentment, called out to him. It was Muron. How was it that he encountered her again? Chen Changsheng feigned ignorance and hastened his steps, which infuriated Muron. To block his path, she flashed in front of him, beaming with a smile, and said, "Brother Chen, it truly is you." "Dearest Chen," Chen Changsheng replied, feeling exasperated. He pretended to just notice her, and said, "Dearest Chen, you are also out shopping? What a coincidence. I have matters to attend to, so I must take my leave now. We shall talk another day." And Muron burst into laughter. "Brother Chen," she said, "are you afraid of me?" Chen Changsheng quickly shook his head, replying, "How could that be? Do not speak nonsense. I truly have matters to attend to." And Muron countered, "I do not believe you. I know you are fearful of my identity, or perhaps of the harm I might bring upon you." She extended her hands, gently placing them upon Chen Tian's chest. "Brother Chen, there is no need for you to fear me. In fact, we could very well become friends. I have heard that you are in search of the 5 elemental spiritual materials, and fortuitously, I possess some." With that, she produced a jade vial, and as she opened it, a fragrant aroma wafted into the air. Chen Changsheng's eyes brightened, filled with fervor. This was none other than a millennium-old stalactite. A stalactite that takes 10 years to be mundane, 100 years to become spiritual, and a millennium to reach the second tier of earth-based spiritual material. It is imperative to understand that the 5 elemental spiritual materials are exceedingly rare and far more precious than medicinal herbs or spirit materials. Naturally, these spiritual materials are also the essence used in alchemy. Most can be consumed directly or utilized in medicine, much like the stalactite, which is a sacred remedy for healing. And Muron smiled and declared, "This is a 5,000-year-old stalactite." Chen Changsheng felt a stirring in his heart. 5,000 years is indeed a superior second-tier spiritual material. "Would you be willing to sell this millennium-old stalactite?" he inquired. "I shall not sell it," and Muron replied with a shake of her head. "However, I can gift it to you, Brother Chen." "Are you truly giving it to me?" he asked. "Indeed," she affirmed. "Yet, I have 2 conditions." Chen Changsheng's heart sank. It seemed there was no such thing as a free lunch. Nevertheless, considering the value of the millennium-old stalactite, he took a deep breath and asked, "What are the conditions?" And Muron smiled and said, "First, do not refer to me as dearest, and in the future, simply call me Muron. Second, when you see me, you cannot pretend not to notice me. If you agree to these 2 conditions, I shall bestow upon you the millennium-old stalactite. That's the deal. Chen Changsheng frowned, contemplating that this was hardly different from receiving it for free. Why do you doubt me? And Mu Ran teased, and without further ado, she pressed the millennium-old stalactite into Chen Changsheng's hands. As he stood there in astonishment, she turned and departed, leaving him in a state of bewilderment. It wasn't until he returned to his courtyard that he began to process what had transpired. Meanwhile, Mu Ran wore a confident expression, proclaiming to herself, I told you, you cannot escape my grasp. Let us see how you become my loyal subject. Upon returning to the courtyard, Chen Changsheng took a moment to gather his thoughts. He retrieved some dragon fruit wine, instructing Xiao Yun and Xiao Huan to prepare a feast. It was time to celebrate with a drink. In just 3 short years since arriving in the market, Xiao Huan and Xiao Yun had already achieved the innate realm, a level of cultivation that could dominate in Linen City, where the strongest merely reached the status of an innate master. An innate master was comparable at most to the first or second levels of qi training. After all, it was this very status that had garnered Chen Changsheng considerable attention from the entire city of Linen. With a cup of wine downed, both women experienced a significant boost in their cultivation. Chapter 75. Lu Linglong's Breakthrough. Indeed, the dragon fruit wine is truly formidable. The greatest harvest belongs to Lu Linglong. As 2 cups of dragon fruit wine were consumed, a tremendous surge of magical energy erupted from her. It was evident that a breakthrough was imminent. Chen Changsheng, filled with joy, promptly urged, My dear, quickly circulate your cultivation technique and remain still. Previously, Lu Linglong had practiced a wood element technique known as the Changchun Ju, which was slightly superior to the Qingyu Ju, ranking as a high-tier first-grade technique. After Lu Linglong became his wife, she began to cultivate the great Qingyu Ju. Now, through continuous dual cultivation, the great Qingyu Ju had already attained the level of a high-tier second-grade technique. With further training, Chen Changsheng firmly believed that this technique would eventually reach the 4th and 5th grades. Not only Lu Linglong, but also Guing Xia, Gu Ling, and even Ruan Ling were practicing the great Qingyu Ju. Chen Changsheng even intended to persuade Qin Huayu to switch to the great Qingmu Ju, but she declined. She had been cultivating a water element technique, which was also a high-tier second-grade technique, capable of reaching the peak of foundation establishment. To change one's technique, the first step involves dispersing the internal magical energy throughout the major meridians and organs, followed by the recultivation of a different technique. Although one's realm would not diminish, altering one's magical energy could take a minimum of 5 years, and potentially even 10, 20, or 30 years. Chen Changsheng understood that she was feeling frustrated. It was not feasible to spend such a lengthy period on a technique overhaul. He planned to wait until she reached the foundation establishment realm before making the switch, which would conveniently align with her foundation magical energy, yielding multiple benefits. The great Qingmu Ju in his possession was a technique of infinite potential. Even though it was currently at the 2nd grade, when it advanced to the 3rd grade, the recultivation process should be more efficient than switching to an entirely new technique, possibly taking less than 1/10 or even 1/20th of the time. As Lu Linglong continuously operated the great Qingmu Ju, Chen Changsheng also infused a stream of magical energy into her body to help her calm the restive energy within. Boom. At last, in an instant, Lu Linglong achieved her breakthrough to the early stage of the 4th level of qi training. With her advancement, Chen Changsheng observed the changes on her virtual panel. Affection level 120, flying together, bonus 5. Early stage of qi training level 4, provides 22 with spiritual roots per instance. My dear, congratulations, Chen Changsheng exclaimed. Sister Linglong, this is wonderful. You are now a practitioner in the mid-stage of qi training. Tears of joy streamed down Lu Linglong's face as she embraced Chen Changsheng gratefully, saying, Husband, thank you. Chen Changsheng smiled and replied, Silly girl. Why be so polite with your husband? Lu Linglong responded, I feel incredibly fortunate to marry you in this lifetime. Husband, you are truly wonderful. Chen Changsheng remarked, I am equally fortunate to have you. And of course, the rest of you. As time passed, a week swiftly elapsed. During this week, Chen Changsheng successfully refined the Millennium Stalactite into 2nd grade spiritual essence. He still needed the other 4 elemental essences. 1st grade essences were relatively easy to find, but 2nd grade essences were quite rare, typically only available from large cultivation families or sections. Even disciples of the celestial sect, upon acquiring spiritual artifacts, typically consume them directly to enhance their cultivation or utilize them in other realms. I recall Pang Feisheng mentioning that Pang Feiyun had ventured to Tianqiu City, though it remains uncertain whether he achieved any noteworthy gains. The annual auction is swiftly approaching, and Chen Changsheng intends to devise a strategy around it. The Transcendental Transformation Pill cannot be presented. However, the Marrow Cleansing Pill and Foundation Establishment Pill can once again take center stage in this auction. To auction these foundation establishment pills and marrow cleansing pills, an additional stipulation will be appended. They must be accompanied by a second-tier spiritual essence. The news has long been disseminated. Furthermore, there is another significant highlight. The discovery of an ancient secret realm in the Ziyun mountain range has also been circulated. Ancient secret realms embody both opportunity and peril, akin to the Luoyuan secret realm, which also belongs to this category, as well as the Taishu secret realm controlled by the Tai celestial sect. The Luoyuan secret realm is merely a first-tier secret realm, while the Taishu secret realm is classified as a fourth-tier secret realm, rumored to contain treasures that even nascent soul ancestors covet. This ancient secret realm remains an unverified and undeveloped existence. Even a first-tier secret realm continues to attract countless seekers. Historical records recount that when the Tai celestial sect first discovered the Taishu secret realm, some individuals prematurely entered it as foundation establishment cultivators, only to emerge 50 years later as nascent soul ancestors. The Tai celestial sect's sole fourth-tier superior inherited spiritual treasure, the Tai whisk, was obtained from the Taishu secret realm. The discovery of the Taishu secret realm was pivotal in establishing the Tai celestial sect as one of the three great sects of the Zhao kingdom. Regarding the opening of the secret realm, Chen Changsheng chose not to attend. The allure of treasures within the secret realm is enticing, yet the dangers are immense. The mortality rate in the Luoyuan secret realm is merely 50%, while in this ancient secret realm, it escalates to a staggering 90%. Facing a high-tier secret realm could even yield a 100% fatality rate. Is it not better to remain alive? Moreover, with his own advantageous circumstances, he is thriving quite well. After delivering the refined pills to Yang Zhuan, the latter excitedly grasped Chen Changsheng's hand, exclaiming, "Brother, do you know? Our Feishing auction house is making waves in the Zhao kingdom. Not only are disciples from various celestial sects attending, but it is rumored that golden core experts will also be present." The mention of golden core experts startled Chen Changsheng. Although it is not his first encounter with such formidable beings, this occasion is indeed incomparable. The ability to attract golden core experts indicates that this auction must feature extraordinary treasures. Chen Changsheng grew increasingly intrigued and inquired further. Yet, to his surprise, Yang Zhuan shook his head in response. This auction is no longer solely our Feishing auction house's affair. It is a collaborative event among 5 auction houses. The treasures will be delivered just before the auction commences. Therefore, it is quite possible that a plethora of remarkable items will emerge. It is said that even the Tai celestial sect has sent a batch of auction items, a feat accomplished by Steward Ding on behalf of our Feishing auction house. Chen Changsheng's eyes sparkled with excitement. After departing from the Wanbao pavilion and returning to his courtyard, he immediately began to assess his assets. With over 1,000 top-grade spirit stones, more than 90,000 mid-grade spirit stones, and upwards of 800,000 low-grade spirit stones, one could no longer merely describe the wealth amassed. Second-tier spiritual artifacts are valued only in the range of tens of thousands to several tens of thousands of spirit stones, while foundational establishment pills hover around the value of 100,000 spirit stones. The auction commenced as scheduled. Early in the morning, Chen Changsheng gathered with several women, meticulously dressing up for the rare outing, finally putting to use the cosmetics and beautiful attire he had previously purchased. Chen Changsheng was at long last introduced to the oft-repeated phrases of women. Just a moment, it will be ready soon, accompanied by the inevitable question of how long it would take. Fortunately, his prior life experiences had bestowed upon him some understanding through television news. He had roused them 2 hours in advance, yet it was only with less than 10 minutes before the auction that they dashed out, creating quite a commotion en route. Chapter 76. The auction ascends. A year had passed, and upon Chen Changsheng's return to the auction, he was astounded by the grand scale of the event. It had transformed entirely compared to the previous year. The decor was now exquisite and opulent. Originally an open-air auction, it had been enclosed with numerous private booths, and the seating had expanded more than threefold. The enormous auction stage emanated an aura of mystery and magnificence. As a second-tier alchemist and an outer sect steward of the Tai immortal sect, Chen Changsheng was naturally qualified to enter one of the private booths. As he settled into his seat, an overwhelming aura suddenly swept over the auction hall, exuding an air of dominance that could overshadow the world. In the face of this presence, he felt as insignificant as a solitary boat adrift in the vast ocean, at any moment susceptible to being engulfed by the waves. Truly, the might of a golden pill cultivator was formidable. Chen Changsheng was filled with astonishment and admiration, as well as a renewed sense of determination. He too aspired to become a golden pill master in the future. Soon, the time for the auction to officially commence arrived. Yang Zhuan strode onto the stage and formally announced the beginning of the auction. The first item was presented. This auction could be deemed the most grandiose since the establishment of the Feishing Square market, featuring an abundance of treasures and attracting individuals of notable status. Not only were there more than a dozen foundational establishment cultivators present, but also a golden pill master had graced the event with their presence, an undeniable endorsement of the auction's significance. This was what delighted Yang Zhuan the most. The first auction item was a second-tier demonic beast pet, an ice cloud silkworm. This silkworm could produce ice silk, a principal material for crafting second-tier treasure garments, with a starting bid of 3,000 spirit stones. Frankly, Chen Changsheng felt a stirring desire to bid. He was well aware of the preciousness of ice silk. However, as the thought crossed his mind, he quickly relinquished it. Crafting treasure garments was markedly different from artifact refining, demanding exceptional skill. Unfortunately, his dual cultivation in alchemy and artifact refining left him somewhat lacking in this regard. It was, however, Du Zhong who excelled in the art of treasure garment creation. Remarkably, Chen Changsheng observed Du Zhong bidding for the ice cloud silkworm, which was ultimately purchased for 6,800 spirit stones. Although the first auction item could only be considered an appetizer, the subsequent items promised to be increasingly valuable. Several auction items stirred Chen Changsheng's heart. Unfortunately, all exceeded his psychological price point. It was not a lack of spiritual stones, but rather a question of necessity. Next was the ninth auction item. A second-tier premium refining material, the 9 Heavens Cold Iron, starting at a price of 20,000 spiritual stones. This was an exceptional material for crafting flying swords. Moreover, such a sizable piece might yield a 9 Heavens Cold Iron Essence Crystal, which is a third-tier treasure. Of course, this would require the aid of powerful fire-based secret techniques. A typical refiner would find this impossible, needing at least a third-tier refiner. However, this posed no challenge for Chen Changsheng. With his golden finger in hand, he was already a second-tier upper-grade refiner at the 8th level of Qi cultivation. After a round of bidding, Chen Changsheng acquired it for 55,000 spiritual stones. Following that, Chen Changsheng made several bids but failed to secure any of the items. It was not until the second-to-last auction item that he successfully purchased a water-type second-tier spiritual object, the nether black water, which could be refined into water-type essence. Soon, they reached the final auction item. At last, Chen Changsheng realized the target of the golden core experts. A third-tier treasure appeared, a resurrection grass, which could aid golden core experts in enhancing their souls, particularly beneficial for support roles. This left Chen Changsheng feeling quite vexed. Who would dare compete for treasures being auctioned by golden core experts? Ultimately, without any contention, the golden core expert purchased it for 100,000 spiritual stones. As the auction concluded, Chen Changsheng returned to the small courtyard with several women. Upon their return, the women were filled with excitement. Although they did not acquire any treasures, they had witnessed the various artifacts and the fervor of the auction. As they put it, they had experienced a high-end gathering of cultivators. A month swiftly passed since the auction ended. During this month, Pang Feiyun returned, bringing back a considerable number of 5-element spiritual objects. Among them, the first-tier spiritual objects were the most abundant and complete, while the second-tier objects included the Golden System's diamond wood and the Fire System's fire dragon grass, with the wood system still lacking. The second-tier 5 elements gathering pill could not be refined for the time being, but the first-tier 5 elements gathering pill could be crafted. To focus on refining the 5 elements gathering pill, Chen Changsheng halted all other alchemical endeavors. After more than half a month of relentless refining, he finally transformed all the first-tier spiritual objects brought back by Pang Feiyun into first-tier 5 elements gathering pills, yielding a total of 72 pills. Each pill could enhance one's experience by 5,000 points, amounting to over 360,000 experience points, sufficient to elevate him to the pinnacle of the 8th level of Qi cultivation. Naturally, these pills could not be hoarded. The women, Yang Zhuan Zhang, the shopkeeper from the food god residence, Pang Feiyun, and Pang Feisheng all deserved a share. In the end, he retained 36 pills, distributing 20 among the 5 women, leaving himself with 16. Through a period of cultivation, along with the effects of these 16 first-tier 5 elements gathering pills, his cultivation level, although not elevated, significantly advanced. Realm, pinnacle of Qi cultivation, 8th level, experience points, 17, 452, 140. The most significant aspect is that this is merely the beginning. Once individuals have experienced the sweetness of success, I am certain they will exert every effort to assist in gathering spiritual materials. Of course, what Chen Changsheng values the most is the second-tier 5 elements gathering spirit pill. With the first-tier 5 elements gathering spirit pill, one can acquire 5,000 experience points. And for the second tier, it could be 50,000 or even more. All that remains is the wood element spiritual material. After distributing the pills one by one, Chen Changsheng casually passed by the magical garment pavilion. Remembering that a month ago Du Zhong had acquired the ice silkworm baby, he decided to take a look inside. It would be splendid to have a custom magical garment tailored for each of the ladies. The ice silkworm baby produces silk as white as snow, making it one of the finest materials for crafting celestial garments. As luck would have it, Du Zhong was indeed present. Upon explaining his intentions, Du Zhong smiled and said, "You've come to the right person, my friend. This celestial garment I'm wearing is primarily made from ice silkworm silk, but alas, I have exhausted my supply. How about this? I will prepare some ice silkworm silk for you in the future." "Good," Chen Changsheng nodded. Du Zhong then inquired, "Have you heard about the discovery of the ancient secret realm in the Zun mountain range?" Chen Changsheng nodded. "Are you planning to go?" Du Zhong replied, "It seems you are unaware. The ancient secret realm is open to the public. The 3 great sects have not sealed it off, and anyone may enter. This is an opportunity. Many in the market are preparing to explore, and I naturally wish to try my luck. I wonder if you would be interested in joining." Chen Changsheng shook his head. "No, I shall focus on refining my pills. I do not dare venture into the ancient secret realm." Chapter 77, Second Tier 5 Elements, Gathering Spirit Pill. Du Zhong lamented, "You are missing a tremendous opportunity, my friend." Chen Changsheng smiled faintly. "Opportunity? Who knows what lies within that ancient secret realm? The most critical point is that such an unexplored ancient secret realm poses a risk. Not just practitioners in the Qi refinement stage, but even foundation establishment cultivators could be mere cannon fodder. I fear that even if one survives the exploration, they may not return." After ordering 6 celestial garments, Chen Changsheng took his leave. Upon returning to the courtyard, Qin Huayu rushed over anxiously and asked, "Husband, do you know about the opening of the ancient secret realm?" Chen Changsheng nodded. "I have heard. More than half of the people in the market have gone. Where? Are you planning to explore as well?" Qin Huayu replied, "I want to try my luck." Chen Changsheng quickly interjected, "Where? You must not go. Though the ancient secret realm is alluring, it is fraught with danger. You must trust me with my presence. I will ensure you break through to the foundation establishment stage and avenge your grievances." "Indeed, Sister Yue. I have also heard that during the last opening of the ancient secret realm, it cost lives. One misstep could lead to death within." The other ladies also urged her, "You must trust your husband." After a fierce internal struggle, Qin Huayu finally gritted her teeth and nodded. "All right, I want to go." "Wonderful." With Qin Huayu's affirmative response, Chen Changsheng finally breathed a sigh of relief. The previously refined first-order spirit gathering pill, although allowing Qin Huayu to reach the mid-stage of the Qi refinement realm, significantly enhanced his cultivation level. One cannot overlook the assistance Chen Changsheng provided during this period. He even managed to concoct transformative pills that elevate spiritual roots. With such achievements, he felt an unwavering confidence in his aspiration to become a foundation establishment practitioner. "My dear, look at this splendid weather. Shall we engage in a profound discussion on the philosophy of life?" Qin Huayu shot Chen Changsheng a disgruntled glare and retorted, "Leave me be. I am not one to be trifled with." With a huff, she stormed off. Clearly, despite her decision to forego the ancient secret realm, her heart remained restless, brimming with unfulfilled desires. However, with Qin Huayu gone, there were still the ladies Gu Yingxia and others present. "My dear, I shall attend to you," he said. "Go. You should comfort Sister Yu. She needs solace the most at this moment." The ladies unceremoniously ushered Chen Changsheng out, leaving him bewildered in the wind, while they erupted into laughter, blooming like flowers. In the days that followed, Chen Changsheng continued his routine of cultivation, alchemy, and artifact forging. He did not rush to forge with the Jyotian cold iron acquired from the auction. Instead, he opted to slowly refine it using the flame separation technique, hoping to obtain cold iron essence crystals. Thus, 10 days passed. During this period, the marketplace was in a lamentable state, the once bustling atmosphere now eerily desolate. Numerous shops that had been opened began to close their doors. One could easily surmise that many had ventured into the ancient secret realm, testing their fortunes. Observing this scene, Chen Changsheng felt no envy, but rather a sense of melancholy, pondering how many cultivators had perished as a result. On the 5th day, unfortunate news began to trickle back. Various names were reported to have fallen within the ancient secret realm, and tragically, these incidents occurred at the realm's periphery, resulting in heavy casualties. Du Zhong had also entered the ancient secret realm, yet no news of his demise had surfaced. He was either already dead, unbeknownst to anyone, or still alive. Chen Changsheng held on to hope for the latter, especially since he had commissioned 6 sets of celestial garments. Undoubtedly, the opening of the ancient secret realm allowed countless cultivators to embark on expeditions, and benefits were not absent. Although Fixing Marketplace was not the closest to the ancient secret realm, it was the largest, especially with Chen Changsheng, a second-tier senior alchemist, present. Seizing the opportunity, Chen Changsheng diligently prepared a batch of healing elixirs and detoxifying pills. His efforts bore fruit, as he successfully exchanged them for some valuable items, including multiple pieces of 5 elements spiritual essence, a second-tier wood-type spiritual material. With the 5 elements spiritual essence gathered, Chen Changsheng boldly commenced his alchemical endeavors. The primary distinction between the second-order and first-order 5 elements gathering pills lay in the 5 elements spiritual essence. The alchemical process proceeded smoothly, yielding 15 pills. After dividing the 5 elements gathering pills, he retained 6 for himself, an unprecedented display of generosity. As he ingested one of the 5 elements gathering pills, he felt the medicinal power gradually refining within him, causing his entire being to tremble with excitement. Realm, late stage Qi refinement level 8, experience points, 23, 568, 440W. The experience points amounted to an astonishing 50,000. 6 pills equate to 300,000, which implies a significant advancement in one's cultivation. After 5 days, Chen Changsheng's cultivation underwent a comprehensive enhancement, finally stepping into the pinnacle realm of the 8th layer of Qi training. Realm, pinnacle of Qi training, 8th layer, experience points, 8. 654, 750. Not only he, but also the several women experienced tremendous improvements in their cultivation. Although they had only 1 pill, it was conceivable that their foundational realms were quite low. What filled him with envy was Lu Linglong, a true testament to being a 3-element spiritual root. With just 1 pill, the experience points were at least 100,000. Gu Yingxia, affinity, 140, life and death together. Bonus, 5, realm, pinnacle of Qi training. Second layer, each training session yields 32 points of alchemy experience. Gu Linger affinity, 130, life and death together. Bonus, 5, realm, pinnacle of Qi training. Second layer, each training session yields 32 experience points. Ruan Ling, affinity, 110, genuine affection. Bonus, 5, late stage of Qi training. Fourth layer, each enhancement grants 12 points of refining experience. Lu Linglong, affinity, 120, flying together. Bonus, 5, late stage of Qi training. Fourth layer, each session provides 22 points of wood's spiritual root. Qin Huiyu, cultivation affinity, 110, genuine affection. Bonus, 5, late stage of Qi training. 10th layer, each session grants 11 attribute points. However, while Chen Changsheng was refining the elixirs within the ancient secret realm, a pillar of light soared towards the heavens, gradually manifesting into a sword, a tome, a celestial garment, and a gourd. The brilliance emanating from these objects allowed many to sense the formidable presence of the 4 ethereal shadows. They were undoubtedly 4th-tier spiritual treasures, and likely of superior quality. Quick! Look at that tome. Does it not inscribe the Shura Sutra? Especially for those practitioners from demonic sects, the revelation was enough to drive them to madness. Upon reviewing ancient texts, it became evident that this secret realm was once the lair of the Shura ancestor, a revered nascent soul elder. This indicated the legacy of the Shura ancestor, who ultimately ascended to the spiritual realm, which was quite daunting. In a world where spiritual energy was scarce, many legacies had been severed. Although a nascent soul elder could suppress all, countless nascent soul elders spent their lives without achieving ascension. The emergence of the Shura secret realm might well conceal the mysteries of ascension. Chapter 78. A secret. The events unfolding within the ancient secret realm had no bearing on Chen Changsheng whatsoever. The appearance of 4th-tier treasures would undoubtedly rouse the nascent soul elders, and it was likely that not just the cultivators from the Zhao, Wei, and Yu states would be stirred into action. Fortunately, all attention was focused on the ancient secret realm, thus the impact on the fixing marketplace was minimal. As Chen Changsheng successfully refined the elixirs and stepped into the pinnacle of the 8th layer of Qi training, accompanied by the breakthroughs of the women, they all radiated with boundless joy. Reaching the pinnacle of the 8th layer of Qi refinement, only 1 step away from the 9th layer. How distant is the foundation establishment realm? Reflecting on my squandered years, over 40, one cannot even speak of foundation establishment, let alone the difficulty of entering the late stage of Qi refinement. I had resigned myself to fate, contemplating marriage and fatherhood, yet unexpectedly awakened to a golden opportunity. In a mere span of 4 years, I ascended from the 4th layer of Qi refinement to the peak of the 8th. Such a leap could rival even the most gifted with heavenly roots. Marriage brings strength. Indeed, marrying one's partner renders one invincible. Chen Changsheng, overwhelmed with emotion, gazed lovingly at the several women beside him, and with a grand gesture declared, "My dear, I have decided that to celebrate this breakthrough in cultivation, shall we engage in a friendly match? Bah! Who wishes to partake in a friendly match? If we are to fight, let it be with real stakes. Who fears whom? They thought that their secluded mountain abodes and perilous valleys would deter me, but watch as I traverse mountains and rivers, defeating each one of you in turn. After a lively exchange, joyous sounds filled the room. Chen Changsheng, deeply aware of why those emperors preferred beauty over power, relished the company of those women. For 2 whole days, they spent their time in bed. Yet, as his companion's cultivation levels rose, so too did their combat prowess, challenging him in ways he had previously taken for granted, almost leading to his defeat. Ultimately, he managed to rally and save face in the final moments. On the 3rd day, Chen Changsheng inhaled the fresh air, feeling invigorated. He glanced at the several women, now utterly exhausted, and wore a proud expression. Do you know what this signifies? In those years, I could stand with my hands in my pockets, oblivious to the notion of opponents. To face 5 at once and still emerge victorious was no small feat, however. His moment of triumph was short-lived, for the arrival of one person turned his fortunes. And Muron, Brother Chen, we meet again. You have reached the Foundation Establishment realm. Chen Changsheng was taken aback at the sight of Muron, her face beaming with joy. How could so little time have passed, and yet she had attained such a level? And Muron smiled. Isn't it thanks to the Foundation Establishment pills you crafted? I crafted those. Chen Changsheng momentarily paused, quickly realizing she must have acquired them at the auction. If memory served correctly, 3 pills had been sold at that auction. Regardless of whether Muron purchased all 3, it indicated her extraordinary aptitude. And Muron, you must be from the Red Lawn Demon sect, he inquired. And Muron chuckled, Brother Chen. Are you wondering why I didn't venture into the ancient secret realm to seek fortune? You didn't go either, did you? Chen Changsheng replied. I am not like you. You hail from the Red Lawn Demon sect and hold a significant position. I am merely a minor rogue cultivator. Venturing into the ancient secret realm would be akin to courting death, and I have no desire to perish. And Muron shook her head. Though I am from the Red Lawn Demon sect, this is Zhao country, the domain of the Tai Immortal Gate. Can I act recklessly here? Moreover, this time, the ancient secret realm has revealed the Azura inheritance. Such matters are beyond someone of my status. Just as you said, I too wish to avoid death. Furthermore, with Brother Chen's exceptional alchemical skills, it is possible that they could rival those obtained through venturing into the secret realms in search of opportunities. Brother Chen, do you not agree with my assessment? Chen Changsheng shook his head, replying, Muran has overestimated my abilities. I lack such prowess. And Muran smiled and said, Brother Chen is being overly modest. I dare say, should you choose to join any celestial sect or demonic cult, you would undoubtedly rise to the rank of a core disciple. Of course, if you were to join our Hongluan demonic sect, I can assure you that you would be appointed as an outer elder, and if you so desire, I would offer everything to you and become your partner on the path. No, let us not go there. Chen Changsheng quickly shook his head, stating, I cannot afford the Hongluan demonic sect. And Muran frowned and asked, Is Muran not beautiful? Furthermore, I have no partner as of now. Chen Changsheng replied, Is that even a question? I do not wish to share a woman with other men. With that, Chen Changsheng turned and departed. To become a partner with a woman from the Hongluan demonic sect is not akin to marrying. It is more like being adopted. And the woman would not have just one husband, but several, much like men marrying multiple wives. This alone was something Chen Changsheng could not accept. Observing Chen Changsheng's resolute departure, and Muran snorted coldly in disdain, stating, If you refuse, you shall have no choice in the matter. You, Chen Changsheng, are destined to be mine. Naturally, Chen Changsheng was unaware that his repeated refusals had caused Muran to lose all patience. However, even if he were aware, what difference would it make? He would confront whatever came his way. Although Muran was a Foundation Establishment cultivator from the Hongluan demonic sect, one must not forget that this was Fixing Fangxi. He wondered if the siblings Pang Fixing and Pang Fun had ventured into the ancient secret realm, particularly Pang Fixing. For some reason, her visage appeared in his mind. Chen Changsheng quickly shook his head to dispel it. Time passed, and several days slipped by. Those cultivators who had ventured into the ancient secret realm in hopes of fortune gradually returned. And the emergence of the Shura legacy had turned the battlefield into one dominated by Yuanian ancestors and Jindan powers. For those in the Qi refinement and Foundation establishment stages, their efforts were in vain. A single misstep could even lead to death on the spot. In a way, this was fortunate. The casualties had significantly diminished. Even so, 30% perished within the ancient secret realm, while a staggering 80% of the remaining 70% never even entered the realm. Du Zhong also returned, albeit with severe injuries. Upon hearing the news, Chen Changsheng made a point to visit him. In Fixing Fangxi, he had always kept a low profile, with few acquaintances. And Du Zhong was barely one of them. Upon Chen Changsheng's arrival, Du Zhong managed a bitter smile, saying, Brother Chen, I regret not heeding your advice to avoid the ancient secret realm. I am just fortunate to have returned alive. Chen Changsheng consoled him, saying, All that is behind us now. The most pressing matter is your recovery. Recovery? Is that even easy? Du Zhong replied, Brother Chen, do you know? Upon entering the ancient secret realm this time, we were a total of 5 individuals. Aside from myself, the remaining 4 perished. We encountered a third-tier beast. And had I not feigned death, I too would have met my demise within that realm. Furthermore, I uncovered a secret. Chapter 79. A conspiracy. I suspect that the opening of the ancient secret realm is, in fact, a grand scheme orchestrated by the demon sect to ensnare the 3 great sects of the Zhao kingdom. Du Zhong abruptly altered his tone, speaking with solemnity. Chen Changsheng's expression shifted dramatically as he inquired, Do you have any evidence for this claim? Du Zhong shook his head, replying, When I first encountered that third-tier beast, I recognized my own inadequacy and consumed a fetal breath pill I had inadvertently acquired, feigning death to escape, which allowed me to survive. During my hazy state, I happened to overhear a conversation. Chun, do you recall not long ago when the Blood River demon sect suddenly proposed a contest with the 3 great sects? They even produced a 4th-tier superior spiritual treasure for the occasion. The Shura secret realm, indeed an ancient secret realm, is merely an ordinary one. They concealed their murderous intent within, luring the members of the 3 great sects to enter and then eliminating them one by one. I suspect their aim is to deplete the strength of the 3 great sects, preparing to launch an assault on our Zhao kingdom. Chen Changsheng's countenance paled. If this were true, he could scarcely fathom the consequences. What would this imply? It signified that the 3 great demon sects would attack the Zhao kingdom. A great battle was inevitable, regardless of the outcome. During the war, the 3 great sects would first require the services of him, a 2nd-tier advanced alchemist. War knows no mercy. The conflict between the immortals and demons is not akin to mortal battles. It is a matter of life and death, likely resulting in the complete annihilation of souls, with no hope of reincarnation. Chen Changsheng queried, have you shared this information with anyone else? Du Zhong smiled wryly. Even if I did, who would believe me? Chen Changsheng fell silent. Du Zhong was correct. Without evidence, who would lend credence to such claims? It was likely that the entire Zhao kingdom's cultivators had been lured by the treasures of the Shura secret realm. The inheritance of the demon sect also provided a plausible explanation. It was precisely because of this inheritance that those of the demonic path could justify entering the Zhao kingdom. A grand game was afoot. In order to contend with the Zhao kingdom's cultivation realm, they had produced several 4th-tier treasures, even unveiling the Shura inheritance. Of course, the authenticity of that inheritance remained uncertain. Chen Changsheng remarked, Do you intend to leave the Zhao kingdom? Leaving? It is far from easy. Du Zhong shook his head. If the 3 great demon sects truly intend to target the Zhao kingdom's cultivation realm, the borders must have long been sealed. Attempting to escape now would be tantamount to seeking death. Once the 3 great demon sects attack our Zhao kingdom's cultivation realm, we would merely be fodder. As he departed from the Law Robe Pavilion, Chen Changsheng felt an overwhelming weight upon his heart. He had once believed himself fortunate, having entered the Flying Star Market, befriended the siblings Pang Feixing and Pang Feiyun, married 5 beautiful wives, and joined the Tai sect as an outer sect steward, finally embarking on the path of cultivation. He envisioned soaring to great heights, with the dream of becoming an immortal within reach. Yet, how swiftly had that dream begun to unravel? What would it signify if the 3 great demonic sects of the Yu kingdom were truly to launch an assault on the Zhao kingdom's realm of cultivation? The 3 esteemed sects would struggle to safeguard themselves, and all marketplaces would be rendered perilous. A tide of bloodshed, crises, and death would inevitably follow. Although I am a 2nd-tier advanced alchemist, my cultivation level merely peaks at the 8th layer of qi refining. With my alchemical prowess, I could seek refuge under the auspices of the Tai immortal sect, serving as an alchemical laborer. However, my 5 wives would be at risk. Once the great battle commences, even those of golden core might only be able to protect themselves. Upon returning to my humble courtyard, the women immediately sensed my despondency. They promptly set aside their tasks to offer comfort. Husband, has something occurred? I opened my mouth, shook my head, and replied, It's nothing, merely a moment of reflection. You cannot fathom the number of lives lost during the recent opening of the ancient secret realm. Among those who entered from the Fixing marketplace, nearly 90% perished. Do you recall our friend Du from the FAE pavilion? He returned alone, gravely injured, after a group of 6 set out. The cultivation world is fraught with peril. I was simply pondering this. However, I reassured them that none of this pertained to us. I did not speak the whole truth. Little did I know that having lived with them for so long, they had become intimately acquainted with my character. Yet, they refrained from probing further and instead responded with boundless enthusiasm, which soon rekindled my spirits, allowing me to forget my worries and frustrations as I playfully declared my intent to teach them a lesson. Days passed. And since learning of the three demonic sects' conspiracy to attack the Zhao Kingdom's realm of cultivation, my sense of urgency intensified. I turned to alchemy and cultivation. Previously, I had relied upon dual cultivation for advancement, but now I actively pursued my training. Though I lacked extensive experience, I could enhance my proficiency, making my abilities more instinctive. When the time comes, such skills could prove life-saving. To elevate my cultivation, the optimal method would be to concoct the 5 elements gathering spirit pill. Regrettably, the materials for such potions are exceedingly rare, only obtainable by venturing into secret realms, which are predominantly controlled by the immortal sects, or, as in the case of the Zhao family from Tianqiu City, by a few prominent cultivation clans that possess 1 or 2 secret realms. One day, a jade talisman of communication arrived in my hands, sent by Pang Feishing. Upon arriving at the marketplace lord's residence, I found Pang Feiyun, Yang Zhuan, manager Zhang, the captain of the guard, and several shopkeepers, all loyal aides to Pang Feishing, gathered in the hall. As soon as I entered, I sensed a peculiar atmosphere hanging in the air, triggering an ominous premonition within me. Pang Feishing glanced at me and said, "You have arrived." I inquired, "Sister, has something happened?" Pang Feishing nodded gravely. Just half a day ago, an incident occurred in the ancient secret realm. 2 nascent soul ancestors have fallen. They have truly come. My expression changed instantaneously. Pang Feishing continued solemnly, "Do you possess any knowledge of this?" I did not withhold my information and relayed my prior conversation with Du Zhong to Pang Feishing. Chen Changsheng expressed his sincere apologies, saying, "Elder sister, I intended to inform you of this news as well. However, it is solely the word of Du Zhong, lacking any substantial evidence." Upon hearing Chen Changsheng's account, the individuals present exchanged glances filled with concern. Yang Zhuan, with a wry smile, replied, "Brother Chen, to be candid, Du Zhong has also conveyed this to us, though we did not take it to heart. With the recent downfall of 2 esteemed Yuanying ancestors, we are finally realizing the gravity of the situation. The 3 major demonic sects may indeed be plotting against our 3 great immortal sections. Should they choose to assault our Zhao nation's realm of cultivation, we would stand little chance." Pang Feishing shook his head and remarked, "Even if you were to share this with me, as you suspect, I would likely remain skeptical. Moreover, Du Zhong is correct. If the 3 demonic sects were to launch an offensive against our Zhao nation's realm of cultivation, it is very likely that the borders of Zhao have already been entirely sealed off, leaving us unable to escape." Chapter 80. Preparations to depart from Zhao nation. Chen Changsheng asserted, "Sister, do we simply watch helplessly as the 3 major demonic sects invade our Zhao nation's realm of cultivation? By that time, the entire Feishing Square might be obliterated, and we could even be conscripted by the Tai immortal sect, reduced to mere cannon fodder." Pang Feishing commented, "The 3 major demonic sects are indeed formidable and cunning. Our Zhao nation's realm of cultivation is likely on the brink of experiencing the baptism of war. Regardless of the outcome, Feishing Square will cease to exist. Against the brutality of the demonic sects, our survival will be exceedingly difficult." Fortunately, the news brought back by Du Zhong, coupled with the demise of the Yuanying ancestors, has granted us foresight into the machinations of the 3 demonic sects, allowing us to prepare in advance. The best course of action now is to leave this place, to depart from Zhao nation. Yang Zhuan interjected, "My lord, leaving Zhao nation is no trivial matter." Pang Feishing replied, "While it may be challenging for others to leave Feishing Square, it does not imply we are incapable of doing so." This statement immediately illuminated the eyes of everyone present, prompting them to inquire eagerly, "Lord Feishing, do you possess a means to exit Zhao nation?" "Indeed," Pang Feishing responded, "for within Feishing Square, there exists an ancient long-distance teleportation array that can facilitate our departure from Zhao nation." "Excellent. Lord Feishing, we truly can escape Zhao nation. When shall we depart? Furthermore, Lord Feishing, where does the other end of the teleportation array lead?" The crowd clamored with anticipation. Pang Feishing replied, "The other end leads to the Great Tang." Astonishment washed over the faces of the crowd. The Great Tang was the most powerful nation in this region, renowned for its flourishing cultivation practices, far surpassing that of the Yu, Zhao, or Wei nations. Even combined, the 3 nations could not compare. It was a realm abundant in spiritual energy and rich resources, a veritable paradise for cultivators. "Lord Feishing, we can truly go to the Great Tang. What specific location in the Great Tang will we arrive at?" Pang Feishing explained, "Through the teleportation array, we will arrive in the Qingyang prefecture within the territory of Qizhou, one of the 9 provinces of the Great Tang. Once there, I intend to reconstruct Feishing Square. At that time, it shall no longer be called Feishing Square, but rather, Feishing City. However, this teleportation array can only transport 5 individuals at a time, and there must be a month's interval between each activation. Thus, we cannot all depart at once. We must proceed in batches. Fortunately, The three great demonic sects will likely take some time to launch their assault on the Zhao Kingdom's cultivation realm, and even in the event of a grand conflict, the Zhao Kingdom will not be swiftly overrun. We have ample time to make our escape. You are all my trusted confidants, and I intend to bring you along to establish and manage the Feishing commercial city. However, this time, only 5 may go. Lin Zhan, you shall accompany me with 3 elite guards. In a month, provided all goes smoothly, we will send forth the second batch, primarily consisting of family members. Chen Changsheng, you have the most family. I will reserve 2 spots for you in the second batch. Thank you, elder sister, Chen Changsheng replied eagerly. When the battle commences, he is confident that he can survive due to his alchemical skills. However, he worries about his wives. The 3 major sects are formidable, but should they be defeated and the demonic sects seize control of the Zhao Kingdom's cultivation realm, the situation would drastically change. The slaughter would be ruthless, with self-preservation prioritized. He could survive, but for his 5 wives, they would either become sacrificial vessels or be ruthlessly slain on the spot. Understanding the urgency of escaping the Zhao Kingdom, he bids farewell to everyone. Within the Lord's residence, only the siblings Pang Feishing and Pang Feiyun remain. Pang Feiyun inquired, Sister, are you truly prepared to return to the Tang Kingdom's cultivation realm? What if we were to go back now? Pang Feishing shook her head. It has been nearly a century since we arrived in the Zhao Kingdom's cultivation realm. They might already believe that we, as siblings, have perished. I understand your concerns. Without attaining the golden core stage, we remain insignificant. Furthermore, with the current crisis in the Zhao Kingdom's cultivation realm, do you think we can remain unscathed? Once the 3 great demonic sects go to war, we will inevitably be summoned by the Tai sect, becoming mere cannon fodder. Returning now may not pose immediate danger. I will go first. It is up to you to stabilize Feishing commercial city. Fortunately, you have reached the late stage of foundation establishment, which gives me some peace of mind. However, you must ensure Chen Changsheng's safety. Pang Feiyun nodded. Sister, do not worry. Even if it costs me my life, I will not allow Chen Changsheng to perish. In truth, sister, although Chen Changsheng's aptitude is somewhat lacking, he possesses an ancient bloodline and can refine ancient medicinal formulas. His future accomplishments will undoubtedly be extraordinary. Perhaps you should consider marrying him. Silence, Pang Feishing retorted, her face flushed with indignation. Pang Feiyun pouted, Sister, I understand your intentions to befriend Chen Changsheng, but true affiliation comes from marrying him and becoming family, which is far more secure. Pang Feishing, incensed, exclaimed, Stop your nonsense. Do you dare to test my patience? Pang Feiyun defiantly replied, I assent that the case? Sister, at least consider it. Get lost. Pang Feishing was on the verge of eruption. Pang Feiyun quickly said, All right, I shall leave immediately, and not just that, I will go to the Tang Kingdom. As she watched Pang Feiyun's departing figure, a fleeting image of Chen Changsheng surfaced in Pang Feishing's mind. The thought arose, but she promptly cast it aside. Taking a deep breath, she prepared to leave Feishing commercial city and exit the Lord's residence. Chen Changsheng's mood lightened considerably. The impending danger had finally been resolved. Upon returning to the small courtyard, the girls noticed Chen Changsheng's joy. Gu Yingxiao inquired, My lord, what delightful news has brought you such happiness today? Over the past few days, the girls had observed Chen Changsheng's worries and oppressive demeanor, and now they all turned their gazes toward him. Chen Changsheng did not conceal the truth. He shared the news of their departure from the Zhao Kingdom with the girls, urging them, You must keep this information confidential. Do not share it with anyone. I will not leave. I refuse to depart. However, contrary to Chen Changsheng's expectations, the girls appeared solemn, shaking their heads in disapproval. My lord, I cannot leave you. If we go together. If we stay, we all stay, Gu Yingxiao declared resolutely. Indeed, my lord. We wish to remain by your side. Chen Changsheng hastily responded, Wife, listen to me. The teleportation array can only transport 5 individuals at a time, and there is a 1-month interval. You should go first and settle down. Only when you are safe will I feel at ease. Besides, I am not staying behind forever. I will follow, it is merely a matter of time. Eldest sister has mentioned that for the second group, 2 names will be provided. You can decide who goes first. I will not go. I will stay to accompany my lord, one girl insisted. I too shall remain. The girls once again engaged in a spirited debate, unwilling to leave early. Enough, let us not argue, Chen Changsheng said with a wry smile. How about this, with a month remaining? Let us celebrate the alleviation of our crisis. Today, I shall personally cook a feast for you all. The girls' eyes brightened at the prospect. Until now, their meals had been prepared by Xiao Huan and Xiao Yun, and this was the first time they heard that Chen Changsheng could cook. Chen Changsheng chuckled, What? Do you doubt my abilities? Allow me to show you what it means to be a culinary master. While he did not boast, it was true that despite his devotion to cultivation in this life, he had not forgotten the art of cooking. In his previous life, he had extensively explored the world of gastronomy. Soon, a sumptuous spread was laid out before them, pan-fried, steamed, boiled, and stir-fried dishes, all replete with color, aroma, and flavor. The girls praised the meal enthusiastically. "My lord, this is exquisite. You must teach us, so that we may prepare delicious dishes for you in return." "Very well," Chen Changsheng thought to himself, feeling a surge of appreciation. The women of the cultivation realm were truly remarkable, had this been in his past life. Producing such a feast would have meant, from now on, all cooking and cleaning are your responsibility. In this life, however, they actively sought to learn how to prepare meals for themselves. In the days that followed, Chen Changsheng devoted less time to alchemy and more to accompanying the girls. The first group departed the next day, vanishing without a trace, comprising Pang Feisheng, Lin Zhan, and several elderly guards. Had Chen Changsheng not known in advance, he would hardly have noticed their departure, much less anyone else. The marketplace continued to thrive, bustling with activity. The ancient secret realm, despite its dangers, having claimed even the lives of Yuanying ancestors, was replete with treasures. In a mere month, not only did Chen Changsheng manage to gather the requisite materials for concocting the second-tier 5 elements gathering spirit pill, but he also secured the herbs necessary for the transformative rebirth pill. Furthermore, he acquired a third-tier wood elemental spirit object and a batch of second-tier 5 elements gathering spirit pills. Upon successfully refining these, he yielded 16 pills this time, which, once consumed by several women, led to significant enhancements in their cultivation. Most notably, his own cultivation experienced a profound transformation, propelling him into the early stage of the 9th level of Qi refinement. Upon accessing his virtual panel, the following details emerged. Host, Chen Changsheng. Realm, early stage of 9th level Qi refinement. Experience points, 5, 864, 750. Physique, 10, Strength, 9, Agility, 10, Soul, 1995. Alchemist, second tier superior alchemist, experience points, 1, 526, 620. Blacksmith, second tier superior, experience points, 1, 243, 200. Primary cultivation technique, Great Greenwood formula, second tier intermediate technique. Experience points, 11, 245, 000. Auxiliary technique, Minor joyous formula, second tier superior technique, experience points, 325, 610, 000. Soul technique, Great transformation soul refining method, third tier technique, incomplete. Restored to foundation establishment level, experience points, 120, 000. Flame secret method, fire departure technique, second tier superior, experience points, 41, 235, 000. Spiritual roots, 5 elemental waste spiritual roots, gold, 120, wood, 898, water, 122, fire, 120, earth, 120. Affection level, 140, life and death together. Bonus, 5, realm, early stage of 3rd level Qi refinement. Each cultivation session grants 32 points of alchemical experience. Gulinger, affection level, 130, life and death together. Bonus, 5, realm, early stage of 3rd level Qi refinement. Each cultivation session grants 32 points of experience. Ruanling, affection level, 110, genuine affection. Bonus, 5, realm, pinnacle of 4th level Qi refinement. Each session yields 12 points of blacksmithing experience. Lu Linglong, affection level, 120, soaring together. Bonus, 5, realm, pinnacle of 4th level Qi refinement. Each session provides 22 with spiritual roots. Qin Huiyu, affection level, 110, genuine affection. Bonus, 5, realm, pinnacle of 10th level Qi refinement. Each session grants attribute points, 011. The women also experienced varying degrees of enhancement, particularly Qin Huiyu, who reached the pinnacle of the 10th level Qi refinement. With some further cultivation, she could commence the foundation establishment phase. Upon successful establishment, she would be recognized as a foundation establishment cultivator, qualifying her as a core disciple of the Tai immortal sect. However, given the current precarious situation of the Tai immortal sect, which faced its own tribulations, the allure of joining would have been compelling for Qin Huiyu under normal circumstances. The recent fall of 2 nascent soul ancestors had rendered the exploration of the ancient secret realm a cautious endeavor, leaving even other nascent soul elders hesitant to venture forth. Numerous powerful cultivators of the Golden Core stage and Foundation establishment disciples were dispatched for preliminary reconnaissance. Yet, it remains uncertain whether they have discerned the sinister plots of the 3 major demonic sections. However, this matter is of no concern to Chen Changsheng at present. Firstly, he is merely an outer sect steward. Secondly, his cultivation level is only at the initial stage of the 9th layer of Qi refinement. Thirdly, and most crucially, he is a second-tier advanced alchemist. Soon, the month-long deadline approached. News arrived from Pang Feishing, confirming that all was proceeding smoothly, which greatly relieved Chen Changsheng. During this month, a decision was reached regarding the candidates. Gu Yingxia and Gu Linger would proceed first. In the initial 3 days of their departure, the two women exhibited an extraordinary fervor, unleashing astonishing energy. Even Chen Changsheng, with all his might, nearly succumbed to their prowess. Originally, Qin Huiyu was also to be included, with a slot designated for Yang Zun. However, she declined it. She sought vengeance and wished to leave the Zhao kingdom, uncertain of when she might return. The enmity towards her parents was irreconcilable, otherwise she would never have departed. Arriving at the workshop, those set to leave had gathered. Zhang, the steward of the food god pavilion, Yang Zhuan, and an elder from the escort team were among them. The Feishing market had been in operation for nearly 50 years, with over 100 individuals preparing to leave, many having followed the Pang siblings for over a decade. Zhang and Yang Zhuan would naturally continue their expertise in this new venture. This time, they were not merely establishing a market, but rather constructing a city. The Zhao kingdom's cultivation realm was limited in both territory and resources. Unlike the vast and thriving Tang dynasty, where cultivation was deeply ingrained in society, and mortals coexisted seamlessly with cultivators. As he watched the individuals vanish through the teleportation array, Chen Changsheng felt an unexpected emptiness within. It had been nearly 4 years since he wed the two women. Husband, Yingxia and Linger will be just fine. Ruan Ling and Lu Linglong quickly reassured him. Chen Changsheng nodded, saying, I am well. Though I feel reluctant, I believe we shall reunite soon. All right, let us return. He concluded. The two women silently nodded in agreement. Upon returning to the small courtyard, they found Qin Huiyu waiting there for quite some time. Suddenly, she embraced him tightly and kissed him fervently. Husband, I need you. All right, Chen Changsheng replied, lifting Qin Huiyu into his arms and striding into the house. Casting a knowing glance at Ruan Ling and Lu Linglong, causing their cheeks to flush with embarrassment. Husband is too audacious, they whispered. Chapter 82. Soul Talent. After a period of cultivation, Chen Changsheng observed a remarkable enhancement in his soul attributes, which stirred a sense of urgency within him. Soul, 2006. The foundational soul attribute surpasses the limits of Qi refinement by twofold, granting a first-tier soul talent, photographic memory. Before long, he began to experience the immense power of this photographic memory talent. Anything he glanced at, he could instantly recall, as if etched indelibly in his mind. Moreover, he could even recreate events that had transpired previously with the aid of this extraordinary gift. After a tender farewell among the three, Qin Huiyu took her leave. However, before departing, she carried away a substantial quantity of elixirs, including the foundational elixir, as she intended to commence her journey of cultivation. As the market of Flying Star gradually shifted, the ancient secret realms suffered significant losses among the celestial sections. Recently, the entire Zhao Kingdom's cultivation community has been stirred up. Even the slowest among them couldn't help but perceive the unusual circumstances. With Du Zhong deliberately spreading rumors, discussions regarding this matter proliferated. Was the emergence of the secret realm a scheme orchestrated by the 3 major demonic sects? If so, it signified the imminent onset of a celestial demonic war. The border lockdown further substantiated this theory. What remained was merely a spark to ignite the flames of conflict. Once it erupted, a great battle would ensue. Chen Changsheng found himself perplexed. The 3 major demonic sects could easily exploit the opportunity to conspire against the 3 celestial sects, causing the fall of 2 formidable primordial infants and launching a sudden assault, catching them off guard. Such a move would undoubtedly inflict severe losses upon the Zhao Kingdom's cultivation community, yet they remained inactive. With Qin Huiyu in seclusion and Yang Zun along with manager Zhang having departed, Chen Changsheng suddenly realized that he had no one to converse with. Fortunately, he still had Ruan Ling and Lu Linglong by his side, one capable of enhancing his refining skills and the other capable of augmenting his spiritual root attributes. At this moment, within the ancient secret realm, countless individuals continued to venture forth, facing both peril and opportunity, to scheme against the Zhao Kingdom's cultivation community. This ancient secret realm remained largely unexplored, abundant with 3rd-tier treasures, and occasionally, even 4th-tier artifacts could be encountered. 2nd-tier treasures were even more plentiful. Acquiring just one would yield immense benefits for one's cultivation. With a foundational lifespan of 200 years and a golden core lifespan of 500 years. Each breakthrough across realms could take decades or even centuries, with some failing to surpass their current limits even at the end of their lives. These treasures, however, could significantly accelerate the pace of cultivation. Yet, deep within the secret realm, inside a cavern, several phantoms that had once illuminated the entire realm now hovered within the cave. A sword, a tome, and a gourd lay before them, while 3 formidable cultivators, An elder, a middle-aged man, and a beautiful woman sat nearby, exuding an intimidating aura that seemed to overshadow the world. The palpable demonic energy emanating from them revealed their identities as primordial infant ancestors from the three major demonic sections. Beside them lay two lifeless bodies. The elder shook his head and remarked, "It appears the three celestial sects have begun to grow vigilant, allowing only a few golden core and foundational cultivators to enter the secret realm. This plan has been in the making for too long to falter. The Zhao Kingdom's cultivation community is destined to belong to us, the three major demonic sections. With the demise of the solitary elder of the Tai Celestial Gate and the loss of two primordial infant ancestors from the other sects, they are no longer our rivals. Now, we can only hope that the forces from the Beast Mountain can successfully restrain the entire Wei Kingdom's cultivation community. When that time comes, it shall be our moment to strike." Soon, another month passed, marking the arrival of the third batch of chosen individuals to depart. A message also arrived from the Tang dynasty. Pang Fixing has already taken control of a small town, becoming its lord. He is now in dire need of numerous assistants to aid him. Gu Yingxia and Gu Linger have also been settled in a residence near the lord's mansion, which is far more spacious than their previous dwelling in the market. The letters exchanged are filled with profound longing. In truth, Pang Fiyun had also inquired whether Chen Changsheng would be willing to leave, but he was met with a firm refusal. Firstly, he could not bear to part with the several women in his life, especially Qin Huiyu. As his beloved, he felt a duty to protect her, and since she was bent on vengeance, he resolved to aid her in that quest. To this end, he had specially concocted a batch of explosive pills. Secondly, the sudden influx of treasures in the market, particularly the second-tier spiritual artifacts, had captured his attention. A single second-tier artifact could grant entry into the immortal gate. However, with the opening of the ancient secret realm, countless individuals ventured forth to explore, and the allure of second-tier elixirs further fortified Chen Changsheng's resolve to guard his holdings. Since he was to leave, yet faced with such a plethora of second-tier treasures, Chen Changsheng did not hesitate to expend a substantial amount of spirit stones to acquire in exchange for them, significantly enhancing his collection. During this period, he also managed to gather a third-tier alchemical formula, but alas, his alchemical skills were insufficient, so he could only keep it for future use. One day, as Chen Changsheng meandered through the market, indulging in the purchase of various treasures, he found that the ancient secret realm had paradoxically led to an increase in the market's offerings. He even encountered several disciples from the Immortal Gates and the Demon Sect visiting the market. Nevertheless, the atmosphere remained relatively peaceful. Despite the inevitable tension from the presence of Demon Sect disciples, all parties exhibited restraint, refraining from conflict in the marketplace. This was something Chen Changsheng could not help but admire about Pang Feixing's astute leadership. Those who caused trouble in the market were dealt with ruthlessly, establishing a code of conduct that compelled individuals to adhere to it. Just as Chen Changsheng joyfully acquired a second-tier spiritual artifact and prepared to return home to refine it into spiritual essence, he unexpectedly ran into Du Zhong. During this period, Du Zhong had sustained severe injuries and was barely clinging to life. Although he had survived, he was left akin to a cripple. He had also sold off the Law Robe Pavilion, thwarting Chen Changsheng's earlier intention of crafting a set of robes for the women in his life. Now, to see him here was unexpected. "Du Daoist," Chen Changsheng greeted, "how is your recovery coming along?" Du Zhong forced a bitter smile. "Ah, it is you, Chen Daoist. This injury nearly cost me my life. I sold my properties just to preserve my existence, but to fully heal will require several years of effort. That is indeed fortunate." Chen Changsheng nodded. "Living is more important than anything else." Du Zhong continued, "Chen Daoist, I actually came to seek you out." "To seek me?" Chen Changsheng inquired. "What is it you desire, Du Daoist?" Du Zhong glanced around cautiously and replied, "Chen Daoist, could we perhaps find a different location to speak?" "Then let us go to my home," Chen Changsheng suggested, nodding in agreement. It would be Du Zhong's first visit to his small courtyard. Gazing upon the exquisite beauty of Ruan Ling and Lu Linglong, and admiring the spiritual flora adorning the courtyard, Du Zhong sighed. At this moment, I realized that Chun Daoyou's choice is indeed the right one. With a beloved wife by one's side, even a golden core expert would not suffice. Chen Changsheng smiled and replied, "Nay, not even an immortal would suffice." Impressive, Du Zhong praised Chen Changsheng with a thumbs up. Chen Changsheng inquired, "Du Daoyou, it is now time to reveal your intent for seeking me." Chapter 83. The impending battle. With a serious expression, Du Zhong stated, "Chen Daoyou, you must possess a means to leave Zhao country." Chen Changsheng furrowed his brows and asked, "What leads you to this conclusion, Du Daoyou?" Du Zhong elaborated, "There is no need for you to conceal the truth. I have long taken note that Manager Yang of Wanbei Zai and Manager Zhang of Shishinju have both vanished. Furthermore, you once had 4 companions, Yet now only 2 remain, which substantiates my assertion. Rest assured, this information will remain confidential. I simply seek an opportunity. Should you possess a means of departure, I, Du Zhong, will offer my utmost gratitude. Chen Changsheng regarded Du Zhong coolly, stating, Du Dai, you have misjudged me. If I possessed a means of leaving, do you think I would choose to remain? I suggest you take your leave. Moreover, considering our acquaintance, I shall overlook your reckless rumors. However, allow me to caution you. While one may indulge in food without restraint, one must tread carefully with words, lest Lord Foon be provoked. Du Zhong shuddered at Chen Changsheng's words, which only served to confirm his suspicions. Rather than feeling fear, he was filled with fervor. The predicament facing Zhao country's cultivation realm was evident. Once war erupted, the 3 great sects would likely find it difficult to survive. Remaining would lead to certain doom. The demon sect thrived on dominance and relentless conflict. However, Chen Changsheng's response made him realize that this was his final opportunity, one he must seize. He hastily exclaimed, Chen Daiyu, wait. He produced a box from within his robe and placed it before Chen Changsheng. Upon opening the box, a vibrant scale armor appeared before him. This is a 4th-tier Jiaolong scale armor. I am willing to bestow it upon you, Chen Daiyu, in exchange for your assistance in facilitating my departure from Zhao country. Chen Changsheng was indeed taken aback. Although the scale was no larger than a palm, it could not create a full suit of armor. It could serve as a protective talisman. Chen Changsheng remarked, Du Daoyu, with this Jiaolong scale armor, should you contribute it to the Tai sect, an identity as an inner disciple would be within your grasp, and perhaps they may even offer healing. Are you certain you wish to give it to me in exchange for a chance to leave Zhao country? This treasure stirred Chen Changsheng's interest. Du Zhong chuckled wryly. Is it not obvious, Chen Daoyu? Gaining entry to the Tai sect now would be akin to seeking one's own demise. Additionally, while the treasure is splendid, one must first ensure survival. I am willing to gift this to you, Chen Daoyu. Chen Changsheng replied. Very well, I can arrange for your departure. But not at this moment. Du Zhong quickly nodded in agreement, stating that he was willing to leave for as long as necessary, provided he could escape. His foremost consideration was the realization that Chen Changsheng and his companions would likely not be able to take too many people with them when departing from the market of Zhao State. He awaited their signal, albeit temporarily, for the Great War had yet to officially commence. After bidding farewell to Du Zhong, Chen Changsheng began to examine the scale armor he had acquired. His proficiency in artifact forging was now on par with his alchemical skills. This scale armor was classified as a 4th-tier treasure. While it could not be entirely refined into a 4th-tier heart-protecting mirror, even transforming it into a high-grade 2nd-tier artifact would be significant, as its unique materials would enhance its protective capabilities beyond that of its rank. He was already clad in a mid-grade 2nd-tier inner armor and intended to integrate this scale armor into it. However, as Chen Changsheng endeavored to refine the dragon scale armor, a formidable array suddenly unfolded within the ancient secret realm of the Ziyun mountain range. Dark energies swirled, blood flowed profusely, and an overwhelming aura of slaughter engulfed the entire secret realm. The disciples from the 3 major sects who had ventured into the realm were the first to be ensnared by this malevolent force. Waves of blood and dark energy surrounded them, while the wails of the dying echoed in their ears, each sound akin to the harbinger of death itself, claiming lives with every utterance. Above the secret realm, ominous clouds gathered, heavy with the stench of blood. The disturbance roused everyone, for this was the Blood River Great Formation. What could the Blood River demonic sect be planning? Were they attempting to seize control of the entire ancient secret realm? No. Their intent was to slaughter all the disciples of the celestial sects residing within. With the emergence of the formation, the entire cultivation world of Zhao State erupted in turmoil. Rumors of the 3 major demonic sects preparing to assault the Zhao State's cultivation community spread like wildfire, escalating with each retelling. At the main peak of the Tai sect, 2 nascent soul elders and several golden core experts gathered, including the esteemed elder who had previously met Chen Changsheng. The gravity on their faces was palpable. The rumors appeared to hold truth. With the fall of 2 nascent soul elders, it was imperative to acknowledge the threat. The 3 major demonic sects aimed to sweep through the Zhao State's cultivation world. Once the war commenced, it would be exceedingly difficult for the Tai sect to escape unscathed. However, seizing control of the entire Zhao State's cultivation world would not be a simple endeavor. Orders were dispatched to prepare for battle at any moment. This confrontation was one that could not be lost. Should defeat befall them, the Tai sect's legacy, cultivated over millennia, would perish, leaving all present as lost souls without sect or refuge. The words of the 2 nascent soul elders caused a profound change in the countenance of everyone present. Relying on the strength of the sect made tasks far easier. Rest assured, elders, we will ensure that our disciples are prepared for the impending war. Fortunately, they had exercised caution, Upon hearing news of the 3 major demonic sects' assault on Zhao State's cultivation community, they had restricted their disciples' movements within the ancient secret realm, resulting in minimal losses. However, the other 2 major sects had suffered significantly. Regrettably, facing the demonic sects, even with the 3 major sects standing united, their losses were severe, and they would likely find themselves at a disadvantage against the 3 major demonic sections. Nonetheless, they could only proceed with utmost caution, never forgetting that this was, after all, the Zhao State's cultivation world. The war was on the verge of eruption, with smoke and tension pervading the atmosphere. The entire Zhao Kingdom's cultivation realm is engulfed in the trials of warfare. Even the Feishing market bears witness to this turmoil. Countless cultivators hastily procure vast amounts of resources, elixirs, talismans, arrayed discs, and magical artifacts have been snatched up entirely. Those who once held residence rights in the market are now selling their homes, forming groups of 3 to 5, and departing to remote mountains and vast lakes, or even mortal cities, merely to evade the impending cataclysm. They hope to escape the calamity. Previously, the market was under the vigilant protection of Lord Feishing, and the malevolent cultivators dared not cause disturbances. However, with the imminent conflict between celestial and demonic forces, the market will undoubtedly become a prime target for the demonic sections. The once secure market is no longer safe. The tense atmosphere is palpable, affecting not only Chen Changsheng, but also Ruan Ling and Lu Linglong. Lu Linglong inquires, "My dear husband, is this battle truly unavoidable?" Chen Changsheng sighs, "It seems rather difficult. Nevertheless, rest assured, we shall be safe." Chapter 84. Who would wish to depart indeed? Lu Linglong nods. "I merely worry for my brother. I cannot fathom his whereabouts. Will he be caught in this chaos?" Chen Changsheng expresses regret. "My dear, I apologize. I have issued a mission, yet no one has come forth to claim it. I suspect that Changlin may not be within the Zhao Kingdom's cultivation realm anymore." Lu Linglong asks, "Is that a possibility, my husband? I fear that Changlin may be lost to us." Chen Changsheng reassures her, "Do not indulge in such troubling thoughts. Changlin is undoubtedly alive. Have faith in me." "Thank you, my husband," Lu Linglong responds, touched. In the world of cultivation, the law of the jungle prevails, fraught with peril. Having once been regarded as a furnace for others' growth, she has become accustomed to the cruelty of this realm, and deep within her heart, she has long since relinquished hope for her brother's survival. Yet, she cannot entirely let go, seeking solace in the hope that he still lives. As time passes, the 4th wave of departures approaches. Qin Huayu remains in seclusion. The foundation establishment stage is the first significant milestone on the path of cultivation. Only upon its completion, with a lifespan extended by 2 centuries, does one truly enter the realm of cultivation. Even amidst the celestial demonic conflict, one can only then be considered a formidable force, rather than mere cannon fodder. Pang Feiyun consults Chen Changsheng regarding the departure of Ruan Ling and Lu Linglong, but both women decline, stating their intent to stay by his side. Ultimately, considering the precious gift bestowed upon him by Du Zhong, Chen Changsheng grants the opportunity to Du Zhong. As for Du Zhong's choices in the Tang dynasty, that will depend on his own discernment. He believes that upon reaching the Tang, Du Zhong will make the right decisions. As the outbreak of war looms, Feishing market grows increasingly chaotic. There are even those audacious enough to instigate violence within its confines, despite Pang Feiyun's decisive measures to quell the unrest. Even resorting to lethal force against the instigators, the chaos remains uncontained. A sense of dread envelopes the market, which has turned from a lively hub into a desolate place. The benefits of the ancient secret realms have vanished, and Chen Changsheng finds himself unable to gather the spiritual herbs necessary for crafting second-tier elixirs. Faced with the futility of alchemy, he resolves to focus on refining his inner armor instead. Having acquired the 4th-tier dragon scale armor, Chen Changsheng believed it would significantly elevate his inner armor's level, potentially allowing him to forge an inner armor that surpasses the 2nd-tier superior grade. Half a month passed in the blink of an eye. During this time, in his pursuit of refining the inner armor, he scarcely found a moment to practice with Ruan Ling and Lu Linglong. It is indeed a cause for celebration that he successfully fused the 4th-tier dragon scale armor with his inner armor, elevating its grade to the 2nd-tier exquisite level. Furthermore, its defensive capabilities are formidable enough to withstand a strike from a mid to late stage foundation establishment cultivator, markedly enhancing his safety. After a prolonged seclusion of half a month, he finally had the opportunity to wander through the marketplace. Strangely, during the previously tranquil times in the Zhao Kingdom's cultivation world, he felt no sense of oppression or anxiety when he remained indoors for a month or 2. However, with the impending war between the celestial and demonic realms, a sense of unease gnawed at him. Leaving Zhao Kingdom, he pondered when he might return. Did this signify abandoning his homeland? Dark clouds gradually enveloped the skies above Zhao Kingdom. The aggressive incursions of the three demonic sects into the Zhao Kingdom's cultivation realm were no longer a secret. A pervasive atmosphere of death and despair flowed through the hearts of every individual. As he walked through the marketplace, arguments and chaos were omnipresent. Before he realized it, Chen Changsheng found himself at the entrance of the outer sect hall. Ding Xiao, with a hint of envy, inquired, "When do you plan to leave, junior brother?" Chen Changsheng replied, "Elder brother, you are already aware. The disappearance of Pang Feixing, Yang Zhuan from the Wanbao Pavilion, Zhang the manager from the Food God residence, and Hong Zhan from the guard team, alongside numerous high-ranking members of the marketplace, had become increasingly evident. Initially, they were able to conceal these vanishings, but gradually, the truth surfaced. Feixing Marketplace must find a way to escape Zhao Kingdom. However, leaving Feixing Marketplace might be less beneficial than remaining. Perhaps it is even safer within Feixing Marketplace than outside, and arguably more secure than the Tai sect. The three demonic sects' assault on Zhao Kingdom's cultivation realm primarily targets the three major sects. Once they fall, the Zhao Kingdom's cultivation realm will face utter annihilation. Ding Xiao nodded. "How could I not know?" Chen Changsheng continued, "Elder brother, if you wish, you may accompany us in our departure." Ding Xiao shook his head. "I can no longer leave. Unlike you, once I entered Tai, I am bound for life. You, however, have not been a part of Tai sect for 4 years. Elder brother, Chen Changsheng began, but Ding Xiao interrupted. "There is no need to persuade me. My mind is made up. I entered the sect at 12, and now, at 161, I have spent a full 149 years within. This sect is my home. In its time of crisis, how could I abandon it? I have grown old, the path ahead is severed, and even if I were to leave, where else could I go? Junior brother, you should depart swiftly. Once the battle commences, escaping will become exceedingly difficult." Chen Changsheng nodded. "Thank you for the warning, elder brother." Ding Xiao sighed. "It is a pity I did not meet you sooner. Otherwise, I might have truly fought for a chance. Elder brother." A pang of sorrow struck Chen Changsheng's heart. He understood that no amount of persuasion would alter Ding Xiao's decision. In his heart, the sect was his home. Exiting the outer sect hall, he felt a profound sense of loss. Chen Changsheng was filled with profound sentiments. How many cultivators, like Ding Xiao, truly regarded the immortal sect as their home and were willing to share its fate? Few could bear to leave their homeland and forsake their roots. Even he, had he not been bestowed with a miraculous opportunity, would still be of mediocre talent, facing a bleak future and reluctant to depart from the hometown he had known for decades. Naturally, he would not. Gazing up at the overcast sky shrouded in dark clouds and sensing the oppressive atmosphere in the air, Chen Changsheng lost interest in wandering the market any longer. Upon returning to his small courtyard, he instructed Ruan Ling and Lu Linglong to prepare for departure. Just as the two women were about to protest, Chen Changsheng interrupted them. "This time, you must leave." Ruan Ling implored, "Husband, we wish to leave with you." Chen Changsheng shook his head. "No, you shall go first. I will depart with you, since she has chosen to follow me. I must take responsibility for her. I do not know when I will return. And she seeks vengeance for her parents. I will certainly assist her." Lu Linglong expressed her concern. "Husband, your enemies are likely foundational cultivators. I fear for you." Chen Changsheng reassured them. "Do not forget the explosive pills I have concocted. I have now reached the 9th level of qi refinement, and with an unexpected strike, even a foundational cultivator in the early stages would find themselves at a disadvantage. Rest assured, I shall be fine. I still have the journey ahead with both of you." Chapter 85. The threat of Imuron in the ancient secret realm. A great formation enveloped the area. The three major immortal sects were compelled to intervene. However, as they approached the secret realm, they were immediately engulfed by the formation. Dark clouds loomed, spreading ominously throughout the Zhao Kingdom's cultivation world. Inside the secret realm, bloodshed continued unabated. 3 nascent soul ancestors and several golden core experts transformed into hunters, while the golden core and foundational cultivators of the 3 sects were akin to lambs awaiting slaughter. With each death, the power of the formation surged, like a Shura demon. The crisis intensified. One nascent soul ancestor observed the scene before him, his expression grave, and spoke deliberately. "This is the Shura formation, forged with blood as its catalyst, to create a Shura demon. Once the demon is complete, it will engulf our Zhao Kingdom's cultivation world." The news spread, causing an uproar in the Zhao Kingdom's cultivation community. The 3 major sects hastily summoned their disciples, arming themselves for battle, prepared to cleanse the Zhao Kingdom of demonic cultivators at a moment's notice. Time flew by. Small skirmishes erupted frequently. Upon discovering demonic sect cultivators, they banded together to attack. Initially, they believed that since this was the Zhao Kingdom's cultivation world, the demonic sect was merely an outsider and could be easily subdued. However, when actual conflict arose, They realized the vast numbers of demonic cultivators who had long since spread themselves thinly across the cultivation world. In terms of numbers, they were unafraid. In terms of combat prowess, they were well prepared. Even at Feishing Market, several small-scale battles broke out, resulting in casualties. This further solidified Chen Changsheng's resolve to see Yuan Ling and Lu Linglong safely away. Fortunately, all proceeded smoothly. He successfully sent the individuals away. Now, he merely awaited Qin Huayu's emergence. Upon returning to the courtyard after escorting the two women, he was unexpectedly visited by someone. And Mu Ran. Chen Changsheng was quite taken aback. You actually haven't left. And Mu Ran smiled gently. Why would I depart? Soon. The entire realm of the immortal cultivation world will belong to our demon sect. But what of you, Brother Chen? Will you choose to leave, or will you stay? If you decide to leave, rest assured, I shall not hinder you. However, I would still like to persuade you to remain. Brother Chen, do you find me beautiful? And Mu Ran suddenly inquired. Chen Changsheng nodded. Indeed, you are beautiful, like a moon that eclipses flowers, a fish that sinks, and a bird that falls. Even a celestial maiden descending to the mortal realm would not be an exaggeration. And Mu Ran chuckled. Then how about you marry me? Cough, cough, cough. Chen Changsheng doubted his ears. Marry you? Shouldn't it be the other way around? Besides, if I recall correctly, you previously proposed this, which I declined. Moreover, who does not know that among the women of the Hongwan demon sect, there is typically only one man? Chen Changsheng hastily shook his head, and Taoist. That jest is rather inappropriate. And Mu Ran replied, do you believe I am jesting? I have come to seek you in marriage. Rest assured, I and Mu Ran have never had any other man, and I can vow that unless you perish, I shall never wed another. Perhaps you are unaware of my lineage. My grandmother is one of the Yuan Ying ancestors of the Hongwan demon sect. Once you marry me, you will immediately become an outer elder of our sect, with status, position, and countless resources. Coupled with your ancient bloodline, you will have at least a 50% chance of attaining the Golden Core realm. Chen Changsheng shook his head. I am sorry, I must decline. And Taoist, please return. And Mu Ran's expression shifted instantly, her tone turning icy. Chen Taoist, I hope you do not regret your decision today. Humph. With a cold snort, and Mu Ran stood and left the courtyard, no longer addressing him as Brother Chen. Outside the courtyard, two sinister cultivators had been waiting. Upon seeing and Mu Ran emerge, they immediately approached her. My lady, this Chen Changsheng has rejected your invitation. And Mu Ran's gaze was frigid. He has declined. The sinister cultivators, filled with murderous intent, said, he is quite unwise, my lady. Shall we eliminate him? After all, this Chen Changsheng is a second-tier senior alchemist. He must possess many valuable items. Not yet, and Mu Ran replied, now is not the time to act. Pang Feiyun is not to be trifled with. If we make a move, he will surely notice. I did not expect that within the modest Feishing Market, there would be a hidden ancient teleportation array. I wonder where the other end leads. You too, listen carefully. Keep a close watch on Chen Changsheng's every move. He must not escape. An ancient bloodline has not been seen for many years. Since he is unwilling to join our Hongwan demon sect, he cannot be left for other factions, especially the Blood River demon sect. As for the others, if they leave, so be it. Understood. The two sinister cultivators immediately acknowledged her command. Inside the courtyard, after Enmuruin's departure, Chen Changsheng's expression became unprecedentedly grave. Fortunately, he had sent the four women away. He hoped that Enmuruin would not impede his path. The departure of the four left Chen Changsheng enveloped in an unparalleled solitude. Now, he awaited the emergence of Qin Huayu from her seclusion. Fortunately, good news soon arrived. At that moment, a powerful aura emanated from the 8th courtyard, a presence unique to foundational cultivators. Chen Changsheng's heart soared with joy. She had broken through. Just as he reveled in this moment, a figure appeared in the courtyard. Qin Huayu. You have reached the foundational stage, he exclaimed. Indeed, Qin Huayu nodded. Husband, thank you. What do you thank me for? Chen Changsheng smiled. Your breakthrough is entirely due to your own efforts. Qin Huayu glanced around and remarked, Linger and Linglong have also departed. They have left. Now we are only waiting for you, Chen Changsheng affirmed. In an instant, a thought struck Qin Huayu, and she was moved. You have been waiting for me. Yes. Chen Changsheng did not deny it. We should leave as well. The assault by the three major demonic sects on the Zhao Kingdom's cultivation realm is now inevitable. And small-scale conflicts have already commenced. The three major sects are issuing missions. We must depart swiftly. If we delay any longer, we may find it impossible to leave. Qin Huayu bit her lip, her resolve firm. Husband, I am sorry, but I must avenge my parents. Chen Changsheng sighed. Very well, if vengeance is what you seek, I shall assist you. Qin Huayu hurriedly interjected. Husband, you must not. You are merely at the qi refinement stage and are no match for them. Chen Changsheng replied. Do you truly believe that having just broken through to the initial foundational stage makes you their equal? They are mid-foundational cultivators. Moreover, who said that killing them requires my direct involvement? Besides, do you even know the whereabouts of your enemies? Qin Huayu, puzzled, asked, Husband, what do you mean? Chen Changsheng continued, It seems that the gift I have prepared for you is about to arrive. Have you forgotten what I excel at? Chapter 86. I shall aid you in your revenge alchemy. Qin Huayu's confusion deepened. At that moment, Ding Xiu's arrival completely unraveled her doubts. He presented two bloodied heads, the heads of the northern Mongolian twin bears. Qin Huayu trembled all over, her face a mask of disbelief. The northern Mongolian twin bears were the very culprits who had slain her parents, notorious for their heinous acts along the borders of the Three Kingdoms, specializing in robbery and murder. Before her very eyes, her parents had met their demise at their hands. The greatest hatred in Qin Huayu's life was to avenge her parents by killing these two. Even with the impending war between the immortals and demons, she was unwilling to leave the Zhao Kingdom's cultivation realm, her sole purpose being to eliminate the northern Mongolian twin bears. The identity of her enemies had been revealed to Qin Tian by Yang Jun before his departure. Qin Tian realized that even if Qin Huayu had broken through to the foundational stage and possessed explosive pills to assist her, it might not guarantee her victory over the northern Mongolian twin bears. He understood that without vengeance, Qin Huayu would likely never leave the Zhao Kingdom's cultivation realm. Lacking sufficient strength was not a problem. He reminded himself that he was a second-tier advanced alchemist. Thus, he made a decision. He sought out Ding Xiu and, through him, issued a mission at the Tai immortal sect. In exchange for the heads of the northern double bears, 2 rebirth pills were procured. Upon the announcement of the efficacy of these pills, the entire Tai immortal sect descended into a frenzy, particularly among the core disciples. With innate spiritual roots, it is exceedingly difficult for them to gain enhancement through conventional means, yet these rebirth pills possess the power to elevate their spiritual roots, a matter intrinsically linked to their cultivation potential. Indeed, the severed heads of the northern double bears were soon delivered. Thank you, my husband, Qin Huayu exclaimed, throwing herself into Chen Changsheng's embrace, tears streaming down her face. Chen Changsheng smiled gently and replied, There's no need for gratitude between us as husband and wife. Your parents are my parents, after all. This is merely my duty. At that moment, Chen Changsheng noticed his virtual panel flickering slightly. Affinity with cultivation, 120, soaring together. Bonus, 10, realm. Initial foundation establishment. Attribute points gained per instance, 0.22, while the increase in affinity was secondary. The enhancement in multiplier truly brought joy to Chen Changsheng. Previously, it had been 5-fold, and now it surged to 10-fold. This meant that, after the enhancement, he would indeed receive 22 foundational soul points each time. Glancing at his soul value, he noted, Soul, 2006. With a swift motion, Chen Changsheng lifted Qin Huayu into his arms. You err, he said, striding purposefully toward the interior of their abode. After a while, Chen Changsheng held Qin Huayu close, a deep sense of satisfaction washing over him. Soul, 2226. Qin Huayu inquired, Husband, by offering the rebirth pills as a reward for the demise of the northern double bears. Do you fear it may bring you trouble? Chen Changsheng nodded thoughtfully. I have considered that. However, we are set to depart in just a few days. Moreover, during this time, Brother Ding Xiu will assist us in keeping this matter under wraps. I believe a few days of concealment is feasible. This time, you must leave with me. I shall heed your words, Qin Huayu affirmed. Time flew by, and soon the moment to utilize the teleportation array arrived. Chen Changsheng and Qin Huayu had already secured their spots, while Xiao Yun, Xiao Huan, and Old Chui would have to wait for the next opportunity. During this period, the cultivation of the two had marked a significant advancement for Chen Changsheng. Although he had not awakened any new soul talents, he sensed an enhancement in his memory. Soul, 5,526. His soul value had now reached 5 times that of the Qi refinement stage. His spiritual awareness had also intensified. While still not on par with foundation establishment cultivators, it at least possessed similar potency. Additionally, his memory had become remarkably impressive. Not only could he remember everything at a glance, but he was also able to construct mental models of anything he had observed. Early in the morning, the two prepared themselves and set off towards the Feng Master's residence. Just after leaving, Chen Changsheng immediately sensed something amiss. Not only he, but Qin Huayu felt it as well. Frowning, they exchanged glances, and Qin Huayu remarked, We are being followed. Chen Changsheng nodded, I sensed it too. Fortunately, they are not foundation establishment cultivators. They must be sent by a Muron. Qin Huayu smiled and remarked, A Muron, it is evidently a woman's name. Inxia and the others have departed, seeking a concubine. Chen Changsheng chuckled bitterly, I dare not provoke this woman, and Muron hails from the Red Lawn Demon sect. Immediately, Chen Changsheng recounted a neuron's background to Qin Huayu. Qin Huayu furrowed his brow. If we leave now, will a neuron obstruct us? Chen Changsheng replied. The departure of so many will certainly attract attention. Many have likely surmised that there is a means to exit the Zhao Kingdom's cultivation realm via Feishing Square Market. And a neuron is no exception. Her target is me, and given the nature of her sect, she may indeed attempt to impede my departure. However, there is still time. Qin Huayu inquired, what do you intend to do? Eliminate them, Chen Tian declared resolutely. We must not allow the two to relay information. It is imperative to conclude this swiftly. Very well, Qin Huayu responded with confidence. She has just broken through to the foundation establishment stage. While those monitoring us have merely reached the 10th level of qi refinement, we shall catch them off guard and strike decisively. Chen Changsheng stated, I will handle the left side, and you take the right. Once we eliminate them, we shall immediately proceed to the marketplace and then depart. Qin Huayu expressed concern. Husband, allow me to deal with those two. Chen Changsheng shook his head. Both are practitioners of the dark arts, seasoned in combat. We must ensure they are killed without a chance to react, lest they signal a neuron, in which case our escape would be jeopardized. Do you doubt that your husband, despite being at the 9th level of qi refinement, is incapable of handling them? Allow me to display my prowess, Chen Changsheng asserted with confidence. Clad in second-tier spiritual artifacts, he had refined the shadowless needle to a superior grade. The flying shoes beneath his feet had also reached a superior tier. Stealth and silence would be our allies. Though facing them directly could prove challenging, a surprise attack would suffice. Let us act. Without waiting for Qin Huayu's counsel, Chen Changsheng sprang into action, gritting her teeth. Qin Huayu followed suit. The two advanced, one after the other, towards the malevolent cultivators who had been surveilling them. The two dark practitioners had been assigned to monitor Chen Changsheng for half a month, enduring the frustration of not witnessing him exit even once. They were deeply vexed, harboring a profound loathing for Chen Changsheng. Given their temperament, they would have surely wished to dismantle him piece by piece, yet he was favored by a neuron, and it was possible he might become her husband. Their position was precarious, being affiliated with the Red Lawn Demon sect, and they could not afford to offend anyone. Finally, today, they spotted Chen Changsheng emerging, accompanied by a woman. Quickly, report to the master. Chen Changsheng may attempt to flee. The two dark practitioners silently communicated, promptly making their decision. Chapter 87. The obstruction of a neuron. All right, I shall report to the master. One of the dark practitioners turned to leave just as Chen Changsheng dashed forward in a swift motion, propelled by his flying shoes like a released arrow. Suddenly appearing before the practitioner, the shadowless needle in his hand flew forth silently. The sudden appearance of the malevolent practitioner took Chen Changsheng by surprise. Just as he was about to feign a greeting, a sharp pain pierced his chest. His heart abruptly ceased its rhythmic beating, and with wide, startled eyes, he quickly grasped the gravity of the situation. With a face twisted in ferocity and resentment, he glared at Chen Changsheng and exclaimed, How dare you commit murder in the marketplace? As the words left his lips, he crumpled to the ground, lifeless. Old Xiao, you have slain Old Xiao. You shall pay for this. Another malevolent practitioner, witnessing his companion's demise, disregarded the fact that Chen Changsheng was a person of interest to a neuron, and immediately unleashed his murderous intent, launching a palm strike towards him. I will kill you. However, the moment the strike was executed, his body froze, a searing pain radiating from his back. It was Qin Huayu, who had suddenly appeared behind him, wielding a flying sword that pierced through his form. You all. With the sight of violence erupting in the marketplace, one would expect a commotion to ensue, prompting the guards to rush in. Yet, the surrounding onlookers merely lowered their heads and quickened their pace, akin to frightened mice, eager to escape any potential fallout. Having vanquished two malevolent practitioners, Chen Changsheng declared, Let us proceed to the Lord's residence. Understood, Qin Huayu nodded earnestly. Before long, the two arrived at the Lord's residence, where they encountered Pang Feiyun. Brothers, I have been awaiting your arrival, he greeted, noting several individuals already present. They had successfully dispatched a total of 20 people over 5 previous occasions, and this time, 5 more awaited their departure. Chen Changsheng nodded. Let us go. Just as they were about to head towards the teleportation array, a voice, alluring and beguiling, interrupted, Brother Chen. Are you leaving? Am I not beautiful enough for you to abandon me? As the voice trailed off, a neuron descended gracefully from the heavens, her approach captivating. One could not help but be struck by her breathtaking beauty, which radiated an enchanting allure unlike any other. Even Pang Feiyun couldn't restrain himself, his eyes lighting up as he gave Chen Changsheng a thumbs up. Brother, impressive, you found yourself a wife. When we arrive there, I must learn from you. Having a beauty in one's arms, that is the essence of life, is it not? Well then, let's replace one of our group. Lu Qing, you stay behind for the next journey.
This spot shall be reserved for my sister-in-law. Chen Changsheng quickly interjected, Elder brother, please refrain from such talk. Do you have any idea who she is? Her name is Immortal, and she hails from the Red Lawn Demon sect. Pang Feiyun was utterly awestruck, bowing deeply in admiration. Brother, I am even more impressed. Wait, you say she is from the Red Lawn Demon sect? Chen Changsheng affirmed, indeed. She knows of my ancient bloodline and has come to prevent my departure. Pang Feiyun immediately leapt to his feet. Immortal, is it? If you wish to obstruct my brother's departure, you must first consult with me, Pang Feiyun. Immortal gazed at him with a mixture of pity and longing. Brother Chen, can you truly leave Immortal so heartlessly? I am willing to marry you, if you accept. I swear I shall never take another man as long as you live. Hold on, a woman marrying multiple husbands? Pang Feiyun shuddered, shaking his head. Madness. You Red Lawn Demon sect are all a bunch of lunatics. Brother, you are indeed clear-headed. Such a woman is not worth pursuing. An abrupt change swept across Immortal's face as she coldly retorted, Pang Feiyun, are you attempting to prevent me from taking Chun Diji away? You must contemplate the consequences of your actions. Perhaps you are unaware of my identity. My grandmother is the venerable ancestor of the Hongwan Demon sect, and my mother is a formidable Golden Core practitioner. Crushing you and your sister would be as effortless as squashing an ant. Pang Feiyun was taken aback. Brother, from where have you summoned this madwoman? Chen Changsheng sighed with a wry smile. This is not a matter of my instigation. She sought me out herself. Pang Feiyun lamented. You have led me to my doom. Well, what can I say? I am your elder brother. He continued. You both should leave. I will hold this madwoman at bay. Stepping forward, he addressed Immortal. Immortal, is it? I must apologize, but as Chen Changsheng's brother, I cannot permit you to take him away. Thus, I must ask you to leave. Immortal scoffed. Pang Feiyun, do you truly wish to oppose me? Pang Feiyun shook his head. This is not a matter of opposition. I stand by my words. Chun, you cannot take him away. Though you are the chief disciple of the Hongwan Demon sect, you are merely at the initial stage of foundation building. I, however, am at the late stage of foundation building, and I, Pang Feishing, am not one of those uninitiated loose cultivators. You truly are not my rival, should we come to blows. It would be a grievous loss to harm a delicate beauty such as yourself. And Immortal's expression turned dark as she coldly replied, Very well, Pang Feiyun. I shall remember your actions today. When the Hongwan Demon sect launches its assault on the Zhao Kingdom's cultivation world, you shall be the first to perish. Following this, she cast a chilling glance at Chen Changsheng. Brother Chun, your methods are indeed commendable. Your decisiveness in slaughter is remarkable. My two subordinates were dispatched without hesitation. However, do not rejoice too soon. I assure you, I, Immortal, shall soon pay you a visit. With that, Immortal turned and departed. Upon witnessing her exit, Pang Feiyun finally breathed a sigh of relief, his forehead glistening with sweat. Brother, you have truly brought me significant trouble this time. Chen Changsheng expressed his deep regret. Elder brother, I apologize for this. However, Immortal hails from a distinguished background and is quite proud. My rejection, combined with your obstruction, has likely ignited her resentment. Once the great conflict erupts, her temperament will lead her to seek vengeance against you first. It would be prudent for you to leave with us. The impending battle was evident to all. The disciples of the three great sects within the ancient secret realm, once refined and forged into Shura demons, would signal the onset of a full-scale assault by the three major demon sects against the three great sections. Pang Feiyun sighed. It seems we truly must depart. I will gather our forces immediately. Chen Changsheng inquired with confusion. Depart together? What about the teleportation array? Pang Feiyun replied. This teleportation array is merely a small-sized one, capable of accommodating 5 individuals at a time, and it opens once a month. However, exceeding this number would cause the array to collapse entirely. The reason for our gradual movement was to preserve this array, but now it seems we must let it be destroyed. We can no longer afford to be concerned with such matters. Brother, summon your maid and steward. We shall all leave together. Chen Changsheng nodded promptly. Chapter 88. Entering the great Tang and Mu Ran departed from the Feng Master's residence, and immediately, a subordinate approached. My lord, why did you refrain from taking action? He is merely Pang Feiyun. With the treasure bestowed upon you by our ancestor, even a late-stage foundation establishment cultivator cannot rival your might. In due time, Chen Changsheng will undoubtedly submit to you. And Mu Ran coldly scoffed. Do you truly believe I care about Chen Changsheng's ancient bloodline? I merely wish to prevent him from falling into the hands of the Blood River Demon sect. Furthermore, who says he can escape from my grasp? It is but the great Tang. I shall return eventually and grant him a most surprising welcome. The audacity to reject me, and Mu Ran, is rather intriguing. My lord, you wouldn't actually have developed feelings for Chen Changsheng, would you? The subordinate cautiously inquired. Suddenly, and Mu Ran's expression darkened.
an aura of killing intent radiating from her. With a swift motion, she grasped the subordinate's throat, coldly retorting, "You know far too much." With a lethal squeeze and a surge of her spiritual power, she snapped his neck. He was dead, and Mu Ran coolly remarked, "Feelings? He is hardly worthy of such regard. I merely see him as a mouse. Cats delight in toying with their prey, do they not?" The teleportation array was located within the subterranean chambers of the Feng Master-S estate, on a small stone platform surrounded by a cluster of stone pillars, each adorned with a multitude of spirit stones. Due to Mu Ran, the Feishing market had no choice but to forfeit its operations. Over 20 individuals were departing, and her enterprises were shuttered, taking with them a substantial portion of their treasures. The remainder was left for those unwilling to leave. This departure was undoubtedly akin to abandoning one's homeland for all involved. Moreover, the destruction of the teleportation array equated to a complete severance of their hopes to return. To venture to the Great Tang, one must traverse the perilous Ziyun mountain range, a treacherous barrier that separated the Zhao, Wei, and Yu kingdoms from the Great Tang. Even formidable golden core cultivators faced the risk of demise when attempting to cross such an obstacle, unless one were a nascent soul ancestor. The surrounding stone pillars formed a small-scale concealment array, possessing not only the ability to hide, but also to induce a state of unconsciousness. Should one stray from the proper path, not only would the teleportation array remain unseen, but they would also succumb to immediate unconsciousness. Pang Feiyun approached the teleportation array and retrieved a jade talisman. This talisman was the key to activating the array. Placing it in the center of the array, a brilliant white beam of light erupted skyward, enveloping the entire space of the formation. Pang Feiyun commanded, "Let us proceed, step into the light." He directed the others towards the radiant column. Chen Changsheng tightly grasped Qin Huayu's hand and strode forward with determination. As he stepped into the light, he was instantly met with an overwhelming force pulling at him, as though he were being torn apart. The grip on Qin Huayu's hand felt as if it were slipping away, and the intense pain compelled him to groan involuntarily. At this moment, the voice of Pang Feiyun echoed, urging everyone to hold on, to channel their magical energy, and to protect themselves. The sheer number of individuals present had begun to overwhelm the teleportation array, which was on the verge of collapse. It was imperative that no one be swept away by the chaotic currents of space, lest they be torn to shreds. Chen Changsheng was taken aback, but fortunately, he was well prepared. Clad in inner armor, he deftly produced 5 second-tier defensive jade talismans. One he used for himself, another he tossed to Qin Huayu, while the remaining 3 were distributed to Xiaohuan, Xiaoyan, and Old Shui. With the assistance of the talismans, the pulling force diminished significantly. While he and Qin Huayu fared relatively well, the 3, Xiaohuan, Xiaoyan, and Old Shui, were mere mortals. Thankfully, the talismans proved effective, otherwise, they would have certainly been ensnared by the spatial turbulence. However, others were not so fortunate. Several individuals were caught in the turmoil. Their screams silenced as they were reduced to mere fragments, their remains utterly obliterated. Time passed, and though only a minute had elapsed, it felt like a century of torment to all present. One by one, individuals succumbed to the overwhelming pull and were drawn into the chaotic currents. 25 had initially set out, and in this brief period, 5 had already perished. The remaining survivors wore solemn expressions, wordlessly striving to channel their energies against the force. Another 2 minutes passed, and a white beam of light appeared ahead. Pang Feiyun exclaimed joyfully, "Quickly, pass through the white beam. We have arrived." With that, he surged forward. Chen Changsheng followed suit, straining alongside Qin Huayu toward the luminous light. As they entered the beam, a flash enveloped them, and in the next instant, they found themselves in an open space, looking disheveled. Chen Changsheng noted that his outer robe had been reduced to tatters, revealing the inner armor beneath. "Where are you all right?" he inquired with concern. Qin Huayu shook her head, replying, "I am fine." He then turned to check on Xiaoan, Xiaohuan, and Old Shui, and upon confirming their safety, he exhaled in relief. Out of the 25 who had embarked, only 16 had successfully traversed the teleportation array, resulting in 9 fatalities. Before anyone could relax, a deafening boom erupted from the teleportation array they had just crossed. The array was utterly destroyed. Pang Feiyun lamented, "What a shame, this teleportation array." Yet, almost instantly, he smiled and added, "Though the array is lost, at least that madman in Muron won't be able to pursue us." "Lord Feiyun, Brother Chen, you have finally arrived." A voice of surprise rang out. Turning to face it, they saw Yang Zhuan. "Uncle, Brother Yang." Chen Changsheng and Qin Huayu rushed forward to greet him. Pang Feiyun said, "Old Yang, my sister sent you to fetch us." "Indeed, my lord," Yang Zun replied, releasing a flying vessel. "Please, Lord Feiyun and everyone, board the vessel. We shall proceed to Flying Star City, where Lord Fixing is now the city master." During their journey, Yang Zun recounted the events of the past 6 months. The Great Tang was incomparable to the 3 kingdoms of the cultivation world, not only in terms of territory, but also in the sheer number of formidable individuals. In the realm of the Tang dynasty's cultivation, the imperial family reigns supreme, with whispers of the existence of venerable beings who have attained the realm of divinity. There are reportedly numerous nascent soul ancestors, perhaps even more than the known count. Following them are the 7 great sects, who govern countless sects and occupy majestic mountains and rivers. Feishing City is one of the 5 major towns under the jurisdiction of Qinyang Prefecture in the Qingzhou territory of the Tang immortal dynasty. The arrival of Pang Fixing marked a turning point. He first sought out the county lord and then challenged the former city lord, successfully claiming the title of city lord for himself. After assuming this position, he renamed the town Feishing City. Within the Tang dynasty, mortals and immortals coexist harmoniously. Every newborn is entitled to a free assessment of their spiritual root and the opportunity to cultivate foundational techniques. However, to achieve greatness, one must choose between 2 paths: joining the Tang immortal dynasty or entering one of the major sections. As Chapter 89 unfolds, Chen Changsheng reflects deeply on the grandeur of the Tang dynasty. The very air is infused with spiritual energy, far surpassing that of the 3 kingdoms' cultivation realms. Each city stands upon rich spiritual veins, resulting in an abundant supply of spiritual energy. Although it pales in comparison to the ancient times, one can still envision the prosperity of the Tang cultivation world, indicative of its wealth of resources and increased chances of reaching the foundation establishment, golden core, and nascent soul stages. The aggression of the 3 great demonic sects towards the Zhao kingdom's cultivation realm is driven by the pursuit of these resources. In the span of a single incense stick's burn, the group arrives at Feishing City. From a distance, it appears even larger than Tingzhou City, renowned as the first city of the cultivation realm. Surprisingly, the spiritual energy here is denser than that of Tianqiu City. As Chen Changsheng absorbs the influx of spiritual energy, he feels a joyous awakening within every fiber of his being. The guards at the entrance, clearly familiar with Yang Zun, respectfully greet him as Master Yang. A glance around reveals the city to be orderly and exceptionally prosperous, bustling with cultivators who, unlike their usual aloof demeanor, engage in equal and friendly discourse with ordinary people. This is particularly uplifting for Xiaoan, Xiaowan, and Old Shui, who have often felt overshadowed by the haughty attitudes of cultivators in Fixing Market. Though they are delighted to accompany Chen Changsheng, the previous feelings of inferiority lingered. However, the scene before them rekindles their hopes. This is the life they have yearned for. Yang Zun announces, "Let us proceed to the city lord's residence. Lord Fixing has been awaiting your arrival." The group nods in agreement. Soon, they reach the city lord's residence, where Pang Feishing has been waiting. "Sister, elder sister," they greet. Pang Feishing nods, expressing relief that they have arrived safely. "Now that you are in Feishing City, everything begins anew. Do not dwell on the past of the Zhao kingdom's cultivation realm. The ties to one's homeland are difficult to sever. However, upon embarking on the path of cultivation, one must resolutely advance, overcoming obstacles and striving for higher realms. Chen Changsheng, your residence has long been prepared, adjacent to the Lord's manor, and your wives await your return with eager anticipation. Having just arrived in Feishing City, I shall not detain you further, for your wives have been longing for you day and night. My dear elder sister, I bid you farewell for now." Chen Changsheng could hardly contain his excitement to reunite with his beloved wives. "Go ahead," Pang Fixing nodded affirmatively. Upon departing the Lord's manor, Chen Changsheng hurriedly made his way out. Watching the group depart, Pang Fixing then inquired about Pang Fun's situation. Pang Fiyun recounted everything in detail. Pang Fixing, unfazed, remarked, "With Chen Changsheng's ancient bloodline, even in the Tang dynasty he is exceedingly rare. Once discovered, he becomes the target of all major sects and royal families, let alone in the secluded realm of the 3 kingdoms cultivation world. Severing ties with the Zhao kingdom's cultivation realm is prudent. A great conflict is inevitable, and delaying further could lead to regrettable consequences. However, the Hongwan demon sect is not as simple as it appears." Pang Feiyun furrowed his brow. "Sister, can the influence of the Hongwan demon sect reach the Tang dynasty?" Pang Fixing shook her head. "That is not for you to concern yourself with. Now, the teleportation array has collapsed, and you are severely exhausted. Return to rest. In due time, you will need to assist in managing Fixing City." Pang Fiyun nodded. "Indeed. This was perilous. I shall not act recklessly again, for I nearly fell into the chaotic currents of space." With that, Pang Fixing took her leave. Chen Mansion, Fixing City. This was the residence arranged for Chen Changsheng after Pang Fixing seized control of Fixing City. A grand courtyard with 3 sections, sprawling over 3,000 square meters, boasting more than 20 rooms, divided into inner, middle, and outer courtyards. It stands as one of the foremost establishments in Flickering City, second only to the Lord's Manor. Previously, it belonged to the former Lord's brother-in-law. After the former Lord's defeat and departure from Flickering City, the manor was left vacant and granted to Chen Changsheng by Pang Flickering. Upon arriving at the mansion's entrance, Chen Changsheng was taken aback by its impressive scale. It surpassed his residence in linen by a significant margin. When compared to the bustling market of Flickering, it was indeed incomparable. As he approached the door, it creaked open, revealing 4 lovely women standing at the threshold. At the sight of Chen Changsheng, their eyes welled with tears, and they rushed forward, exclaiming, "Husband, my dears, you have finally returned. We were so frightened. We thought you had forsaken us. Husband, I missed you." Chen Changsheng reassured them. "How could I ever forsake you? I missed you all dearly as well. Now, dry your tears, come inside, and allow me to behold your beauty." The 4 women shyly nodded in agreement. Chen Changsheng then pulled Qin Huayu close, saying, "Yuer, let us go." "Sister Yuer, congratulations on entering the Foundation establishment realm." They soon entered the house, and in an instant, Chen Changsheng transformed into a ravenous wolf. Pouncing upon his beloved flock, the days of longing transformed into an overwhelming surge of affection, a heartfelt release akin to unbinding tears. In a moment of respite, Chen Changsheng sought to rejuvenate his weary body and spirit, unleashing his full combat prowess. He fought fiercely, compelling the 4 women to plead for mercy, and ultimately invoked the extraordinary skill known as Don't Want Billion, dragging Qin Huayu into the fray, standing alone against 5 adversaries. In an instant, regret filled Chen Changsheng. The arrogance he once displayed was now replaced by profound despair. His combat strength proved insufficient. It seemed crucial to concoct a batch of invigorating elixirs. This task was manageable, and he resolved to delve into research upon his return. Amidst his turmoil, he found solace in the gradual enhancement of his attributes. Practicing with Guingxia, he gained 32 points in alchemy experience, affinity from training, 140, bond of life and death, bonus, 5. Alchemist, second tier senior alchemist, experience points, 165, 222. Practicing with Guling, he attained 22 points in technique level experience, affinity from training, 120, flying side by side, bonus, 5. Main technique, Great Greenwood Art, second tier intermediate technique, experience points, 12, 345, 000. Practicing with Yuan Ling, he acquired 12 points in refining experience, affinity from training, 110, bonus, 5. Refiner, second tier senior, experience points, 1, 303, 200. Practicing with Lu Ling Long, he obtained 12 wood spirit roots, affinity from training, 110, sincere feelings, bonus, 5. Spirit roots, 5 element waste spirit roots, gold, 120, wood, 904. Water, 122, fire, 120, earth, 120. Practicing with Qin Huayu, he earned 0. 22 soul value, affinity from training, 120, flying side by side. Bonus, 10, soul value, 5,746, chapter 90. Farewell to Du Zhong gazing at the women in his embrace. Chen Changsheng felt an indescribable tranquility. The worries that had plagued him during this time were finally dispelled, and after months of separation, they were reunited once more. All safe and sound. Though Flickering City was an entirely new environment, he believed that, with the benefits bestowed by his golden finger, he could surely establish a foothold there. Early the next morning, Chen Changsheng awoke at dawn, turning to find his side empty. Upon exiting his room, he was immediately greeted by the voices of the women. "Husband, you're awake. Look what we've prepared for you. This is a nourishing porridge made with golden silk blood eel, just for you." "I still need nourishment?" Chen Changsheng questioned, doubting his hearing. With laughter, the women replied, "Who was it that challenged 5 opponents last night and ended up leaning against the wall? It certainly wasn't me." Chen Changsheng felt a pang of frustration. This won't do. I must concoct a potion to enhance my combat strength. He also recognized the need to elevate the level of his techniques. However, before that, he resolved to focus on the Great Greenwood Art, allowing the improvement of technique levels to progress gradually. Yet, the pursuit of higher-tier secret arts was equally imperative. While replacing main techniques could be cumbersome, secret arts were different. Flame secret arts, body refining secret arts, soul secret arts, these were all essential. The Great Greenwood Art and the Little Joy Art would be his primary avenues for enhancement. Speaking of alchemy, upon arriving at the bustling city of Flying Star, Chen Changsheng had yet to fully explore its wonders. After enjoying breakfast with a few ladies, he set out with them into the streets. Although Guingxia and Gulinger were the first to arrive in Flying Star City, they too were experiencing the thrill of shopping for the very first time. Typically, their meals were procured by servants. As they stepped onto the streets, the ladies were filled with exuberance. While it did not quite compare to Linen City, it was certainly far more vibrant than the local market, resembling a quaint countryside in contrast to a grand metropolis. The streets were lined with apothecaries, elixir shops, treasure pavilions, array chambers, and talisman rooms, among others. Particularly notable was a street outside the city lord's residence, which was brimming with various treasures and stalls for cultivators. In the Flying Star market, Chen's status as a second-tier alchemist was indeed unique, yet several others shared this distinction. Even among foundation-building cultivators, there were notable figures such as Pang Feisheng, Pang Feiyun, and Ding Xiao. Within a short span, they encountered several foundation-building cultivators, most of whom were in the early to mid-stages of their cultivation. As they strolled along, a shop specializing in celestial garments caught Chen Changsheng's eye, prompting him to lead the ladies inside. The shopkeeper, a young man in his 20s, promptly approached them, inquiring what they wished to purchase. We offer a variety of celestial garments, including a newly crafted ice silkworm celestial garment from our master, which is a second-tier treasure, he said, pointing to a flawless, ethereal white garment. Indeed, it was made of ice silkworm silk. Chen Changsheng smiled and requested, "Could you please summon your master?" The shopkeeper hesitated. "I'm sorry, esteemed guests, but our proprietor is quite busy at the moment." Chen interjected, "Simply inform your master that an old friend from Flying Star has come to visit. He will undoubtedly wish to meet me." "Very well," the shopkeeper nodded. "Please wait a moment." He proceeded to the back of the shop. Within 2 minutes, hurried footsteps echoed as someone emerged. "Chen Daoyu, you've also come to Flying Star City." It was Du Zhong. "This shop truly belongs to you?" Chen queried, taking in the modest yet diverse assortment of celestial garments, which evoked a sense of familiarity, particularly the white ice silkworm garment that further solidified his recognition. Du Zhong nodded. "Indeed, survival necessitated it. And I happen to have some insights into crafting celestial garments, so I opened this shop. Just in time. You previously requested that I customize a few ice silkworm garments, and I happen to have one available. If you like it, you may take it." Chen replied, "How many spirit stones do you require?" "I will take it." Du Zhong shook his head. "Chen Daoyu, would I dare accept your money? That would be an affront to my gratitude. Were it not for your assistance, I would still be trapped in the Zhao nation's cultivation realm, uncertain of my survival amidst the impending war between immortals and demons. You may simply take this garment." Chen Changsheng insisted. "No, when I helped you reach Flying Star City, you did compensate me. It is only fair to settle this matter. How many spirit stones?" "I must pay." Du Zhong conceded. "Very well, let it be 5,000 spirit stones." Chen Changsheng promptly produced the spirit stones, but instead of 5,000, he presented 55,000. Du Zhong was taken aback. "Friend Chen, have you perhaps given too much?" Chen Changsheng replied. "The 5,000 spirit stones are for this piece of celestial attire, while the remaining 50,000 is for me to commission 5 sets of ice silkworm celestial garments from you. I am aware that the 5,000 spirit stones already put you at a loss. Consider this a gesture of goodwill on my part." This time, Du Zhong did not decline and nodded, saying, "Very well, I shall accept the spirit stones. Once the celestial garments are completed, I will deliver them to you." "Indeed." Chen Changsheng affirmed with a nod. Du Zhong continued, "Friend Chen, there is one more matter. Are you not a second-tier alchemist? Would you be interested in joining the Wuxiang Pavilion as an honorary guest?" Chen Changsheng, perplexed, inquired, "What do you mean by that? What is the Wuxiang Pavilion?" Du Zhong explained, "You may not be aware, but the Wuxiang Pavilion is quite remarkable. Within the Tang dynasty, it ranks just below the royal family and is a subsidiary of the illustrious Wuxiang sect, the foremost among the 7 great sects. Its establishments are scattered throughout the Tang territory, and even the realm of our 3 nations boasts several Wuxiang pavilions. The pavilion engages in various endeavors, including alchemy, artifact forging, martial arts, talismans, and celestial garments. There is nothing you cannot acquire, as long as you can imagine it. We even have a branch in Feisheng City. Any second-tier practitioner is eligible to join the Wuxiang Pavilion as an honorary guest." Furrowing his brow, Chen Changsheng asked, "What does joining the Wuxiang Pavilion entail?" Du Zhong smiled and replied, "It is quite simple. You only need to prepare a batch of elixirs for the pavilion annually, as per the established regulations. Furthermore, the Wuxiang Pavilion purchases at market value, ensuring you do not incur any losses. The benefits of joining the Wuxiang Pavilion are numerous. For instance, you will gain access to treasures, techniques, and rare items that are otherwise unavailable. Moreover, when you find yourself under threat or in danger, you can seek assistance from the pavilion. Becoming an honorary guest undoubtedly provides an additional layer of protection." At this juncture, Du Zhong added, "You may not know, but even Lord Feisheng is an honorary guest of the Wuxiang Pavilion." Chen Changsheng, uncertain, remarked, "Is it truly that simple?" Du Zhong nodded affirmatively. "Indeed. It is that simple. First, you must be a second-tier practitioner. Foundation-building cultivators do not qualify. Second,
You need a recommendation from another second-tier practitioner. I specialize in crafting celestial garments, and as a second-tier practitioner myself, I would be fortunate to join the Wuxiang Pavilion. If you wish, I can recommend you.